Theo's eyes fly open. He's standing there, completely frozen, because right in front of him is Rendo, his old sword master, and the very man who murdered him in his past life. Pure hatred boils up inside him, but everything feels so hazy. He thinks to himself, didn't he just kill me? How is he back here? Theo's face is a mask of confusion, his mind a total blank. Just then, a system window pops up with an insane quest. Punch Rendo in the face. Theo wonders if this is some twisted joke, but the raw fury from his past life won't let him ignore it. The chance to get payback on his killer is right here, right now. He thinks, to hell with it. Even if this is a dream, I'm smashing his face in. Without another thought, Theo charges, pouring all his strength into a single punch aimed straight for Rendo's jaw. But life doesn't work like a dream. The punch that felt like lightning turns out to be nothing more than a tickle. Rendo strikes back with a blow 1,000 times stronger, sending Theo flying for miles before he crashes painfully to the ground. The pain is so real, it's stunning. Theo thinks, this can't be a dream. Why does it actually hurt so much? Rendo walks over and sighs. I understand your frustration. The ceremony is near, yet you've made no progress. That makes you angry, but it's no reason to attack your teacher. The situation slowly clicks for Theo. That's right, the coming-of-age ceremony is in 2 days. But the impossible part is that he's living this exact moment again. I've actually returned to the past. While his head is still spinning, the system pops up again. Congratulations, you have completed the first mission. Reward, activation of the Ragnar family's talent. The system asks if he wants to accept. Of course he's going to accept it. He's not an idiot. After taking a beating from that old man, there's no way he's turning down a reward. Our guy might be a little weak, but he's got brains. The moment the notification disappears, a brilliant light erupts from his body. Power surges through his veins, and Theo feels stronger than he ever has. He can literally feel his stats rising as strength floods his entire being, leaving him in absolute shock. What is this? This power? What's happening? Even though he can't make sense of it, the change in his body is undeniable. The system continues announcing new quests, but Theo isn't even paying attention. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, Rendo has already run to tattle to Theo's mother, complaining about the punch that didn't even leave a scratch. He whines that he's never met anyone as disrespectful and talentless as Theo. Then, without a hint of shame, he vows to teach the young master everything he knows. The hypocrisy is sickening. I will make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in less than 5 months, he brags. Trusting him completely, Theo's mother hands the snake a huge bag of gold, hoping the old geezer will pay more attention to her son's training. She's literally handing her lamb to a wolf. Rendo snatches the gold immediately, terrified she might change her mind. But the second he leaves the room, the old man starts bad-mouthing the lady for her commoner background. He never had any intention of actually teaching Theo. A greedy man will always be a greedy man. It seems Rendo already has a plan. A mysterious figure has promised him a great future if he monitors and cuts off the Ragnar family's growth. Elsewhere, Theo remembers a horrible memory. His mother, Cecilia Ragnar, being murdered by Rendo. That agony, that burning hatred, it's like a knife forever lodged in his heart, something he couldn't forget even in death. But this time is different. He's back in the past, and with this new power, he won't let it happen. The moment he sees his mother, he pulls her into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face. Mom, his voice cracks, thick with emotion. He's really back. The warmth of her embrace, that familiar feeling he lost in his past life, now returns stronger than ever. His mother, Cecilia Ragnar, is startled by his sudden outburst. She just smiles gently, stroking his hair. My son, you must be exhausted, aren't you? Theo looks up at her, his eyes blazing with determination. No. This time, I won't let you die again, he vows to himself. He will get stronger. He will not let Rendo take his mother from him again. The tears flow, not from weakness, but from pure resolve. He will protect his mother and avenge his past life. No one will ever hurt his family again. This time, I will change the future, Theo thinks. He knows he's still weak, with nothing to his name, but if that hidden system is real, he'll become strong enough to not only claim the throne, but to destroy that monster, Rendo. The system's reward appears. The Vapna tribe's talent has been activated. Finally, he can start a new life, free from the shame of his past. This time, he has the power that was always out of his reach, no matter how hard he tried. Theo daydreams of becoming a Superman, making everyone who scorned him kneel at his feet. It sounds crazy, but you never know, it might just come true. The system appears with a new mission. Outside the Rose Palace, the weather has turned bone-chillingly cold, but Theo trains relentlessly, perfecting his swordsmanship. He knows that even though he wants revenge on Rendo right now, he can't do it with this weak body. First things first, he has to get stronger. The memory of being demoted to a mere spy because he lacked talent only hardens his resolve. He recalls a secret drug that could grant immense power. But this time, he won't just rely on shortcuts. He'll train his body to its absolute peak. Dawn is breaking, but Theo keeps running at full speed, showing no sign of fatigue. The system announces, body training to the limit, 27 out of 100. Theo thinks, I can do all this now because I have the talent of Ragnar. The determination in his eyes burns like an unquenchable fire. People nearby start to notice him, watching with looks of pure disbelief. Theo grits his teeth, vowing to run farther and swing his sword harder. The system updates. Progress 65% of 100. Day after day, Theo's tireless training continues. A pink-haired girl named Evelyn, the manager of Training Ground 4, watches him from a distance in complete astonishment. She yawns, exhausted from staying up all night just to observe him. That blind kid from the Ragnar family is still going, she mutters. Is he really as useless as they say? After days of nonstop training, Theo's body is finally breaking down. He feels like he's about to collapse. The system announces body training to the limit, 97% of 100. Completely drained, Theo falls to the ground. But the instant he stops to rest, the system dings again. His training level has dropped all the way to 90%. Theo is horrified. What? He just rested for 1 second, and all that hard work vanished just like that. He curses himself, refusing to accept this failure. Theo forces himself up, his eyes colder and more determined than ever. I won't stop until this mission is done. He gets back to it, gripping his sword and swinging with all his remaining might. The system flashes on screen, progress at 98%. He grits his teeth, pushing himself. Just a little more. I can do this. His body is screaming, legs about to buckle, but he keeps pushing on. Top speed. Just 1 more minute. I have to finish this. And finally, after all that struggle, the system announces his success. Seeing this, Evelyn can't believe her eyes. She's never witnessed such insane persistence. Theo just pushed past every human limit, using his very last breath. The system announces, congratulations, you have completed the mission. Train body to its limit. The reward is a dragon heart. Theo is overjoyed, barely believing what he's just accomplished. The system even adds a bonus for completing the mission so quickly. You have received 15 magic spells from your previous life. Completely exhausted, Theo collapses and passes out, but not before he smashes the accept button on his rewards. While he's unconscious, 15 years of magic surge into his body, creating a massive energy shockwave that ripples through the area. Evelyn stands there, having witnessed everything, her expression, a mix of shock and awe. After being carried to a recovery room, Theo slowly begins to wake up. He opens his eyes, looking around, his mind still hazy. She gently reminds him that even a Ragnar will collapse if they push themselves too hard. Theo looks at her for a second, then asks, Are you Evelyn? The woman smiles back, Yes, you remember me. I am Evelyn, the manager of Training Ground 4. You fainted this morning from overexertion, so I brought you here. Theo nods his head in gratitude and thanks Evelyn for her help. Evelyn hesitates, unsure whether to ask about what she just witnessed. She finally asks Theo if he knows the Ragnar family forbids opening Mana Core before the awakening ceremony. Of course, he knows that. Why is she bringing it up now? Evelyn explains that before he collapsed, she saw a flow of mana connect him to the Mana Core gate and her eyes narrow. You've already opened your Mana Core, haven't you? Theo is completely baffled. If that were true, how could he possibly be sitting here, unharmed? He thinks back to yesterday, right before he passed out. The system rewarded him with a dragon heart and a bonus. The realization hits him, and he breaks out in a cold sweat. In this world, a dragon heart is basically a myth, the ultimate prize, because Mana Core can be entirely replaced by a dragon heart. Replacing the Mana Core in one's heart makes it far more efficient, but for humans, it has to be placed in the lower abdomen. A human heart can't handle the power. Every Ragnar warrior would kill for one. It's the simplest way to become overwhelmingly strong, but humans have their limits. This gift from the system is absolutely broken. Now he has a dragon heart, but it has put him in a ridiculously tight spot. He's now face to face with a woman who is not just powerful, but also fiercely principled. Evelyn. Evelyn was once a brilliant Grand Swordmaster who retired after losing her left arm, becoming the manager here. She wasn't just anybody, she was the former commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights, so skilled that even demon dragons feared her. Evelyn is also famous for not caring one bit about status or power. You know, the very things most people in this world build their entire lives around. Instead, she lives by a rigid set of principles, despises dishonesty, and demands absolute truth. Theo remembers she once stopped training him directly because he was too stubborn. That past experience makes him even more cautious about hiding his secrets. Right now, Theo is terrified Evelyn will discover his biggest one, the mana storage inside the dragon heart. This is no ordinary mana storage that everyone knows about. No, This one can be completely hidden and controlled at will by its user. This power lets Theo hide his true strength, but if Evelyn discovers the truth, the consequences will be terrifying. One tiny slip-up is all it would take. In the tense silence, an idea hits Theo. He gives a cold smile and challenges Evelyn. Are you willing to accept responsibility if your guess is wrong? An accusation like this could be seen as humiliating the Ragnar family. The question makes Evelyn frown. She doesn't have a definitive answer. Theo sees his chance to turn the tables and presses his advantage. Do you have any idea what the punishment for humiliating a Ragnar heir is? Evelyn knows just how severe the law is. She answers decisively. Execution. Theo doesn't miss a beat, pushing the psychological games even harder. Good, so you know. Then why don't you check for yourself? Evelyn is suspicious, but Theo's sheer confidence throws her off. She has never seen him act like this before. She decides to check his body, placing a hand on his abdomen. But after a thorough inspection, she finds no trace of mana. Evelyn is shocked, unable to believe he has no mana storage at all. This makes her hesitate, wondering if she can even trust her own senses anymore. This entire situation is just unreal. He asks again, his voice even more confident. Well, how about it? Nothing, right? Evelyn immediately drops to her knees and apologizes. I was wrong. Please, execute me. I will pay for my mistake with my life. Internally, Theo is ecstatic. He knew his dragon heart was unlike any other mana storage. With his absolute control over it, hiding its existence was simple. And on top of that, the existence of dragon hearts only becomes known much later in the future. How could Evelyn possibly know the truth? But instead of punishing her, Theo just gently places a hand on her shoulder and speaks with mercy. There's no need. You were only doing your job. Very few people would risk their life for that. Then, he slowly walks out of the room, leaving Evelyn alone with her chaotic thoughts. Evelyn feels a sense of relief, but she can't stop thinking about who Theo really is. She can feel it deep down he is not a normal person, and there's something incredibly special about him. A few days later, Theo is back at the training grounds with Master Rendon. But this time, Rendon's instructions are becoming increasingly weird and nonsensical. The old man's guidance is so unclear. It's like he's teaching him how to pole dance, not how to wield a sword. This makes Theo suspect someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. As he trains, he glares at Rendon, thinking of the man who murdered him in his past life. He decides right then that he won't let things play out the same way. Old man, Rendon better get ready for a reckoning. He says it straight to Rendon's face. I don't understand what you're teaching. All of it is just garbage. And without hesitating, he snaps the sword right in front of the old man, adding that his skills are as shoddy as a cheap tire. Rendon begins to tremble with pure rage. What did you just say? What? Is your hearing already failing you? Fine, I'll say it one more time. Open your ears and listen carefully. Your skills are complete and utter trash. Theo is deliberately provoking the old man, hoping he'll give up on teaching him so he can finally find some clues. His theory? If his training strays from the original plan, Rendon will have to contact the mastermind. At Camilla Palace, a student runs in, bursting to share the latest gossip. Action Ragnar. Have you heard the news? That bastard son from the Ragnar family is dueling our master next week. Action Ragnar looks powerful and cold, sitting silently in the enormous room. He grips the glass in his hand, his face completely expressionless, but deep down, the irritation is obvious in his tense posture. He doesn't even need to look up to feel the annoyance brewing over this duel. The informant keeps talking, his voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. I heard he blames his teacher for his own incompetence, but before the spy could finish his sentence, Action Ragnar suddenly hurled a glass right at him. The glass shot through the air and slammed directly into the man's face, shattering into 1,000 pieces that embedded themselves in his skin, making him scream in pure agony. In a flash, Action Ragnar killed him without a moment's hesitation, his rage reaching an uncontrollable peak. He gritted his teeth, his terrifying, scar-covered face slowly coming into view. So what? Does some bastard think he has the right? The man standing next to Action Ragnar is Remington Nassio, one of the four hounds of the North, nicknamed the Silver Fox. He looks at Action Ragnar with a hint of surprise but stays silent, apparently all too familiar with Action Ragnar's explosive temper. Just then, another man approaches Joyvin, one of the 9 heavenly dragons. He speaks up, his voice calm but cold, warning Action Ragnar to be more careful. He should have been dealt with ages ago. Being overconfident will get you in trouble. Action Ragnar glances at Joyvan and just scoffs back. I only respect talented people. You worry way too much. Why even bother with a bastard like that? Joyvan stares back at Action Ragnar, his eyes fixed. With Vatna, the impossible can happen. A single spark in the wind is enough to start a raging fire. Action Ragnar just laughs. Fine by me. That old guide will handle this for us anyway. Cut to 1 week later at training ground number 4. the site of the duel between Theo and Randon. The area is now packed with warriors, all gathered to witness this confrontation. Even Evelyn, a once famous swordswoman, is present. Beside her stands a mysterious man, while Theo stands in the center of the arena, his posture firm and his sharp eyes locked on Randon. Theo curses to himself. Damn it. At first, he just planned to humiliate the guy and get him fired, but things have gone way too far. Now, there's no turning back. The system in his mind announces his current mission: defeat Randon and claim victory. Theo's resolve hardens. He's determined to settle the debt from his past life and from the other day when Randon made a fool of him. He looks him straight in the eye and speaks. I told you before, your skills are nothing. Randon roars back in furious denial, unable to accept it. Theo Ragnar, I do not accept this. There is still time left on my contract. Theo's reply is ice cold. So what? If I say you are fired, you are fired. This discussion is pointless. Deep down, Theo wants to kill Randon right now, but he knows he's not strong enough yet. He decides to keep his distance and gather more information while Randon grits his teeth, his mind racing. No, if I get fired like this, my mission will be a failure. I have to convince him, no matter the cost. Randon screams out, Theo Ragnar, please just wait. At that moment, Evelyn suddenly appears. In that case, she says, we'll settle this the Ragnar way. Both men turn to look at her, completely stunned by her bizarre declaration. Evelyn responds with a piercing gaze. It's the rule of the strong. We will decide this with a sword duel. There's no need for a court, just the will of the victor. Randon lets out a huge, satisfied laugh. An excellent idea. The duel will be in 1 week. A sword fight, this was like a gift from the heavens. But on the other side, sweat starts to bead on Theo's forehead. His heart sinks as he thinks to himself, this is obviously not going to work. With my current strength, I can't possibly defeat Randon. Evelyn is still smiling brightly. Is this a better plan? Better for that old fox? Maybe. But for Theo, it was a one-way ticket to hell. A week later at the arena, the warriors are buzzing with gossip when one speaks up. I heard he can't even swing a sword correctly. How can he fight an intermediate-level swordsman? If he were just a normal person, I wouldn't care. But he's the cripple of the Ragnar family. Meanwhile, Randon approaches Theo with a challenging tone. If you bow your head and apologize right now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. But he never expected the 17-year-old to just scoff in his face. Theo Ragnar coldly shoots back at the old man. I believe I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to become a crippled swordsman, you better accept reality. Randon grinds his teeth, looking like he wants to eat Theo alive. He feigns the part of a gentleman, offering Theo the first attack. After all, a master should give his student a small advantage. Theo replies without any hesitation. Then I won't refuse. With that, he raises his sword and charges straight at Randon. The fight has officially begun. From the stands, the warriors watch nervously as one of them cries out, Look, he's about to lose. How dare someone like him fight an intermediate swordsman? Randon, his face full of arrogance, continuously taunts Theo. What's the matter, young master? Can't you do anything? You're no different than a complete novice. Theo feels rage boiling up inside him, but he knows he's not strong enough to beat Randon right now. The fight continues, and everyone is waiting for the final result. Even Randon notices that Theo's skills have actually improved a little lately, but compared to him, they're still insignificant. At the very least, he'd have to reach the level of the 4 northern hounds to stand a chance. Let's rewind a few days. Right after Evelyn's proposal, Theo had gone to confront her, asking why she would suggest something so absurd. But the girl just sat there, calmly sipping her drink and saying that everything she did was only to help him. Evelyn also knew that a powerful force was backing that old fox, which is why he was so arrogant. Theo was completely stunned. She knew this. How did you figure that out? Evelyn had noticed Randon was only teaching Theo useless and nonsensical moves, so she secretly had him investigated. And sure enough, her suspicions were correct. Theo remembers that in his previous life, Evelyn never realized this. Perhaps in this new life, he had caught her attention with his mana, which made her start investigating that old instructor. According to what Evelyn found, all traces of the old man led back to the Camilla Palace. Hearing the name of that palace makes Theo's stomach churn. That's the residence of the 4 northern hounds. Could this all be about that stupid war for the throne, the very thing that got him killed in his past life? But looking at reality, it was just pathetic. Theo admits to Evelyn that he knows his own limits. He knows he can't possibly beat that fraud, but Evelyn encourages him, saying he can definitely do it. Back in the fight with Randon, the old man is still fighting hard, launching a series of tricky attacks. But for Theo, this is just the beginning. He easily blocks Randon's last sword strike, a move the old man could never have seen coming. The old fraud is shocked. He never taught Theo any of this, so how could he block his attacks so easily? Theo continuously counters all of Randon's moves. Surprise, you ugly old fossil. This is not the Theo Ragnar you know. Up in the stands, every single face shows pure confusion, except for Evelyn's. She remains perfectly calm because this was all going according to her plan. Turns out, a week ago, Evelyn offered to train Theo herself, figuring it would make it easier to put someone like Randon in his place. She couldn't stand the guy anyway, all that arrogance with no actual experience to back it up. This was something Theo never expected. The incident that made Evelyn feel indebted to him was actually turning out to be a huge advantage, but he felt things weren't quite that simple. Theo asks Evelyn why she's being so good to him, wondering if it's because of what happened before. She doesn't deny it, but adds there's another reason. She knows someone who would definitely be interested in him, a man who collects talented people. The fight is still incredibly intense. With every blow Theo lands, Randon is forced into a spiral of doubt. Theo was supposed to be completely talentless, so how on earth can he use a sword so skillfully now? Or could it be that from the very beginning, he was just pretending to be a fool to lure him into this trap model? The fight is at its absolute peak when Theo drops a question that freezes Randon solid. "Randon," he asks, "who is the one pulling your strings?" Theo struck a nerve a secret Randon has been desperately hiding. Enraged, he attacks with even more force, but it's too late. Theo lays all his cards on the table, revealing he always knew Randon was teaching him fan arts, breaking the promise he made to Theo's mother to teach him the sword. What a fraud. Randon stubbornly denies everything, so Theo hits him with another question about Camilla Palace. The moment he hears that name, the old man completely loses his cool. This is exactly what Theo wanted. He just smirks right in the geezer's face. "So glad you're being honest," Theo says, stalking closer. His presence is so overwhelming that Randon stumbles back in fear. "Tell me," Theo asks, "do you know what it feels like to have your hand chopped right off?" No more words needed. With one powerful swing of his sword, Theo severs the old fox's arm. Finally, the tables have turned, and Randon is nothing but a weakling before him. With a single, clean strike from Theo, Randon's arm is sent flying high into the air before it thuds to the ground. Just like that. The nobles in the stands are absolutely floored, sweating, and speechless. The useless boy they all mocked just blew their minds. This is peak drama. Randon finally gets it, one of their 4 pillars has just been shattered, and now the pain finally registers. He was so busy processing Theo's words he didn't even realize his arm was gone. The shock hits, and he collapses, wailing on the ground. But even with his arm lopped off by his former student, the old man's mouth won't quit. He keeps muttering curses, calling Theo an idiot, still delusionally thinking someone is coming to save him. The old man has truly lost his mind. After taking him down, Theo feels a distinct change within himself. He walks over to Randon and asks if he remembers what he repaired before, but Randon is in too much agony to recall anything. Theo shows no mercy. He delivers one final slash, sending the old man to meet his ancestors. He's gone before he can even utter a final word. The moment Randon's head parts ways with his body, a system notification pops up. Theo has brilliantly completed his assigned mission for the day. The system even throws in a bonus reward for defeating his rival, which he obviously accepts. The nobles are stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Theo is on another level now. His days of being a punching bag are over. A new system message appears. His observation reward is now active, but right now, Theo has absolutely no idea what that skill even does. Suddenly, 3 massive, brilliant auras materialize around him, a clear sign that immense energy is now flowing directly into his body. Just as he's starting to enjoy his victory, someone bellows his name from behind, nearly making him jump out of his skin. It's the demon dragon Julius, commander of the White Wyvern Cavalry. And yeah, a commander never makes a normal entrance. Theo is stunned. He has no idea how long the demon dragon was standing there watching him. The crowd is just as shocked. Nobody expected such an infamous figure to show up. Evelyn feels helpless watching this unfold. His dramatic entrance has completely ruined the entire event. Julius marches toward Theo, his face a storm of fury, his eyes sharp enough to pierce steel. This man's glare alone is enough to make anyone tremble in their boots. Theo is utterly bewildered, wondering what in the world is going on. What did I do? Why is he looking at me like he wants to drag me to hell? But while Theo is panicking, Julius's expression suddenly shifts. He throws his head back and lets out a booming laugh that echoes across the arena. "Ha ha ha! How amusing! Absolutely fascinating," he roars, slapping Theo so hard on the back he nearly faceplants. The sudden jolt of pain makes him see stars. Julius continues to laugh. "I must say, I'm surprised. To think you had this in you. The student surpasses the master, eh? A bit disrespectful to kill him, but from what I heard, that bastard got what he deserved." Theo tries to compose himself, turning to the commander, Lord Julius, but before he can finish, Julius just waves a hand, completely ignoring him and continuing his own speech. "Enough of that, what's done is done. Join my White Wyvern Cavalry." The sudden offer leaves everyone in the arena, including Theo himself, completely and utterly stunned. Evelyn, having witnessed everything, can't help but feel a surge of joy. The other warriors, however, erupt in shocked whispers. No way! That Ragnar fool was just invited to the White Wyvern Cavalry? A helmeted warrior turns to his companion. Hey, have you ever seen anyone get picked for the cavalry before their awakening ceremony? The other guy thinks, then shakes his head. Never. Something like this has never happened before. The entire group of warriors is baffled by Julius's decision. Even Julius, a man famous for his keen eye for talent, isn't sure of Theo's full potential, but he's clearly willing to gamble on it. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Theo looks deep in thought. After a long pause, he looks up with a resolute expression. Lord Julius, I am grateful for the offer, but I must refuse. The answer hits the crowd like a lightning bolt, and even Julius can't hide his utter astonishment. He stares at Theo, unable to believe his ears, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Evelyn, who knew Theo's dream from his past life, is equally shocked. He actually refused the White Wyvern Cavalry. But why? Theo just gives a faint smile and explains, I'm not strong enough yet. If I join now, it will only limit my potential path forward. I need more time to grow and prepare for my awakening ceremony. His refusal disappoints many in the crowd, but Julius simply smiles and pats Theo's shoulder. Such admirable humility. Very well. I will wait until you are ready. The scene then shifts to Camilla Palace, where tensions are running high. Lady Him-Manhwa is discussing Theo's actions with her brother, the Sky Dragon S. Choivan. Her brother warns, the demon dragon has already approached him. We can no longer interfere. If he grows stronger, controlling the Red Flower Palace will become far more difficult. Eamon is worried, but Axie and Ragnar, eavesdropping from outside, objects. He can't possibly become as strong as you think, Mother. Our plan can still go forward. The Sky Dragon tries to reason with him, but Axie and Ragnar won't back down. Fine. If you and Uncle are that concerned, I'll personally teach him a lesson and show him his proper place. We cut back to the training grounds with Evelyn and Theo. She can't help but praise him. You were magnificent today, young master. Still, it would have been better if you joined the White Wyvern Cavalry. Theo just smiles. He admits to himself he has some regrets, but knows it wasn't the right time. He tells Evelyn, I am perfectly content with you training me for the awakening ceremony. As they're talking, a man they don't recognize approaches. He introduces himself as Sibin from the southern checkpoint and says he has something he needs to discuss with Theo. Theo observes him closely, and the system confirms that Sibin holds genuine admiration for him. After the duel with Randon and getting attention from Julius, Theo realizes that the oppressed are now looking to him for leadership. He knows he'll need loyal followers to lead the Ragnar Clan. The chapter ends on this decision, as the system displays his final mission. Quest. Erase the title Failure of House Ragnar. Progress. 28 out of 100. Sibin then goes full fanboy, declaring he wants to be just like Theo. He's so brutally honest he admits he never gave Theo a second thought before, just saw him as a nobody. The praise is so awkward Theo wants to teach the guy some tact. What a tactless guy. Sibin then explains how he became a die-hard fan, having secretly watched Theo train tirelessly every single morning and seeing the results of that non-stop effort firsthand. He keeps gushing about his deep respect. Please, grant me a chance to speak with you. Normally, Theo would be suspicious, but his observation skill confirms this man is completely sincere. Who would have thought that after defeating Randon, rumors of Sir Julius favoring him would spread like wildfire? Plenty of people came looking for trouble, but surprisingly, some were actually genuine. He realized he needed his own power base to secure his position as the family head. Otherwise, one wrong move and he'd be out at any moment. The mission the system gave him this time was also the final tutorial quest. Once it ends, he'll have to say goodbye to the system that has always been by his side. Just thinking about it is enough to make you want to cry a river. Theo and Sibin began preparing for their duel, but before they started, Theo made sure to ask Evelyn if they could continue their training later that night. Of course, she had no reason to refuse him. The moment the match began, Sibin charged at Theo like a dog off its leash, but Theo was just as quick, effortlessly dodging the attack. Sibin's eyes were truly opened. His idol was as fast as a demon. Even though Sibin was called the failure of the Northern Investigation Department, he was confident in his skills, yet he had to admire Theo's abilities. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't help but praise Sibin as well. If this guy was a failure, then in his past life, Theo must have been scrap metal. Before, he wouldn't have lasted 3 moves, but things were different now. This Sibin was no longer a threat to the current him. With a few slashes of his sword, he had Sibin completely overwhelmed. After just a few exchanges, Sibin's face was covered in wounds. Despite the beatdown, he was utterly convinced. I lost. Thank you, he said. Theo remained humble, praising Sibin for fighting well too. Truly, a humble person makes everything they do look good. Suddenly, Theo saw his reflection and had a thought. He wondered, could he use the observe skill on himself? Theo tried saying observe, and to his surprise, it actually worked. The system began analyzing him. His title, Ragnar's useless. He only had 3 talents unlocked, player, Ragnar, and observe, with 4 more still sealed. His current status was awaiting the awakening ceremony. Other stats like health, agility, and strength weren't anything special, but one number screamed for attention. His luck stat was -49. Man, this guy's karma is in the gutter. The system announced that Theo had officially unlocked his stat board. From now on, if he keeps this up and completes missions, he can unlock 4 more skills and even check his own stats. His magic power score was incredibly high, reaching 190. It was likely an accumulation of power from his past life combined with the maiden's heart. Still, he couldn't figure out why his luck stat was so painfully low. That probably explains why all sorts of bizarre trouble just seems to fall on his head. Out of nowhere, a huge crowd appeared, looking at Theo like they wanted to take him home and marry him. Evelyn had noticed this was becoming a problem for a while. That old man Randon might have been weak, but he was still an intermediate-level swordsman. Theo defeating him was bound to bring all kinds of new attention. Alongside the weaklings consumed by jealousy, many people now admired him. And this crowd was definitely the admirer type, swarming around him like it was a fan meeting. They couldn't stop talking about his incredible display of power. Some even thought that if it were them, old man Randon would have sliced them to pieces. Among the crowd, one young man was incredibly eager to fight and learn from Theo. His name is El Nalan, 19 years old, making him 2 years older than Theo, yet he still respectfully called him idol. He might look a bit rough around the edges, but he seemed pretty cool and unremarkable otherwise. After observing him, Theo called out Nalan's name, which clearly shocked him. "You know me, sir." Theo understood his desire and invited him up for a match. Nalan's face lit up. An opportunity like this was a rare gift. This was a true honor for him. The two charged at each other, and their swords began to clash in an artistic blur. During the fight, the system announced that his basic swordsmanship proficiency had increased, but in the blink of an eye, Theo easily sent Nalan's sword flying. With his weapon gone, what was there left to fight with? Nalan's face was a mask of pure confusion, his mouth hanging wide open. He had watched Theo take down Randon, but fighting him up close was a whole other level of insane power. Nalan conceded defeat. The system then announced that Theo had received L's approval. Something clicked for Theo. Getting other people's approval could raise his luck stat. It seems his luck depends entirely on his fame. Now that he understood this, he was determined to grind out duels to farm more luck points. Otherwise, life would be pretty boring if he was constantly stepping in crap. And so, Theo fought every single person present that day. His luck stat rose proportionally with each victory until no one else dared to step into the ring, giving him a moment to rest. He opened the system panel. The quest to escape his useless title. He wondered if it was because these guys were all his fans now that they were going easy on him. He smirked a little at the thought. Or maybe I need a tougher opponent, or do I need a mountain of people throwing stones at me? Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. "Hey, you look like a half-dead chicken. You all right?" Theo insisted he didn't need a break just yet. He'd rest when he felt exhausted, but for now, these fights were nothing more than mosquito bites to him. The man suddenly stepped forward, saying he would fight Theo. The moment he moved, an impressive aura, like Silov's, appeared around him. This was the Lion of the North, Remington Nassio, one of the most famous figures here. Seeing Remington, Theo started feeling a little nervous. After all, this wasn't some random challenger. He was a member of the Northern Hunting Hounds. There was no mistaking him. The Northern Hunting Hounds have 4 members: Hut Eot Slank, G.A. Jackna, Remington Nassio, and finally, Axion Ragnar Jackna of the Camilla Palace. This title belongs to the 4 strongest of their generation under the Jackna family. This was about to be both an amazing opportunity and a total nightmare. Theo used his observe skill on Remington. When he got to the status section, he was a bit speechless. Remington had never expected that someone like Theo would one day become his opponent. The two exchanged greetings, preparing to fight. Theo had admired Remington's talent for a long time. Fighting a man like him was a true honor, because Remington alone was worth more than all the previous opponents combined. Even Theo wasn't sure if his current strength was enough to defeat one of the Northern Hunting Hounds. But just starting this match made the quest progress for Escape the Useless title shoot up faster than before. The two men began to fight, but it wasn't long before Remington, with just a few strokes of his blade, shattered Theo's sword. The fans outside watched in utter disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. In their eyes, Theo was a shining sun who could never lose so easily. Someone commented that this result was obvious from the start. Even if Theo had grown stronger, Remington was the best of the 4. Losing to him wouldn't be too humiliating. But B refused to accept it. No one could replace Theo in his heart. He kept arguing that with Theo's fighting spirit, there was no way he'd just lose like that. The person next to him was speechless. There was just no reasoning with this guy. In the middle of their heated argument, Remington's voice cut through the noise. "I lose." Everyone was shocked to hear these words. After just a few clashes, a member of the Elite Four was admitting defeat. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Remington bowed his head, thanking Theo for the match. He looked down at Theo's broken sword and said, "This blade is already worn out." Not to mention, Theo had fought to the point of exhaustion today. If they had continued, the fight would have been Remington's own failure. Theo was humble, saying he lost the moment his sword broke. If this were a real battlefield, he'd have been dead long ago. Theo and Remington looked at each other, then shook hands, promising a proper duel another time. And just like that, Theo earned the respect of the strongest member of the quartet. Sibin is practically beaming with pride for his idol. "See, I told you Theo was different." The system even pops up with a notification. His progress on escaping that special confinement has hit 35%. Talk about an insane speedrun. Evelyn witnessed all of Theo's hard work, and she knows he's the real deal, not the useless guy everyone makes him out to be. Compared to his past life, Theo is worlds stronger, but clashing blades with Remington showed him he still has a long way to go. So yeah, the fight was a little embarrassing, but he learned a ton. Not only did his luck stat go up by 10, but his reputation also got a massive boost. This was definitely more of a win than a loss. That's when Remington reveals his true purpose for coming here. It wasn't just for a duel, but to recruit Theo into the Dragon Society. The name alone sounds legendary. Inside, Theo is freaking out with excitement, but on the outside, he plays it cool. "Is it all right for someone like me to join? Your guild is pretty famous." Hearing this, Remington awkwardly waves his hands, insisting Theo's skills are absolutely top tier. He explains his group isn't that special, it's just a place for those who are about to come of age. The two guys standing behind them are practically in tears, wondering why they weren't invited. It's obviously because of their limited skills. Theo thinks for a moment the Dragon Society is full of people who look down on him. This is the perfect environment to speed up his missions, and a prime opportunity to investigate both Asen and the Camilla Palace. An offer this good? Why would he ever refuse? Theo agrees to join the Dragon Society. The system is quick to update, and his progress ticks up 1 point from 35 to 36. Remington is thrilled that Theo accepted. He grabs his hand and says, "If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to ask." Evelyn watches everything unfold from the background, quietly puffing on a cigarette without a word, but you can tell the wheels are turning in her mind. Sometime later at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother suddenly bursts into the room, her face glowing with excitement as she calls out to him, "My dear son." Theo turns to his mother, about to share the good news, when he sees a whole line of servants standing at attention right behind him. His mother joyfully says she already heard he was invited to the Dragon Society. The guild is incredibly famous, so from now on, Theo needs to change his style. He can't look like a country bumpkin anymore. Every detail has to be meticulously planned. The madam begins measuring Theo for new clothes, and you can see how incredibly proud she is of her beloved son. She reminds him that his attire and his behavior will now be closely scrutinized. She knows he has no issues with etiquette, but his wardrobe and his general presence are a completely different story. Luckily for him, she can help. "Don't forget, your mother was an actress," Cecilia says, recalling her own glorious past. This causes a wave of sadness to wash over Theo. In his previous life, he was known as the bastard son of a commoner concubine in the Ragnar family. His mother had always felt guilty for the terrible title he carried, even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar family, Theo always wondered how she endured having such a weak son. Until the moment he was murdered in his past life, Theo never stopped blaming himself for not being strong enough to protect his mother. Cecilia leans on her son's shoulder and breaks down crying, revealing the deep sorrow hidden behind her daily smiles. "I believe in you," she says. "You can do it." Her son was finally joining the Dragon Society, his talent acknowledged by all. Theo silently vows to crush them, to get his revenge for his past life, and to honor the second chance heaven gave him. 2 weeks later, the day of the Dragon Society party finally arrives. Outside the Rose Palace, Remington is already waiting with a carriage to pick Ragnar up. The Theo Ragnar who appears today is a whole new person, with a completely different aura. The glow-up is so intense he looks like he just walked out of a top-tier salon. Everyone around them cheers for him. "Young Master Theo, you look like a new man." Remington is so stunned he can barely speak, stammering, "Is that really you?" Theo replies, "You too, Remington." Not knowing what else to say, Remington just motions for Theo to get into the carriage so they can head to the party. Even Theo himself feels happy. He's not just taller, but his muscles are more developed after 2 weeks of training. He remembers Remington had offered to practice with him. The two had grown quite close, and it wasn't just Remington, others started showing up every day to train with him too. Evelyn constantly complained that teaching him had become a hassle, with everyone flocking around him like he was fresh meat. Remington asks Theo, "I heard this is your first official party, isn't it?" Theo doesn't deny it. Remington immediately tries to reassure him, saying not to worry because he'll be right by his side. All Theo has to do is enjoy himself. However, his next hesitant words put a huge question mark in Theo's mind. Remington says that Action Ragnar wants to meet him. He admits the guy is a bit arrogant and annoying, but since he sent the invitation, Remington hopes Theo won't be too hard on him. Theo thinks to himself, just like that, everything is going according to plan. He doesn't even need to find that little brat Action Ragnar, because Action Ragnar is coming right to him. Playing it cool, Theo says he's looking forward to it. He's already fully prepared to be insulted today. After a few hours in the carriage, Theo and Remington finally arrive near the Camilla Palace. Inside, the brat Action Ragnar, known as the Mad Dog of the North, is lounging around, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Theo Ragnar, whom he considers the fool of the family. He's waiting for Theo like a kid waiting for a new toy to play with. As they arrive at the palace, Theo thinks about the one who instigated Brandon to interfere with his growth and those who hurt his mother. Remington leads the way inside, announcing that Action Ragnar is waiting to greet him, but Theo isn't even paying attention, lost in his own thoughts. The reason Action Ragnar invited him is clear. He wants to stop his progress. But he didn't come here without a plan. Theo is determined to show him that he's not someone to be trampled on so easily. Suddenly, Theo Ragnar notices a strange light coming from the building. He feels like it's the golden light of a quest. Lost in concentration, he doesn't notice his surroundings, and Remington has to shout to get his attention. "Theo, watch out." Theo Ragnar looks up to see something falling towards them. Remington is furious, realizing it's Action Ragnar's prank, but Theo calmly responds, "It's just flour." In his head, though, he thinks that in his past life, he would have never been able to dodge that. It's not hard to see the culprits, the ones watching them from the window. Remington shouts up at them, his voice filled with rage. "Action Ragnar, what are you doing?" Theo uses his observation skill to see Remington's true reaction. He'd initially suspected Remington might be in on it, but his genuine confusion proves otherwise. Action Ragnar just acts cold and unremorseful, saying it was just a basic greeting. Theo had already calculated this would happen, so he was prepared. He glares up at the smug Action Ragnar. Observing his thoughts and intentions, he's not surprised at all by this guy's pettiness, but he can't stay silent forever. If you don't roar, they'll mistake a tiger for a kitten. He has to do something. He starts walking toward them, and this action clearly surprises Remington. To Action Ragnar's complete shock, I actually thanked him. I gave him a friendly smile and told him since he went to all the trouble of welcoming me, I had to thank him properly. Action Ragnar seemed a little flustered for a second, but it didn't last. That weird, twisted smile quickly returned to his face. "You've gotten a lot more interesting since we last met." The party finally kicked off, and just as I expected, these people couldn't leave me alone. They kept whispering about me being a direct descendant. Remington felt terrible about it and rushed over to apologize, explaining they weren't normally like this. He figured they must be acting out because their mothers had been nagging them. But honestly, I couldn't care less what those jealous hyenas were saying. In fact, I thanked Remington. From the moment I walked in, my eyes were locked on that room glowing with blue light. I was sure it was a quest, but I couldn't figure out how to get there without raising suspicion, especially from that nosy bunch over there. While I was lost in thought, that brat Action Ragnar swaggered over, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It made me want to punch him, but I kept telling myself to stay calm. I couldn't let a little provocation ruin my plans. Standing on the steps, Action Ragnar offered a fake apology, then came over and slung his arm around me. "You'll accept my apology, won't you?" Remington saw this and looked furious, shouting at Action Ragnar like some overprotective CEO defending his damsel in distress. But I just replied, "That was just a greeting. Why would you need to apologize?" That brat Action Ragnar was stunned. A moment later, he burst out laughing, saying he couldn't believe how much I'd changed. That gossiping crowd just kept at it, throwing out sarcastic remarks about my background and where I came from. They just got worse and worse, wondering why Remington was always hyping me up. Then one of them sneered that Remington was also an illegitimate child. Remington heard it and just froze, a look of shame on his face. Hearing that trash talk, I decided I wasn't just going to sit here. I told Action Ragnar I needed to go greet some friends, pushed his hand off my shoulder, and headed for the disrespectful mob. I grabbed a bottle of liquor and walked right up to the blonde guy. "I'd like to offer you a drink." Then I smashed the bottle over his head, sending him sprawling. Both Action Ragnar and Remington were completely frozen in shock. The blonde guy scrambled to his feet, but before he could even look up, I kicked him right in the jaw, sending him flying. "I was just trying to say hello, but you seem to be in some pain." Everyone around us, especially Remington, was just staring in disbelief. A sense of satisfaction washed over me as the stat for escaping the fool title finally started to rise. I grabbed the blonde guy's hand and with one quick move, snapped it, immobilizing him. Just then, my stats jumped again, and a group of guards leaped down, surrounding me with 4 swords at my neck. Harming a young master is a crime punishable by death. I calmly asked them who this moron was. Turns out, he was Ian Havany, the 3rd young master of the Havany family. Even with blades at my throat, I felt no fear. In fact, my voice grew stronger, filled with contempt for his so-called noble family. The Havany family, one of the 6 great houses under Ragnar. It's amazing how a silver spoon makes you act so high and mighty. But I'm not the same person you all used to treat, like Ragnar's dog. To do so would be disrespectful to my current power and position. I stared them down. If you kill me, are you prepared to take responsibility for it? Simple words, but the pressure behind them made them tremble with fear. It finally dawned on them that I was a son of the Ragnar family, a legitimate heir to the throne. They messed with the wrong person. I gave a command to a mysterious figure to handle the riffraff. In just a few moves, it was over. Not a single one of them was left standing. It turns out the one who helped me was Evelyn, a legendary swordswoman. My quest progress shot up again as everyone at the party stared, stunned by my brutality. After it was all done, I called out to Evelyn. She looked at me and asked, "When did you realize I was following you, Sir Ragnar?" I just smiled. It was obvious. Honestly, I felt like with her here, I could turn any situation around without worry. 2 weeks ago, I remember Evelyn telling Sir Julius that her new disciple was brilliant, far surpassing Axion Ragnar. Sir Julius couldn't believe it, but Evelyn insisted my potential was undeniable. In the end, Evelyn chose to follow me because I was someone she didn't have to worry about. Sir Julius had also told her to train me, then recruit me for the Bronze Dragon Knights, inviting her to join as well. Back at the party, I had actually sensed her presence the moment I got in the carriage, thanks to the special ability of a dragon heart wielder. Suddenly, I called to Evelyn, announcing that everyone here had been disrespectful to an heir, and for that, they had to be punished. The moment they heard punishment, their faces went pale. They finally realized their mistake. As if my voice wasn't scary enough, their fear intensified. By law, I could execute you on the spot, but since most of you haven't had your awakening ceremony, I'll just take an arm. Before they could react, Evelyn moved. From the 2nd son of the Byron family to the eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps, every single person who had insulted me met the same fate. None of them escaped, and with each one, my system's mission stats just kept climbing. The day I complete this quest is getting closer. One guy, seeing his turn was coming, threw himself at my feet, begging for his life. But I had no reason to care about this piece of trash. Why should I save you? Before he could even process my words, Evelyn was there. He screamed in agony at my feet, which was exactly the result I'd been aiming for all along. The system notified me that my quest Escape the Title of the Useless Rafna had reached 82%. Just as I predicted, attending this party was a surefire way to boost my progress. Not one of the people Evelyn dealt with had an arm left. If they rushed them to a cleric now, maybe they could be reattached. But their lives as swordsmen were officially over, all because they couldn't control their mouths. Now, both Evelyn and Remington stood by my side, checking on me. Of course, Axion Ragnar saw all of this. He suddenly let out a quiet laugh. I guess he was thinking that the useless guy from the House of Heroes was now standing in a completely different position. He never imagined this day would come, but that just made the bloodlust in his eyes burn even brighter. His ambition was growing. He wanted to crush me under his heel. A foolish dream, if you ask me. The party was pretty much over, no reason to stick around. I called Evelyn and Remington to leave with me. As we passed Axion Ragnar, I grabbed his arm, smiled coldly, and said, "I had a lot of fun today, Axion Ragnar." Then I immediately walked away. But just as I stepped out the door, the system dinged. I had escaped the title of the useless, 100% complete. My words may have seemed casual, but they clearly unsettled Axion Ragnar. It seems he was finally starting to realize that I hadn't just changed on the outside. My inner strength had grown immensely too. A new system message appeared, congratulating me on completing the trial mission with my party member Evelyn. And with this, my real revenge finally begins. The main quest reward this time is an experience elixir, granting the user 5 whole levels, but only if you're under level 30. Cut to Camilla, where Axion Ragnar has returned to report the current situation to his uncle and mother. After hearing her son's story, Lady Camilla suddenly stops writing. They can't believe what they're hearing. Looking up, they see Axion Ragnar cowering timidly in the corner. Say that again. Well, that's what happens when you look down on people. You get exactly what's coming to you. Both the lady and Axion Ragnar's uncle have to stare reality right in the face. Meanwhile, Theo's hardcore fans are having a full-on fan meeting, drinking beer to celebrate his incredibly successful debut. Everyone is vibing, but Theo is sitting thoughtfully in a corner, lost in his own thoughts. That useless Theo took down everyone. Back at Camilla Palace, Lady Aemon is losing her mind, tearing into Axion Ragnar. You not only defended that worthless bum, you let your men get their hands chopped off? Lady Amin is so furious, her face is turning purple. She doesn't even want to speak to her incompetent son anymore, but she forces the words out. Axion Ragnar, terrified of his mother, can only say yes and silently take the verbal beating. The more Amin talks, the louder she gets, her volume cranked to the max. Her screaming echoes throughout the palace like the roar of a great lioness. It's infuriating, because she had warned her naive son about this for so long. If Theo gained any prominence, their plan to seize the Rose Palace would become infinitely harder. But her son never listened. Axion Ragnar tries to tell his mother not to worry, that he'll handle everything, but he's cut off before he can even finish his sentence. Lady Amin throws him out, telling him to go reflect on his foolish actions. His one small action has completely ruined the grand plan they had from the start. Her words grow heavier. This is all because you were too busy chasing after such shallow things. After that, Axion Ragnar leaves. Once her son is gone, Lady Amin can't help but wonder who he gets that impulsive nature from. Suddenly, a man's voice rings out from a corner of the room. He is exactly like you were when you were young, my lady. Lady Amin just glances over at him and asks, "Is this really the time to be joking?" The man doesn't argue, simply reassuring her that the situation isn't as bad as it seems, which leaves Amin utterly confused. He explains that the Rose Palace is part of the main family's domain, making it hard to possess. Even though it's seen as a gathering place for riffraff, it fundamentally has the family head's support. He proposes their best course of action is to find a justification. Theo, creating chaos at the party, is actually their lucky break. He's becoming the face of the Rose Palace, so they'll use the Dragon's Fang Guild incident to legally suppress him. Lady Amin thinks it over. The reason she was always worried about Theo getting stronger was because if his influence grew, the family head would start paying more attention to the Rose Palace. But the plan her brother just laid out is actually very reasonable. If they push them into a corner, the Rose Palace will have no choice. Her scowl suddenly melts away, replaced by a cute, sly expression. Clasping her hands behind her back, she nods in agreement. How long will it take to prepare? Her brother just smiles slightly, saying everything is already prepared, and then he slips into his classic bad boy persona. He reaches into his pocket, telling Lady Amin to go get a good night's sleep. When she wakes up tomorrow morning, she'll definitely hear some very interesting news. He gives her a gift, pulling her into a hug. So sleep well. The sweetest honey can be deadly, and the older the ginger, the spicier. Lady Amin looks at the old man, her eyes shining brighter than car headlights. She is completely smitten. She wraps her arms around her brother's neck. Everything he's doing is exactly what she hoped for, and she's so happy she can't contain her cheeky smile. That's why I can't help but love you. Seriously. I'm over 70 years old in spirit, and I've never seen a pair of siblings this crazy. If I met them in real life, I'd have to throw a punch. Back at the party, Remington suddenly starts pouring his heart out to Theo. He's incredibly grateful for Theo's actions today, saying he never would have imagined Theo would take such good care of him. Theo is just sitting there, with no idea what Remington is talking about. "What are you trying to say?" he asks, while probably thinking this guy is drunk and might even have a crush on him. Remington slumps his head onto the table, talking about the Dragon's Fang party. He must have sensed something different in Theo, who usually just endures all the insults about himself. But when the others started mocking Remington, Theo was the only one who stepped up to defend him. Remington suddenly feels ashamed of himself for not being able to do anything. Remington glances at Theo, his face suddenly blushing. He thinks to himself that every time he sees Theo, he finds a new surprise. Maybe if they spend more time together, feelings will develop. In his heart, Theo is just too amazing. Every day, he has to listen to insults like talentless or bastard, but instead of letting it break him, Theo just becomes stronger and stronger. The more he thinks about it, the more he's convinced. Even Theo standing up to the Camilla Palace, he thinks Theo did all of it for him. Remington's gaze on Theo becomes increasingly hazy and hard to read, but it's really because he's moved that his friend cares so much, and Theo uses his observation skill to see all of this. This is bad. Remington is completely misunderstanding his actions. Theo only did those things because he was annoyed. There was no deeper meaning to it. Suddenly, Remington slams the table and beats his chest, declaring that from now on, he will follow Theo for the rest of his life. Hearing this, the crowd erupts in cheers. This is exactly what they wanted for the strong to follow the strong. Now they finally have wise leaders to guide them. Theo, however, is just frozen in place. Everything is happening way too fast, way too dangerously. He hasn't even thought about this. Theo tries to tell Remington, "Wait, I think you've misunderstood something." But before he can say more, a voice rings out above his head, telling him to just let it happen. Theo immediately recognizes the voice of the god. He turns his head and sees Evelyn looking back at him with a slight smile. Evelyn reminds Theo that this isn't such a bad misunderstanding. Besides, it seems like everyone here really wants to be on good terms with him. Theo is surprised at first, but then lets it go with a small sigh. I'm not anyone special. Everything that's happened, from his return to the past and receiving Vapna's gift to becoming this strong, it's all thanks to the system notifications. He wonders, what exactly is this? At first, he thought it was just fragments of his regrets, but looking closer, he's starting to get a different feeling, as if he's experienced this before, even though he can't remember clearly. In any case, this confusing thing is helping him out a lot, so there's no need to worry about it. With the Dragon's Fang incident over, he notices his level has also gone up. He realizes that every time he levels up, he can become stronger. The thought is both terrifying and exciting, but for now, he needs to prepare for Camilla's counterattack. After a moment of thought, Theo decides to ask Remington for help. He walks over and says, "Remy, can you do me a favor?" Remington, of course, looks intrigued by his offer. "Of course, Master Theo, but you just called me Remy, so casually." Theo doesn't really notice the detail and hands Remington a small piece of paper. "The war for the throne between me and Akshay Ragnar will become." Remington looks a bit surprised, but smiles and agrees to help prepare everything Theo needs. Before Remington can ask any more questions, someone bursts through the door. It's soldiers in full armor, holding a document with a red seal. They declare loudly, "Theo Ragnar, you are under arrest for threat and assault." Theo saw this coming from a mile away, so he's completely calm, telling everyone to just chill out. "It's okay, just stay calm." Theo steps forward, reads the arrest warrant, and yeah, it's legit. Before they take him, he gives Remington and Evelyn a secret signal about the jobs they need to do. They both understand immediately. Remington holds the note Theo gave him earlier, knowing this is one of those secret plans he carefully prepared. Cut to the Rose Palace, where the butler gives this urgent news to Phony and Cecilia. She's worried sick, clueless about what's happening. When she hears Theo is accused of inciting a riot at the wedding feast, she's so shocked she literally collapses to the ground, trying to tell herself. Theo will absolutely get through this. He's always been that kind of person. The lady is a wreck, but all she can do now is pray for his safe return. On the way to the courthouse, Theo looks out, thinking. After completely destroying the Lunlong Society, he knew this wouldn't end with his simple detention. They were definitely putting him on trial for this. Theo gets it dragging an heir like him before the court means one thing. They're testing him, trying to see if he's worthy of being a successor. Stepping into the trial room, Theo stands alone against four absolute powerhouses: Demon Dragon, Julius Ragnar, Heaven Dragon, Edge Ovian, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar, and the head of the National Council, Gukgang. Lord Gukgang speaks first, demanding Theo explain his crimes. Theo can see the raw contempt in his eyes as he calls him a bastard, endlessly berating him and asking if he can handle the consequences. But Theo was prepared for this. He feels zero fear standing before these titans, and his calm response? It sends a shockwave through the entire court. The people there just can't believe it. Instead of bowing his head and apologizing for his crimes, this is how he reacts. Theo starts laying out his logic. Those families are all citizens of Ragnar. The kingdom gave them land and honor, so they owe it their loyalty and their lives. That is the way of the night, yet those cowards dared to threaten their lord. Hearing this, Lord Julius doesn't seem surprised at all. In his eyes, Theo is as impressive as ever. But on the other side, Lord Gukgang is getting angrier by the second. He shouts, pointing right at Theo, saying his words are just pathetic excuses that make him want to throw a punch. Then, out of nowhere, the Sword Dragon pipes up, saying that technically, what Theo said is correct. She supports his logic but says he needs to be smarter. Even Ragnar, as strong as he is, has to listen to his vassals or he'll fall sooner or later. Ragnar gets it instantly. He just nods obediently and says, "I will keep that in mind." Theo realizes this woman is the Sword Dragon, the first wife of the North's most brilliant Sword Clan patriarch. Luckily, she doesn't seem to hate him, but her actions are still pretty hard to read. Theo asks the council what punishment he'll receive. Lord Gukgang thinks for a moment then decides 3 months of probation. Hearing that, Theo's heart sinks. He tells Gukgang his awakening ceremony is in 2 months. This probation will completely ruin him. Gukgang gets even more furious that Theo is talking back, screaming that he dares to argue. But the Sword Dragon beside him says they've already considered that, and they've decided Theo will join the awakening ceremony next year instead. And those 15 people he beat down, they'll be joining him. Talk about a fateful reunion. So, thanks to the Sword Dragon's intervention, the punishment is much lighter. Apparently, before the trial, the four of them had discussed a much harsher penalty, but Lord Julius had argued against it. The Heaven Dragon, Edge, thinks to himself this isn't so bad. Theo caused the awakening ceremony to be delayed, bringing a huge loss of honor to the Ragnar family name. And with the champion of the Rose Palace shouldering all this shame, it gives the Camilla Palace countless valid reasons to finally surpass them. If things just keep going like this, their plan will be set into motion. Theo has no choice but to accept it, or so they think. In a stunning move, Theo decides to appeal the verdict, leaving all four of them completely frozen in shock. Joy, Van hears this and can't hide his joy. This Theo guy, he thinks, is a total idiot. As far as he's concerned, this move just makes their own plans way easier. Lord Julius asks Theo if he even knows what an appeal means. Obviously, Theo is confident he wouldn't have said it otherwise. He's smart enough to know this whole mess won't be resolved with just 3 months of probation. That probation was just a light warning the demon dragon had to be pulling the strings. So Theo declares, bold and fearless, that under the proud name of Ragnar, an appeal means war. He knows Julius was trying to help him, but Theo never planned on accepting a light slap on the wrist. On the contrary, he wants a reward. The system dings. The main scenario starts now. The first quest for this new scenario is called the Path of the Successor. We cut to a secret northern branch of the Sire's Merchant Guild, where a brutal battle is raging. A lone figure in a black cloak is taking on all the enemies. This person has already wiped out tons of the Merchant Guild's men. It turns out to be Evelyn. She and Remington are here, fighting under the command of Theo Ragnar. Remington calls out. So they were hiding here after all, just like Theo's note said. Remington glances down at a box, wondering what's inside that made them destroy an entire guild branch. Because of this, Ed Troven's Camilla Palace is now completely ruined. Back at the trial, Guckgang asks Theo if turning 3 months probation into a war makes him beyond arrogant. He claims there's no way Theo alone can face the combined might of 15 families, but Theo remains calm and cool, saying that's a challenge he simply must overcome. He even flips the question back on Guckgang, asking if it's not normal to use a proxy battle for an appeal when the power disparity is this huge. After hearing Theo's words, Lord Julius is lost in thought. Normally, an appeal is settled through combat, a clear winner and loser. But when a direct fight is impossible due to a massive power gap, they use a proxy battle where each side sends a champion. Julius thinks if that happens, Theo is sure to lose. Is he hiding some kind of trump card? He thinks if Theo believes Evelyn or he himself will step up as his champion, he's in for a harsh and disappointing reality. Theo lays out his proposal: use representatives and hold the proxy battle within 1 week. Up above, Ed Troven scoffs, thinking this is some pathetic tactic. He assumes Theo is dreaming that the demon dragon or Evelyn will fight for him. He arrogantly decides he'll send Asen out to teach the kid a lesson he'll never forget. Little does he know that after that wedding party, Asen's attitude towards Theo has already changed dramatically. He quickly nods, about to ramble on about the representatives, when a powerful voice cuts in, stunning all 4 judges and Theo himself. I thought you were just a quiet child, but it seems you are quite skilled in these clever games. You have changed a lot since I last saw you, my son. The voice is both majestic and calm, radiating immense power. All 5 of them, including Theo, immediately kneel to greet the patriarch respectfully. His authority here is absolute, commanding respect from everyone. As he's kneeling to his father, the system suddenly appears, giving him a new quest: take over Camilla Palace and discover its secrets. Theo suddenly remembers the strange green light he saw coming from that very palace. I bet there's something hidden in that room, but things were so chaotic that day, I completely forgot about it after coming home. But now is not the time to get distracted. First, I have to deal with the chaos right in front of me. Just one tiny mistake, and my entire, carefully crafted plan will go up in smoke. My father's appearance right now is a huge, unknown variable. The moment Killis stepped inside, he ordered me to stand. On his way here, he'd already heard about my situation and my decision to appeal. If that's the case, it would be extremely difficult for me to participate as my own representative. He looked at me with a straight face and asked who I had chosen to represent me. I thought for a moment, then bowed my head and said that from the moment I decided to appeal, I knew I had to be the one to step forward and do it myself. Dad immediately told me I'd lose if I did that, but honestly, I didn't care. I told him straight up, how will I know if I don't even try? I began my little speech, saying that even if I'm forced to bow my head, I will never let others trample all over me. Those words made my father burst out laughing. He covered his face and just let out a huge, roaring laugh. Did you all hear that? The words of my son. It was clear my speech had made my father incredibly satisfied. This attitude was exactly what he wanted to see. I humbly bowed and thanked him for his praise. In truth, I had my own plan. The representative duel I proposed was just bait from the start. I never intended to fight. So this development is actually great, since I can speak the truth without holding back. Before coming here, I had already asked Remington and Evelyn to help find evidence of the Camilla Palace's treasonous plot. Once I had that proof, I could win without even lifting a finger. But then, out of nowhere, my father offered me a chance. As the master of Vapna, he wanted to test me with a single strike. I was totally shocked by his words. Lord Kille told me to forget the trial. Right now, if I could withstand one blow from him, he would personally clear me of all charges. After saying that, he turned to walk outside, but S. Choiven stopped them. Patriarch, That is impossible. Estroven was starting to panic, seeing their entire plan about to fall apart. A one-strike test meant the Patriarch was beginning to acknowledge me. If I survived, I would definitely earn his official recognition. In his heart, he still thought there was no way I could withstand that blow. But in life, you never know what if by some miracle I actually pulled through. Wouldn't that be a total disaster for him? He was determined to stop the Patriarch from favoring me. He started bringing up the law to prevent what was about to happen, but before he could finish, the Patriarch cut him off. Silence. If a subordinate dares to speak like that, you simply get rid of him. Hearing that, you bet he shut his mouth immediately. One more word and he'd probably be torn into 100 pieces. Forget about having an opinion. Suddenly, the Patriarch noticed something Lord Julius had been chuckling this whole time. He explained it had just been a long while since he'd seen Lord Kila this amused, so he was a little excited himself. Getting back to the point, the Patriarch turned to me and asked, "So, what do you say, son?" My mind started racing. A single blow from my father could change everything, sending it in a direction I never saw coming. My original plan? Yeah, that was completely shattered. But a change like this, it's always the start of something new. I started speaking carefully, saying that this was a heavy burden for me. How could a single blow from my father compare to a representative match? Hearing this, Patriarch Killa seemed a bit displeased, asking if I was refusing. But to his surprise, I said no. I just wanted to express how unfair this change was. Patriarch Kyle listened, but he didn't understand. What could possibly be unfair about it? I told him that since the challenge for my appeal had become much tougher, then maybe my compensation should increase as well. Patriarch Kille asked for an example, and I immediately took the chance, my eyes darting towards S. Joyven. Something like, "Camilla Palace," I said, making S. Joyven's face go pale instantly. You could see how my suggestion hit him right where it hurt. He couldn't stop himself from cursing me under his breath, calling me a bastard. The Duke standing beside him also thought to himself that I was insane for making such a demand. But shockingly, Patriarch Kille agreed instantly, without a second thought, stunning everyone. He was extremely pleased with my attitude. If you want to succeed, you have to be this bold. Now this is my son. He turned and asked if anyone objected. Obviously, no one wanted to stand against a raging fire and oppose his decision. Patriarch Killa turned and walked out to the arena, feeling incredibly excited. He himself would test me, right here, right now. We both went out to the dueling grounds before the 4 judges from the trial. At a corner, Estroven was sweating bullets, feeling like he'd just triggered his own self-destruction. Who would have thought the trap he set would become my personal launchpad to the heavens? But after calming down, he felt there was nothing to worry about. No matter how much stronger I had gotten, there was no way I could block a full-power strike from the head of the family. This was something no one in history had ever managed to do. He was absolutely certain I'd be meeting my ancestors very soon. From inside the arena, I could practically see Estroven thinking I was guaranteed to lose. Not surprising at all, but too bad for him, because there was no way I'd let that happen, not when I had the rewards from those trials. The Patriarch suddenly remembered and asked if I had taken the elixir before coming, but then he figured, even if I had, my aura couldn't have changed enough to beat him, so he dismissed it. It wasn't really a problem. I could feel it. My father was starting to get serious, ready to begin the battle. He stood there, ready to go. I just gave a firm, resolute nod. "All right," Patriarch Killa said. Normally, he'd use his Earth Phase sword, but since I couldn't use mana yet, he decided he would only use this rusty old sword today. Just as we reached an agreement, it began. And even though it had just started, the aura pouring from the Patriarch was enough to terrify anyone. A red light, like the color of death itself, radiated from him, designed to intimidate any opponent. I could feel that aura, but I didn't show any fear. Instead, I was filled with admiration that my father could create this much pressure just by showing his fighting spirit. But the pressure he was putting on me was immense. The Patriarch was also surprised that even at this point, I hadn't flinched at all. "I'm surprised you're still standing." I didn't say anything, just smirked to myself. Of course I could stand. My strength stat had already tripled. After all, the system had rewarded me with an experience-boosting elixir from my last successful mission. After using it, I jumped 5 whole levels. Getting to fight my dad like this was actually making me feel excited and refreshed. It felt like I had left the world of ordinary people and stepped into the realm of monstrous geniuses. With my current power, I was confident I could block a full power blow from my dad without any problem. Lost in my thoughts, I looked up to see my father already high in the air, preparing to dive down and attack. I focused completely, ready to block this attack as perfectly as possible. With my current abilities, I could clearly see his attack coming. Patriarch Killa descended. When our 2 swords clashed, the ground around us exploded. Their battle was like a giant bomb, one touch capable of destroying an entire city. The people watching outside must have all thought I was done for, that there was no way to survive a catastrophe like this. But Lord Killa just let out a laugh, saying it had been a very long time since anyone had made him feel as proud as I had. I had completely succeeded in stopping Patriarch Keela's sword, but after that block, the sword in my hand shattered into pieces. As the smoke clears, Theo's image appears, shocking everyone present. Everyone except Julius, that is. This was likely all part of his plan. He had always been proud of Theo, and this was a moment the boy truly deserved. Theo proved his own innocence with sheer force of will. Chief Kyle announces the trial is over. The system then flashes. Quest complete, withstand a full power attack from Kyle. For completing the quest, the system rewards him with an inventory and a green key. And after all that, Theo finally asks, "Where am I?" The moment the words leave his mouth, as if on cue, his mother cries out in relief. He's finally awake. Before Theo can even get his bearings, she's already a mess of tears and frantic shouts. She starts listing her grievances, asking if he has any idea how much she suffered. Hearing that her precious son, her darling boy, took a direct hit from the family head, she thought she was going to die with him. His mother keeps asking if he's hurt anywhere, telling him to stand up and do a few spins to see if his joints are okay. Theo can only sigh, but he knows it's because she loves him. He does his best to calm her down, assuring her he's completely fine. After all that drama, he finally gets a look at his surroundings. This place is way too fancy, nothing like his old room with the superhero posters. So, where am I? Really? Just then, Julius appears out of nowhere. He explains that on the family head's orders, the previous residents of Camilla Palace, including Axion Ragnar's whole crew, have been kicked out. The realization hits Theo like a ton of bricks. If that's true, then the place he's in now must be Camilla Palace. Julius just smiles and confirms his suspicion. Yes, this is Camilla Palace. The system pops up, the scenario has been updated. Theo receives a new quest, the Path to Fame. This time, he must take over Camilla Palace and uncover its secrets. The takeover part of the mission is already complete, but now he has to find that secret. Meanwhile, outside, Lady Aemon is absolutely losing her mind, furious about being thrown out of her beloved palace. Why did this happen? It's not fair. She's so agitated she can't stop stomping her feet on the ground. The surrounding servants have no idea how to calm her down and stop her tantrum. Standing a short distance away, Axion Ragnar and Ed Troyven can only watch the scene unfold, unsure of what to do next. But Ed Troyven is losing his composure. His eyes are filled with pure hatred. Ed Troyven gives the order, Axion Ragnar must kill Theo. Axion Ragnar's been itching to do that for a while now, but seeing Theo's power, he seems a little less confident in his own abilities. Still, he reassures his uncle that during the awakening ceremony, he will definitely clip one of Theo's wings. But Ed Troyven wants much more than that. He wants Axion Ragnar to take Theo's entire head, not just an arm. Axion Ragnar glances at his uncle, notices the man is clearly unstable, and decides silence is golden. No point provoking a madman who might just lash out and slap him. The scene shifts back inside Camilla Palace, where Theo has begun exploring the former home of the traitors. As he walks, he thinks about how things have taken a different turn from his original plan. But luckily, it's a positive turn. He managed to claim this palace easily without even using his trump card. It seems the heavens are smiling on him. Better yet, he unlocked a new system function, the inventory. Theo reaches his hand in, expecting to pull out something amazing like an iPhone 16 Pro Max, but the first thing he grabs is just an apple. He can't believe it. This inventory also provides food service. It seems like anything really is possible in this world. But now, for the main event. Theo reaches in again, this time pulling out a key. This is a green key, used to open a dungeon, but it has to match the specific lock it's meant for. Theo is certain this key is connected to that room glowing with blue light. Wasting no more time, he approaches the door, ready to stick the key in and find out exactly what that mother-son duo was hiding in this otherwise unremarkable palace. Theo inserts the key into the lock, and just as he predicted, it's connected to the mysterious room within the palace. But the moment he opens the door, what appears before him is a deep earthen tunnel, leading into a dark and savage-looking underground. A system notification pops up. Theo is the first person to discover this place. He steps inside, determined to clear this room, no matter what kind of monster lurks within. He can't miss a golden opportunity for double experience points. He takes one step inside, then remembers he can't go in empty-handed. That would be a rookie mistake. He uses the divine inventory the system gave him to pull out a set of armor and a sword. With that, Theo follows the path, venturing deeper to investigate. Almost immediately, he encounters a wolf, drool dripping from its mouth as it stares him down. This thing is huge, dark, and menacing. Calling it a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The wolf then begins to cautiously approach Theo. This cunning wolf pretends to be an innocent creature to get closer to Theo. Then, when he's not paying attention, it lunges, aiming to bite him from behind. But Theo is ready, and handsome. He was prepared from the moment he stepped in here. He was just playing along to test the wolf, but he didn't expect it to turn on him so quickly. He raises the shield he just got, catching the wolf's entire jaw. Strong, you damned beast. But the wolf isn't giving up on this handsome meal that easily. After biting the shield, it now has to quickly back off and find another way to eat him. The wolf lunges at Theo once more, mouth wide open. Theo stabs at it a few times to block its advance, but the beast's hide is incredibly thick, and it moves too fast. A half-hearted attack won't even scratch it. All of this proves one thing. This is no ordinary wolf. A creature this cunning had to have been personally trained by a true master. This wolf is probably as strong as a monster from the Demon's Sea, beyond the northern wall. A tough opponent like this can't be beaten with normal tactics. He needs to find another way. Theo thinks for a moment, then rushes the wolf, attempting to use the pure white arc, but the move fails. As expected, you can't just copy a high-level skill that easily. So, Theo changes his strategy. If the key is to put everything into a single strike, then he'll focus on honing his swordsmanship and speed, a lesson Evelyn had taught him. After a moment of movement, the wolf suddenly loses track of Theo, and its expression instantly changes. Too slow. Theo is already behind it, ready to send it straight to hell. The wolf lets out a piercing scream. The last strike from Theo managed to injure one of its eyes. It's not completely defeated, but Theo taunts the wolf anyway. His attack only made it more ferocious. It lunges at Theo again, desperate for a taste of fresh meat, but Theo isn't afraid of this beast. He raises his sword, telling himself he can do this. The scene cuts to 2 months later at training ground number 4. Someone reports that the grounds are getting more crowded every day. Rumors have been spreading that the clan head personally taught Theo the single strike. So now, more and more people want to challenge him. As Sibin and his friends are talking, a blonde-haired guy calls out to them with a mocking tone, asking where Theo is. That blonde guy is Henry Morris, an apprentice knight from the Plum Blossom Palace. He dares to call Theo a coward, which makes his friends absolutely furious. But he doesn't get to laugh for long. Sibin, unable to hold it in, rushes forward with a sword strike, shutting him up immediately. Sibin lets out a string of insults so intense that even his own teammates start sweating. Theo has to remind him that he shouldn't be commenting on other people's appearances like that. But these guys deserve it, Sibin says. Then he orders his team to draw their swords and teach these disrespectful punks a lesson. The other group is more than ready, each one grabbing a sword. A full-blown fight is about to break out. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light floods the area, and just like that, Ragnar appears, leaving everyone completely stunned. This guy is one of the top members of the Northern Command. Right after Ragnar shows up, another uninvited guest arrives, Hucker's Lanky. As if one surprise wasn't enough. Now everyone's just staring, wondering what kind of crazy day it is for 2 members of the Northern Command to be here. Huckers arrives looking totally disappointed. He only came here to challenge Theo Ragnar. But Theo's nowhere in sight, just a bunch of strangers picking fights with his friends. Meanwhile, Theo is deep inside a dungeon, grinding out experience points as system notifications continuously announce his successful level-ups. He's already taken out 170 monsters, and his stats have skyrocketed. After an exhausting battle, Theo takes a sip of a red potion and instantly feels his strength return, as if the fight never even happened. It was a newbie recovery potion. But he can't leave just yet. There's still one beast remaining. He grabs a flashlight and starts hunting down the final boss. But by the time he reaches the 5th floor, the light gives out. Now, all he has left is his sword. Even the magic pouch from the system is almost empty. The sword he's holding was a birthday gift from his mother in his past life. They used to argue constantly, especially during his awakening ceremony, so he just tossed the sword aside to rust. Looking at it now, he realizes this is one seriously good blade. His memory flashes back to that birthday, when the clock struck midnight and his mother excitedly appeared at his bedroom door. She was followed by a line of servants, each one carrying a gift to celebrate him officially coming of age. But back then, a cold-hearted Theo just yelled at her, saying he didn't want to waste time on a birthday. His words left his mother utterly and completely devastated. In this life, Theo is determined not to repeat the same mistakes. That single thought propels his feet forward, bringing him closer to the monster's chamber. The system flashes a warning. He's at the boss room. Inside is a super-powered demon, a direct descendant of a powerful line. So he needs to be careful with every single step. Just as the message disappears, the boss materializes. It's nothing like the demons he's fought before. This time, it's a dragon. As Theo gets closer, it seems to be a lesser dragon, which calms his nerves a little, but not entirely. The Ragnar family is known as the descendants of the dragon, and now, the final boss of this bizarre quest is a dragon itself. This gets Theo thinking, is this just a coincidence, or is there a hidden meaning behind it all? One thing's for sure, he has to defeat this beast to complete his quest, but can he take down such a colossal creature? This one is all on him. There's no Evelyn or Remington here to help him now. He decides on his first move, Thunder, a skill he already perfected on those ferocious wolves. It might not compare to his father's legendary dragon Thunder, but if he can channel the full power of his dragon heart, he's sure he can inflict some serious damage on this beast. And with that, he lunges, plunging his sword into the creature with all of his might. His effort pays off. The strike lands true on the dragon. Blood begins to trickle from the dragon's wound as it roars in agony, but the damage still isn't enough. Theo refuses to give up. He's determined to fight to the end, believing he can take this thing down in an instant. It's clear his old plan has completely fallen apart. He needs to think of a new approach, and fast. For a beast this tough, he'll need to distract it with a normal attack first, and then aim for its weak spot. The system's notification color switches from blue to red, signaling extreme danger. A fear status effect has reduced his abilities by 10%. He's only now realizing that he feels rooted to the spot, unable to run. Theo is completely helpless, forced to watch as the dragon closes in for the attack. The dragon gets closer and unleashes a massive energy blast, sending Theo flying. He slams into the ground hard, but he's somehow okay. This boss is different. If he lets this fight drag on, it's only going to get worse. The dragon doesn't stop, immediately charging at Theo again, but he refuses to stand still, rushing forward himself. In his mind, he's already targeted the monster's weakness for a finishing blow. Theo slams his sword into the dragon's reverse scale, and the beast lets out a blood-curdling scream. Hearing the creature's cry, Theo knows his attack was a success, but this only makes the dragon even more furious. It bares its vicious fangs, glaring daggers at Theo. Meanwhile, outside, Huckers and Jay are still arguing. Huckers yells right in Jay Rafna's face, "Theo Ragnar is fighting me first." Jay Rafna simply ignores the brute, calmly covering one ear while taunting him. "You lost." Huckers explodes, shouting that their last fight was 3 years ago. He insists his skills have improved daily and that 3 years was enough to close the power gap. But Jay couldn't care less, coldly calling him a loser once more, which pushes Huckers right over the edge. He demands a rematch, with the winner getting to fight Theo. He then launches an attack, but Jay blocks it effortlessly, despite Hucker's sword being 10 times bigger than his own. This sudden battle leaves the onlookers completely shocked. They have no idea what's happening, but seeing two members of the Northern Command fighting has them all terrified. As Jay and Huckers clash with intense killing intent, someone suddenly leaps between them, stopping both of their blades cold. "If you two want to fight, take it somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's territory." The speaker is none other than Remington. Seeing him just makes Huckers even more excited. "Remy, perfect timing. I'll take you on too." This guy just seems desperate for a fight. Remington, completely annoyed by this oaf, just socks him one. As they're all arguing, a chilling aura suddenly washes over them, making everyone's blood run cold. Even the ever-vigilant Remington wonders where this incredible killing intent is coming from. They turn to see a figure approaching. Remington guesses who it is, but the immense pressure means something incredible must have happened while Theo was training. Finally, Theo Ragnar has appeared. Huckers is absolutely thrilled. The opponent he's been dying to fight is finally here. In just 2 months, Theo had fought over 100 monsters and even defeated the lesser dragon, Raleigh. The moment Theo struck the dragon's reverse scale, he thought it was all over for him. It was a desperate gamble that almost cost him everything. Luckily, it worked. For dragons, that single scale is always their weakness. The system rewards Theo with the fang of the lesser dragon Raleigh, an upgrade material that increases a weapon's durability. Theo decides to use the fang to fully repair his sword. After all, it was a gift from his mother, and the fight with the dragon had damaged it quite a bit. But the rewards aren't over yet. The system announces that Theo has acquired the skill, Fear of the Lesser Dragon Raleigh. It's a D+ rank skill that unleashes the dragon's signature aura, overwhelming nearby enemies and striking terror into weaker targets. Theo is overjoyed. He'd heard only a chosen few could obtain this skill and never imagined he'd be so lucky. But then a thought strikes him: this skill might not be very effective in Rafna, where countless powerful people live. Regardless, his mission here is finally complete. System notification. The Camilla Palace dungeon has officially been cleared. Theo stumbles out of the room, looking completely drained. A system message pops up, congratulating him for completing the mission and granting him the next reward, a family compass. Theo stares at his new toy, clueless about what it does, but figures he should store it safely for now. He opens his storage and tucks the compass away. Theo then staggers, trying to drag his body back to his room for some rest. 2 months of torment from those demon wives has pushed him to his limit. His body feels borrowed, like it's not even his anymore. But he doesn't get far before a maid calls his name. "Young Master Theo, there you are. We have an urgent matter." Theo turns, and his exhausted expression completely shocks the maid. She asks what on earth could have happened to him. He just ignores her concern and asks what's going on. The maid reports a huge fight at training ground number 4. and all thoughts of sleep instantly vanish from Theo's mind. And this brings us right back to the opening scene. Theo strides toward the crowd, his presence overwhelming. His Lysander Gith fierce skill activates, blanketing the entire arena. With a single glance, he orders the crowd to part. This immediately catches the eye of Hookox. The man laughs as he watches the others fall, then brandishes his sword, his spirit fired up and ready for a real fight. "I knew it," he smirks. "I had a feeling you would be interesting." Hookox lunges forward with a powerful strike, but Theo effortlessly parries it, redirecting the blade aside and making his opponent immediately suspicious. Hookox is stunned that his signature attack was deflected so easily. Even Theo is surprised he blocked that. The old Him would have been critically injured by that blow. But Black Bear Hookox isn't one to quit. His competitive spirit blazing, he charges in once more. This personality of his comes from always being seen as the weakest of the four greats. He never perfected his weapon arts and wasn't born particularly sharp, so he's always been desperate to prove he's not inferior to anyone. But that was only compared to the other three. As a member of the Ragnar Clan, he has never once been defeated in a contest of pure strength. Theo is brimming with confidence. Against his current power, that blade is nothing. He can't just block it, he can counter it. Theo unleashes one final, decisive slash, knocking the massive man unconscious on the ground, unable to even open his eyes. Looking down at the unconscious Hookox, Theo is actually shocked at himself. He realizes he must have used his full power. Luckily, his opponent was the famously durable Hookox, so he was only knocked out. His men, having just witnessed an incredible show, rush over cheering. Young Master Theo defeated the Black Bear, one of the four greats, with just a single strike. Theo thinks they're laying it on a bit thick and tries to calm them down, saying Hookox is just unconscious. But right as the words leave his mouth, his sword suddenly cracks and shatters in two. Theo stares in disbelief at the broken blade while his men continue roaring. That was the sword his mother gave him for his birthday. But completely opposite to Theo's dark mood, his men just get more hyped. As expected of the young master, he even destroyed his own sword with one attack. Through all of this, Zerakaina just watches in silence. A memory surfaces. A snowy winter night. They were just children, and she was outside in a summer dress with bare feet. Her face was flushed red from the biting cold, but she didn't seem to notice. Theo found her on the street and immediately wrapped his own scarf around her neck, but even that didn't feel like enough. So, Theo decided to take her home. He smiled brightly and took her by the hand. "Come to my house, I'll take you back home when the snow stops." Remembering this, a faint smile touches Zerakaina's lips. Remington, who's watching, is totally confused. He thinks he must have imagined it, but he could have sworn he just saw Zerakaina smile, something he had never witnessed before. Sometime later, one afternoon at the Camilla Palace, everyone is celebrating Theo's birthday. They're congratulating him for being granted the title of Luster Tiger the Glorious Tiger. His mother appears, carrying a huge bowl of abalone. She explains these are a limited catch from the Idrian Sea, slow-roasted with butter that can only be sourced from exclusive farms at the foot of the mountains. As she's talking, she's already busy stuffing abalone into her son's mouth, hoping he'll grow up big and strong and make money to provide for his mother. Before he can even finish chewing, his mother urges him to try the chicken, raised only on special grain from Western Lazaria. The poultry is carefully butchered at just the right time, then stewed with ginseng imported from a far eastern nation called Duke Sin. Theo's head is spinning from being force-fed, but seeing his mother's joyful face triggers a memory. After eating until his stomach is bulging, Theo finally presents the broken sword to his mother. The madam sees the broken sword, her jaw dropping in utter shock. Theo begins to explain. He tells her it broke when he was training too hard and apologizes since it was such a precious birthday gift from her. Suddenly, the madam slams her hand down on the table. That damn old liar. Theo is floored. In his eyes, his mother was a gentle soul who never so much as raised her voice. Turns out, she's furious because she feels completely scammed by the merchant. The old liar she's talking about swore the sword was made of famous white steel and steelwood, promising it would never break. Hearing steelwood, Theo asks if she means the kind from the southern Geo forest. His mother just insists the merchant cheated her. Theo had heard of the wood. He knew it was good, but had no idea it was so valuable. He wonders where she even found a sword like that. The madam declares she's going to find that seller and get to the bottom of this. This time, she vows to bring Theo the most perfect sword in the world. Theo, at a loss for words, humbly says any replacement will do. But his mother refuses. She says that now that people are finally recognizing her son's true worth, Theo needs to shine even brighter. Besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, so they can't just cut corners. She refuses to let her son appear with some old, worn-out sword. With that, she turns and heads for the door. A surprised Theo asks where she's going. She looks back with total confidence. They're going to the best workshop in all of Wintolera, the Basque workshop. The Bascade Workshop is known as one of Wintelera's most reputable weapon manufacturers. Its fame comes from its colossal size, rivaling a factory. But that's not even its most special quality. The most remarkable thing about the Bascade Workshop is its master. This person is ranked special grade by intelligence agencies, a true master artisan. In this world, only two are known as capitalist elves, the demon artisan CHA. And here she is, a woman with platinum, white hair and long ears, always covered in soot from the forge. But her presence is absolutely mesmerizing. She turns her head, sees Theo and his mother, and is the first to speak. Well, look who it is. Seeing the legend in person, Theo is both awestruck and honored. He can't believe he's actually meeting her. He wonders how his mother could possibly know someone so famous, and then she tells him something that makes him freeze solid. He'd never heard this before. He always believed his mother was an orphan. But it turns out his maternal grandmother is that very same high-ranking elf, and his grandmother flatly refuses to acknowledge any mother-daughter relationship. Mother, I'm sorry, dear customer, but that relationship ended the moment you chose to run away. From her tone, this isn't their first argument. But for Theo, the news is so shocking he's struggling to process it. If this is true, then it means he has elven blood in him too. No wonder he was born so handsome. He turns heads wherever he goes. All right, back to the main event. His grandma asks why they're here, so his mom just tosses the so-called magic sword right at her. We're here to return a faulty product. His grandmother catches it with lightning speed, staring at the sword in disbelief. She's a master smith, completely confident in her creations. She knows for a fact that once a sword leaves her workshop, it is absolutely flawless. There are no exceptions. But when she draws the blade and sees nothing but the hilt, suspicion starts to creep in. Meanwhile, Theo's mom keeps complaining about this unreliable shop. Theo, on the other hand, is just drooling, lost in thought about being part elf. When his grandmother asks who used the sword, his mom points him out. Theo politely bows and introduces himself. What an honor it is, he says, to meet the renowned master of the Baslet Workshop. His grandmother's reaction is pretty reserved, simply saying she's heard of him recently. But inside, she's beaming with pride, thinking her daughter raised a truly fine son. She gets back to business. Are you really the one who used this sword? Theo confirms it, and his mom chimes in to back him up. I told you, it's defective. Hearing this, Kirzan goes silent for a moment, then tells them to come inside. No need for the whole world to see this. Along the way, Theo quickly asks his mom about her relationship with the legendary sword master. Turns out, Kirzan isn't her biological mother, which catches Theo completely by surprise. Kirzan only looked after and raised his mother for 6 months. It was a short time, but the elf poured her entire heart into caring for Theo's mom. His mother speaks of Kirzan with such sweetness. The elf loves all things beautiful jewelry, music, even people. Perhaps that's the real reason she took his mother in as her own. Up ahead, Kirzan overhears these words, and even she feels a little warmth spread through her chest. But on the outside, she just brushes it off, telling them to stop bringing up the pointless past. His mom just smiles, knowing she doesn't mean it. That's when Theo asks the million-dollar question, why did she leave? Which is a hilarious question, really. If she never left this place, Theo wouldn't even exist right now. Before Cecilia can even answer, Kirzan steps in, explaining that Cecilia left on her own to become the wife of the Vapna tribe's chief. The memory still brings a wave of sadness to the elf's face. Her daughter's departure left a deep scar, because in her heart, she truly saw Cecilia as her own flesh and blood. You'd think it was some tragic story, but Cecilia's reaction is eye-opening. Her face is just beaming with pure happiness as she recalls the tribe chief. What can I say? He was too handsome, so charming and manly, and he loved me so much. She recounts running away from home like it was a grand victory. Kirzan isn't afraid to call her out, though, reminding her she came running back last year for a sword for her son. Cecilia is totally embarrassed at being exposed in front of Theo. Watching them, Theo realizes he's never seen his mother talk like this before. It hits him that in his past life, he never truly knew his mother at all. Looking back, he feels so ungrateful. His obsession with his own lineage completely blinded him to the person she was. Plus, it's obvious the elf artisan cares deeply for his mother. So why, in his previous life, did he never witness any interaction between them at all? After a short walk, they arrive at a room Kirzan wants to show them. This is her personal room, the main office of the entire workshop. Cecilia is still going on about it, telling Kirzan that instead of this tour, she should be giving Theo the best sword she has to make up for the broken one. But just then, Kirzan pulls Theo into the room, tells Cecilia to wait outside for a bit, and slams the door shut. Her expression turns dead serious. You possess a relic of the primordial lineage, don't you? Theo is floored. He has no idea what she's talking about. He asks if she's referring to the ancestor of the Guardian family's lineage, something he's only heard about in Before he can even finish his sentence, Kirzan angrily pulls out the broken hilt again. She's practically in tears. If you don't have the relic, then how did my sword end up like this? I poured my heart and soul into this blade. My baby couldn't have just broken for no reason. Unless it was destroyed by that very relic. Seeing her like this, a wave of guilt washes over Theo. He can only stammer out an apology. The sword is already broken, so Kirzan tosses it aside and walks over to a chest bound in heavy iron chains. What do you see? She asks him. Incredibly, Theo once again sees that brilliant blue light radiating from the box, the same light he saw from the dungeon window in the Camilla Palace. Kirzan admits she can't see or feel anything coming from the chest, but one look at Theo's face tells her that he definitely sees something powerful. Kirzan immediately brings the chest down. She's tried countless times to open it to see if there was some amazing item inside, but every attempt has been a complete failure. Long ago, back in the Age of Myth, the primordial lineage broke off one of its fangs and forged a monstrous blade from it. That sword is the White Moon Blade. Kirzan lays out the conditions. If Theo can break the seal and successfully claim the sword, it's his, but she warns him it could very well cost him his life. So, does he want to try? Now she's speaking his language. Though he hasn't even started, Theo confidently declares that the White Moon Blade will be his. And right on cue, the system displays his second major quest. Obtain the White Moon Blade. The White Moon Blade is the sword of H, Long, leader of the White Snow Society and one of the Great Dragons. Very few people know what it looks like, because anyone who's ever seen it has either been deleted from the planet or vanished without a trace. And yet, somehow, Theo is seeing it here. 4 years ago, he clashed with the sword's owner. All this time, Kirzan was its keeper. Encountering this sword for a second time cannot be a coincidence. It's fate. He absolutely must make this weapon his. After observing his surroundings, Theo notices this place feels a lot like the Camilla Palace. That must mean his blue key will work here too. Theo pulls out the key. Much to Kirzan's surprise, for a kid, he sure has a lot of interesting tricks up his sleeve. With a simple turn, the key fits perfectly. The chest lid bursts open, and a gale force wind erupts from inside, sucking Theo in before he or Kirzan can even react. He opens his eyes and finds himself in a hauntingly familiar place. Memories of the day the Rose Palace was overrun by Axion Ragnar and Randon come rushing back. But while he's lost in thought, a strange creature lunges to attack him from behind. Too bad for it, Theo isn't that naive kid anymore. He easily catches it, noting this monster sword's ability to manipulate the ambition of others. The bird-like creature is completely dumbfounded. To be caught in silence by a mere 17-year-old kid, it's just humiliating. It's never been treated like this before. It struggles and thrashes, but it can't escape, only managing to curse at Theo. Theo just calmly tells the bird he overcame the despair it peddles a long, long time ago. What a country bumpkin. He even mocks the creature, laughing at the idea that such a low-level power could ever tempt him now. Sorry, but he's on a whole other level. He remembers this thing being huge, at least 10 meters tall, but now it's barely his size. He just raises a fist, and the poor bird starts trembling in absolute terror. The spirit sees that thunder punch and realizes it's about to get wrecked. Its tough act crumbles, and it starts begging, "Wait, handsome sir, let's talk this out." But on the outside, Theo's not looking so good. Lady Cecilia desperately tries to wake him, but he's completely unresponsive. He's their only heir if something happens. The aging patriarch Vapna can't have another child. Unable to handle the shock, Cecilia turns on Kirzan, tears streaming down her face, demanding to know why this happened to her son. All she wanted was the #1 sword in the world, not for her son to be used in some dangerous ritual. Kirzan can only stay silent, staring at Theo's still body. The monstrous aura radiating from him is unlike anything she's ever witnessed. Still, she tries to reassure herself. Theo has the sacred artifact, right? Surely nothing catastrophic will happen. The air between the two women is thick with tension. Cecilia's face hardens as she looks at Kirzan, vowing that if anything happens to Theo, she will never, ever be forgiven. Just as she finishes speaking, Theo's fingers twitch. Bizarre black shapes materialize around him before vanishing. Cecilia calls his name, and just like that, his eyes flutter open. Seeing her son is safe, the crushing weight on Cecilia's heart finally lifts. She pulls him into a tight embrace, tears of relief flowing freely. Theo realizes he's always making his mom worry like this, feeling like a total troublemaker. He gently reassures her, saying, "Don't panic. I'm as strong as an ox." A system window pops up. Congratulations. Main quest. Tame the spirit complete. Looking at the sword, Theo realizes he got lucky this time, because that spirit was no match for him. It had only just broken its seal, so its power and its cheap mind games were completely useless against him. The system notifies Theo that after absorbing the demonic aura from the White Moon sword, his mana has surged. Plus 30 points. Just like that. His total mana now exceeds 200, an unbelievable number. This power-up also unlocks Aura, the hallmark of a high-ranking swordsman. This aura means he has to suppress his full power until the awakening ceremony. Kierzan starts praising him, but Theo enthusiastically asks about their original deal, a complete contrast to his mother, who looks like she's ready to murder Kierzan on the spot. Kierzan simply states, "Elves don't lie," and tells him to look closely at the sword. Theo obeys, and for the first time, he sees that the blade seems to be daring him. Theo looks confused. Hasn't it accepted me as its master yet? Kierzan explains that's not it, the sword just feels suffocated. After being sealed for 100 years, it's finally free and wants to unleash all of its pent-up rage. Kierzan suggests Theo take a full-force swing at the wall, a suggestion she will immediately regret. She even scoffs that a kid couldn't do much damage, and oh, those words hit a nerve. If that's what Kierzan wants, then he's not holding back anymore. He can always conceal his true lineage, so why not use this chance to test the blade? He even politely asks for permission before unleashing everything he's got at the wall. The very first strike is enough to make Kierzan nervous. She never imagined he was this powerful. As Theo winds up for a second swing, she panics and screams for him to stop, but it's too late. She totally played herself. Kierzan's face freezes in horror as she watches her beloved workshop get wrecked by her own grandson. Cecilla, on the other hand, is beaming like she's watching her favorite idol. And just like that, with minimal effort, a massive gaping hole is torn right through her life's work, the basket workshop. But there's no turning back the clock now to stop this absolute disaster. Even Theo is stunned by the sword's insane power. Before he can process it, Kierzan is already there, hands on his stomach, trying to feel a mana core. How could he be this strong? But just like Evelyn before her, she finds absolutely nothing. Kierzan cries out in disbelief, "You have no magic proficiency at all? You did that, with sheer sharpness alone?" Looking at Theo, she thinks to herself the rumors are true. The kid is a prodigy, and he's her grandson. A slow, calculating smile spreads across her face. This is an opportunity. Placing a hand on Theo, she declares that from now on she will be his sponsor. All he needs to do is spread his wings. Her mind is already racing with the future, seeing mountains of cash with Theo as the living, breathing advertisement for her basket workshop. So much for a touching family reunion. Cecilla's jaw hits the floor. She calls out, "Mother." I can literally see the money signs lighting up in your eyes. Getting called out is beyond awkward. The visit comes to an end, and it's time for Theo and Cecilla to head home. They bid Kierzan farewell and board their carriage. Before they leave, Theo hands Kierzan 2 dragon horns for the repair costs. Holding the valuable horns, she can practically see piles of gold, and her mood instantly brightens. She walks back inside, beaming, thinking about what a sweet, thoughtful grandson her daughter raised. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. "It's been a while, demon artisan." Kierzan spins around, instantly on alert. Who would dare startle her? She looks up and sees nothing but a pitch-black bird perched on a tree branch. "What are you doing here?" The bird says nothing, just stares down at her with a judgmental gaze. Flash forward 5 days, and it's the big one, Theo's awakening ceremony. We find him training diligently with Evelyn. In just a few short days, Theo's progress is so insane that Evelyn can't help but exclaim in shock. His sword skills have become far stronger and faster. Theo's shocking improvement leaves everyone speechless, especially Evelyn. She can feel the sheer effort behind his growth. He's now strong enough to actually push her back in a spar. And today is his awakening day. If he unlocks mana on top of this, he'll become an absolute monster. Their final training session ends. Evelyn encourages him to aim for the top spot. Theo smiles and thanks Evelyn, even promising that if he becomes valedictorian, he'll definitely give her a shout-out in his speech. Evelyn just stares at him, thinking he's a little nuts. Hearing this, the other guys rush over, begging Theo to give them a mention too. This clout chasing is getting ridiculous. Theo decides it's time to go. He says his goodbyes and heads for the capital, because if he stays any longer, he might miss his own awakening. He quickly arrives at the location for the awakening ceremony. Standing before the massive gates, he confidently announces his name, and the guards don't dare stand in his way. The hall inside is already packed with people. The awakening ceremony is the most important yearly event for House Ragnar, and every participant here is praying for the best possible outcome. For a Ragnar swordsman, this is the very first place they can earn true recognition and respect. The entire clan is watching, including Patriarch Kyle Ragnar and... Theo looks up. There's no way she's 150 years old. He believes someone who said she was his mother's age, but still, it's good that she's here. A loud gong rings out, grabbing everyone's attention. The man who struck it is the judge, bronze swordsman Theo Ragnar. He announces the test is about to begin. Everyone must take a sword from the floor and strike the steel wall on the platform. Hearing this, a wave of fear washes over the participants. Vienna explains this is no ordinary wall. It's forged from a white steel alloy. A regular iron sword won't do a thing. but channeling mana into the attack will change the story entirely. Each person is given a single Soma pill, a divine medicine that grants 10 years of mana to help them open their mana core. They have to swallow it, open their core, and only then can they strike the white steel wall. The depth of the cut decides everything. And now for the first name called, it's Theo. He walks up confidently, every step radiating a powerful aura. This is going to be good. Theo thinks to himself, in my past life, Axion Ragnar ranked first, but with this second chance, I absolutely refuse to let that happen again. Theo takes the Soma pill from the soldier, picks up a sword, and makes his way toward that imposing steel wall. The system window pops up. Today's mission is to become #1 in the awakening ceremony. Up above, the former matriarch asks the current one, Kyle Ragnar. That's the boy, isn't it? The one you mentioned. Patriarch Keel seems surprised, asking if Theo caught her attention. She casually replies she only remembers him because Keel said he was keeping an eye on the boy. Otherwise, how would she know? She looks down at Theo approaching the wall. Well then, let's see what this descendant can really do. Standing before the wall, Theo feels a moment of anxiety, but it vanishes just as quickly. The judge tells him to swallow the Soma, and Theo obeys. He remembers his past life. He took the pill then, too, but he couldn't control the mana, and it severely damaged his core. But a person doesn't make the same catastrophic mistake twice. Being a fool once is enough. There's no way he's letting that happen again. The moment Theo swallows the Soma, a massive wave of energy erupts from him, the pressure palpable. Even the judge scoffs, certain that Theo will never be able to control it. This Soma pill has its own unique danger. After swallowing it, a person must use it carefully to guide the mech mana into their core. The more talented the user, the more mana they get, but if they're not careful and lose control, they could be left permanently disabled. He assumes Theo can't control the mana. In his eyes, Theo is just a useless outcast who will amount to nothing. But Theo is about to completely shatter his expectations by remaining perfectly fine. No negative reaction at all. The judge is stunned. Honestly, even Theo is a little surprised by this new feeling. Now with both the dragon heart and mana veins, he's got the perfect combo for taking the top spot this time. He figures he should probably start preparing a victory speech. Then a thought crosses his mind, this game is kind of boring. It was just too easy this time around. What a character. But putting those trivial thoughts aside, his task now is to channel this massive source of mana and unleash it to create a legendary achievement. Right now, Theo is like a superstar. Every single one of his movements has captured the attention of the entire crowd. As Theo swings, the image of a giant dragon with razor-sharp teeth materializes behind him. His aura alone sends a chill down the spines of the three figures watching from above. His slash slams into the wall with a thunderous boom, making the whole structure vibrate violently. Axion Ragnar watches this scene, unable to believe what he's seeing. Theo's single strike left a huge, long gash deep in the center of the steel wall. Witnessing that pro-level power, referee Vienna's jaw drops to the floor in astonishment. Theo Ragnar is acknowledged and has passed, he announces. Theo calmly turns and walks away. The crowd erupts in amazement, whispering amongst themselves. They've never seen anyone accomplish something like this before. This goes way beyond top tier. It's practically legendary. After that display, Theo's luck stat suddenly jumps from -6 to 0, and a notification announces the misfortune curse has ended. From this day forward, his fame begins to spread across the world. Reading the notification, Theo becomes as joyful as a child. He finally did it. Now he can start from the same point as everyone else, the dream he had his entire past life. Many people are interested in his performance. Osa Ragnar and Blueness eye him, wanting to take him as a disciple, while Julius is no longer smiling. He had his eye on this boy before he had anything, but most importantly, Hilda Ragnar finds this very amusing. Both the dragon heart and dragon sword were outside her expectations. The thing that makes Theo happiest today is that he caught Hilda's eye. That was his entire reason for showing his full power today. What Theo is aiming for is Garuda's heart, and Hilda is the one who has it. If he gets that, his path will become much easier. Right after Theo, Sibin is called up, and thankfully, he passes too, raising his fist, crying with emotion. I did it too, Sir Theo. Good thing Sibin passed, because if he hadn't, Theo would have been too scared to even go near him. After Sibin, Jay Jackna, Hookers, Lan Key, and Remington go up. All three are members of the Northern Hunting Party. They achieve great results, but no one leaves a mark as deep as Theo's. The final person to step up is Axion Ragnar. His upcoming performance has everyone's attention. The crowd murmurs that there's no way Axion Ragnar can replicate what Theo just did. These words unintentionally reach his ears, causing him to grit his teeth as his competitive bloodlust surges. Axion Ragnar takes powerful steps onto the platform and swallows the Soma pill. Immediately, a massive inferno of fire erupts from his body, catching even the judge off guard. His mana is on par with Theo's, a solid 9 out of 10. Witnessing this, the judge exclaims that today's participants have brought him many surprises. The power and depth of Ragnar's slash is no less than Theo's. The results are almost identical. In a case like this, the degree of accuracy will decide the winner. The judge strikes the gong again, announcing the end of the first round. Those who pass will prepare for the second round in 4 days. Now is the moment everyone's been waiting for, the ranking announcement. With such a close result, who will be the valedictorian? The judge calls out the first-place ranker, none other than Theo Ragnar, the most handsome man in this story. Theo is a little surprised to hear his name, but he knows it's the result of all his hard work and effort. He scored a perfect 10 out of 10 from technique and magic to control and speed. There wasn't a single wasted motion. The crowd is stunned that Ragnar lost. The judge adds that the depth of his sword strike was the same as Sir Thoku's, which stirs the crowd even more. Theo Ragnar is one of the 5 individuals known to be closest to the position of heir. In second place is Ragnar, who also got a perfect score. But the length of his sword strike was shorter than Theo's, so he ranks second. Hearing this, the look in Ragnar's eyes is no longer normal. His eyes are now filled with hatred. At this moment, he wants nothing more than for Theo to disappear from his sight. The ranks are announced, with the 87th and final rank going to Bin. It was a tough road to get here, but honestly, this makes it all worth it. 87 of us are left. We all have to be perfectly prepared for this second round. Fail now, and you wait a year to fight the newbies. Back at Training Ground 4, the crew threw a party to celebrate me and Remington taking first and second place. I humbly thanked everyone, but I had more to say. This isn't over, I announced. Our real goal is getting through the second ritual together. I put my arm around Remington, declaring that we'd keep taking the top 2 spots. Evelyn came over, all smiles cheering us on. Remington congratulated me on first place, but he looked down, saying he was ashamed to be ranked below me. I wasn't about to get cocky about first place. I told Remington it was just luck. Besides, what's a number between friends, right? My words seemed to pull him out of his funk. That's what friends are for. The doubt in his eyes finally started to clear up. We made a pact right then. In round 2, we'd go all out and show the world what a true power duo can do. After the party that night, I went alone to the snow-covered East Mountain. I knew that getting first place was something my old self could never have dreamed of. But this is just the beginning. Taking out a pawn like Randon was a good start. But he was never my main target. The real enemies are Ragnar and the other heavenly dragons. In this life, I will make them pay tenfold for everything. My expression hardened. I was here for a reason to check the compass the system gave me. It was pointing directly toward the East Mountain Range. I decided to see what it was leading me to. Suddenly, I sensed someone behind me. I used Flash Step instantly, vanishing and leaving them stunned. Before he could even process what was happening, my sword was at his throat. "Who are you?" I demanded. The terrified man in black quickly explained he wasn't an enemy. He was Hanta, from the Gallows Sword unit. Smartly, he added that his captain saw the ceremony and sent him. I relaxed my guard. This guy then smugly told me I had the honor of trying out for his unit, clearly proud of their name. But his pitch was cut short by a mocking voice. Just as I thought, a woman sneered. "The Gallows Sword unit is full of idiots." Hanta was outraged. We hadn't done a thing, yet she was already insulting us. The newcomer stepped forward, formally inviting me to join her squad. She was Aizen Sasuri, the vice captain of the Black Iron Mercenaries. But before she could get closer, a whole crowd of people dropped down from the trees, cutting her off. They all started shouting, introducing themselves from different guilds. One even offered me a captain position for 3 years. My luck had turned so fast. All this attention from just a few moments in the spotlight. Too bad none of the recruiters were cute, long-legged girls. They argued like children fighting over a toy. As they bickered, a new figure appeared, a woman who walked with incredible poise. It was the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Sword King Osa Ragnar Brunos. But really, to recruit one person, did they all have to act this desperate? She was here for the same reason as the others, to get me on her side. Meanwhile, on a different training ground, some poor soul was getting his head lopped off by Ragnar. And it wasn't just one. He slaughtered dozens, all because of his rage. He was like a rabid animal, cutting down anyone in his path. With a rotten personality like that, no wonder everyone hates him. He was completely unhinged, seeing my face on every person he attacked. Yesterday's loss had clearly broken him. He was told to only take half a pill, but the idiot stubbornly took the whole thing. Now he was completely out of his mind. No one on that training ground escaped his blade. By the time Ragnar's little practice was over, the entire place was a massacre. As he stood over the bodies, he heard footsteps. Without even thinking, he attacked. The Ragnar from before was completely gone, replaced by a mindless monster. But his wild swing was nothing to his uncle, who caught the blade with 2 fingers. He told Ragnar to follow him and keep a cool head. Then he promised, "At the second ritual, I'll show you how to make it Theo Ragnar's grave." Back on the mountain with me, Oza's arrival put immense pressure on the other factions. Her showing up in person meant they were totally outmatched. I watched as Osa cast a spell, creating streams of purple light that amazed everyone. They whispered about spatial magic. In a flash, it was just us, alone in another dimension. This was her signature technique, creating a pocket dimension completely cut off from the outside world. I'd only ever heard rumors about this power. To see it firsthand, well, I felt like a celebrity getting a private audience with a star. Osa spoke first. "He must be furious," she said with a smile. "But when I decide to give someone a gift, who can possibly stop me?" A gift? I had no idea what she meant. Then she drew a sword, explaining it was immensely powerful, like a dragon's breath that could reduce anything to ash. She unsheathed the blade. It was so sharp it looked like it could slice meat paper thin. She was nothing like that other mysterious man. She infused the blade with countless variations of power. She wasn't talking about one dragon, but a power that held all possible forms. Then she began to perform for me. Her style was wild, yet incredibly artistic. When she finished, my jaw was on the floor. I was speechless. I had never, in either of my lives, seen such masterful swordsmanship. Most fighters I'd seen move like stiff robots, not with her incredible grace. She explained that she did it all in a single breath. She called it the Plum Blossom First Form, Dance of 1,000 Blossoms. I swallowed hard. 120 movements and sword strikes in just one breath. The rumors about Osa's legendary skill weren't just rumors. They were true. My mind started racing. If I could incorporate what I just saw into my own techniques and unleash it all, my father, the patriarch, would become nothing but a name from the past. Osa saw the look on my face and knew she had me hooked. It was time for her to close the deal. "If you want to see more, come and find me," she said, and then vanished instantly. Where she stood, a flurry of plum blossom petals appeared out of thin air. Absolutely magical. I was incredibly tempted. The gift she was offering was too great to pass up. But becoming a disciple of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, and also joining the White Dragon Cavalry Corps, would that be too awkward? Nah, who cares? It's not like I have a sense of shame. Anyway, 3 days later, the second round finally began. Our mission in this winter mountain range is to defend humanity from the demonic sea origin land, a place swarming with monsters sealed away for 1,000 years. Every single one of them will one day have to take on this role, which is exactly why this place was chosen for the second ceremony. Today's supervisor is Jackie Jackna, and he has a few words to add. Since they're still short on elite troops, they're forbidden from entering the Demon Sea. The test area will be strictly limited to the Earth Citadel, and he warns them not to cross that line. The objective is simple. For the next 15 days, they must hunt monsters from Winter Root Mountain and collect the bells from their necks. These bells come in 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color on the spectrum, the more valuable the bell. It also means the monster is that much stronger. The purple bells are on beasts they believe these kids can't possibly defeat, but they're worth a massive amount of points. They can do anything, use any weapon they want. Listening to the announcement, Theo immediately realizes something. With rules like these, this game has no rules at all, which means they can steal bells, or even steal each other's kills. This judge is openly encouraging them to backstab one another. But in the end, only the survivors are truly fit for Ragnar. The organizers have also placed totems to keep monsters away, and essential supplies are buried throughout the safe zones. They're told to use these supplies wisely. With that, the test officially begins, and everyone scatters. Sibin thinks to himself that with the test lasting 15 days, he needs to prioritize getting supplies first. After that, he'll find and support Theo. What a loyal vassal. Seriously, if these two don't get together after this, it'll be a true tragedy. Someone is fired up. This game is right up their alley. Elsewhere, Action Ragnar's uncle is also here. He and Axion Ragnar have concocted a plan to eliminate Theo, but my guess is that plan is going to fail spectacularly. While Theo is searching for supplies, he gets approached. "You said we were friends, right?" It's Remington. He confesses that after 3 days of hard thinking, he realized he sees Theo as both a rival and a friend. Because of that, he's become a little bit more greedy than before. Remington declares that in this match, he wants to surpass Theo. Theo listens to every word with total seriousness, then smiles gently. He says he understands that feeling perfectly, and that he's thought about it carefully too. Hearing this from Theo, a huge weight seems to lift from Remington's shoulders. He thought he was the only one with such conflicted feelings, but Theo wasn't bothered by his words at all. Truly beautiful on the outside and inside, Remington's mood instantly shifts, and he says with excitement that this is exactly why he can't lose. He only came here to tell him that. Theo smiles and wishes Remington good luck. Right after, Remington vanishes from the spot. After Remington leaves, Theo feels this game has gotten a lot more interesting now that Remington considers him a target. But there's no time for that. He has to push those feelings aside. The mission now is to find the dragon's nest shown by the compass leaf. Down at the base of the mountain, a familiar blue light is glowing, signaling the start of a new quest. Meanwhile, in the area outside the Winter Mountains, Theo is still holding the compass leaf, searching for the source of the light. He knew what he was looking for had to be around here, but he never expected it to be buried in a snowdrift. Staring at the massive pile of snow, Theo sighs. He really wishes he'd brought a shovel. Using his gorgeous sword, the White Moon Gaze, to dig would just look ridiculous. But hindsight is always 20/20. At this point, his only option is to draw the White Moon Gaze and get it warmed up for some morning exercise. Theo unleashes a powerful slash that carves a huge gash in the snow. Stop hiding. Turns out, a group of young punks was hiding inside. They crawl out immediately, and one of them starts finding this interesting. When did you realize we were here? These punks must think they're the kings of hide and seek, assuming no one could ever find them once they've hidden. The leader is still acting cocky, but his two followers have been trembling ever since they were discovered. This is the infamous Mount Buck trio of delinquents, known as Hai Cao and Luan. These punks often pretend to be victims during missions only to murder civilians. They are a vile side effect of the Ragnar Clan's expansion of power. Theo would never forget the massacre, not even in death. Official records state 761 were killed and 220 went missing without a trace. The most horrific part was that the victims couldn't be identified because those demons had smashed their heads to pieces. Ever since gaining enough strength, Theo planned to deal with these animals once his own terrifying rage was no longer a liability. But it must be fate for those very same punks to be here today, tracking him. Theo asks if Axie and Ragnar paid them to kill him, but they just laugh and say no. He asks who did, but obviously, even these brats aren't dumb enough to name their client. But right after, Theo quietly mutters, "So, it was the Elder." All three of them freeze on the spot, shocked. They wonder how he could have possibly known. Of course he knows. He's a reincarnator. The leader doesn't care how he found out. He's still arrogant, absolutely certain he can't lose to a 17-year-old kid. He brags loudly about his own strength, even trying to reassure his cronies. "Don't worry," he says, pointing his sword at Theo with a wicked smile. He says nothing gives him more pleasure than smashing handsome, perfect faces like Theo's. In complete contrast, Theo shows no reaction at all. He just slowly begins to draw his beloved White Moon Gaze. The real fight is about to start. Just as he finishes his threat, Theo unleashes an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Behind him, the image of an enraged dragon materializes, looking at the three punks like it's about to eat them alive. Theo slashes the ground just once, and everything turns to dust. His eyes are sharper than ever. He says he doesn't want to become like them, smashing the faces of innocent people, so he'll just take their heads instead. After that attack, not a single one was left alive to fight back. Theo finished them off so quickly, he figured they must have been young and too easy to read. After 3 days studying the Wuxian flower technique gifted by the Osa Ragnar Plunus, he could finally execute it 3 times. Moreover, he could adapt it into various shapes like arcs, curves, and circles. Of course, he's still a long way from doing it 120 consecutive times like the beautiful master of the technique herself. The immediate problem now is how to deal with the bodies, then find a way underground. That's the Theo Ragnar style. As he wonders, the blue light behind him catches his attention. He walks toward the cliff and sees a staircase. It has to be the legendary secret invisible staircase. The system announces a new quest, and Theo leaps down without a second thought, startling a nearby bird. At that moment, in the clan master's private office, a soldier is reporting the current results of this round to the 4 elders. The #1 spot on the rankings belongs to Axie and Ragnar, with a total of 41 monsters and a team of 21 people. Second place is G. Ragnar. Lord Julius, curious, interrupts the report to ask about Theo. But shockingly, Theo's current score is 0, and he has no allies, which makes Lord Julius's jaw drop in amazement. The Osa Ragnar Plunus listens from the side. The Elder and Tram Chich both comment that being brilliant in round 1 doesn't mean anything for round 2. Hearing the report, the Elder can't hide his joy, sneering as he mentions Theo being an illegitimate child. He's currently thinking that the delinquents he hired have already done their job perfectly, completely unaware that those 3 punks have been dead and gone for a while now. The Elder and Action Ragnar's shameless uncle are locked in a tense stare-down. After taking over the Rose Palace, the uncle used it as a chance to investigate, but came up completely empty-handed. He found absolutely nothing. The only lead on the Rose Palace, he's sure of it, must be with Theo. Realizing this, he decides to contact Axie and Ragnar, urging him to speed up the plan. Osa, watching the two of them, senses the tense atmosphere immediately. She quickly turns to whisper something to Julius. The elder and his secretary are plotting something, I'm sure of it. We need to set up a safety net. But Julius immediately refuses, believing completely in Theo's strength and calculating mind. That last result? He must have run into some kind of trouble. That's the only explanation. Interfering with his test now would be pointless. After saying this, Sir Julius's mood sours. And another thing, I can't overlook the fact you met Theo without telling me. Osa can only sit stiffly, facing Sir Julius's anger. His reaction just goes to show how much the elders truly value Theo. Meanwhile, Theo has entered a cavern filled with human skeletons. As he moves forward, he assesses the area, noting the presence of some particularly nasty mental attack traps. A normal person would have been scared stiff by all these skeletons staring back at them, but Theo has more than enough power to handle it, especially after passing the White Moon Sword test. This is nothing to him. Theo activates his sensor expansion to scan the area. This is one of his more unique and special techniques. This skill allows the user to alter their physical abilities with mana. Heading deeper, Theo finally reaches his destination, the hatchling's nest. Seeing the golden light emanating from the cave entrance, his eyes light up like Lamborghini headlights. The stories say that 3 years from now, this is where Husian would have captured the hatchling and found a legendary item. But right now, Theo is already one step ahead of him. Standing before the huge door, Theo sends a silent apology to the future Husian. With such a prize right in front of him, he has to take it first. His presence awakens the beast within, and a powerful roar, Him-Manhwa, echoes through the cavern. He's completely stunned, frozen in place. This is absurd. Before him lies an ocean of gold and jewels. He whispers aloud, "This isn't a hatchling's nest." Theo feels like a tiny ant before the immense treasure. This is a dragon's lair. A gigantic dragon is standing atop the mountain of gold. Theo starts sweating bullets. This is not good. If he fights a dragon, he can forget Amon's relic. He's going to die right here and now. He never expected a dragon here, instead of a hatchling. Theo wonders if Husian spread false information, or if it's just because he arrived 3 years early. While thinking, he turns around. Well, he didn't expect this. He'll have to retreat for now. The dragon watches his shadow turn away. Theo quietly starts to leave. Such bad luck. But I have to come back here before Husian. He suddenly feels a dangerous presence behind him and cautiously looks back. When he turns around, the dragon is standing right in front of him. It's an ancient dragon. It looks at him and speaks. It's been a long time since I've seen a chosen one. Then, it introduces itself as Rodebrook. Theo is shocked that it's actually speaking. I am the one your Ragnar clan calls the guardian dragon, and I am the master of this mountain. This is Rodebrook? Theo immediately kneels. Greetings, my ancestor. The dragon is surprised to be called an ancestor. Theo explains the guardian dragon was a partner to his ancestor, Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich. It simply says, "Oh," then replies, "It seems that scoundrel Friedrich spread some interesting stories. It says that it and Sigurd were indeed partners, but this was only a sign of respect for their pact, the one who exchanged souls with me. We never had those kinds of feelings for each other. From the beginning, humans couldn't possibly breed with dragons, right?" After hearing that, Theo speaks up. "So, does that mean the Ragnar clan having long-hued blood is just propaganda?" The dragon doesn't confirm it, but implies that's not entirely incorrect. The ancient dragon explains that through the pact between it and Sigurd, the long-hued is both its blood and his. Just as he was about to say something, it cut him off. "Soon, I will begin my duties as a guardian dragon to the Chosen One." Its attitude shifts, becoming serious. "From now on, I, Rodebrook, will honor the pact I originally made and allow the Chosen One to pass my test. You may ask 3 questions. Theo forces a smile, thinking to himself, "So I don't have to fight it? Thank goodness. My goal is to become the head of the Ragnar clan. To achieve that, I need to know more. To dig deeper into the clan's secrets, I must use this chance to get as much information as possible." In another battle, Axion Ragnar is fighting a tiger. It's quickly wounded and collapses. A blue bell appears after the tiger falls. He picks it up and whispers, "This is my 57th one." He hands the bell to the person next to him and asks, "What is Theo Dana plotting?" There's still no news of his whereabouts. This man with Axion Ragnar is named Orion. When is he ever afraid to face a monster? He even thinks to himself that beating a monster of that caliber is as easy as flipping his hand. Axion Ragnar is definitely talented. I have to stick with this guy at all costs. He's suddenly being choked, but he still whispers, "Even if you've gotten stronger, you once lived like a fool." Axion Ragnar squeezes his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. His face contorts, and tears well up in his eyes. Axion Ragnar lifts him into the air. "Someone who has never been strong would never understand. Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? If you have power, you fear nothing at all." The more Axion Ragnar speaks, the angrier he gets, yelling, "What are you plotting?" "Orion, nearly unconscious, mumbles, "I'm not. I'm sorry." Just then, someone arrives with a message. "Excuse me, Lord Axion Ragnar, the head of Central Intelligence, sent a message." The message contains only a few short words. "Execute the plan quickly." After hearing the report, Axion Ragnar drops Orion. "I understand, so tell him not to bother me." A murderous aura radiates from his face, because the person who wants to get rid of Theo the most is me. If he appears, I'll attack immediately. Meanwhile, Theo is contemplating how to deal with the ancient dragon. He takes the initiative, asking his first question. The ancient dragon yawns loudly. "Finally, what do you wish to know?" Theo asks, "Why are you here?" It guesses, "You're asking basic questions to find hidden knowledge about the Gianna family." A good question. It speaks slowly. "The reason I am here." Theo patiently waits for the ancient dragon's answer. It says it's because of a monster that exists at the ends of the earth, the Nameless Monarch. It has been here for 1,000 years, tasked with protecting the world. It also says this mountain is merely an outpost, which confirms Theo's own suspicions. Looking into the ancient dragon's eyes, Theo could see it. What he sensed from the dragon's gaze was, without a doubt, Theo realizes its eyes are reflecting fear. The Nameless Monarch, an entity that makes an ancient dragon who has reigned for over 1,000 years afraid. He clenches his fist in hesitation. "I want to ask, but I have more important things to find out first." Theo asks his second question. "What is the ancient dragon's relic?" "There are 3 relics in total, but it doesn't know much about them. You seem rather lucky." Theo asks again hesitantly. "A total of 3 of them?" He thinks to himself. "One is the dungeon in the Rose Palace, the other one." The ancient dragon says that the ancient dragon's relics are the soul of the ancient dragon, split into 31 fragments. Those fragments were granted to humans to protect all of you from the Nameless Monarch. The ancient dragon's relics take countless forms. It explains a relic can be an item, an experience, or even a strange phenomenon. Theo is stunned by this information. So that's it. The last relic he obtained, that surreal phenomenon where he went through 20 years of his life that was regression. It hit me instantly. They were talking about me. If this was all because of Rodebrook's relic, then something was off. A powerful dragon always protects it. But that didn't happen during my regression. It's almost as if a wild thought surfaced, something I could barely believe. After a moment, I had to ask, "I have one last question. Why did the relic choose me? Why pick someone as useless as me to fight the Nameless Monarch?" Rodebrook answered my question with another. "And what makes you think you were the only one it chose?" The question caught me completely off guard. Hearing it, I realized I wasn't the only one who was chosen. I was stunned speechless. My mind raced the Empire, the Lion Clan, the dragons. They knew about these relics and wanted them. If they were chosen too, it means they're seeing the same messages. And they've regressed, just like me. I was one step closer to the truth of the world, yet everything became more complicated instead of clearer. First, a nameless monarch that terrifies even Rodebrook. Now, the existence of other regressors besides me. I was completely lost in my own thoughts. Rodebrook's voice cut through. "I have now answered your 3 questions. Your task is complete, and so I shall grant you your reward." Reward? That got my attention. And just like that, Theo snaps back to reality. Right, he's here for Amon's relic. But now, his plans have changed. He needs to get something far more important, something no artifact could ever match. A notification pops up. "Congratulations, you've completed a hidden quest." It even says he's got a chance to claim the ancient dragon's treasure as his reward. The ancient dragon explains that its nest contains all sorts of treasures from across the world. We're talking rare gems, artifacts, divine elixirs, skill books, and weapons. Anything he picks will be worth more than he could imagine. "Choose whatever you desire, and I shall grant it to you." Theo cracks a smile, hearing exactly what he wanted. "What do you want?" Theo slowly reveals his wish. Oh boy. He declares it loud and clear. The thing he wants is Rodebrook itself. Even the dragon is stunned. It never expected Theo to ask for it. The ancient dragon roars with laughter. "It seems my fame never fades." Huh, that's a fun little joke. It looks down at Theo and says, "Now, tell me what you truly desire." But our boy stands his ground. "I've already told you." The ancient dragon is completely shocked by Theo's seriousness. "Are you not satisfied?" Theo's eyes are dead serious as he replies, "I am." That seems to have set it off. The ancient dragon lets out a massive, furious roar. How dare he? Is he trying to claim all its treasure and knowledge with a little wordplay? Facing this roar, Theo stands firm, bracing himself. The dragon's roar, he has to endure it. Just from its rage, Theo is already injured. But he immediately counters, using Leto's Drake's fear to suppress the dragon's roar. The dragon scoffs, "Foolish. You think you can resist me with the fear of a mere drake?" Though severely wounded, Theo shouts back, "You, the guardian dragon, declared I could take any treasure in your nest. You never said Roadbrook wasn't a treasure. This is a gamble where he's betting his entire life, but the reward is absolutely worth it. Roadbrook, the guardian dragon who founded the Ragnar clan with his ancestor Sigurd. There's no better proof of his worth than becoming important to it. Biting through the pain, he refuses to repeat the past. He cannot miss this chance. Theo roars again. Please give me Roadbrook. You promise me. His face is bruised, but his resolve is unbreakable. Stand with me. It recognizes that determination in Theo. In its eyes, it sees a familiar shadow within him, the shadow of Sigurd himself. Its attitude begins to soften just a bit. It speaks, agreeing. Very well, I accept. Theo is shocked the ancient dragon agreed so quickly. The dragon retracts its roar after giving its word. Then, it immediately transforms back into its human form. Its original form is that of a woman. She smiles. You've made me interested in you. I'll give you a chance. She is absolutely stunning, with mysterious golden eyes. Theo is speechless seeing her current form. She muses to herself, Are you mesmerized by my beauty? I understand, but I am over 2,000 years old, you know. Theo begins to speak, Great Guardian Dragon. Your chest. At that, she looks down at the large hole in her chest. Ah, this? Her voice is calm, yet holds a deep, unspoken sorrow. Let me tell you, my heart was stolen 50 years ago. Since then, I've just been waiting for death. At most, I have 3 years left. Because of this, she can't even leave her nest. In other words, she can't help him directly. She holds out her hand, calmly asking, So I ask you again, do you still want me as your reward? Hearing her story, Theo isn't surprised at all. Instead, he offers a warm and gentle smile. Theo remains firm. My answer is the same. I will choose you. Roadbrook is my reward. The notification screen then confirms it. He has acquired the guardian dragon of Jaina, Roadbrook, as his prize. She seems exasperated, but not angry at all. Just like that, 2 new titles appear. The guardian dragon's special person and descendant of the ancestor. He tells her that he'll grow stronger and collect many primeval relics. The system continues, notifying him that a link has been established with Roadbrook. After receiving a massive amount of experience, Theo firmly tells her he will find a replacement for her lost heart. The hole in her chest is huge, a truly painful sight. Theo believes one of the primeval relics might have a similar function. He adds on, At the very least, I have to be worthy of the title the Guardian Dragon's special person. Hearing this, she gives a satisfied smile. Take good care of me, my new special one. She explains she can't leave this place until he finds a solution, so she will hibernate here until he returns. After she finishes speaking, she picks up a book. There is something I need you to do. To form a true soul link, the ancient dragon hands him the book and tells him to read it here and awaken his mind's gate. You should be able to do it within a month, here. This is an additional reward. Its name is the Grimoire of Amen. As Theo holds the book, his expression darkens. The Grimoire of Amen is the Book of Amen, a hidden entity. It contains magical principles related to the echoes of sound from a bygone era, a sacred sound that holds all the strange truths of the universe. Getting the grimoire is great, but there's a problem. Theo asks again, What do you mean? 1 month. That's how long it takes to begin awakening the mind's gate. Is there an issue? Theo explains that the second stage of the awakening ritual has already started. The test only lasts 15 days, and now he has less than half that time left. He asks if he can come back after the test is over. This does not please her. She gives him a slight glare. The dragon lady gracefully sits down on a bed. That's a nice thought. But, she says, I won't allow it. This leaves Theo feeling helpless. She continues, saying it's no fun to just let him go. Open your mind's gate before stage 2 ends. From now on, she won't let him leave. Theo calculates the remaining time, with so many rivals ahead. He's running out of time. From this day, there are only 13 days left. The scene flashes back to 3 days before stage 2 began. Ad is speaking. The reason this fortress can create a safe zone against demons is because it contains a demon summoning stone. By amplifying the sealed demonic energy within the stone, other demons are kept away. But if you break it, he crushes the stone he's holding in his palm. The stone shatters. After crushing it, Ad says he can summon demons at will. And he's not just talking, he immediately gives a demonstration to prove it. In less than a second, monsters are summoned outside. They are incredibly ferocious, letting out several guttural roars. Ad calmly continues, the goal of stage 2 is to destroy demons and collect points. So Theo has no choice but to hunt demons. Ad finally gets to the point. I know what you want. You want me to use the stone to lure that bastard Theo. As if that wasn't enough for his goals, Ad says he can't just lure and kill Theo. If he did, he'd lose the trail to the relic of the Crimson Palace. Aspen suggests, how about we torture him and then kill him? His face darkens. You know better than I do. Ab bluntly states that the skill gap between Aspen and Theo isn't that large. He knows Aspen would struggle to restrain and torture Theo, he continues, but he seems to be a very emotional person. Use his followers against him. Those deserters from District 4. You can easily take them hostage, then demand he give you a clue about the relic. Hearing this, Aspen clenches his fists tightly. I understand. That was their plan. But Aspen reconsiders. Instead of hunting demons, Theo will probably lay low until the final stages. Time remaining until the end of Stage 2, 12 days. Aspen is currently ranked first with 860 points. He even felt this was a waste of time, so his son made sure one of the supervisors was his own man. A man whispers softly, it's Felix, an apprentice swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace. Right now, he's ranked 77th with 446 points. Felix casually says Theo would have shown up by now if he was going to. Asher doesn't respond, just gives him a slight glance. Asher, if you're a top talent, that kind of thinking is absolute trash. Now I get why the Plum Blossom lady is so interested in Theo. Hearing this, Felix snaps back, furious. What did you just say? He's grinding his teeth, thinking to himself that this is why he agreed to help hunt Theo down, only to be mocked for it. Asher's dismissive attitude, the whole whatever, I expected nothing vibe is making Felix absolutely furious. That bastard. Asher just ignores him. Theo, if you won't come out on your own. His patience is gone, then I'll gladly drag you out myself. Backing him up are both the Dragon Scale Guild and the Plum Blossom Palace, where Felix is a leader. Time for the hunt, Asher says, his face twisting into a cruel smile. We'll eliminate every deserter from Training Area 4 until he shows. Without another word, his team vanishes. Not far off, Jang has seen it all. She's currently sitting at rank 3 with 561 points. Meanwhile, another group is fighting a low to mid-tier monster, a Divine Land Bang. After taking it down, they're ecstatic. We did it. We beat the Golden Bell Demon. See, I told you we could do it. The three who just beat the monster are Sibin, EOD at rank 53, and Bennett at 62. Sibin boasts, after this test, I'm definitely showing off to young Master Theo. Sibin clutches the Golden Bell, but with only 12 hours left in Phase 2, he's worried. Where is young Master Theo? We've gathered so much gear for him. EOD laughs it off. He's always thinking 10 steps ahead. I bet he's doing something way more important than just grinding points. Sibin figures the rank doesn't matter anyway. Staying alive is all you need to pass this phase. He's getting hyped just thinking about it. Young Master Theo's gonna top the class again. He promised he'd mention my name, the others chime in. He promised me, too, but their celebration is cut brutally short. Sibin is ambushed from behind, a sword piercing straight through his heart, killing him instantly. Oregon appears, sneering, you guys are hilarious. EOD screams in horror while Bernard yells, Dragon Scale Guild. What is the meaning of this? What do you think it means? Oregon mocks. You're just sacrifices to summon your precious young master. We really want to meet that so-called genius, Theo, so don't take it personally. At that very moment, Theo is deep inside Roadbrook's cave. The ancient dragon speaks, her voice filled with surprise. He opened the Mind Gate in less than half a month. Theo has actually done it, meaning he's grasped the core principles of Ammon's grimoire. And now, the system is generating a brand new skill. A smirk plays on his lips. Turns out the info he overheard in his past life was real after all. The key to Ammon's grimoire is the sheer quantity and quality of one's mana. With both mana core and a dragon heart, learning twice as fast as child's play. He even tells the ancient dragon this was almost too easy. The system announces his current stats are too low and applies a low-level skill to compensate. And then, another notification pops up. Synchronizing with Conan C. This new ability lets him freely control and read the thoughts of objects. Roadbrook sounds pleased. Now you're worthy of being mine. You've learned the basics. The rest comes through training. She explains that when he reaches a higher level, he'll even hear her voice. And better yet, Theo will be able to borrow Roadbrook's power. He's stunned. Power just like. Of course, she adds, to do that, you'll have to prioritize my rest. Don't forget, I only have 3 years to live. For the first time, a genuine smile appears on her face. She begins an ancient chant, declaring their primordial vow has been forged. She eagerly awaits their next meeting, calling him my person for the first time in 1,000 years. Back outside, Theo steps onto the fresh snow, muttering to himself. The vow with Roadbrook is complete, but the awakening ritual hasn't progressed one bit. He only has 12 hours left. It's like he's playing life on hard mode. Hunting monsters the normal way won't get him first place in time. Walking through the snow, deep in thought, he realizes there's only one option left. His plan? Player killing. He'll just steal the golden bells from everyone else. Asher took first place in his past life. Theo wonders if he can finally change that outcome. In other words, if he just takes down Asher, First place is his. But lost in thought, he doesn't notice someone silently tailing him from behind. The moment they step out, Theo senses their presence. A soft voice calls out, "I finally found you." Theo looks over, absolutely shocked, and gasps, "You're." It's Jang. Emerging from the shadows, her body covered in wounds. Theo rushes to her side. "What happened? Did a monster attack you?" He looks at her injuries, his voice filled with concern. "How did you get this hurt?" Then Theo spots a deep sword wound. "This wasn't a monster. A person did this." He asks what happened, but Jang just says, "Talk later. First, head west." As soon as she says it, her body gives out. Theo catches her just in time as she goes limp. In that moment, he uses Conan's synchronization to read the memories within her sword, and what he sees shocks him to the core. A memory flashes, a loud scream echoes. Jang is hiding behind a massive tree, listening to the chaos unfold, wondering where Theo is. In the vision, one of Asher's men reports there's still no sign of Theo. Another stammers, "We've come this far. He has to show up soon, right?" A group of students from Training Area 4 are tied up. The plan was to leave a trail for Theo to follow. The leader of the group coldly asks, "Should we kill them?" The guy next to him flinches. "Huh? What? Did I do something wrong?" "No," Asher clarifies, "I meant them." "Why did you bring 9? 2 or 3 hostages would have been enough." He raises his blade. "These idiots, killing a few won't matter." Just then, Jang steps out from behind the tree. "Stop." Asher just gives her a bored look. "What's this?" "Jangna." She glares back coldly. "You've crossed a line." Asher just scoffs. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't make this complicated. Butt out and get lost." But Jang stands her ground. "They are Theo's comrades. Let them go." Hearing that, Asher's whole demeanor shifts. "I see. So you're on that fool's side too." Without another word, Jang lunges, attacking Asher first. In the middle of the raging blizzard, an intense battle breaks out between them. But Jang is no match for Asher. She's quickly wounded by his blade. Suddenly, the memory feed cuts out the system, says it's unstable. Back in the present, Theo's rage boils over. "What happened? Why did Asher capture my comrades? Why did you?" Before Jang can finish, Theo cuts her off. "Tell me, what in the world happened here?" Jang explains it all. "From the very beginning, Asher was hunting for you. When he couldn't find you, he captured your friends to lure you out." The revelation hits Theo hard. Jang tries to say something else, but Theo isn't listening anymore. Rage consumes him. "Asher, even in this life, you won't leave me alone." "But I'm not the same person you can," he roars. "Where are they? Where is Asher waiting?" In the freezing darkness, a shout rings out. Theo has appeared. A scout rushes to Asher. "He's here. He just appeared at the northern cliff's edge." "Really? It's true. He's talking to Jang. He'll be here soon." A thrilled, twisted smile spreads across Asher's face. "You finally came." "So that was his plan. Theo Jangna. He thought, I'll show a bastard like you that you can't ever surpass me." But another voice interrupted, reminding him of the young master, Axion Ragnar. "They told him there was no need to fight me head-on. Just use the hostages to get the information about the relic from me. We'll take care of Theo Jangna," they promised him. They even gave him a little advice. "When we deal with him, use this recall orb to blind any nearby supervisors." Axion Ragnar just calmly agreed. "All right, don't worry. Over on my side, Jay was covered in wounds, trying to stop me." "No, you can't go to Axion Ragnar. The intelligence supervisors are on his side too. Even you, Theo, can't handle this," she pleaded. "This isn't a test. It's a massacre. It's a trap designed to kill you. You can't go alone. You have to find other supervisors and convince them to come with you." I couldn't just brush off her advice, but "There's no more time," I told her. "Thank you for your help. But while we're just standing here like this, those people could already be in trouble. I have to go immediately. Just tell me where they are." She didn't hesitate to yell at me. "Are you an idiot? If you go, you'll die." "What's the point then? Even if people have to be sacrificed, you have to." But I was resolute. "I don't want to lose any more of my people. I refuse." I remembered the promise we made to see the second flower festival together, but Jay's words were cold now. This is Jangna. Sacrifices are unavoidable, but the images of my friends, laughing together, kept flashing in my mind. In a sudden burst of anger, I lashed out, "You're a nuisance." My words immediately struck a nerve. I grabbed her by the shoulders. "Can't you just watch from the sidelines?" The past came rushing back. Why did the rose garden burn? Why did our subordinates die? All because of a foolish Jangna. On top of that, I was always called the weakest of the strongest Jangna family. I looked back at all those condescending words from the past, and now I answered her directly. I am tired of always being so pathetic. I held her tight, as if I could transfer my unshakable conviction right into her. My words seemed to catch her off guard. "I can't repeat the mistakes of the past. I asked her one last time, my voice deadly serious. Tell me, where is Action Ragnar? Elsewhere, someone was walking through the snow, finding sleeping bags. And Zero, scattered on the ground. He casually picked something up from the ground. These were the items that Sibin had collected, even the golden bell that the three of them received for defeating the Thunder God. Zero's mark was still clearly visible on the items. Looking at the scene, he could guess that something bad had happened. He wasn't alone. His teammates were right behind him. The man with him was called Huan Kun, ranked 5th with 499 points. The other was Erica, ranked 4th with 521 points. And the one speaking was Remington, the man currently ranked right behind Axion Ragnar. Sorry, he said, but I hope you two can lend me a hand. A giant snowman raises its ultimate weapon to attack. Just as it crashes into the snow, I manage to leap out of the way. Without a second's delay, I rush towards it, whispering, I don't have much time. Get out of my way. I scream, cutting it down with one powerful strike. The snowman falls without a fight, and I quickly press forward. Based on the information I'd gathered, I had a theory. Sibin and the other hostages were likely still alive. This was obviously a setup by Action Ragnar, and the proof was the supervisor who was with him. I quickly run toward the crowd of large, white, furry obstacles. Without hesitating, I swing my sword. I had already guessed their intentions a trap to get rid of me without causing too much of a stir. I use a high-level technique, and a single slash fells dozens of them. The deeper I thought, the more sense it made. The supervisor sent to kill me must be connected to Axion Ragnar's abnormal behavior. And just like that, I only need to get past the last furry beast still standing. A large explosion immediately follows, signaling the end of this roadblock. Still, I have to hurry, because that Action Ragnar guy is an unpredictable variable. I leap high into the air, spinning the large sword in my hand, ready for any more surprises. I point the tip of my sword at it with cold eyes, showing no mercy. The snowman stares back blankly as I stab it through the head, as if declaring to Axion Ragnar that I would catch him. Jay walks silently through the white snow, whispering, That's right, Theo, you've been this way since you were a child. A memory of me as a kid floods back, pulling her hand, saying, Let's go home first. Jay clutches her injured arm, her gaze fixed forward. This time, she walks on the white snow, each step painful, blood trailing behind her. But Jay doesn't stop, because she has one wish. I will help you. Sibin bites down hard on the gag in his mouth, growling as if in defiance. Axion Ragnar slams Sibin down into the snow like a piece of trash. Too noisy. I told you I'd kill you if you didn't shut up. Just then, someone calls out, Master Axion Ragnar. The supervisor from Central Intelligence said not to create any unusual changes. Axion Ragnar grits his teeth and lets it go. All right, fine. He sheathes his sword to settle things down, then sits on Sibin's back as if to get revenge for earlier. Axion Ragnar's sharp eyes look up, as if waiting for something. Axion Ragnar stares off toward the forest, a hint of unease in his heart. 40 high-ranking agents were sent to kill that bastard Theo. And in the end, he still didn't believe he would win in a fight against me. He clenches his fist, muttering under his breath, that fool. At that moment, the person Axion Ragnar had been waiting for finally appeared. All eyes turned towards me as if seeing a ray of hope. My people understood my intention. They give a slight nod as a signal. I stand silently amidst the white snowstorm. The moment he first speaks is when I start moving forward, Theo Ragnar. I take step after step, getting closer to the battlefield Axion Ragnar set up. My eyes drop, filled with pain and humiliation. Innocent people are tied up, gagged, and brutally beaten on the snow as if trying to cry out for me to save them. I nod my head, a promise. I will save you from here. Axion Ragnar's henchmen stand by, cold and a little ruthless. I turn to him, my eyes just as cold as before. Axion Ragnar strikes the most boss-like pose he can, like a big shot waiting for his underlings to report. You kept me waiting a little too long. My eyes, which were just. I see my close comrade lying collapsed on the ground in helplessness. I can't control myself as my hands, gripping my sword, begin to tremble. On the other side, the shameless Axion Ragnar also stands up, grabbing his own sword. Someone calls out to him, but he doesn't answer, only nodding in response. Master Axion Ragnar. He takes a long, cold breath to calm himself. His hand also loosens its grip on the sword. Well, you probably understand the situation by now, right? Let's get this over with quickly. If you want to save your friends, you have to. He doesn't get to finish his sentence before I cut him off. Are you scared? My words humiliate him in front of so many people, and he immediately shows his anger. I just give a smirk, confident and contemptuous. You're scared that you'll lose to me, aren't you? His anger just keeps rising to its peak. What are you blabbering about? I spread my arms, every word meant to provoke him. Because if you weren't scared, there would be no reason for you to do any of this. All these people, your eyes trembling before me. And this whole hostage situation too. Isn't it all because you're scared you'll lose to me? That title of the strongest of the four directions is probably just for show, huh? Axion Ragnar is so shaken that he loses control of his emotions. You bastard! I point my sword at Axion Ragnar, challenging him. If I'm wrong, then bring it on. Try to fight me. Of course, that's only if you have a single shred of self-respect left in that rotten body of yours. At that moment, Axion Ragnar is so triggered that his anger erupts like a long-suppressed volcano. But before that, Theo makes a demand. If he wins, he gets anything he wants. Azen's hands tremble with excitement at the prospect. A sword fight? A fool from Gangna wants a duel with me? He sneers. You clearly don't realize your ego is getting a little too high, his face twisting with arrogance. You think I'm actually afraid of you? His underlings rush to stop him. Young Master Azen, those are just empty taunts. You don't have to listen, don't fall for his trap. Stick to the plan. But Azen is too far gone to listen. Shut up. Are you all saying you don't trust me? With those words, he draws his sword and steps forward. Fine, Dana. Let's fight. The plan was a success, and Theo can't hide his grin. The others whisper among themselves, this is getting messy. What should we do? It's fine, still manageable. It just means a little more work. If their young master Azen goes too far, they'll just have to proceed with the original plan. Before they clash, Azen declares, this is a duel for the honor of the Dana family. No one interferes until it's over, and you will not touch the hostage. With that, Theo dashes across the snow, moving so fast he's just a blur, leaving only footprints behind. Azen watches him, his eyes laser-focused. They flash past each other, and in that instant, the battle begins. Azen is stunned by Theo's terrifying speed, but Theo doesn't let up, slashing back with a taunt. Thanks for this. Let's end it quick. What a cheap trick from a concubine's son. Theo's sword cuts through the cold air. Once again, their massive blades collide, sending sparks flying as two powerhouses shake the very ground, blowing away the surrounding snow. Azen swings his sword for the first real attack. I'll teach you the true power of the Sangna family, Coiling Dragon. A massive dragon emerges from the blade, making Theo hesitate, his face hardening. But just a second later, he regains his cool, pouring spiritual power into his own sword and unleashing a powerful, cold slash right at the beast. The move he uses, powerful enough to cleave that massive dragon in two, is called the Three-Dragon Slash. His opponent's jaw drops in utter shock. Theo raises his sword again. Are you really qualified enough to teach me anything? Orion's face twists as he sees the attack. This technique is, I had my suspicions since the first awakening ceremony, he thinks, but is Theo really this strong? To be able to overwhelm Azen? Should I betray him and switch sides? Azen has gotten way too confident. That single thought sends Orion into a spiral, not knowing what to do. He remembers who's watching. No. The supervisors from Central Intelligence are still here. They'll handle him. Better to just stay calm for now. Shaking off the thought, he waves his hand and gives an order. Giorgio's group, let's move out. We could get dragged into this mess. Let's leave this to Azen, and we'll split up to make our move. In the heat of battle, a memory surfaces. Someone is calling Azen's name. It's S, using sweet words to persuade him to seize the Dana family's power for their uncle and his mother, so that Chui Van can take over everything. S even explained that the Gangna name is just a cover. His statement makes Azen's eyes light up. You are one of Chui Van. You understand, right? Back in the present, Azen is furious but still gives Theo a compliment. You're pretty good. With that, he stomps his foot and charges forward decisively. The two clash again in an endless battle, accompanied by his furious roar, Theo Gangna. Their powerful blades collide, a clash of two ferocious wills. Azen strains, gritting his teeth, trying to force his blade down and crush his opponent. But on the other side, Theo holds his ground with a calm smile. Good, he thinks. He's acting exactly as I predicted. At that same moment, in a secret meeting, news arrives. Theo Gangna has appeared and is currently facing Azen Gangna. Julius slams his fist on the table, ecstatic. He's finally shown himself. I knew it. I knew he was okay. Wukong, however, looks completely stunned. Wait, didn't that other group already take care of him? Over here, S lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He's still alive, thank goodness. I don't know what you've been doing, but from now on, everything must go according to plan. When Azen finds the relic, I'll report him to the prosecutor and have him executed. But just as he's celebrating, he gets an update. Breaking news concerning Theo Gangna and Azen Gangna. The woman's next words hit him like a punch to the gut. They are currently engaged in combat. S's eyes fly open, filled with anxiety and panic as he yells, what? Back to the brutal fight, a technique is unleashed, phantom sword, steps of the void. Azen calmly parries Theo's insane assault. Blow after blow, he shows no signs of fatigue. Azen even has time to assess his opponent. He's strong, His attack speed is incredible. In the reflection of his blade, Theo's image is crystal clear. But it's not enough. It's as if Aizen is slowing down time itself. With a deliberate motion, he throws his dagger with blinding speed. I can still see all of your sword paths clearly. In that instant, Theo recognizes the move. A thrown sword? A memory from his past life flashes before his eyes, of a blade being thrown at him just like this. The others watch, completely captivated. In his past life, Theo had fought a desperate battle just like this one. Aizen had even said a final farewell. Remember this. A forward sword attack can reveal your opponent's next position. His blade draws blood, but only a few drops, which falls starkly against the pure white snow. It's Theo. He not only blocked the attack, but he also realized something critical. So, it was you. In his past life, as he lay defeated, Theo had sneered. You talk way too much. Even with a sword deep in his heart, Theo tried to fight. The masked stranger slowly pulled down his hood. It was Aizen. Let me end you right here. Theo's eyes go wide with a mix of fury and exhilaration, the man who appeared that day. Back in his past life's memories, Theo died. That was his fate to die without ever knowing who burned down the Rose Palace. Back then, Theo simply wasn't strong enough. But luckily, this time, Vendon exposed himself. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, Theo discovered Vendon was deeply connected to the Camilla Palace incident. His killer was a disciple of Chui Van, and among their ranks, only one was known for frequently using a thrown sword. Theo was almost certain, Aizen Zangna, because no one, unless they were as arrogant as him, would use such a risky technique so often. The danger of losing your weapon is just too great. I couldn't be 100% sure until I saw it with my own eyes. But now I can confirm it. Just the thought makes his hands bleed even more profusely. The sword in his hand begins to show signs of cracking as Theo whispers, back then and right now. Aizen recoils in shock, seeing his own sharp blade being destroyed. As the broken tip falls in slow motion, he thinks, he shattered my sword with his bare hands. Immediately after, Theo quickly retrieves the blade. He glares at Aizen with ice-cold eyes and says to himself, everything is different from my past life. Aizen stares back, his own resolve hardening. Theo uses that same old move, throwing the sword back at him. A thought flashes through his mind. Me and my comrades. Aizen freezes for 3 seconds, analyzing the familiar attack. He dodges quickly, but then something appears that makes Aizen's eyes widen in terror. An overwhelming killing intent erupts from Theo, dominating the battle. A clumsy imitation. Action Ragnar grabs his sword, on guard, feeling an intense vibration. What is this? From Theo's shadow, Action Ragnar can feel a power that is utterly beyond his control. This is no mere battle aura. What is this force? And during the first awakening ceremony of all times, before he can even process it, Theo lunges forward, kicking up a storm of snow. In a flash, he's right in front of him. Aston's world spins at this insane turn of events. The explosion sends a plume of snow shooting past the treetops. Aston is flung backwards, his defense completely useless against the blow. Theo continues his relentless assault with a maddening, overwhelming power. For a moment, he aims a direct thrust, but thanks to his sharp reflexes, Aston dodges the attack by a hair's breadth. Displeased, Theo mocks him. How long are you going to keep looking down on me? Furious, Aston lunges forward this bastard. He grabs a hold of Theo's outstretched arm. Aston pulls him in, aiming the sword point straight for Theo's eye. With every ounce of his strength, he thrusts forward. But Theo plants a foot in the snow and launches a powerful kick. Both fighters are thrown backward. Theo's quick thinking saved him. They each slam a foot into the snow, regaining their balance. And just like that, they're back in their fighting stances, ready for round 2. Before Axion Ragnar can react, Theo leaps high into the air. He's going for that close-range pressure again, dead set on defeating him. In a flash, Axion Ragnar's sword spins dozens of times. He readies himself to send his opponent packing. But Theo pulls his sword back as far as it can go and asks, do you have any idea what it feels like to have a sword buried deep inside you? Axion Ragnar's eyes fly open wider than they've ever been. The gleaming sword lunges forward, stunning him completely. Elsewhere, Remington examines bloodstains in the snow and makes a call. This wasn't a monster attack. Someone took them. The only one who could do this is Axion Ragnar. Hutiot scoffs in disbelief. Axion Ragnar? But that guy is the weakest. Why would he want more trouble? Remington glances at Hutiot and explains, it seems he captured Theo's subordinate to lure him out. He plans to eliminate Theo during the second awakening ceremony. Hutiot explodes with rage, shouting, what? He's supposed to fight fair. Why would he do that? Asin, is that guy a coward? Erica just sighs, so what? This is the Jenga awakening ceremony, she says. Situations like this are normal. Remington watches her in silence, saying nothing. He finally speaks his mind. That's why I don't like Jenga, even if this is a battle of strength. She stares at him seriously. Your words are dangerous. Are you serious? He offers a challenging smile. I have to save his subordinate. If it were Theo, he'd do the same. Theo clenches his fists, looking at Erica with determination. We have to go. You'll come with us, right, sis? She flatly shoots them down. No chance. Not interested. I followed you two because I thought I might meet Theo Jenga, but he's not here. And I hate the weak. I have no interest in saving them. As she starts to walk away, he doesn't hold back his question. Hey, are you some kind of garbage? Erica spins around, snapping. What did you say, you punk? Remington just grins at her. Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo. Hearing this, Erica stares him down. Remington makes his offer. I guarantee it. If you help me this one time, it will be a huge step toward achieving your goal. Streams of power kick up snow as they move. The three of them race towards their destination, Remington's eyes fill with resolve. Everyone, just hold on. Suddenly, a sword drops from above, blocking their path. Stop right there. You go no further. The three of them find themselves facing a group of swordsmen lying in wait. Remington's eyes narrow at the men before them. The Orion Guild. Orion smirks, challenging him. Long time no see. I can't believe you ditched us to play with these idiots. Are you hanging out with brainless thugs now? Theo glares at them, filled with rage. Hey, did he just call us dumb, muscle-headed goons? Orion doesn't even bother denying it. I might have. Remington's voice is grim as he warns him. Orion, move. I don't want to fight an old friend, but his old friend's reply is just as blunt. I refuse. Remington stares at Orion, hesitating. He makes his choice and draws his own sword. If you won't move, then I'll just have to remove you. And with that, they all charge into battle. Sebin, breathing heavily, desperately tries to break a rope. He's using a broken sword to saw through it, pushing with all his remaining strength. Elsewhere, Theo fights on, never stopping for a second. Theo's broken sword flies past his opponent's back, then lands perfectly in front of Sebin. He stares at it wide-eyed, thinking, this is the chance Master Theo gave me. I have to cut this rope. The blade digs deeper into the rope. The battle rages on under the white snow. Wind howls, and the sharp, piercing clang of steel on steel echoes through the air. Theo and Ashen are still clashing fiercely. Theo grits his teeth, whispering. He finally showed up. The contest supervisor, high-ranking Inspector Liam Troyven, rushes into the fight. Theo is forced to parry his sudden attack. Liam shouts an order to his men behind him, escort the young master. His subordinates immediately reply, yes, sir. With that, he charges toward Theo. One of the soldiers advises Ashen, young master, Ashen, you've fought enough. Let us handle the rest. We've retrieved the sword you dropped. Ashen furiously grips the sword in his hand. He stares at the scene before him without a word. On the other side, Liam holds his sword steady, thrusting towards Theo. Theo quickly dodges the attack and unleashes a slash of his own. The blow sends Liam flying backward, stunned by his incredible speed. Theo presses his advantage, his teeth clenched. Liam grimly makes his calculation. I have to admit it, he won't be pushed back by Ragnar or the inspectors I brought. This kid is on another level. But we're not equals. This is my only chance to kill him with no other supervisors around. It's a waste to kill such a talent, but it's all for the benefit of Troyven. Farewell, Theo Jenga. Theo's eyes go wide. A spray of blood erupts before him. Liam is suddenly struck from behind by a different power. He coughs up blood, unable to believe it. He stammers, turning to Ragnar young. Master, why? Ragnar looks back at him with the eyes of a killer. I told you not to interfere. Theo freezes, witnessing Ragnar stab Liam right in front of him, unable to believe his own eyes. Liam is just as shocked, unable to understand why Ragnar would turn on him. Ragnar brutally rips his sword out, and Liam collapses to the ground. The men behind him start to question Ragnar. Young Master Ragnar, what are you? He stares down at Liam's body with dark eyes. You interfered because you thought I would lose. That is an insult to the heir. Theo grits his teeth, seething with rage. Ragnar, you madman. You'd even kill your own people. Ragnar's cold voice cuts through his thoughts. Yes, I have to admit it, Theo Jenga, you are strong. He remembers words spoken to him long ago. The weak are useless, but you were born with talent, Ragnar. You must trample on others and stand above them. Only then can you sit on the throne of Jenga. Ragnar lets out a twisted laugh. But you are definitely weaker than me. That is the most logical conclusion. I will be the strongest and take the throne. Therefore, I cannot possibly lose to someone like you in a place like this. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Theo's jaw tightens as he stares at him. Ragnar unleashes a powerful, decisive slash. His eyes burn with a furious hatred, and then, suddenly, he freezes, staring in utter shock at the scene before him. Ashen freezes, watching Theo charge forward with absolutely terrifying power. His eyes fly open as Theo's blade closes in, unleashing a massive force. The soldiers below scramble over to Liam, yelling, "Captain Liam, are you all right?" The man grits his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I know you're reckless, but this is going too far." Liam just screams back in fury. "What are you all still doing here? Don't worry about me. Go help the young master, Ashen. Kill that bastard Theo." But his men defy the order, firing back. "But why are you so stubborn? Why don't we—" Liam's rage boils over. "Now! Go kill Theo, now! If young Master Ashen dies, we are all dead meat." Ashen himself lets out a furious roar and lunges forward again. He unleashes a swift attack, but Ashen grinds his teeth in disbelief. Absurd. Impossible. He remembers X's warning about Janna. You must always be prepared for the unexpected. Even a flickering lamp in the wind can suddenly burst into a roaring flame. Ashen denies it all. No, no way. He recalls asking X why they should even worry about that bastard, a piece of useless trash. "I'll just toy with him for a bit and put him back in his place." But X had simply replied, "Don't you get it? The skill gap between you and Theo isn't as massive as you think." Ashen screams, rejecting that reality, and charges forward with his sword drawn. "No, no, no. A piece of trash like you will be crushed, and it won't even be difficult. I will become the king of the North, and I will seize Janna's throne. I, Ashen Janna." Theo glares at the man acting like an uncontrollable beast and roars. "That throne, that ambition. Because of you, so many of my people have lost their lives. If you have no intention of abandoning that ambition, then I will have to shatter it myself, even if it means resorting to violence." Theo grips his sword, charging with a power he was granted, a power like a roaring dragon with limitless might. He screams out the name of his technique, 3 Dragon Claws. Ashen flinches, watching Theo rush into attack. Theo's power feels like it could shatter everything around him. His resolve is absolute. "I will become stronger, strong enough to cut every single one of you down." Liam is frozen solid, just staring at the scene unfolding. The light is so blinding that even Remington's men, who are in a totally different fight, stop to watch. The whole area goes silent. Ashen screams in pure panic as the attack lands. Blood explodes from his body, spraying everywhere. Theo's power illuminates the entire region, leaving the air misty in its wake. Ashen is still standing, completely drenched in blood. Suddenly, his body twists in agony and he collapses to his knees. Then, he falls forward, motionless. In that same instant, Ashen's severed head is sent flying. It lands with a heavy thud, staining the snow a deep crimson. The scene is absolutely horrific. Theo walks slowly toward Ashen's body as someone screams in the distance. "Young Master Ashen." Blood drips from the tip of Theo's blade, each drop landing on Ashen's lifeless face. The instructors can only stare, completely stunned by Theo's actions. Liam, sweating bullets, finally gives the order. "Kill him. Kill that bastard, now." The whole group immediately charges toward Theo, who watches them come with a dark expression. He lets out a quiet sigh. "I'm in trouble." Facing the furious instructors, he accepts his fate. From here on out, it's all a gamble. He can't possibly fight 4 high-level officials, especially not in his current exhausted state. The situation feels utterly hopeless. My stamina has already hit its limit, and my mana is almost completely empty after that last attack. Theo glares at the men before him, at the sharp points of their blades. He thinks to himself, isn't it about time for him to show up? Just then, Remington's group comes rushing toward him. They appear in front of Theo in a flash, blocking the instructor's incoming attack. Theo is shocked by their sudden appearance. Remington glances back with a smirk. Saving a comrade in danger is only natural, wouldn't you say, young Master Theo? Theo can hardly believe what he's hearing. Erica sizes him up. You're even more impressive in person. Hook Earth shouts excitedly, damn, Theo. This is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. I'm already a fan. Sabindri, age 17, a man whose special talent is loyalty, chimes in while fighting. We sincerely wish to support you, young Master Theo. We can't just run away after causing so much trouble. Swords clash again and again. Remington calls out mid-fight, interference from supervisors is strictly forbidden. You're aware that directly intervening with a candidate is a serious crime, aren't you? Liam grits his teeth in pure rage. Behind him, the other instructors ask, Sir Liam, what should we do? This has gotten out of hand. Should we eliminate all of them? Sir, please give us your decision. Liam is already calculating their odds. We're done for. We couldn't find any information on the palace relics, and we failed to eliminate Theo. And now, even Ashen is dead. We've been cornered into an incredibly dangerous position. There is no way to recover from this failure. The instructors behind him urgently try to get his attention. Sir Liam, we're out of time. Liam falls deep into thought. The best option in this situation is, he makes his decision and barks the order, kill them all. The instructors are stunned. What? Liam explains his twisted plan. A sudden mana outbreak and an abnormal monster swarm occurred, resulting in the elimination of all candidates at the scene. That's our best move. We'll frame it as a tragic accident to erase all traces connecting us to Tronin. 20 level 5 monsters. That should be enough to sell the story. Understood? The remaining instructors look at him, horrified. They stare at Liam for a moment, then immediately fall in line. Yes, Captain. Everything for the sake of Tronin. With that, Liam throws several gems into the air. Instantly, one of the candidates is struck down and killed. Selfhood screams, Liam. Liam curses under his breath. Damn it, another problem. Selfhood Gardner, a supervisor from the White Armored Knights, confronts him. What do you think you're doing, Aaron Buckers? Another supervisor from the Knights also looks on with deep concern. Supervisors Natasha Koppel from the Plum Blossom Palace and Sally Gardner from the Water Lotus Palace also appear. Liam is in disbelief. How did they get here so fast? He immediately drops to his knees. The other 3 instructors panic. Liam. Selfhood issues a cold warning to the remaining 3. You 3 over there, don't move. If you value your lives, you'll surrender quietly. But if you want to end up like Liam, then by all means, try to resist. They are immediately surrounded by the other supervisors. Theo looks at them, managing to get out one single word before he finally collapses. Supervisors. Rai rushes forward to catch him. Theo whispers, Thank God. You came just in time. Thank you. He glances over his shoulder and sees the rogue instructors being led away. Remington runs over in a panic. Theo, that was insane. Why did you push yourself that far, young Master Theo? That was way too dangerous. Erica quickly chimes in. Why didn't you call for me? Hook Earth just lets out a hearty laugh. Others are in tears. Theo, you can't die until we have our rematch. Young Master Theo, you did all this just to save us. Theo manages a faint smile, leaning on Rai's shoulder as he listens to them. He lets out a long breath and murmurs, even if I had died, I wouldn't have a single regret. Rai looks surprised by his reaction. Theo continues, this is the kind of power I've been pursuing. Rai smiles warmly at him. Theo, ever the competitor, adds, by the way, bring them over here so I can claim first place. She just smiles at his unyielding expression as the night finally falls quiet. Elsewhere, in a grand castle, an emperor looks at the man before him and asks, What did you just say? A lone soldier is reporting to a round table packed with high-ranking officials. He's sweating bullets under the emperor's piercing gaze. Ashen, the leader of the country beside the emperor, looks just as dumbfounded. Osa stares at the soldier. Julius's eyes go wide in absolute shock, his face paling. It's over. Right now, in the middle of this biting cold, snow-white forest, the second stage of the awakening ceremony is coming to a close. Everyone exchanges glances, their tension thick against the white snow. The only sound is the crunch of approaching footsteps. A figure full of charisma stands on a high platform, his robes whipping in the wind. He speaks slowly. You have all done very well. And with that, I officially announce the end of the second test of the awakening ceremony. Down below, the crowd murmurs with confusion and disbelief. That man, he's one of the 9 dragons. Why is he here? He almost never makes an appearance. Farrell holds the decree, thinking the numbers aren't half bad. It seems all the true geniuses really have gathered for this round, especially the one in first place, with a score that is simply overwhelming. Hearing Farrell's loaded words, Theo's expression flickers a flash of pure, unadulterated shock. Farrell continues, his voice booming. All candidates who have passed the second coming-of-age ceremony will be promoted from apprentice to junior swordsman. That alone is enough to make you all proud. From this moment on, you are permitted to act as official swordsman of Jiangna. And at the top of the list, Theo Jiangna, with 1,121 points. Instantly, the crowd erupts. Of course it's Theo, but over 1,000 points? How is that possible? He had 0 points until the very end. Hey, have you heard about him and Action Ragnara? The gossip hits Theo's ears, leaving him completely speechless. Farrell's voice continues to ring out, announcing the scores. Second place, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lanky, 843 points. Fourth place, Rizangna, 789 points. Fifth place, Hokers. And so the names are read from top to bottom, cutting through the freezing air. Farrell finally reaches the bottom of the page. 45th place, Ayla Lemon, 28 points. This concludes the list. You have all worked hard. However, the awakening ceremony is not yet over. We still have one final test ahead of us. Therefore, all who have qualified to participate in the third round, please raise your hands. Once again, the crowd buzzes. Did you make it? Forget it. I didn't collect enough. I did, but I still don't get it. Just then, Remington raises his hand, a confident, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Erica, her expression like ice, also raises her hand with unwavering confidence. Right after, another arm shoots up decisively amidst the endless white snow. Theo's own hand rises slowly, filled with determination. His body is covered in wounds, but his eyes are blazing with an unquenchable fighting spirit. What a beast. Theo figured it out. The hidden piece of the second trial was the attribute-based breathing technique, in short, elemental breath. Candidates had to collect enough runes and learn from the text carved into them. Just collecting them was hard enough, but understanding them was even harder. Only those who mastered it could assign an element to their mana and qualify for the third ceremony. I failed this in my past life. But then, suddenly, a divine light erupts from Theo's eyes as if some new system is being activated. A system notification rings out. As the world darkens, filled with roaring thunder, Theo remembers. The core of the text became an image in his mind during a desperate battle against a monstrous beast. His sharp eyes, his hair whipping in the wind, he thinks, "It helped me understand everything instantly." Back in the present, Farrell laughs out loud. Just one success would have been a blessing, but to have 4 of you? That's very impressive. At the same time, Theo's sharp gaze sweeps the area, his resolve hardening like steel. In my past life, Ragnar and Remington never learned this technique. This has to be the butterfly effect I created. Farrell raises his hand, signaling everyone. Very well. One by one, show me what you have obtained. Let's start with Theo Ragnar. A small smile touches Theo's lips. He thinks Aston is gone now. Many things are about to go off script, but I don't need to feel afraid. The future will definitely be better. An incredible energy begins to swirl violently around his feet. Theo's voice rings out. What I have obtained is... A blinding light envelops him as fierce lightning crackles to life. He looks absolutely epic, radiating an intense aura. His voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. Lightning. The system displays the skill. Absorb, manifest, control, expand, sword energy. He thinks, first, I absorb mana with the lightning attribute. Then, manifest it. A moment later, the energy explodes. The crowd below is completely floored. No way. He can not only absorb it, but also manifest it? That's young Master Theo for you. He stands tall amidst the golden, untamed energy, thinking, normally, this would be a good place to stop. Witnessing this display, even Remington cracks a proud smile. At that exact moment, a miraculous light blooms inside Theo's chest, radiating with supernatural power. His eyes are sharp, and a dangerous smirk spreads across his face. Over here, Ragnar is wide-eyed with shock. Erica's brows raise in approval. I'm starting to like this guy. Hoker's jaws on the floor. Absolutely insane. Farrell's booming laughter echoes. Astonishing. I never imagined you would reach the level of control. Your reputation is truly well earned. But suddenly, his eyes go wide in shock at something new. Theo's heart, on the left side of his chest, is glowing brightly, activating another mechanism. An explosive wave of energy bursts outwards. He looks like a god, bringing a divine light to the world. A lightning bolt crashes down as Theo's sharp eyes flare. Elemental breath. Lightning. In a flash, Theo draws his blade with fluid grace. The lightning fuses with the sword, morphing into a roaring, majestic dragon of pure energy. Farrell watches with a serious expression, observing his every move. The system screen now displays a new level, expansion. The crowd is absolutely stunned, their mouths hanging open. The massive dragon with its sharp fangs is flying straight toward the official. They scream in terror. Why is he attacking the supervisor? Farrell's voice is calm. This kid is interesting. He's already reached the expansion stage. Has he? He raises his palm, catching pure, gem-like droplets of water falling from the sky. Elemental breath. Water. He looks Theo dead in the eye. I grant you this, as the judge. Just as Farrell finishes, he sees Theo's triumphant grin. The official praises him. Well done, Theo Ragnar. You'll receive an additional 1,000 points. Theo replies, thank you. He thinks, as expected of an elder dragon, he's always generous with promising candidates. Rank 1. Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Rank 2. Remington Nasio, 926 points. Rank 3. Erica Lanky, 843 points. Rank 4. Ragnar, 789 points. After the new ranks are announced, Hoker's is shaken. Over 2,000 points. That's just completely overwhelming. The people around him are just as shocked. That's on a whole other level. Farrell speaks. Now then, the remaining 3. Show me what you can do. Remington Nasio, plus 500 points for energy at the control level. Rosanna and Erica Lanky both score 300 points, hitting the revealed threshold. Farrell just laughs, seeing the list. Yep, they're all cut from the same cloth. Usually, over 1,000 points makes you valedictorian, but right now, we have 4 of them. First place goes to Jiang Na with an insane 2,121 points. Second, Remington Norsha with 1,426. Third is Erica Lanky at 1,143 points. And fourth, Wei Jiang Na with 1,489 points. You've all worked hard. Those not in the final round, please be ready for the naming ceremony in 1 week. Soon, it's just the 4 valedictorians and Pharrell under the falling snow. He closes his eyes and slowly begins to speak. And now, when suddenly a massive red energy explosion erupts from behind the towering mountain, they all snap into a defensive stance, faces filled with shock. But Pharrell, with a sharp, knowing look in his eyes, just says, "Let's begin the 3rd round, shall we?" My heart sinks as I run forward, a terrible feeling washing over me. What is this? Why am I sensing Roadbrook's energy here? This is the 3rd ceremony meeting the family head. Anything can happen. It's a test based entirely on the head's whims. This meeting decides if you get recommended to the head's personal residence, a place where each of the 5 main candidates has already served. Getting recommended basically means you're a potential heir. My mind is racing. The family head is waiting for us, so why do I feel Roadbrook's power? Don't tell me the one who captured Roadbrook's heart is. The scene shifts. A battle is about to begin as Pharrell's voice echoes, "Now, overcome it." Instantly, all 4 of us drop into a combat stance, crouching down to activate our powers. Erica grits her teeth, sweat pouring down her face as she pants. How are we supposed to reach the summit in this state? But I speak up. I'll try to break through using pure power. She looks at me, confused. What about us? I tell her, you need to match the mana wavelength. As I say this, Erica starts trembling, sweat still dripping down her face. Wavelength? Remington, while catching his breath, figures it out. You mean we have to create an opposing wave to interfere and cancel out the pressure? I nod, exactly. You're always so sharp, Remy. He replies, that's easier said than done. I explain seriously. This is how they filter us out. Those who can't properly control their magic have no right to meet the family head. He just responds, you have a point. Erica's eyes widen in disbelief. Opposing phase, wave, interference. Are you two speaking another language? Remington just closes his eyes, a slight smile on his lips as he thinks. He gently looks towards me and starts to explain, magical power is also a type of wave. It naturally has vibrational properties. The family head's aura is also composed of waves. To overcome it, we need to create a magic power wave to cancel it out. Erica tilts her head, asking Remington for clarification. So, you mean I just need to create magical power that opposes this pressure? He says yes. Erica explodes, you rule-obsessed idiot. Why didn't you just explain it simply from the start? Remington just smirks, but Erica fires back. Exactly. You pompous rule follower, are you really 17? You talk like an old man. Just then, a blinding source of energy glows with intense red light. They all freeze, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Already, there I am, standing confidently in the center of the energy. I say calmly, for the next family head, this is only natural. My words leave Remington completely stunned. Pharrell watches on, deep in thought, while Erica keeps her expression carefully neutral. I throw my cloak back and take off. Well, I'm going first. Remington panics, Master Theo. Erica shouts, hey Theo. Pharrell just says, don't just stand there. Points are awarded based on arrival order. That sudden announcement from Pharrell hits them like a lightning bolt, snapping them out of their daze. And they're off in a flash, a mad dash to the finish. Pharrell just laughs to himself, heh. To think at my age, I'd actually want to take on a disciple. The sky is clear and the air is crisp at Camilla Palace. A loud laugh echoes, my precious youngest daughter, where are you? My little good luck charm. 2 maids stand quietly to the side, whispering, oh no, the demon artisan is here again. She's been coming ever since Master Theo became a rising star. Meanwhile, Cecilia is in a serious meeting about outfits. Suddenly, the door bursts open. So there you are, my dearest Cecilia. It's Kirzan. Cecilia says, Mother, we are in the palace. Please maintain some etiquette. Etiquette? Who cares about that stuffy nonsense? I'm about to become filthy rich. Cecilia just sighs, completely exasperated. Aren't you already very rich? Kirzan leans in close to Cecilia's face and whispers, but not stinking rich. Not yet, but soon. I will be. Because Theo has become a star, orders are flooding my workshop. My studio has finally achieved mainstream popularity. Hearing her mother talk about me, Cecilia can't help but smile with pride, but Cecilia's eyes are closed, her mind filled with worry. I always believed Theo would succeed, but watching him act now, I feel anxious. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention? I can't do anything but stand by and wait. I can't stand this feeling of helplessness. The only thing I can do for him. are things like this. I wish I could help him in a more practical way. While Cecilia stares at the outfit she poured her heart into for me, Kirsten is lost in her own excitement. The days of only making weapons are over. From now on, I'm moving into creating and selling accessories. We'll increase revenue tenfold. Cecilia interjects mother. Kirzan replies, ah. Cecilia asks curiously, have you ever made a prosthetic arm? The scene changes again. Keo's laughter booms. He said he's the next family head. I love that boldness of yours, Theo. A manager whispers something in his ear, but Keo just smiles. I know what you're worried about, but even parents have no right to block their children's dreams. Besides, youthful ambition is an unstoppable force. We were the same in our prime, weren't we? This place is proof of that, the sword graveyard. The manager laughs, seemingly pleased. Keo smiles at him and says, I told you not to worry. What I want is the prosperity of our family. I will handle anything that stands in the way of that. Just like this. Nothing has happened yet. There is still plenty of time to observe. The manager remains silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Keo's voice turns ice cold. Even if it's my own son. At that same moment, in another part of the world, I am seen pushing through, powerful energy swirling around me in a tense atmosphere. A cold, knowing voice speaks full of meaning, even for a reincarnator. Keo waits with a smile. You finally arrived, my son, but his eyes suddenly turn sharp and unreadable. I stand before him, exhausted and wounded, staring at the proud figure of Keo on his throne. My heart was pounding for him. It took 4 agonizing hours to climb a mountain that should have taken 1. The pressure was insane. His father reaches out, asking, son, do you know what these things are? Theo answers immediately. This is the sword graveyard. I've heard these are the swords of those the family had personally defeated. Keo Hailong confirms it. That's right. This is what it means to be the family head. A position where you face countless threats alone. A position where you can't truly rely on anyone. It's a role that follows the rule of the strong. You must stand above all others with your own power. Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position? Without a hint of fear, Theo gives a powerful and clear answer. Yes. Anken warns him, don't answer so easily. I had to slaughter thousands of souls to stand here. Can you say the same after feeling their hatred? Theo stands firm, silently listening to every word. Memories of furious screams flash before him. We will curse you forever. How dare you do something so cruel? I will tear you to pieces. But after feeling it all, Theo opens his eyes. His determination remains unchanged. Keo grips his sword, his voice stern. Why? Theo sinks into his own thoughts. For revenge from his past life, to become the head and end this damned war for the throne, he is ready to overcome any challenge to achieve his mission. But I knew, and he knew, that wasn't the answer his father was looking for. So, Theo boldly draws his sword from its sheath. I will answer you with my blade. Hearing this, his father breaks into a smile filled with pure excitement. Keo rises to his feet. Excellent. From now on, I won't treat you as my son, but as a challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings. Theo flinches, startled by his words, but grips his weapon and gets into a fighting stance. Suddenly, Theo's eyes go wide with shock. In a single slash from his father, his head is severed. He wonders, am I dead? The parts of his body slowly separate. He couldn't even understand what just happened. Theo analyzes Keo's move and identifies the technique mine's sword. Keo looks at a crow and taunts it. Are you worried our little main character is going to die? The bird replies in its own language. Keo explains, that's right, only those with will and decize. It's a brutal test for the inexperienced children in the awakening ceremony. But if his resolve is only half-hearted, it's better he dies here as a soulless corpse. I don't need a regressor who will only bring harm to the family. And the streams of his consciousness agree with him. You are right, thank you. But Theo is determined this won't be the end. He promised himself that he could be broken. Tears fall every time he remembers. Theo's body begins to fade with the negative emotions. But Theo still powerfully grips his weapon, fighting against the mind sword. He is determined. But I will never surrender. Theo's small figure shines brilliantly in the vast, dark space. His sword blade glows like the aura of the sun. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, obscuring all vision. Shards of crystal shatter and scatter throughout the dark space. Theo awakens from the adventurous nightmare he just experienced. He is still stunned and bewildered by reality and everything around him. Theo stands up, looking at his respected father, K.O. He is wearing a proud smile. You passed. The scent of Hugh O's fannin filled the air. It's so crowded here, it's making me anxious, he said. Erica Kingby teased. Why are you still so shy at your age? He shouts back, I'm not shy, you're just bold. The commander of every unit, the former family head, and the current head, so many heroes are here. Chebai scoffs, such a child. Relax, she says. No one is interested in someone who hasn't even achieved attribute breathing. Hook Ozfanan fumes, his fists trembling. He sighs, "Can't you tell me? What did you get from the head during the third ceremony?" Erica calmly replies, "That's a secret." He gets annoyed. "Humph. If it were my Theo, he would have shared it calmly." She questions him, "Your Theo? What are you talking about?" Hook scoffs, "You know a Lancer's life is to become a Xehanon's sword, right? We have to bet our lives on a Xehanon. In that case, I want someone cool and strong, someone with power, personality, and ambition." He shows his loyalty to Theo, declaring, "And that person is Theo. I want to bet my life on him, so he is my Theo." Erica challenges him, and does Theo agree with this? Hook's eyes sparkle. He has to. "I'm planning on joining the same unit as him. I don't know why, but the family head said he won't take Theo to the main residence." He says excitedly, "So I might be able to follow him." Suddenly, the sound of drums echoes through the hall. Viana commands, "Attention! The appointment ceremony will now begin. The best overall student, Theo Ziana, please step forward." The crowd below cheers wildly, raising their hands in support. He slowly approaches the glorious stage reserved for the top student. Theo wears a satisfied smile. From afar, Evelyn watches him. "Everyone is watching you intently, young Master Theo. Which place will you choose?" "I would be happy if he chose to join our White Dragon Knights, but that's a selfish dream." He stands there silently, waiting for the next announcement. The officiant continues, "Congratulations on achieving the position of best overall student, Theo Ziana." Now then, before he can finish, someone steps forward, cutting him off. He stares blankly at that proud figure. The person who appeared is none other than Choi Van, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Kyo watches from the crowd with a judgmental gaze. Julius and Osa also grow tense at this appearance. Viana warns him, "Director, I don't know what your intention is, but please sit down." He ignores her and calls out his name, Theo Ziana. Theo thinks to himself, Tianlong. He's likely still in shock from Axion Ragnar's death, but even he wouldn't dare cause a scene at the opening ceremony. Choi Van extends a hand and smiles. "I want to offer you the position of vice director." Theo is shocked to hear those implied words. Ranking first is a special achievement. Even among the Ziana family, he was ranked last. A black egg shatters layer by layer, revealing piercing red eyes that seem to want to swallow everything around them. It was the process of his rise to the top. The crowd around discusses and gossips. Even if he got stronger, who would have thought he could send Axion Ragnar to the afterlife? They say he even took down the supervisor when no one stopped him. Are his skills really that good? They say he overwhelmed Axion Ragnar. The way people look at him changed from contempt to envy. He's no longer the fool of the Ziana family. The system also displays a notification. You have achieved the top rank in the Awakening Ceremony. Congratulations, you have completed Scenario Quest 3, the winner of the Awakening Ceremony. You have received Loy Ager as a reward. The reward will be stored in your inventory. Theo looks up at the system screen, thinking blankly, "Oh right, there was a quest. What is a Loy Ager? Since it was a long quest, it must be something good." Choi Van speaks up. Theo looks at him with sharp eyes, which seem to hold a deep-seated hatred. Yet, he smiles brightly. "I want to grant Theo Ziana the position of vice director." Theo just looks at him silently without answering, as if considering something. He squints slightly, staring straight at Choi Van, observing him. The system immediately displays an information screen. Observe S. Choi Van. Age 46, male. Title, Tianlong. Talents, conspiracy, strategy, a hidden dagger, ambition. After cross-referencing with the information provided by the system, Theo thinks, of course, he's aiming for the old dragon's artifact. He must already know I have it, but from now on, things won't go your way, Tianlong. Your Qianmen family, I will destroy it with my own hands. We then cut to a massive room where Julius is screaming, "What are you doing, Director of Central Intelligence?" The Qianmen director coolly replies, "I'm simply scouting talent according to the nomination ceremony's rules. Is there a problem?" Julius shouts in a rage, "Do you think we're all idiots here? Everyone knows you're trying to avenge your nephew's death." Qianmen simply lowers his head, a sinister smile on his face. "That's understandable, but you're wrong. As an individual, I might be angry, but as the director, I only wish to recruit outstanding talent." Julius thinks to himself, what a cold-blooded man. Even with his nephew dead, he's only thinking about his goals. Vienna looks up and cuts them off. "Stop it. That's enough. I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the process has officially begun." And so, she asks, "Theo, have you made your decision yet?" He replies loudly, "Actually, I haven't decided yet. That's why I want to hear from you first. What offers do you have for me?" Theo scans them with calculating eyes, a cunning smile on his face. In the middle of this vast arena, his powerful presence alone is enough to intimidate everyone around him. Suddenly, a woman's slender arm rises. Osa, with a serious expression, makes her offer. I, Osa Ganga Blunas, offer Theo Ganga the position of my disciple, and I also promise him the title of Young Master of Plum Blossom. The other candidates are stunned. This means she's going to adopt him, making him the heir of the Sword Dragon. Remington smirks to himself. 2 of the 9 dragons have already stepped forward. Truly impressive, Sir Theo. Wheat looks at Theo with sparkling eyes, absolutely thrilled. Erica adds, with an offer like that, the other captains won't dare speak up. But just then, a voice echoes from above, I also wish to join this competition. A beam of golden energy slams into the ground, throwing the area into chaos. As the figure lands, a powerful gust of wind whips everyone's hair around wildly. The sheer force of the impact cracks the very ground beneath him. Everyone recognizes that familiar face and starts whispering, it's the Black Dragon. Even the Black Dragon dares to participate, Robert says with a steady voice. Theo Ganga, I have been watching you throughout the entire awakening ceremony. Theo is stunned, thinking, me? The man's voice continues, Caius was right. You possess many fascinating qualities. Join the Black Snow. I promise to give you the position of Limitless Snow. Limitless Snow is the highest rank. When Theo was in the Black Snow in his past life, only 8 people ever achieved it. No matter how hard he tried, he could never reach it, but now it's being offered so easily. Just then, Firio, with his calm demeanor, gives a slight cough. He then says softly, Theo Ganga, your 3rd awakening ceremony was truly impressive. Do not forget that our Ascending Dragon Hall is also open to you. This immediately sends a shockwave through the crowd. What? Even the Ascending Dragon? 4 of the 9 dragons have now stepped forward. There's still one left, our captain. Julius, his face half hidden by a mysterious mask, finally speaks. Our White Armor Dragon unit offers Theo Ganga no special privileges whatsoever. His statement completely divides the crowd. Some think he's being too stubborn, while others say that's just like their captain, a man who believes true honor must be earned. Julius continues, I genuinely wish to recruit you, but I will not offer any special treatment that would be unfair to the other members. What I can offer you is our full support and the pride of being a knight. But Theo stands tall, completely unfazed by Julius's words. He nods, smirks, and says, understood. My choice is. Huda's soft lips curve into a slight smile, as if she's pleased with Theo. At that moment, her voice cuts in. You're a regressor, aren't you? Huda's words make Theo's eyes widen in absolute shock. At that exact moment, a brilliant burst of energy erupts, throwing the knight's arena into chaos and leaving Theo stunned. Soon after, Huda appears on the podium with a calm, provocative smile. Theo is astonished. It's the former head of the Huda clan. Sweat drips down his cheek as he flatly denies it. I don't know what you were talking about. Huda gives him a fierce smile, looking right at him and thinking, this kid. I don't know how he lived in the previous round, but his acting skills are top-notch. Theo is completely bewildered. Round? What does that mean? Are there really multiple rounds of regression? Vienna interrupts. Theo, is there a problem? You don't look well. Theo stammers, may I have a moment to collect my thoughts? Vienna agrees. Of course, it's a major decision, but don't take too long. Huda smiles at Theo and says softly, there's no need to hide it. I am also a regressor. But my assigned rounds have all run out. Theo stares at Huda with sharp eyes. Rounds mean she has regressed multiple times. How is that possible? And how many regressors are there? Facing a former clan head, he knows it's better to answer honestly. He asks, a round means you can regress multiple times? Huda just says, what? You don't know anything at all? So Caius didn't tell you. Well, Caius despises regressors. It's a surprise he even let you live. Theo's expression darkens. What? Could all the insane hardships I've endured be because of him? She tilts her head with a cunning smile. It seems you have many questions, but not much time. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the family, come to my province. We can talk later. Theo is lost in thought under the open sky. During the 3rd awakening ceremony, the family head gave him no answers. All he gave him was the heart sword. The family head hates regressors. That aura of Lotbrock he felt from him then. And Lotbrock's stolen heart. Did the family head really take Lotbrock's heart? Because Lotbrock was an ancient dragon who accepted regressors. Normally, a human cannot defeat an ancient dragon. He then recalls the deep, hidden power within Caius. But it is possible for the family head, the one they call a demigod. There is no other way to uncover the secrets of the regressor family. Vienna's voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. Well, Theo, have you decided where you will go? He thinks, I have no choice but to find Huda. In the arena, Theo's voice rings out loud. Yes, I have decided. I will. In the distance, Remington shouts, I choose the Ascending Dragon Hall. Remington became a disciple of the Ascending Dragon, maybe because they share the same water attribute. In the previous timeline, Remington had returned to the Nasio family, built his strength, and then rebelled against the Gang of family. Amidst an explosion of raw energy, Remington stands tall with sharp, proud eyes. This time, he didn't leave Gang A. This is definitely a change I created, Theo thinks. We'll be separated for a while. They shake hands, a sign of polite respect. Theo says, let's do our best in our own positions and meet again when we're stronger. Remington replies, of course, young Master Theo. I look forward to that day. Theo raises the corner of his mouth in a slight smile. Remington watches him back with contemplative eyes, as if weighing something in his mind. As expected, Ray returned to the Daftalin Palace, home of the Ice Dragon. There really was no more suitable place for her. Simon and the demons from Training Hall 4 wanted to follow Theo, but their points weren't high enough. It's a pity that he has to part with his comrades, but the nomination ceremony ends here. Everyone has worked hard. Please return to your units. They will all strive to do their best in their new homes. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Hey, Theo, I can't believe we're in the same unit. It's Huck Ox. Erica just shoots him a dirty look, muttering, weirdo. Theo watches them go, thinking to himself, well, at least I have new friends. He calls out with a welcoming voice, nice to see you both. Huck Ox, Erica, I really appreciate your help back in the second round. You both helped me out a ton. Erica's cheeks flush pink, but she playfully teases him. Don't you forget it, strong man, strong man. Huck Ox bellows right back. Damn right, I like you too. Strong man, strong man. Their sudden shouting leaves Theo speechless. But then Southwood turns his head and warns, the captain is coming, look sharp everyone. Theo just nods and smiles. After all, his choice was clear the most respected unit in Jiangna, and the perfect place for Theo to take his first step toward becoming the family head, the White Dragon Squad. The elegant, powerful Julius steps forward, his voice commanding, welcome to the White Dragon Squad. Theo looks up at him, a flicker of anxiety on his face. What's in store for me here? Just as Huck Ox steps forward, the whole group is finally assembled. Julius cracks a smirk. Leading the charge, a confident Huck Ox declares, I want to become the coolest knight there is. Another rookie yells with just as much passion. I want to make a name for myself. Erica speaks with a clear voice, I want to become the best leader. Another rookie holds his head high, shouting, I want to be recognized by the captain. His words immediately draw judging stares from the entire group. Everyone is left speechless by the rookie's simple ambition. Even someone as imposing as Theo raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised. With the Great War just 5 years away, Theo must prepare. He speaks with unwavering courage, declaring his own goal, I will become the captain of the White Dragon Squad within 5 years. The moment he speaks, Southwood's expression shifts. That was bold, saying it right in front of the captain. But Julius just lets out a hearty laugh. Good, you all dream big. You've come to the right place. Theo's cloak billows in the wind, a silent signal that the real fight is about to begin. Julius's voice turns serious. No matter why you came to the White Dragon Squad, every drop of your blood and sweat will forge history. Today's hardship becomes tomorrow's glory. So never let our shields shatter, and never let our swords bend. Your comrades will guard your backs, so you must guard the backs of your comrades. Because at the end of this road, your sweat and blood become your honor. Welcome to the White Dragon family. But then, a surprise. Julius's own partner, a veteran of countless deadly battles, makes its appearance. The situation leaves the rookies stunned. A dragon, the captain's partner? He gently pats its head and introduces it. This is my partner, Igula, a dragon worthy of a dragon knight. And at that very moment, the wide-open sky fills with dragons descending. They land with immense force, a display of the squad's raw power. Their sharp claws create a piercing, authoritative sound on the ground. And then, they plant their other foot firmly on the ground. Julius's voice rings out, now, ride the dragons of your seniors. The initiation ceremony has begun. It is time to find your partners. Everyone, assemble. Theo keeps his eyes locked on Julius and the dragons, his mind reeling with the implications. So this is a dragon knight. Does this mean I'll get my own dragon too? Just then, Evelyn appears, already mounted on her own partner. Let's go, young master. Oh my god. Theo's eyes widen, his jaw dropping in shock. Evelyn says softly, so you chose the White Dragon Squad. Theo can only stammer, Evelyn, why are you? You've returned to the squad. She curves her lips into a gentle smile, her charming mole on display. Yes, I have. But then in that instant, his eyes suddenly freeze on something. Amidst the cool breeze, Theo stammers, Evelyn, your arm. In response to his question, Evelyn offers a small smile, but there's a shadow of melancholy behind it, the arm resting on her dragon partner. It's a prosthetic encased in steel plating. Memories from a time before begin to surface. Cecilia had come to meet Evelyn personally. She placed a hand over her heart and smiled warmly. I've come to express my sincerest gratitude. Evelyn, who was in the middle of training some cadets, turned around in surprise. She was so startled she dropped the cigarette from her lips. "Ma'am, if this is about young Master Theo, it was nothing. Even without my help, I'm sure his talent would have shone through on its own." Cecilia replied, "That may be true, but just knowing there is someone who genuinely recognizes and supports him is invaluable. And when he realizes that person is completely trustworthy, it becomes a pillar of strength for a child. I understand you have been that person for Theo." Seeing Cecilia's meaningful smile and kind eyes, Evelyn couldn't help but feel a little flustered. "No, I'm just an inspector who's long since left this place." But before she could finish, Cecilia cut her off. "Please, do not sell yourself short. Often, a guiding light is unaware of just how brightly it shines for others. You are that light." Cecilia's words seemed to pierce straight through to Evelyn's heart. "And I will help that light of yours shine everywhere." Back in the present, she sits atop her dragon, her left arm now a finely crafted mechanical prosthetic. "I heard you took a special interest in my case. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the White Dragon squad." Theo closes his eyes and thinks, "I should have taken care of this much sooner. It looks like my mother gave me all the credit for it." He recalls the beautiful, gentle image of the mother he adores. "That's my mother for you," he thinks. "Thank you, Mom." Evelyn's powerful voice snaps Theo back to the present. "I, Evelyn, hereby swear my unwavering loyalty to you, young Master Theo, and I will be the sword that protects you." Riding behind her, Theo can't help but smile, filled with satisfaction. They've now flown to a majestic mountain range. Amidst the vast, stunning scenery, Theo says earnestly, "I am grateful to you." She replies from the heart, "I am in your care." After some time, the group finally arrives at the White Dragon's nest, a place full of bizarrely shaped mountains with jagged rocks jutting out like the spines of a sea urchin. Evelyn stands shoulder to shoulder with Theo, proudly announcing, "This is the home of the White Dragons, the land of wyverns." As you know, the White Dragon squad operates alongside wyverns. Therefore, to be officially inducted, Theo cuts in with the question that's been nagging him this whole time. "If I fail to find a partner, that means I can't join, correct?" "That's correct. It's rare, but it has happened before." Theo's mind immediately flashes to the two members of the Land Key clan struggling with a wyvern. Are those rookies going to be all right? He thinks, "I don't think they're cut out for this. Oh well, they'll have to manage." Evelyn gestures towards a canyon. "First, just have a look around. Normally, you'll know your partner the moment you see it." Before him is an enormous wyvern striding with purpose. The Atamon objects a ferocious predator reaching a colossal 15 meters, covered in dark brown scales. Then, a different, smaller species appears in the sky, the poison worm Aviali, a venomous dragon that spits a purple mist, with a serpentine body and a deadly poisonous stinger for a tail. Walking a bit further, Theo spots a wyvern with strangely shaped wings. The sword dragon, CGI, a gentle, herbivorous species that keeps to itself, until he and Evelyn are suddenly chased by a pack of fire-breathing drakes. The speed dragon, Velociraptor, a small but incredibly agile species. They hunt in packs, possess high intelligence, and can even breathe fire. After shaking the pack, Evelyn explains, "The wyverns managed by the White Dragon squad mainly fall into these 4 types. So, have you felt a connection with any of them yet?" Theo gazes into the distance, deep in thought. What is he feeling? A sharp glint appears in his eyes. He's searching for a specific dragon, but it isn't here. An image flashes in his mind, a colossal dragon with another large one dead in its jaws, surrounded by the bodies of its own kind. 6 years after the Great War, a wyvern hybrid infiltrated the White Dragon's lair. It slaughtered hundreds of wyverns that the White Dragon unit had carefully raised. In his memory, the dragon spreads its massive wings and soars over deserts. Below, countless soldiers tried desperately to fight back against its shadow magic. That day, 8 villages were burned to the ground and dozens of paladins were killed. Gianna classified the Shadow Drake as a level 2 disaster and ordered its destruction. It was finally captured after the Shadow Drake King and the Sword Dragon intervened. Shadow Drake was its nickname, earned for its habit of hiding in the darkness. Theo's eyes are still scanning, searching for something. Having a companion with that much potential would be incredible. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something the same traits as the dragon he saw in the past. On a stone cliff far from the two of them, they are now heading straight for the very dragon he's been searching for. Elsewhere, on a large stone outcropping, the silhouette of a dragon stands beside someone. It's Julius, smiling as he observes the new recruits from afar. Suddenly, a person in a fur-trimmed robe approaches him. "You look happy today." Julius grits his teeth in a wide, satisfied grin. "Wouldn't it be weirder if I wasn't? I just happened to recruit a dragon under my command." The robed figure steps closer. "Good. I was about to talk about that very thing. It's Osa, the sword dragon, captain of the White Dragon unit. You plan to make Theo the future core of the unit, don't you?" His smile vanishes, and he looks at her seriously. After a moment of silence, Julius admits, "As I thought, you're very careful with your words." She replies instantly, "Words are the source of all troubles." Osa looks down at him with a knowing gaze. "It seems you're aiming for a much bigger picture." Julius narrows his eyes. "I never said anything." She moves closer. "Don't worry, I'm here to make an offer to that kid." After a short pause, he asks bluntly, "What are you plotting?" Julius's mind races with questions. Theo has already chosen the White Dragon unit. He can't join the Plum Blossom Palace. So then, what kind of offer could she possibly make? Osa gazes into the distance, her long hair obscuring half her face, adding to her mystery. "Let him come with me." While he's still processing, Osa flashes a brilliant smile. "What do you think?" Back to Theo's perspective, 4 large dragons are surrounding a small white one, growling and provoking it relentlessly. As she steers her sky lizard forward, Evelyn speaks with frustration. "They're starting again." Theo squints, trying to see clearly, and asks, "Do you know about that wyvern?" She answers helplessly, "It's been isolated for a long time. I tried to do something, but it was useless. It's not really a wyvern, so maybe the others reject it." Theo is stunned. "Huh? It's not a wyvern?" "That's right. It was born from a female wyvern and a male bephers." His eyes suddenly widen in understanding. "Aren't bephers level 1 monsters that live at the bottom of the sea? How is that possible?" Evelyn turns back. "That's the mystery. This should have been impossible." Theo falls silent, deep in thought, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He recalls the image of a terrifying monster with long hair and 4 sharp horns, a level 1 monster with power comparable to natural disasters like storms or typhoons. The image of a roaring bephers flashes in Theo's mind. Just one breaking through humanity's protective barrier would be catastrophic. Bephers are a powerful, demonic species that hide in the darkness of the abyss. He smiles, but a cold sweat breaks out on his face. So, the Shadow Drake's abilities must have been inherited from its father, a bephers. Back to the scene, the White Dragon is trying to fend off its 4 rivals. Evelyn explains, "When it was born, it became a huge issue for the White Dragon unit. At first, we decided to just observe it after letting it stay in the lair, but the other wyverns wouldn't accept the little one. Isolating it isn't a good solution either, so we're very worried." Theo watches the dragon screaming to defend itself, a spark of empathy in his heart. Rejected just for being different. What's the little one's name? It's Ambra. In an ancient language, that name means shadow. A radiant smile spreads across Theo's face. "All the more reason for me to choose this one. Shadow. I like that name." Evelyn turns back, startled to see him preparing to jump. "Theo, what are you doing?" With that, he leaps, leaving Evelyn speechless. "What? What do you mean?" Theo yells as he plummets at incredible speed. "I'm going on ahead." She pulls on the reins, calling after him helplessly. "Theo." Hurtling downwards, he smiles. "This time, I'll give you a different life, Ambra." As he nears the 5 dragons on the cliff, he thinks, "Just like me in this life." When he lands, it's like a bolt of lightning striking the cliff, causing a thunderous, earth-shattering explosion. Theo throws himself from his mount, diving from a great height without a shred of fear. He opens a spatial gate, readying his weapons, and unleashes a volley of swords toward the ground. His eyes burn like stars in the midnight sky. System. Synchronize. The hatchling can use psychokinesis to move targets. The swords rocket through the clouds, heading for their designated objective. Theo's feet are as light and graceful as a feather. He steps on each sword, moving through the air with absolute ease. Evelyn watches his movements, astonished. His growth rate is unbelievable. On the high cliffs, other dragons are perched. One of them is Ambra, baring sharp teeth and roaring. Theo continues his rapid descent. Memories of a painful past flash through his mind, crowds of people gathering to mock him. Stupid. Is he really from Gianna? So pathetic. An illegitimate child. The words stab at his heart, and he narrows his eyes. The blades continue to fly down with terrifying speed as Theo lands. His eyes blaze, his entire body crackling with lightning. Theo gathers his power, commanding the swords to attack. Instantly, the weapons fall like streaks of brilliant lightning. A powerful strike hits the top of the cliff. The swords slam down, piercing through the dry rock. The other dragons see this and leap into the air to dodge. He lands firmly on the ground, glancing around. Theo takes a step forward and scoffs. "You run away after a little scare? Bullies are just cowards." Theo watches it fly high into the air. He calls out from below, "Wait." Theo sighs. Evelyn flies down beside him. "It's on edge, so approaching won't be easy. You should wait a bit, then try again." He replies, "No, now is exactly when I need to be by its side. Why do you think it still hangs around the nest even after being shunned? It's lonely. Emotional wounds hurt more than physical ones. Since it's hurting, it won't go far. Help me follow it." High up on the sharp, barren cliffs, Ambra is curled up in a corner. It's sad, lonely, and nursing its wounds. Suddenly, Ambra's eyes fly open as it senses a noise. Across from it, the two of them are approaching. Evelyn explains many knights have tried to tame it, but none succeeded. It's very wary of others, and its current state is even worse. Theo requests, "Can you give me some food? In the meantime, I'll try to understand it. This is my entrance exam, after all." He and Ambra, two completely different beings, are now staring intently at each other. The beast roars, a ferocious and terrifying sound. But Theo, he doesn't even flinch, just stands there with unwavering eyes. Ambra continues its intimidation with thunderous sonic booms. He calmly observes it, not even blinking an eye. Ambra keeps roaring, trying to show how aggressive it is, warning everyone to stay away. After a moment, Theo pours a healing solution over it. The system confirms it's a rapid recovery potion, mending its serious wounds and restoring its health. Those precious drops slowly seep through its dragon scales. Theo gently strokes it, asking with concern, "How are you feeling?" "The pain has lessened, hasn't it?" Theo places a hand on its skin, feeling a connection probably because of his dragon heart skill. He can sense Ambra's emotions, the rage it feels toward the pack that cast it out. There's sadness mixed with a conflicting desire to belong and an aching loneliness. Its feelings toward him are also a mess, suspicious of this stranger who suddenly appeared offering warmth, but at the same time, it hopes he won't leave. Seeing that expectant look in Ambra's eyes, Theo feels a surge of compassion. He reassures it, "Don't worry, I won't betray you." He opens his inventory and pulls out a stone. "I know you like things like this." In his hand is a brilliant diamond-shaped gem. Ambra's eyes widen in surprise, but its heart feels warm and happy. Theo knows how to play this game and brings the gem closer, teasing it. "Want it?" Ambra squeezes its eyes shut, trying to resist the overwhelming desire. But it can't, its eyes flying wide open to stare. And just like that, Ambra is excitedly wearing a necklace with the stone. Theo makes his offer. "There's more where that came from if you follow me." He gives the dragon a look of pure psychological manipulation. "So?" Ambra lets out an excited roar, clearly agreeing. Theo sweetens the deal. "I hear you don't like collars and saddles, but I can make you one covered in gems like this, extremely luxurious and beautiful, though I might have to steal some things from a certain lady for it." Elsewhere, Kiara suddenly feels a chill run down her spine. Someone notices and asks with concern, "Kiara, are you okay? You don't look very well." She replies, "I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a lot of money." At that exact moment, Ambra suddenly spreads its wings wide, surprising Theo. It lets out a roar. Theo gives a sweet smile as the system announces a new skill has been learned. Wyvern Taming Rank C with 1% proficiency. A little while later, Evelyn arrives on her own dragon, landing and dismounting gracefully. Evelyn is carrying two freshly hunted wild boars, but her jaw drops at the strange sight before her. Seeing Ambra and Theo cuddling, she exclaims, "How did you do that? He has never opened his heart to anyone." Hearing her voice, Theo opens his eyes and replies, "You're back? It's good to see him eating well. Thanks for the meat." She's still baffled. "Seriously, how did you do it?" Theo explains, "I simply tended to his emotional wounds." When his heart was wavering, a well-timed gift sealed the deal. Evelyn just gives him a completely confused look. Theo bursts out laughing. "You want me to eat that?" "It's fine, I've already eaten." "You can eat as much as you like." She smiles, thinking to herself, "That's just like young Master Theo. He's not just good at charming humans, he can charm wyverns too." A moment later, Evelyn snaps out of her thoughts. She says, "Congratulations, young master. He has acknowledged you as his companion. For a wyvern to offer its neck and back is the ultimate sign of trust." Suddenly, Evelyn is horrified. "Wait a second, what are you doing?" Theo nonchalantly sits on its back. "He told me to get on." She screams, "Even if he accepts you as a companion, you haven't had any flight training. It's incredibly dangerous to ride a dragon without a rein and saddle. Taking off is the fastest way to get yourself killed." He proudly reassures her, "It's fine, I have my own way." Then Theo gives the signal. Evelyn stands there completely stunned, staring up at the sky as Theo and the dragon fly together in perfect harmony. He rides Ambra with a natural skill. "All right, I get it. You want to show me something, don't you?" Theo's face is as warm as the morning sun, while happiness at having a new friend radiates from the dragon. But then he realizes something is off. This doesn't add up. How could a pure dragon like him become a terrifying demonic monster so feared that they call him the Black Calamity Dragon? Ambra leads Theo to a beautiful, poetic waterfall. But the place has these strange flickers of light. A vast, snowy landscape unfolds before Theo, with dragons still flying high above. Theo walks forward slowly, remarking, "I thought back when I was Black Scythe. I knew these winter mountains well. I never imagined there was a crystal cave by the waterfall. You really like sparkly things, huh?" Amber cries out in agreement. Suddenly, he stops, staring at the flowers in front of him. "Ah, that is, Looking at this, I know exactly why you became the Black Dragon. You've been eating this all along, haven't you? I can't believe I found mandrakes infused with demonic energy here. Information about the flower he's holding appears. Demon Spirit Flower. It's a plant that only grows deep in the Demon Sea, absorbing pure demonic energy steeped in moonlight. It's a priceless tonic for monsters and demons, but dragons and demons are polar opposites. How could you possibly absorb this? It's also extremely dangerous. I have to burn it all. The Black Dragon quickly lets out a few cries of protest. Theo reassures it, don't worry, I won't touch this pile of crystals. The corpse was almost completely decomposed, but its face was frozen in a disturbing smiling expression. Theo silently assesses the situation. A human? No, a skeleton. Time of death was at least 10 years ago. He analyzes further, but the body is still intact. The cold is one factor, but this means the person's mana must have been immense when they were alive. Theo can't believe it. Someone this strong was trapped here and died so miserably. Strange. I'll investigate when I get back. First, about these demon spirit flowers. Suddenly, the corpse screams. Theo looks at it, bewildered. Then he sees a horrifying sight, Ambra. Ambra is roaring with absolute fury. The corpse grinds its teeth with hatred, still screaming. This is too dangerous, Theo thinks. He quickly puts out a hand to block it, and the thing bites straight into him. The corpse's scream echoes. K-O-R-O-B. R-O. I will never forgive you. Theo realizes I heard that right. That's the name of the head of the family and the Black Dragon. Who is this person? Just then, a sword lunges toward them. Theo recognizes that armor. A knight of the White Armor Dragon Knights. Evelyn. She rushes over, panicked as she sees Theo fall. Young master, are you okay? Answer me. Lying on the ground, he manages a weak smile. Evelyn. Sorry, my fault. Suddenly, he grits his teeth. Damn, that hurts so much. The poison in the corpse is filled with demonic energy. I'm losing strength if I don't get an antidote. Evelyn quickly helps him up. I'll take you back to headquarters immediately. This will hurt a bit. Please hang in there. Amber suddenly attacks her, forcing Evelyn to shout back, Hey, I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm trying to protect him. It's still determined to keep her from touching Theo. Evelyn yells in frustration, Stop it, Ambra. If you don't, I don't care if you're the young master's mount tomorrow. Theo, breathing heavily, stops her. Evelyn, wait, just a moment. Ambra, you have a way? Ambra quickly agrees. Theo also smiles in acceptance. Okay, I trust you. Evelyn still tries to stop him. But young Master Theo, if you don't return immediately, your life is in danger. You've been poisoned with demonic energy from that corpse. Theo slowly explains, with demonic poison, the survival rate is less than 30%, with or without proper treatment. I want to trust in Ambra. He thinks to himself, Ambra evolved into a level 2 demon dragon by eating the demon spirit flowers. It must have seen that corpse before. Turns out, he's learned how to absorb demonic energy and corpse poison. Theo's adamant, telling her to trust Ambra. Evelyn panics, but Ambra calmly plucks a flower. It then shatters a crystal, placing the glittering shards right in front of Evelyn. She stares, confused. You want me to mix these and feed them to him? She freezes, her eyes darting between the strange mixture and Theo, who's still in agony. Then, clenching her eyes shut, she makes a choice, grabbing the shards. All right, I'll do it. Evelyn immediately uses her power to combine the ingredients. She quickly pours the mixture into Theo's mouth, but he remains completely still. Both she and Ambra watch, breathless, until slowly, color returns to his face. His power, it's recovering. Evelyn can't believe her eyes. No way, he's actually healing. Theo's strength isn't just returning, it's growing stronger, shining with a blinding light. Evelyn's eyes are wide with shock. He's really getting better. I've never even heard of this happening before. What is going on, young master? A system notification rings out. Commencing body purification process, absorbing characteristics of the shadow dragon. Meanwhile, back at command, Julius looks bewildered. What, did HT approve this report? The soldier quickly confirms. Yes, sir. After verifying the facts, they say this information is 89% accurate. Hearing this, Julius slams his fist on the table, shattering it in two. Damn it, I can't believe it. I was expecting to hear nothing but bad news, but this is completely beyond anything I predicted. The report was grim. In Yizvin, the captain of the White Dragon Knight's 5th squad and the 15 men with him were all wiped out on the battlefield. Body metamorphosis is an ancient technique to store mana more easily, but it requires multiple powerful mana users and days of agonizing pain. And even then, it's only proven effective on children under 5. This purification happening to Theo is the result of countless coincidences converging perfectly. The negative energy from the corpse poison has actually enhanced his magical power. At the same time, the monster's positive energy builds up in his body, strengthening his muscles. It's all fueled by mana from decades of consuming shadow poison, plus a little help from Ambra, who's mastered neutralizing it. Everything fell into a strange, perfect balance. Instead of being destroyed, Theo's body absorbed its very essence. He murmurs, sitting up, "Evelyn, sorry for making you worry." Seeing him awake, both she and Ambra let out a huge sigh of relief. The system window flashes. Theo Gianna, age 17. Titles: Tiger Swiftness, the greatest genius in a millennium. Talents: Player, Observation, Dragon's Guardian. Skills: Cleansing Rebirth, Dragon Soul. Access denied. Status: Feeling dazed after a surprise encounter. By absorbing the magic poison, he created the first Dragon Soul, but if he can't control it, he could become the second Shadow Dragon. Theo frowns as he keeps reading the notifications. Constitution, 16. Strength, 112. Agility, 60. 2. Stamina, 38. Mana, 238. Intelligence, 36. Luck, 21. Skills: Dragon's Pressure, Synchronization, Dragon Taming, and Flying Dragon Fist. Access denied. He quickly does the math. A total of 85 new stat points. This is insane. These cave crystals are pure, condensed energy. Their power not only diluted the shadow poison's toxicity, but even acted as a kind of healing agent. I'm so glad I trusted Ambra. His already perfect physique now also possesses Cleansing Rebirth and the Dragon's Soul. From now on, his growth rate will be absolutely unimaginable. Theo suddenly speaks up. More importantly, who is that old man? Abruptly, Evelyn rushes forward. Theo looks on, confused. Evelyn, what's wrong? She gasps, utterly stunned. There's something carved on the wall, he asks, puzzled. A diary? Evelyn nods. Yes, but to carve letters this detailed into a cave wall, they must have been a true master. It says, K.O., and Robert defeated me. The words on the stone wall tell a story. They must have been true masters, K.O. and Robert. They defeated me. Now I must hide here to prepare my revenge, but perhaps it's already too late. Theo's mind flashes back to the corpse of Gauthier. K.O. Robert. His shock deepens. He continues reading the wall. My body is decaying at an astonishing rate. Is it because Robert damaged my mana core? The shadow poison I absorbed to survive might be the very thing that's killing me now. My consciousness is fading. My demonic nature is taking over. Damn it. I haven't even started my revenge yet. Why is this happening? I'm losing my mind. It's time to make a choice, and I have to admit it. I have no hope left. I will give up everything and flow into my beloved sword, the Jade Sword. To seal my will within it, I hope they fulfill my wish. I hope they will complete my revenge. I pray my successor will surpass them. I leave my legacy here. Both of them stare in awe. Theo looks up at the rock face. Wait a second. The next part. This is Phantom Sword Art and Thunderstorm, Divine Wind. Evelyn looks up in a daze. Then that means this person is the legend who could freely control the wind, the tragic hero who fought for the throne against the current king until the very end. 40 years ago, the Wind King, Hector Gianna. I heard he died, but he's been here this entire time. Evelyn's body trembles, and she quickly drops to her knees. Theo stares at her, confused. What are you doing? Evelyn replies with reverence. Though defeated and exiled, the Wind King is still a legitimate heir of the Gianna bloodline. A subordinate of Gianna harming a legitimate heir is a capital crime, punishable by immediate execution. Theo just waves her off. Don't be ridiculous. The person you killed was no longer a Gianna, but a crazed monster. You did it to save my life. Was there any other choice? She sweats, looking at him. But the law. Theo turns his back, his voice firm. Everything that happened here will remain our secret. If you're still worried, then take the Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You should have them. She looks at him, bewildered. The Wind King's techniques are on par with the Nine Dragons' ultimate arts. Why would you give them to me? He looks at her steadily. Become the Wind King's successor. Grow stronger. Then he can finally rest in peace. And now that you're his successor, no one can call what you did a crime anymore. Besides, didn't you say you would become my sword, Evelyn? A smile breaks across her face. She kneels respectfully. Evelyn Narrowboat, high-ranking knight of Gianna, I pledge my loyalty to you, Lord Theo Gianna, as your subordinate. I humbly request that my great and noble lord accept this vow of loyalty. Theo smiles back. You really are a stickler for the rules, aren't you? He grips his own sword, his voice ringing out. I, Theo Gianna. He swiftly draws his blade. Theo declares with regal authority, accept the oath of Evelyn Narrowboat, engraving it upon my heart and soul. On the long road ahead, I swear, you will become my first sword. He looks down at Evelyn with satisfaction, and she smiles, completely content. Even Ambra seems happy with the scene. The entire snowy landscape returns to its natural peace, Back at the White Dragon Knights HQ, everyone is still training. Hugo scoffs, looking at the sky. That Theo guy still isn't here? I guess that makes me the most talented one in the White Dragon Knights. Just then, Theo descends from above, landing softly. Hugo just stares, dumbfounded. He shouts in pure shock, "Theo Gianna, what in the world did you bring back with you?" The crowd erupts in whispers, "What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How did he manage to make that beast his companion?" So this is why they call him a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even taming a monster is part of his talent? What the hell is he? Senior Knight Evelyn and Apprentice Theo arriving. We've completed our evaluation and have returned, but where's the captain? Michael slowly answers that he received an urgent letter and went back to his office. She asks with suspicion, "An urgent letter?" Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind appears. It was like a massive whirlwind, throwing everything into chaos as Julius appeared with his mount. He declared forcefully, "I know you all just finished your initiation, but I'm sorry. Everyone is being deployed." Theo gasped, "A real combat deployment? It's finally happening. A conspiracy to steal the dragon-slaying sword, Ban Mung. An uprising orchestrated by S. Choi Van." Julius quickly gave the order everyone present will be sent to Branky Fortress. Immediately, whispers erupted everywhere. A panicked soldier asked him, "Commander, what is this? What mission is so important that we have to deploy rookies without even basic training?" Julius tightened his reins. The captain of Squad 5, Isvan, and 4 of his subordinates have gone missing. Theo thought to himself, Isvan, the oldest knight of the White Iron Knights. Even Julius listens to him. He's not one to be taken down easily. Is this part of the butterfly effect I created? Julius continued his analysis. According to the HTT report, there's an 89% chance they're dead. Even if they're alive, they're in no condition to continue the mission. The current forces will form a temporary Squad 5 and take over. The temporary captain of Squad 5 will be Evelyn. The mission will deploy in 3 days, so finish your basic preparations by then. I don't believe they're dead, but we still must avenge them. After thinking for a moment, he rode off. Theo was instantly lost in thought. The incident where the Black Skull bandits kidnapped the Sire's Merchant Guild, it was said to have no casualties thanks to the White Iron Knights. But that wasn't true. The real objective was something else. It was to steal and transport the dragon-slaying sword, Ban Mung. S. Choi Van used the sword he stole in the coup, but things were unfolding differently from his past life. If this is all my fault, I have to see it with my own eyes. The system appeared. Hidden quest. Collect the dragon-slaying sword, Ban Mung. 3 days later, a guard on a tower shivered. So cold. I can't get used to this weather. Why does that look so strange? Dragons shot through the night sky, closing in. The guard screamed in horror. It's the White Iron Knights. The guard yelled at the top of his lungs, "Sound the alarm." It's the knights. The soldiers below were quickly overwhelmed. Evelyn gave a sharp command. "Everyone, drop the bombs." Bombs rained down on the fortress. The enemy commander frantically ordered, "Get inside the fortress and take cover. Don't die out here." The knights landed swiftly and launched a full-scale assault. "Let loose with everything you've got," Evelyn commanded with fury. "Kill them all. Show them the price for daring to touch the White Iron Knights." Arrows rained down relentlessly, and the entire fortress was engulfed in smoke and fire. A white-haired man with a sword ran through the night. "Damn it, they said they'd handle the knights. A little slower and I'd be dead. Whatever. Once I deliver this, my mission is over. Then I can just relax and enjoy life." Suddenly, a mysterious figure stabbed him from behind. The assassin coldly turned away as he collapsed. He silently picked up the sword. His master's voice called out, "The package." The assassin respectfully offered it up. "Yes, here it is, my lord." The master confirmed it. "Good. We've achieved our goal. Prepare for the next phase of the plan." The remaining soldiers replied, "Yes, sir." The master looked towards the fortress. "Now, all that's left is to exterminate the pests." Back at the fortress, a soldier was quickly subdued. "The capture is complete. That was way too easy." Theo confirmed it. "You're right. It was too easy." His eyes turned grim. It's hard to believe the original Squad 5 was completely wiped out here. Not to mention system notification. Activating synchronization. Conan is reading the target's memories. Theo made his assessment. This guy knows they stole Ban Mung, but he's never seen it himself. The grunts are one thing, but how can even the commanders be this clueless? Am I missing something here? Aaron looked at Theo curiously. "What's wrong, Theo? Is there a problem?" He hesitated. "No, I'm just thinking." Michael slung an arm over his shoulder with a laugh. "Even if they call you the Tiger Cub, a rookie is still a rookie, huh? Just admit you're nervous because it's your first mission. It's fine." Aaron quickly chimed in. "The hostages have been rescued." Michael sighed. All right, almost done. I want to go home already. I reek of gunpowder." Suddenly, Theo's eyes flew wide open. He shot up and took off running. Michael stood there stunned. What's with him? Aaron guessed. Maybe he hates your smell. He gave her an annoyed look. Meanwhile, Theo swung his sword towards an empty space. His strike sent dirt and rocks flying. Theo stared intently ahead. I knew it. Aaron looked at him, confused. What are you doing? Theo spoke, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She suddenly screamed, Explosives. Those damn dogs. They're trying to take us down with them. Theo shouted a warning. There's no time. We have to get out now. Aaron agreed instantly. Okay. Michael was right behind her. Ladies, let's go. Execute evacuation. A massive bomb flew right at them as everyone watched in horror. Theo let out a terrifying scream. A massive explosion rocked the area. From a distance, the mysterious man spoke again. Reload. He raised his hand, giving the order. Another explosion erupted, setting the surroundings ablaze. The mastermind gave a cold command with a laugh. Wipe them clean. Not a single ant escapes. That same day, in a distant castle, a woman's silhouette sat before a window. Amin muttered to herself, There, my precious horn. Does it hurt so much, my child? Mommy will bring you the head of that filthy maggot. At the tower, the fierce battle raged on. Evelyn fought like a demon. She commanded her squad, don't let a single one escape. Her soldiers roared in response. She grimly watched the enemy. Squad 5, led by him, was defeated. There has to be some mistake. Captain! Evelyn's jaw dropped in shock. Her eyes widened in terror. A bomb arcs through the air towards her, and she could only scream. This is completely insane. Evelyn dodged just in time. She realized it instantly. It's an artillery barrage. Defend yourselves, everyone. She watched an enemy soldier scramble to escape the explosions. Bombs rained down continuously, making Evelyn grit her teeth. The explosions were growing stronger and stronger. Noise came from the only nearby door as her entire team ran towards her. Captain, Evelyn said quickly, you're just in time. This is a massive bombardment. We have to leave now. Theo responded immediately. Understood. Head for the outer wall, opposite of the shelling. System notification. Unlocking safety release function. He quickly looked at the display. System notification. Enhancing thought process, speed, and eliminating all hesitation. Theo's eyes suddenly lit up. A flood of images appeared before him as he began analyzing the situation. Evelyn grabbed his shoulder. Why are you just standing there frozen? Theo, we have to escape now, so snap out of it. We need to get out of this fortress immediately. What are you doing? Theo flatly refused. No, we have to go inside. She looked at him in total disbelief. Stones and debris rained down on them. The rest of the squad erupted in furious protest. You want us to go back into the place where we were almost blown to smithereens? The lives of all 21 of us are in your hands, you know. Damn it, shouldn't we just be making a run for the outside? Theo screams at them. Running out now is just walking into another artillery strike or an ambush. That's exactly what the enemy is counting on. A system message appears, using synchronization to read the target's last thoughts. Theo's group stays put as rocks continue to rain down. He realizes they're betting on the idea that no one could survive inside the fortress. He scans the area with his system. He calculates their odds. With his current ability, they actually have a decent chance of survival. The system confirms it. Theo quickly forms a plan. The left side is set up for an ambush. The right is getting hammered by artillery. Their only path is the staircase leading down. They all rush downwards just as the entrance is sealed off by falling debris. But it's a dead end. Immediately, they turn on Theo. Hey, you told us to trust you. You have a plan, right? We can't go back. The whole place is collapsing. Outside, the enemy artillery has expanded its bombardment range, hitting everything. Everyone watches in horror as the fortress crumbles. Theo stares at the massive rocks blocking their exit, the entire tower now engulfed in a sea of fire. The mysterious commander outside gives his chilling order. Remember this. This is revenge for our young master, Axion Ragnar, so be thorough. Though Theo grips his sword, I don't care if they're crushed to bits. Bring me their heads. Buried in rubble, Theo mutters, I seriously thought I was going to die. The dust settles, revealing the whole group survived, gasping for air and relief. It went exactly as he predicted. Theo, that was an amazing plan. You destroyed the floor at the last second, just before the shells hit. Suddenly, soldiers point their spears at them. What? Who are you people? How did you get in here? Theo eyes them warily. Black Lions, why are they here? We scouted this place before and found nothing. Then he freezes, spotting a group of people locked in a cell. Theo recognizes their leader instantly chained up is Isvin, the captain of Squad 5, Channel Isvin. The cell door is smashed open as Erica quickly ties up the guards. Evelyn rushes to Isvin's side. I'm glad you're alive, Channel, but this is unbelievable. To think the mastermind was the intelligence agency. As the chains are broken, Isvin looks at her doubtfully. You say that, but none of you seem all that surprised. Evelyn replies, sadly, I already suspected it. A place this full of lies was bound to have a mole. I just never thought they'd backstab their own comrades. Aaron shouts in fury, this is an outrageous betrayal. Michael agrees, yelling, that's right, we have to get revenge. But Isvin quickly stops them. Don't let your emotions take over. We can't afford to act rashly right now. They were prepared to capture us from the very beginning of this war, he explains. With our current strength, we can't win in a direct confrontation. We have to inform the Black Snow forces outside about what happened. Theo cuts in grimly. That's impossible. The fact that we got no support from Black Snow means they've already been wiped out in the ambush. That's why we had to run into the fortress. But we still have a chance to win this. They bury their own allies in that artillery strike, Theo explains. That means they're aiming for a quick, decisive victory, not a long battle. So they'll definitely come back down here to confirm our deaths. That moment when they're careless and sure of their victory. If we strike then, we can win, Theo finishes. Isvin stares intently at the young man. He sizes Theo up. He's even opened his mind's eye at that age. Isvin mutters, I must be getting old, thinking about giving up my life here. Then, tapping his staff on the ground, he says, looks like we have some excellent newcomers in this operation. He quickly agrees with the plan. You're right, the White Armored Dragon Knights will not take this lying down. We'll proceed exactly as planned. White Armored Dragon Knights, assemble. Meanwhile, Theo and his men enter the tower, kicking aside chunks of rubble. A wounded soldier buried beneath the rocks pleads, help me. Please, just this once. Save me. Theo asks his subordinate, have you found them yet? The soldier reports, not yet, sir. Still nothing, Theo says, deep in thought. We've searched the west wing and are now checking the east, and the ambush team has nothing to report either. But how? How can there not be a single corpse from the White Dragon squad? Suddenly the ground trembles, throwing his soldiers off balance. A sword erupts from beneath the floor, catching Theo completely by surprise. He barely manages to parry Evelyn's powerful upward strike. The cold sound of steel clashing rings out as they engage in a fierce duel. Theo is forced back by her relentless assault. Evelyn's attacks are overwhelming him as she presses her advantage without pause. She lands gracefully on the ground. Theo shouts in horrified disbelief, it's an ambush. The enemy is the White Dragon squad. Prepare for battle. As they clash, Evelyn reminds him, according to Jangna law, traitors are to be executed on the spot. Theo grits his teeth, unable to believe it. How could they have survived those explosions? Just what is going on here? But Evelyn is relentless, giving him no time to think. She attacks Theo without mercy, another powerful blow sending him flying backwards. She tightens her grip on her sword. A warning bell rings in Theo's mind as he's knocked back yet again. The sheer force of her strikes forces him into a defensive stance. Evelyn states coldly, Intelligence Bureau, further resistance is futile. The moment our ambush succeeded, you lost all chances of victory. But if you surrender, we will spare your lives. Theo's face darkens as he orders his men. Everyone, deploy the secret art. Isvin's group looks on, confused. A secret art? What is that? Theo watches in horror as a massive explosion rips through the area. Theo grits his teeth, unleashing his power. Theo realizes instantly that's a reverse flow explosion, a forbidden art that consumes all of the user's life force. Another huge blast erupts. Theo slams his sword into the ground, bracing against the shockwave. He glares at them with pure hatred as multiple clones of Theo rush towards him. But a man jumps in front of Theo, taking the full force of the attack. Skewered by swords, he yells, Rookie, run! Theo can only stare in horror at the scene before him. He grits his teeth in pure rage, screaming, You bastard! How dare you! Third form, Dragon Claw. His eyes blaze open as the system announces, Thunder Gate, open. He attacks. Beams of light flash everywhere. Not just the enemy, but even Erica and the others are stunned. Theo is completely overwhelmed, thrown into a panic by the sudden counterattack. The ground shatters as Theo unleashes his fury, leaving the entire area devastated. Theo can't believe his eyes. How could he so easily neutralize the reverse flow explosion? I can't let that brat live, he snarls, preparing another technique. The others can barely comprehend what they're seeing. Michael stares at Theo in disbelief. Theo. That kid. Since when could he do that? Aaron agrees. You're right. We need to step up our game. Theo clenches his jaw, struggling to stand. I use the Thunder Gate to forcibly enhance my power, but it looks like it's still too much for my body. Theo attacks from behind, screaming, I'll drag you to hell with me, no matter the cost. As Theo watches him, he thinks, his magic core is distorted. No way. He's about to self-destruct. Just then, a powerful force appears in front of Theo, shocking him. It's Evelyn, unleashing her own ultimate technique, wind and thunder, God's divine art, and blasting the KO away. Fierce wind blast. Wind thunder, God's judgment. She unleashes a relentless barrage, a turbulent storm. Theo watches, stunned, as the mana hole erupts in a massive explosion. And just like that, it's over. Evelyn swiftly finishes off Tokyo, defeating him easily. Exhausted, Theo collapses, but a voice suddenly calls out, "You fought well, Theo." The whole group erupts in cheers, praising him. "You really live up to the hype. Don't even think about taking the #1 sword title from Lord Theo. That title's mine." Theo just smiles as Michael pulls him to his feet. "The captain survived too? When did you learn that skill?" he asks. Theo just brushes him off. "If I told you, you'd be in for it." The entire group swarms in to celebrate with Theo. Ispen watches them all with a fond expression. He murmurs to himself, "The long night has passed, and a brilliant dawn is rising once more." The sword Theo had plunged into the earth is now swept up by the wind. The sky shifts to a purple-orange sunset right over the Red Flower Palace. Inside a dark room, a woman's face is a complete mess of tears and drool, her eyes burning with pure hatred. Ed glares with disgust at her hand clutching his arm, snarling, "You miserable wench. How dare you act this way?" Ed shoves her away, sending her crashing painfully to the floor. A servant cries out in alarm, My lord." He places his hand on the decree on the table, his voice dangerously cold. "Where did you find the audacity to steal my personal seal? To kill that bastard Gianna? How dare you interfere with Troy's grand plan?" The woman clutches her head, screaming, her eyes wide with a horrifying madness. Tears stream endlessly down her face as she looks up and yells, "I just wanted the head of the monster who did this to Axion Ragnar. Was that really too much to ask? That enemy, and everything connected to him. I'll shatter them. I will burn it all to appease my rage and let Axion Ragnar's soul rest. Only then might I feel a little better." The man's hand clenches into a fist as he slowly probes Axion Ragnar. "You've forgotten your purpose because of a mere brat like him?" Hearing this, her jaw drops, her vacant eyes snapping wide with tension. Asen. His expression turns ice cold as he delivers the deepest cut. "You have lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, the very key to our entire plan. From this moment forward, you are no longer the daughter of Choi Ben." She freezes, struck by a wave of pain, whispering to herself, that look in his eyes. "Father." A crushing bitterness seeps into her bones, leaving her eyes completely empty. He then calmly strides toward the door and gives his order. She is useless now. Lock her away where no one can see her, and eliminate every last pest associated with her so no news gets out. The guard replies respectfully, "Yes, master." He steps through the doorway, his face a dark mask of sinister intent, as desperate pleas ring out behind him. "Please, reconsider. Just this once. Spare me, please. I will do anything you ask. Spare me." But he ignores the pathetic screams, calmly walking with his arms crossed past the pools of blood from the dead guards. The plan for rebellion I so carefully prepared has all turned to dust. It's all because of that bastard, Theo Gianna. I swear I will send you to the underworld with my own hands. The scene shifts to a spacious bedroom where Theo is relaxing on his bed, focused on the system window. Suddenly, a massive sword materializes in Theo's hand as a system alert chimes. Dragon Slayer sword, Ban Mung. Type, Great Sword, Mystery 82, requirements and effects unknown. Status, currently sealed. The secret within must be unlocked before it can be used. He examines the weapon in his hands, murmuring in disbelief, the Dragon Slayer sword. The moment Theo grips it, a mysterious, glowing power erupts from the blade. A searing pain shoots through him, forcing him to drop it instantly. The massive sword crashes onto the floor with a loud clang that echoes through the room. Theo stares at the sword, cradling his throbbing hand and thinking to himself, just as I predicted, it wasn't named the Dragon Slayer for nothing. His palm is bright red from just a moment of contact. He says slowly, "It clearly rejects me completely. Just as I thought. I can't use it until I unlock its secret. A legacy from ancient myths. Appearing like a phantom, this is no weapon to be wielded lightly. A legendary treasure." In his past life, Ed Troy Ben must have unlocked Ban Mung's secret, remembering what that man was capable of. A certain place comes to his mind. Until its mystery is unlocked, it's just a useless piece of iron. Suddenly, a strange sound from outside the door grabs his attention. He whips his head around, instantly suspicious. Theo walks over and opens the door, surprised to find Evelyn. She places a hand on her chest and bows slightly. "My apologies for the disturbance at this hour, Sir Theo. May I have a moment?" The commander wishes to... Thomas looks down, his expression somber. "It's shameful to admit this, but as you can see, I lost my legs and my dear Roshinante, my pride, in the last battle. Furthermore, this old body can't last much longer on the battlefield. I intend to spend my remaining days in my hometown honoring my fallen comrades. Hearing this, Julius lets out a laugh. Who could ever stop your stubbornness? Do as you please. Thomas simply replies, Thank you, Commander. I know this isn't an admirable choice, but I have something to say about the rookie, Theo Ragnar. Julius permits him speak. He continues. At his age, his Loimon has already opened. Julius is stunned by this news. Loi Monday, the very boundary separating ordinary people from transcendent beings. He slams his teacup down, spilling tea everywhere, his own agitation boiling over as he speaks. I was shocked when I first sensed it too. Clearly, he wasn't born a prodigy. No, it feels like he violently kicked down a door that was sealed shut. The feeling was clear that door was forced open with brutality. Either way, his vessel has expanded suddenly, and compared to the power he currently wields, it is now absurdly, illogically vast. So, what now? Julius asks, clearly rattled. But Thomas just closes his weary eyes. That is all a senior can tell his junior. From now on, he will have to learn and grow on his own. The scene shifts to an intense fight, the air thick with gunpowder. It's Theo versus Julius, and Theo's eyes are sharp, radiating a dangerous energy. They're on the training ground, standing far apart, but the suffocating tension that fills the space between them is absolutely unavoidable. Julius speaks first. Theo, I heard you played a crucial role in this recent mission. Theo remains humble, but Julius just smirks. No need to be modest. So, how far have you progressed on your path of the sword? The question hits Theo hard. He lowers his head, sweat trickling down his cheek as he thinks. The path of the sword? Is he asking about my combat ability? He finally answers that fighting has definitely become much easier for him than it used to be. But Julius raises a hand, cutting him off. No, he says slowly, I'm not just asking about your technique. I'm asking about the world of the sword you are trying to manifest. Theo's eyes fly wide open in shock. After thinking for a moment, Theo answers quietly, If that's what you mean, then I'm not really sure myself. I train with only one desire to replicate the master's sword style. Giles grips the sword on his back, his voice heavy with meaning. That's how we all began. Then, with a sudden flash in his eyes, he draws his blade, and the air instantly thickens with crushing tension. Theo is stunned, speechless, as Julius whips out his sword and points it directly at him, the shock leaving him completely frozen. Immediately, an immense energy radiates from him. Theo recognizes the crimson space enveloping them. This is the demon dragon's domain. It's totally different from the sword dragon's domain before his second awakening. Could it be that this entire world is shaped by one's personal martial art? Suddenly, Theo's eyes fly open in shock at the scene before him. Enveloped in terrifying energy, Julius roars, My sword represents the demon. Theo panics, throwing up an arm to shield himself as his eyes turn bloodshot with fear. Julius stands ready, his sword moving in fluid, deadly arcs, his murderous gaze never leaving Theo for a second. Then he unleashes a dome of energy that makes the very heavens tremble. Every slash, every thrust is executed with lightning-fast precision. His robes whip in the wind, his sharp eyes cutting through the crimson aura. One eye glows a terrifying red as he tightens his grip on the sword, suffocating all the air in the vicinity. Just then, cracks begin to spiderweb across the surrounding rocks, revealing a strange, otherworldly light pulsing from within. A massive, violent vortex tears open the sky, a product of his overwhelming power. Theo can only watch in absolute awe as the storm consumes everything above. In the next moment, the vortex Julius created completely surrounds Theo, trapping him. At the same time, the demon dragon's blade begins its sharp descent from the heavens. Julius lands softly on the ground and walks over with ease. With his head bowed low, Theo answers in a quiet voice. Power and destruction. Sheathing his sword, Julius lets out a satisfied smile. Exactly. That is the nature of the demon. Instinct, annihilation. Even if it ultimately shatters, it remains a straight line, piercing and destroying everything it touches, violence, destruction, power, death. So, what do you think of the Osa Ragnar Clunus's sword? Sweat trickles down his cheek as Theo answers nervously. It's elegant and beautiful. Julius closes his eyes, intrigued. Beautiful, you say? The plum blossom sword embodies life, so that does make sense. It is like a seed that sprouts, grows, and then blossoms into a flower. That is the essence of life. It's slow yet gentle, constantly changing, and it never stops growing. This is the true path of martial arts. Theo falls deep in thought, realizing this is the martial path he spoke of. Both are 9 dragons, yet their understanding of the sword is so different. A smirk plays on Julius's lips as he asks seriously, life and death, life and violence. Do you think the 2 swords are complete opposites? Theo is taken aback. Wait, they're not? Julius simply stands there, his robes fluttering in the crimson space. He turns away, his voice low. If I just gave you the answer, Where would be the fun in that? Suddenly, an ancient book appears before Theo, who stares at it with disbelief and suspicion. What is this? Theo asks. Julius answers plainly, a dialogue between myself and the Osa Ragnar Plunus about the sword. He looks to the sky. This is incredibly rare, Theo. You have now become a disciple. The image of their two backs standing together says it all. Theo's eyes widen, unable to believe what he's hearing, as Julius's voice echoes, of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. On the quiet cliffside, the two stand in silence, each lost in their own world. The sharp sound of a book snapping shut shatters the stillness of the moment. Julius looks slightly annoyed as he crosses his arms. You're being a little too strict, you know, insisting on making someone who belongs to me a co-heir, honestly. Osa covers her mouth, smiling playfully. You're just jealous. Even so, she continues, you can't deny that this will be a great help to Theo, can you? Julius sighs. You already know. Theo is the most promising successor we have, without equal. He's growing at a speed that matches his talent. But sooner or later, he's going to hit a wall. Osa holds a book in her hands. When that time comes, this will help him break through it. Julius hesitates, his voice filled with worry. But what if, by some chance, Osa gives him a sharp, silencing look? Julius lowers his head, his voice barely a whisper. What if Theo becomes an enemy of the head? No, an enemy of Xana. The question hangs in the air, so heavy that even Osa grows tense, a bead of sweat tracing a line down her face. Julius gazes at the scenery and continues, you know it too, people who develop that quickly. Osa finishes his thought. Most of them meet a terrible end. Exactly, he confirms. If Theo continues down that path, the power we've given him might return to Xana, drenched in blood. Osa smirks slightly. I never expected this. I thought you simply doted on the child. But after hearing your worries, I am certain of one thing. This is the real Julius. It would be best if you hold on to this for now. When Theo, the one you've watched for so long, has matured without being consumed by greed, and when you are certain he has become a Xana who cherishes every moment, then you may give it to him. Julius simply bows his head in silence, clearly weighing a heavy decision. He slowly raises the secret manual, staring at it for a long time, as if pouring all of his hopes into its pages. The scene shifts back to Theo, his face drenched in sweat from the pressure. He thinks to himself, Xana's two dragons, the first and second masters of the sword, the dragon sword, and the demon sword, and I'm the heir to both at the same time. He stammers, trying to find the words. Can I truly accept something like this? The broad, strong back of Julius is all he sees as the man replies in a calm, warm voice. There's no need to ask. Hearing that, Theo slowly nods, accepting this incredible trust. He watches them walk away, thinking, looking back, the only reason I've come this far is because of them. I've never done a thing for them, yet they've always helped me. Theo bows his head deeply. From the very beginning, I have only received your help. I will absolutely repay this kindness. At that very moment, the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps echoes, approaching with undeniable purpose. A figure with an imposing aura strides forward, his coat billowing in the wind. If you want to repay them, there's a way to do it right now. Let's have a match, Theo. A little welcome back spar. No, wait a minute. The master has a new disciple. How can I, the captain, just stand by and do nothing? This will be some real training. Oh no. Theo's face is drenched in sweat as he desperately signals for help. Evelyn simply turns and walks away, leaving Theo to the explosive sounds of battle behind a closed door, his desperate screams echoing out, Spare me, Evelyn. She holds the massive door shut against his struggles, shouting back, I'm sorry, young master. The scene changes to a clear, bright day, but scattered across the ground are broken chains, hinting that something terrible has just taken place. Under the warm sun, Evelyn gently pushes a door open, but the moment she steps inside, her eyes go wide and her jaw drops in absolute shock at the sight before her. Evelyn looks horrified. Young master, are you okay? Theo's face is pale and covered in ugly bruises. Evelyn hesitantly steps forward. The captain may have gone a little overboard this time. With his head down, Theo mutters, A little? Just then, a voice announces from outside, By the way, per the young master's orders, we have locked him in the dungeon. But young master, are you sure it's okay to just leave him like this? He's not the type to crack, but leaving him is risky. Theo just replies, Don't worry, I have a plan. He leans in and whispers to Evelyn. A few moments later, her eyes go wide with absolute shock, completely stunned by what he just told her. The scene shifts to a vast sky, a beautiful purple highlighting a magnificent palace with ornate roofs. Meanwhile, inside the Lord's massive martial arts training ground, everything is designed with pure luxury. A voice rings out from within. Theo bows his head in respect. Greetings, madam. With an air of regal confidence, Osa slowly descends the steps. Thank you both, You've helped me a great deal." She gently turns her head, extending a hand as a wondrous stream of energy flows out. The sword floating nearby immediately follows the energy's path. In the Lord's training ground, she moves gracefully through the air, surrounded by a flurry of petals. Osa lands softly, striding toward him with a sweet voice. "Then that is good. The things I'm about to teach you are not some flashy high-level moves, but the easily overlooked fundamentals of the sword, key, and art. I'll ask you again, Theo Ragnar. Do you wish to become my disciple?" He kneels sincerely, his voice filled with respect. "Before I answer, may I ask one thing, Madam Lord? By any chance, is this an invitation from the Heavenly Dragon Sword's saint?" His words leave her completely speechless, eyes wide with shock. Osa slowly breaks into a satisfied smile. "Not many people know that name, yet you figured it out. I won't deny it. I am the sole inheritor of that legendary one-on-one sword style. Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint. You asked that to test my true intentions, didn't you?" Theo bows his head. "My apologies," but she just tells him, "It's fine. I don't blame you. I have no hidden motives at all. From the plum blossoms to the Heavenly Dragon Sword, I intend to pass everything on to you." Theo slowly walks out of the training ground, surrounded by beautiful blooming plum blossoms on both sides. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. "Hey, you there." Theo stops in his tracks. A hostile man steps forward, rookie of the White Dragon Squad. "You're Theo Ragnar, right?" Theo's powerful aura is enough to crush him as he answers with an icy tone. "Yeah." "So what?" The man's face twists with rage. "You speak quite rudely, don't you? Didn't even bother with a proper greeting. You're the Lord's disciple, a member of the Plum Blossom Manor. The least you could do is show some respect to your seniors." Theo tilts his head, a smirk on his face. "So this is a little turf war. Huh, a senior. You're no senior of mine. What are you even talking about?" The group behind him seethes. "What did you say? Not a senior? What the hell are you talking about? You're a disciple of the Plum Blossom Manor, which makes you our junior." Theo calmly explains, "I think you've misunderstood. That invitation to become the Lord's disciple, I turned it down." That statement hits the group like a bolt of lightning. They stare at him, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with utter terror. Theo is shocked. "You want to pass down both the Plum Blossom arts and the Heavenly Dragon Sword style to me?" Osa asks. "Is that offer not tempting enough?" He gives her a steady look. "But I'll be honest, I don't understand why you support me so much. I've done nothing for you yet." She simply requests, "Stand up." There is no grand reason, it's just, "You remind me of him." "Oh." Theo is surprised. "I remind you of the family head," Osa confirms. "That's right. You're just like he was in his youth. And I'm not just talking about your appearance. He was too focused on his dreams and ideals as a young man." She gets flustered. No, perhaps he still dreams of them now. That's why he never fell into despair. He works hard to overcome any difficulty and obstacle, but has never surrendered or gone against his own code. "When I look at you, I see the part of him that I fell in love with. How could I possibly sit back and just watch? Now that you understand, it's time for your answer." Theo replies, "Right. Although it is a very tempting offer, I must refuse." Her eyes darken. "And the reason is?" Theo places a hand on his chest. "I already have too many masters. There's Madame Plum Blossom, who has taught me so many things. Demon Dragon General Julius, my Dragoon seniors, Evelyn, Selfort, and Aaron, my friends and comrades, Remington, Hookers, and Erica, my friends from the training district, even Axion Ragnar and Choi Van. They are all my masters." Osa is suspicious, calling both Axion Ragnar and the Heavenly Dragon masters. "I didn't expect that. I heard you had a disagreement with Sir Choi Van." Theo nods. "That is precisely the reason. The hardships they gave me are what made me who I am today." After hearing that, she's left speechless, lips parted but no words coming out. Theo continues, "My sword has learned and changed, thanks to those who love me and those who hate me. But for that reason, I am not confident I can uphold a school's tradition and pass it to the next generation." Osa looks on wistfully. "You cannot maintain tradition because your sword is always changing. Both things are admirable, and yet, a pity." He remains resolute. "But even if I cannot be your disciple, I would be honored to be your son." She is stunned by those words, her eyes shining brightly. A while later, Osa is enjoying a drink under a cherry blossom tree. As Mina pours another cup, she says, "You must really like him, milady." Osa confirms, "Of course. Because destiny does not allow it, I cannot have children. And a young man like him wants to be my son. How could I not like him?" Mina congratulates her. "It is wonderful to see you so happy, milady." She lowers her cup. "I should thank Theo for making me a mother. Could you prepare a letter to be sent to my husband?" Mina asks, "What would you like me to write, milady?" Osa startles her by mentioning Theo's promotion test. Mina objects. "I'm sorry, milady, but he's just a rookie who has completed his awakening ceremony. If he attracts too much attention at such a young age, he could be in danger. You, of all people, should know that well. She swirls her cup, responding, "That is precisely why we must hurry. Before a great storm descends upon Ragnar and swallows everything, I want to provide it with as much as I can." Inside a dark dungeon, a prisoner is being held captive. Syra is shackled by a chain around his neck. He slowly lifts his gaze to look past the iron bars. Syra speaks to the assassin. "You finally came." The man says, "Don't hate me. This is all for a greater purpose." He earnestly pleads, "I would never ask. Now, kill me." The assassin immediately throws a dagger towards Syra. Suddenly, a flash of light helps him dodge. The assassin is shocked, not daring to believe what just happened. Evelyn drops down from the ceiling right in front of the assassin's eyes. Syra yells in frustration, "I've been waiting for you." The man realizes, damn it, it's a trap. She then rushes toward the assassin to attack. He quickly dodges Evelyn's sharp sword strikes. The assassin looks at her and wonders, has she always been this strong? Although it's humiliating that I couldn't deal with Syra, if I get caught, things will be even more serious. I need to get out of here and plan for the future. She is determined. "I will not let you escape from here." Evelyn uses her secret technique, Thunder God's Storm Dance, to attack. The man is seriously injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The assassin panics. "I can't be caught like this." He looks at her. "I must quickly erase all traces." A long time later, Syra complains, "Why do you always do this?" The plan failed again. He sits leaning against the wall, making a promise. Inside the tower, late at night, only the moonlight remains. The library door is opened, and inside are the ashes of knowledge. Cliff reports, at 1:15 this morning, Evelyn captured an assassin who snuck into the castle. He's confirmed to be from the Demon's Fang, an organization under the powerful Eastern family, the Choi Van clan. Julius points out their targets seem connected to the Heavenly Dragon and S. Chorvan. This confirms their deepest suspicion, a snake inside the organization. The woman agrees. Exactly why they're meeting so far out, to keep a lid on any leaks. According to their intel, the demon is currently hiding out in the ancient Column Castle. They have exactly 3 hours. After that, the mission is a failure. All evidence gets destroyed and their target is gone. They have to hit that base before the clock runs out, surround every member inside, and secure the information. That is the one and only objective for this mission. I'm Cliff Snow, and this is my report. Theo is thinking to himself, he can't believe he's actually meeting an agent at the Snow level. But Julius calmly raises a hand, saying, there is one more thing to add. This very mission will also serve as Theo's promotion test. He's stunned. I'm already qualified to take the test. Julius just encourages him. You are, but don't expect it to be easy. Julius then explains that the test's difficulty has been cranked way up. Now, it's normal for tests to get harder as you advance in rank. However, this situation is anything but normal. To make a mission that could ignite a civil war, the test for a mid-level swordsman, that's unheard of. Theo says he ordered Evelyn to ambush from the roof because he knew the assassin was coming. He started this, so he gets it. Theo looks completely stunned listening to this breakdown. Julius then pulls him in close, saying, even for an heir, this is truly. Acting without consulting your superiors is disrespectful. But since it's done, you'd better complete this mission perfectly. Theo is promoted to mid-level swordsman with solo mission privileges. Understand? Theo just smiles, yes sir. But inside, his head is starting to ache. He never wanted to be the center of attention like this. Suddenly, the system status window flashes before his eyes. A new situational quest, an opportunity to clean up relationships. Theo's hand clenches into a fist. Exactly. He's been dying to know what binds him to these people and causes all this trouble. Cliff asks with concern, is something wrong, Theo? But Theo's response is firm. No, this mission. I will complete it, no matter the cost. Julius slams the table and stands up. Good, you've been briefed. Everyone, let's move out on my command. It's time to begin the extermination. Outside the castle, as night falls, the hunters begin to move. Cliff gives the report. To eliminate the chance of an internal spy, this mission has only 3 members. The target is an entire assassin organization. As swordsmen of Gianna, we have the advantage in skill, but we are clearly outnumbered. Whatever happens, do not let your guard down for a second. Theo nods. Understood. Inside the assassin's hideout, they're busy destroying all traces of their work. A subordinate reports that most of the documents have been handled. Good, the leader replies. We'll leave as soon as he gets back. Someone asks, how long has he been gone? The reply, less than 2 hours, he should be back soon. But then, a sphere detonates, a smoke bomb floods the entire room. It's an ambush. Dark figures slice through the white mist. One of the grunts is cut down before he can even react. The assassin leader realizes the situation is critical, clutching a bleeding wound on his neck and cursing, damn it. Cliff blitzes past them, then glances back. A powerful foot stomps down on a stack of documents, sending papers flying everywhere as chaos erupts in the room. A voice declares, "The target has been neutralized. Evelyn and I will handle this. You head on." Theo moves like the wind, rushing forward. According to the blueprints from the briefing, the basement is just under these stairs. But then, his foot snags on a thin red wire. Instantly, Theo's eyes go wide as a sense of dread washes over him. An arrow is already flying right at his face. He ducks, frantically dodging the sudden attack, and right in front of him is a hallway filled with countless deadly traps. Theo immediately plants his hands on the ground, using his body to weave through the deadly maze. He uses his unique lightning body technique to flash across to the other side. Dozens of black lightning swords erupt from the ground, leaving behind the scorched aftermath of the chaotic traps. The bodies of the Serpent Demon organization litter the floor. The lead assassin, now engulfed in flames, can't believe it. How is this possible? With the last enemy defeated, Theo lets out a tired sigh. He thinks to himself, with this level of security, there must be something crucial hidden in the basement. Downstairs, Theo stares in shock. Strange liquids bubble in vats, and a man with his back turned curses. Damn it! The foul stench of this evil energy reaches all the way up here. A priest chides him. To harm someone during a holy ceremony. You are truly an impatient believer. Theo freezes, recognizing the man instantly. The Holy Demonic Society. A doomsday cult that preaches the end is near and a savior will descend, a fake religious group that preys on the desperate and naive. And they're the primary cause of the Great Catastrophe, the event that led to the Empire's utter collapse. The priest arrogantly gestures. So, you know of us. Theo can't believe his eyes. The internal gate isn't just open, it's been completely destroyed, and mana is flooding out, defying all rules and logic. This is what we low-level priests call a blessing, he continues. A pity you still refuse to believe, my devout little follower. The priest clasps his hands together. But that's fine. I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God. The priest lunges. Do not dare reject his grace. Theo is speechless. The man's arm is monstrously warped. Is that really a human hand? They clash. The priest extends his long arm to grab him, but Theo is faster, drawing his magic sword to counter. He thrusts his blade directly into the giant hand, reaching for him. A shower of sparks erupts at the point of impact, lighting up the dark room. But the priest's hand simply rests on the razor-sharp blade. Theo is stunned. A full-power, mana-infused strike was blocked that easily. The priest throws a single punch, sending Theo flying into the wall. He coughs up blood. This is just a low-level priest from the Holy Demonic Society. If he uses his ultimate move here, he'll be. He grips his sword tighter. What can he do with this blade right now? Destruction, power, that is the true nature of the sword. Sacrifice is the foundation of its techniques. But ultimately, what he wants to achieve is to create life with this very sword. Existence and annihilation. Theo finally understands. The two swords seem to be opposites. The priest raves madly. This little lamb's blood is a holy offering for you, my lord. He prays, please accept it as a sacrifice. With a final strike, he shatters the ground beneath him. But something is different. Theo's eyes have become incredibly sharp, deadly serious. The priest scoffs, you really are a persistent little bird. Theo concludes, that's right, but the two swords were never opposites. Life and death are one path. Death is always at the end of life's journey, but life also springs from death. Not two, but a unified whole. If this scattered power could be gathered into a single point of light, the priest waves his hand dismissively. Why are you still so foolish? Your sword can't touch me. Haven't you realized that yet? A beam of demonic energy shoots out from his palm. Theo vanishes in a blur. He reappears instantly behind the priest. Looks impressive. The priest sneers, but it's no different than before. But his cockiness fades as he realizes, to his shock, that he's been wounded. The attack. It moves as if it has a life of its own, he remarks. He's blasted into a wall, creating a massive crater. Blood streams down his body, soaking into the ground. He sputters, enlightenment in the midst of bloodshed. You are a true seed of evil chaos, before you defile his world any further. The priest's words are cut short as Theo's hand clamps around his face. Theo is confused. Just what is the true origin of the bizarre powers this holy society possesses? His hand sinks in, reading the priest's memories. The world suddenly fades to gray before his eyes. They are both pulled into a strange, separate dimension. Theo floats in the air, stunned by the sight. What is this? This is completely different from any mind reading I've ever done. It felt like they had regressed into a child's memory. He stares at the incomplete system message. A series of warnings blare out, a high-level enemy has appeared. Suddenly, his gaze becomes hard and tense. Theo's body seems so small against the flood of information. A colossal eye opens, reflecting his tiny figure. A gigantic entity with piercing blue eyes speaks. who disturbed my slumber. Theo immediately knows. This is the entity that the demon kings worship. Pairs of eyes in the darkness question him. Answer me. Who are you? He looks at the grotesque being and realizes the blessing the cultist spoke of. It wasn't a lie. The creature magnifies one of its eyes, staring intently at Theo. A human. Theo Gianna. He blankly listens as the Lord of Nothingness announces, I have investigated you. Its voice is absolute, the talent of this world. A sudden gust of wind whips past Theo. The Lord of Nothingness slowly shifts its bizarre body. Its very cells seem to press tightly together. And then, light begins to pour from the cracks in its form. Lord Brock emerges, radiating an aura as fierce as the sun. Theo stares in disbelief, whispering the name, Lord Brock. The figure speaks. Young man, that thing is not an entity you can face. This is a being that even if you reach Sigurd's level, I couldn't guarantee your victory. Theo stares at Lord Brock in complete disbelief. What is this? The creature soars into the sky. Leave this to me, he says. As Theo's body falls back, Lord Brock moves to face it. Moments later, Theo wakes up in a basement room. His hands are trembling. I'm back. What was Lord Brock thinking, facing that monster alone? As Theo touches a bloodstain, he hears a priest muttering in disbelief. How can an outsider like him receive this blessing? I have dedicated my entire life and have never been granted such a favor. So how could a heretic like him? His face twists grotesquely before he collapses to the ground. Theo stands firm. I don't need a god like that. More importantly, a god that even the demon king worships. It has to be the nameless lord that Lord Brock told him about. He once said, for 1,000 years, my duty has been to protect the world from it. Theo sinks into thought, but since Lord Brock lost his heart, he said he wouldn't live more than 3 years. In 5 years, the Great War begins, centered on the Demon King. The fall of the Guardian Dragons and the rise of the Demon King are inevitable, led by the rival clan who have plunged the continent into chaos. His head throbs, it's all connected. Just then, Evelyn rushes to support Theo. You did well, young master. Cliff watches them from a distance, thinking, we were rash because one of the targets was a blood priest. Cliff's gaze drops to the body on the floor. She thinks about what he accomplished all by himself. Hearing her voice, they both turn. That was extraordinary, Theo Jagger. To defeat a blood priest on your own. You have truly proven yourself. Later, in another room, she reports, these are all the documents. It's all circumstantial. Nothing here is solid proof. Theo pulls out an object. I found this in the basement. I need you to examine it. Evelyn's heart sinks. That was the item she collected on the young master's orders before his awakening ceremony, records of secret deals between the Sires, Merchant Guild, and the rival clan. She'd always wondered why he hadn't used it yet. Turns out, his foresight was just that incredible. Cliff flips through the pages. Records of transactions with the Sires Merchant Guild, and it even includes deals with the rival clan with their official seals. Well done, Theo. With this, we can prove the rival clan committed treason and is connected to the Demon King. He listens in silence. They finally have all the evidence they need. Even Evelyn's expression becomes deadly serious. Cliff leaves. After I draft a quick report, we will immediately attack the Sires Guild. Theo thinks to himself, just you wait, rival clan. The time has finally come for you to be crushed. Inside a room decorated with banners, Julius is furious. I knew it, that rotten rival clan. I knew one day he would betray us. Sino calmly interjects, we can't be certain yet. Despite the suspicious circumstances, he is still just a suspect. The man snaps, do you take me for a fool? The Supreme Black Dragon shared this information with us. That means this is far beyond mere suspicion, the man scoffs. Don't waste time on speculation. Julius grinds his teeth. From your reaction, it seems you knew and just let it happen. Seno's grip tightens on his cup as he says a name, Theo Jagger. According to Cliff's report, he single-handedly defeated a priest. The man interrupts, we're not talking about that now. He's a talented individual, better suited for the Black Snow. Hand the boy over to me. What? Julius is stunned. What is wrong with you? Seno continues, excellent reasoning and perception. The ability to see the bigger picture from the smallest of clues. His methods are similar to those in our Black Snow unit. It's as if he has prior experience. The man objects. Don't exaggerate. I chose him first, so don't you dare touch him. Hey, big bro, you and Osa are acting like a bunch of thieves. The man sets his cup down, a rare smile appearing. Big bro, it's been a long time since you called me that. It feels good. Kale, Osa, you, and I, Julius. It feels like just yesterday we became sworn brothers. But Julius shouts back, your touching story won't work on me. You'll regret it if you dare to steal Theo. Seno's voice turns teasing. It's perfectly normal for an older brother to take things from his younger brother. He leaves, adding, next time, prepare something more expensive. He walks away cheerfully, ignoring Julia's cursing behind him. Senno thinks, what a relief to know there are no moles in the white armored dragon Knight Legion. And how can I keep him out of the heavenly dragon's grasp? I don't believe I was wrong to give him this mission. His body slowly fades. They will be here soon. Today is the day of the attack on the Sire's Guild. There's a lot to do, he thinks. This is about to get interesting. At the Sire's Merchant Guild's central branch, a massive crowd is buzzing with excitement. A man steps forward. I am Naven Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus family. Another follows, and I am Quadric Cirrus, master of the Cirrus Merchant Guild. I formally propose a marriage between our families. Over there is my daughter, Lily Cirrus, the fourth daughter of the Cirrus family. From now on, they will be husband and wife, and the Cirrus and Bacchus families will be joined as one. Quadric thinks with glee. Finally, it's all mine. Naven is bowing with perfect form. Quadric can barely contain his joy, a powerful, noble title. This is only the beginning. I'll make the Jagger family pay for ever looking down on us. An elder watches with contempt. How dare that merchant put his family's name on the same level as Bacchus, one of the 6 great families. But he holds his tongue. With this dowry, our family can be saved. Who cares what happens to the beasts of this family anyway? Naven smirks. I see right through him. It's so pathetic I can barely keep myself from laughing out loud. These scheming merchants. He glances at Quadric. Do they really think they're going to help us? And the best part? They don't even realize the guild holding their assets is also in their pocket. Naven smiles wryly. Either way, I don't have much time left. I will personally witness this wretched family's downfall before I die. He kneels politely. It is an honor, Lady Lily. As a son-in-law of the Cirrus family and your husband, I will devote my all. Lily observes Naven's performance in silence. Then she speaks up. And how do you intend to prove what you say? Hearing this, a confident smirk plays on his lips. Naven stands. It seems you have something on your mind. My family is bankrupt, and they sold me. If my bride desires it, I will bring her the seal of the Bacchus family itself. Her father fumes. That damned brat. But Lily touches his arm. If you're willing to go that far, then Theo Jagger, the man who did this to my arm, bring me his head. Naven is floored. In broad daylight, she's asking me to assassinate the heir of the Jagger family. This woman is insane. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers. Quadric rushes to intervene. Lily, do not speak like this during such an important ceremony. But Naven's voice cuts through, startling them. I understand. If that is what my young bride desires, then I must grant her wish. Just then, the crowd points to the sky. What is that? It looks like a wyvern. They panic. What the someone just jumped down? And in that exact moment, Theo, Evelyn, and Cliff land perfectly. Someone in the crowd recognizes the symbol on their banner and screams in terror. It's a flag representing a great house that strikes fear into everyone. Jagger. Cliff steps forward, holding a scroll. From this moment, in the name of the Jagger family, I declare we shall execute justice. From a Ragnar Clan hideout, we found proof of his close ties to the Cirrus Merchant Guild, so we're starting a full-scale search to confirm our suspicions of treason. Anyone who interferes will be considered an accomplice and executed on the spot. The crowd explodes in chaos. Executed, the Cirrus Guild is being accused of rebellion. In the mayhem, Cliff shouts, step forward and cooperate with the Ragnar Clan's investigation. But the Cirrus Patriarch is panicking inside. Damn it, don't tell me they found out. This can't be happening. I'll fight twice as hard before admitting guilt. An elder roars in absolute fury. What is this talk of rebellion? Cirrus scum, get out here, now. His subordinate whispers nervously, my lord, how did this happen? The leader bellows, don't be ridiculous. That pathetic scrap of paper? Anyone could have forged that. This is obviously a setup. Someone's trying to frame us. But no matter how dirty their scheme is, it's not enough to bring us down. The House of Cirrus has long been a loyal vassal to the House of Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. The elder commands the Cirrus soldiers, apprehend anyone who dares point a blade at the House of Ragnar. The elder puts a hand on his shoulder. Listen, Lord Cirrus, are you saying you refuse to cooperate with this investigation? He shoves the hand away, cutting him off. If that's your stance, then this marriage is off. The Patriarch snarls, cowards. You think I'll let your side walk away from this unharmed? This is an accusation of high treason. This is Wintler. You of all people, one of the 6 great families, should know what that means. You think I'll go down alone? If they had real proof, they wouldn't have sent 3 men. They'd have sent an army to blot out the sky. Don't you see it? They're not even sure of their own accusations. If we can just stop them this one time, we can fix everything. Naven cuts in sharply. What do you think you're doing? Relying on an old man who can't even use the toilet by himself. Am I right, elder? The old man is furious. You bastard. With a wave, he turns and walks away. Besides, isn't this a good thing? We get to present our wedding gift early. The elder watches in shock. Since when did that little brat? Navan ignores them all, leaping down from the building. The elder grits his teeth. That damn bastard! The moment we drew our swords, we all became accomplices. The elder gives the order, we're joining the fight. And with that, steel clashes. Cliff issues one final warning. This is your last chance. Stand down, or be executed on the spot for treason. The soldiers on both sides start to hesitate, fear setting in. The tension below is about to snap, and then, suddenly, a defiant new figure appears above them all. Navin Molloy. Seriously, you people from the Ragnar Clan really love your summary executions, don't you? Instantly, Theo's group is on high alert. He immediately launches an attack, striking out. Navan calls, a pleasure to finally meet our guests from the Ragnar Clan here for the wedding, especially you, Theo. I never imagined our first meeting would be quite like this. Theo is stunned. This is the man who sided with the Cirrus Guild and Choi Ban in the Great War, throwing the Ragnar Clan into chaos. The demon sword, Navan. He smirks, I'm going to take that head of yours. The ground itself trembles as their battle begins. A complex look crosses Theo's face. Navan relentlessly presses his attack, his sword flashing again and again. Theo thinks to himself, if I use my knowledge from the previous timeline, I have a chance to turn this entire situation around and gain immense power. He says aloud, I accept this fight. Evelyn hears this and cries out, but young master, that man is. Cliff stops her, it's fine, let him handle this. But those people are likely destroying evidence as we speak. We can't afford to wait. We need to end this, fast. Meanwhile, Theo firmly parries each blow. I'll give it everything I've got. Navan laughs. I'd be happier if you stayed out of this. You sure you'll be all right? You have that look in your eye. Theo smirks. I could say the exact same thing to you. But first, can I ask you something? Navan nods. Go ahead. Theo states, to point a sword at the Ragnar Clan is treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor? Is it to destroy the Baku's family? Or is this to avenge your mother? Hearing that, Navan falls silent, lost in thought. He grips his sword tighter. How noble of you, young master of Ragnar. You've dug up a memory I tried so hard to forget. Now, I have another reason to take your head. I'm going to cut you to pieces. But Theo remains completely unfazed, speaking softly. Let me finish. Let me help you. Revenge and the downfall of the Bacchus clan. That's it, Navan Bacchus, the strongest, yet unofficial, sword of his family. The reason he was never recognized, despite having skills equal to Theo's, was because he's an illegitimate child born in a brothel. The system window pops up, displaying all of his hidden information and stats. It was because of that same incredible talent that his mother was forced to leave this world. Theo realizes, that's it. He wants revenge on the Bacchus family too. If I play this right, I can get him on my side. He holds out a hand, a small smile on his lips. Let me help you. With your revenge and with the destruction of the Bacchus family. Navan lowers his head, running a hand through his hair. His eyes are half closed as he speaks slowly. I don't know where you heard about my mother, but one thing's for sure. Suddenly, he whips out his sword, ready to obliterate Theo. Theo stares, stunned, as the razor-sharp blade emits a blinding light that illuminates the entire area with its power. Navan's expression is defiant, fearless. He grips his sword like he's facing his ultimate nemesis. The very ground cracks beneath them, the space between them strained to the breaking point. His sharp eyes lock onto Theo's as he speaks with icy finality. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even if I helped you, the Bacchus family would simply be wiped out, right along with you. He sighs, looking at Theo. You're worrying about the wrong thing. In this life, I have no regrets left. I don't mind going down with that damn family. In the sudden silence, Theo's voice rings out. It's because of easy fever, isn't it? A disease that develops when a young body can't handle its own immense talent. If it's treated aggressively in the early stages, there's still a chance for a full recovery. But if you miss that golden window, it becomes an incurable disease. The Bacchus family didn't treat you in time, did they? Which means your remaining lifespan is. Before he can finish, Navan cuts in, his voice rough. 5 years. As expected. You've really dug into my filthy history. But what good does knowing that do? Right here, right now, the Bacchus family will vanish. And I will go to the underworld known simply as Navan. Their swords clash again, creating a brilliant shower of golden sparks. It's a beautiful sight, but beneath it lies a brutally tense reality. A small, knowing smile plays on Theo's lips. Navan unleashes a wave of pure killing intent and roars. Nonsense. There is no cure for easy fever. And just like that, they clash again, their swordplay fierce enough to choke the very air around them. Theo's eyes narrow. That's right. In my past life, a cure was discovered. It was found just a few days after he died, which means, right now, I'm the only person in the world who knows how to cure it. Theo calmly declares to Navin, no, there is a cure. A 100% guaranteed cure. His words are spoken with such steel-like certainty that Navin freezes, unable to believe it, as a single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. And look at that smirk. Just as he predicted, the base church family is doomed even if the guy doesn't cooperate. But if he takes his hand, even after his family falls, he can live as a hero who helped the Sangna family. Trust me, he says. Then boom, we cut to the training grounds where they're defending against some seriously fluid attacks. A sharp voice suddenly rings out. A relentless barrage of sword strikes rains down on the two of them, but their defense is just as sharp, a perfect counter. Evelyn Thon Van finds this incredibly annoying. She wonders, is Theo not done yet? Her eyes follow their conversation. Evelyn mutters, looks like they're talking about something. She furiously slams her sharp blades into the ground, creating a jarring sound. You can feel her frustration. Why can't I just take them down? A memory flashes in her mind. Zeno, swirling a flask, says calmly, our priority is to analyze his potential. We should recruit him soon. She questions it. You want me to observe him? Zeno confirms it. Yes, he captured the priest, but you didn't witness it yourself. She replies, that's right. Zeno slams a cup down, the noise echoing sharply. That's precisely why we have to confirm it. Our mission, as the head, is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead Sangna's future. Remember that. Gather more evidence and assess Theo's abilities, he orders. She responds, understood. But what's the limit? What if I have to intervene? Zeno strokes his chin. It's related to the demon cult, isn't it? I'll allow you to intervene at the bishop level or higher. Back to the present, spear swords are flying at her as she thinks, if I step in at this level, he'll get way too suspicious of me. But if the mission gets delayed, then her time to clock out gets delayed too. Suddenly, a spear flies past, making Evelyn's eyes widen in absolute shock. She tracks the blade's path, and when the wielder comes into view, she's stunned. Nabin based Chert. Did Theo actually lose to him? In that instant, she sees Theo and his companion rushing past, completely ignoring Evelyn as weapons whistle right by her. And there's Nabin, his imposing presence and unyielding spirit blocking every single attack from the spear swords. He looks over. About this, can you forgive me? We're on the same side now. A system window then pops up. The hidden objective is complete. You have successfully recruited Nabin the Sword as an ally. The scene shifts to a space where long black cracks tear across the sky. An explosion rocks the entire area as these fissures shatter. Nabin shouts an order. Stop them. Stop them at all costs. He decisively launches himself into the sky with incredible speed. The guards below scream out, shoot him. He's in the air. He won't be able to dodge. In that moment, the sky suddenly turns pitch black. They look up in horror. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the chaotic terrain helps Nabin easily weave through and strike them down. Long, whip-like tendrils slam violently into the ground. The guards watch these tendrils, their hearts filled with dread. The ground erupts, sending debris and guards flying helplessly into the air. Nabin's determined silhouette against the blood-red sky makes them tremble. The old man stares in disbelief and screams, Nabin, you damn brat! How dare you betray the family that raised you? How dare you point your sword at your own clan? Nabin's reply is ice cold. My clan? The words leave the old man completely stunned. Nabin grips his sword tightly, his voice laced with contempt. Tell me, what kind of family abandons a bastard son to rot? And with his sharp, narrow eyes, he unleashes a furious assault on the base church's defensive line. The three of them watch from the outside as Evelyn says, grudgingly, no wonder he could fight on par with young Master Theo. So how did Theo convince him? Theo just smiles and replies, I only promised him what he wanted. Don't just stand there. Follow him. Capture Korak's series. At the same time, in a stuffy, dark room, a hand slams down on a desk in fury. Vegas cautiously reports, Family head, our forces are being pushed back. The man explodes. You think I don't know that? Vegas then says, there's no time left. First, we have to burn all documents related to the Troivan. Vergas, his face twisted and his eyes bloodshot, looks absolutely terrifying as he screams, no, don't you dare touch those documents. His bizarre reaction makes Bagus break out in a cold sweat. What's wrong? Family head, please think rationally. To minimize unnecessary casualties, the man goes berserk, grabbing his arm in a brutal, crushing grip. That disgusting smile returns as he leans into Bagas's face, growling, if we burn it, how do we get back the money we're owed? Just then, a voice cuts in, are you saying we should give up that money for those bastards? The man looks slightly terrified but says, what a coincidence. I need your help. You've come at the perfect time. Right outside, their guards are getting mowed down, blood splattering everywhere with each gunshot. Theo gazes at the gate just ahead. Excellent. I see the destination. let's keep pushing to the entrance. But suddenly, the doors slowly swing open, revealing rows of guards, and a new voice rings out. Theo stares, wide-eyed and shocked at the man before him. The voice rings out as he gestures to his followers, "Believers, rejoice. The time has come for you to put what you've learned into practice." A few minutes earlier, as the man was growling at Bagus, a low voice echoed, "Oh, living creature, poisoned by greed, you truly cannot see." The man is terrified but also relieved. "Oh man, just when I needed help. You came at the perfect time." Behind Korak is none other than Boris. Korak's imposing figure strides toward him. Vergus's face is filled with fear as he watches him, stammering, "It seems you couldn't bear to face the underworld alone. You even sent a demon cult bishop. Well, since you're here, help us. You and the Troivan aren't on the same boat, which means you and I are, right? I'm begging you, please, help me." At this moment, Boris's sharp, menacing eyes are fixed on him from a distance. Boris's voice is low and deep. "I will help. Where are the files related to the Troivan?" The man's face becomes cocky, puffing his chest out at Boris, though his heart is pounding with fear. "Why are you looking for it? That's my source of intel. You don't think I've hidden it well? If you need money, then do your job right." But before he can even finish his sentence, a huge hand clamps down on his face, crushing it. His face turns beet red, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. It's horrifying. Korak's face is shrouded in shadows, half seen and half hidden, as he growls a warning. "What a fool. Enough. Send him to hell. There's a long line of people willing to fund us." The demon cult bishop Boros squeezes the man's face until it contorts, his eyes bulging with a fear beyond words. His chubby face is squeezed tighter and tighter, looking like a balloon about to burst from the pressure. He musters all his strength to pry his mouth free from Boros' hand and then screams, "I'm sorry. Wait, I apologize. I was incredibly disrespectful to you, Bishop." But as the man spoke, even the guard hesitated, his suspicion growing. The bishop slowly raises his arm, his sleeve sliding down to reveal a terrifying hand with long, black nails, as he quietly gives his command. Instantly, the man's large body is thrown aside, slamming into the ground with a sickening thud that shatters the silence of the room. The two then turn to leave, but not before Vargas delivers a final warning. "Burn every file on Chuoy Van. Now, don't even think about running. If you want to live, you'll hurry up." His words cause the man's eyes to widen in pure terror as beads of sweat stream down his panicked face. That fear seeps deep into his very bones, and he scrambles to his feet, bolting from the grand chamber in a desperate escape. Meanwhile, right outside the entrance, our four heroes are shouting in unison, their voices filled with determination. "We're going to break through this entrance, and soon." But just then, the heavy doors slowly swing open, and a line of guards marches out, followed by a chillingly cold voice. The voice rings out, a hand pointing toward his own followers. "Believers, you should rejoice. The time has come to put everything you've learned into practice." Theo's sharp eyes lock directly onto Vargas, his mind racing. He's finally here. Up above, Vargas stands as if he doesn't have a care in the world, waving down at them. The demon cult's bishop flashes a grotesque smile. "Through our blood, the Master will descend. The Master will come through us. Worship the Master." Immediately, the horde of followers surges forward through the doorway, chanting in unison, "Worship the Master." The display leaves our heroes stunned, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Disgusting, bloody slime suddenly splatters through the air. As Theo watches the red gunk fly, he thinks to himself, "I suspected the demon cult was behind this, but I'm shocked they'd even deploy a bishop." His pupils shrink, taking in the horrific sight of cultists in identical hoods, with only two large, round, unsettling eyes visible. He fiercely draws his blade, pointing it at the approaching horde. With decisive, ruthless slashes, he cuts them down, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. With a bold and powerful swing, he cleanly cuts through the upper body of a large cultist, causing blood to erupt into the air. Evelyn charges forward with her sword, screaming, "You absolute lunatics!" Yet while the three of them are fighting for their lives against these demonic cultists, Cliff just hangs back, watching from behind with a suspicious look. His one sharp eye is fixed on them, as if there's something he desperately wants to say but can't. As waves of cultists continue their assault, AZ begins to question the situation. So the bishop really did show his face? This is more complicated than I thought. Then, a new thought strikes her. Wait, maybe this is actually for the better. A determined fire lights up in her eyes as she readies her sword. Because now, I finally have a reason to get involved. Meanwhile, Theo observes the attack, thinking, we're still pinned down in this same spot. The battlefield is pure chaos, a swirling mess of smoke and dust as the three heroes fight desperately against the Tama followers. Soon, streams of crimson blood arc through the air, proving that our team's fighting spirit is still going strong. But then, Cliff suddenly dives from above, surrounded by a strange aura that makes the entire area tremble. She lands softly on the ground, enveloped in a bright energy. We can't just sit by while they block our path. I'm going to destroy this place. Her words ignite Theo's anger, and he shouts back, wait a minute, don't forget why we're here. We have to get the files before they're destroyed. In response, she lets out a long sigh, her voice laced with meaning. Theo, perhaps I overestimated you. The demon cult has already revealed itself. We don't need any more evidence. Theo immediately bursts past her, shouting back. The fact that they're interfering this much means there's something they absolutely don't want us to get. Cliff's eyes flick toward him. I know, so what's your plan? Regardless of our priority, we still have to get past them, right? Theo scans the unfolding chaos and replies, true, but by then, the evidence will be gone. His resolve unshaken, Theo stands ready with his sword, his sharp eyes piercing through the swirling dust with a terrifying intensity. The cultist's relentless attack links with Loman, massively expanding the hatchling's sync range, allowing them to scan the surrounding terrain. Hordes of enemies pour forward, filling the street with suffocating tension. Even she has her doubts, but she thinks to herself, there's no proof. But since the Black Dragon was the one who said it, I'll just have to observe for now. Suddenly, a man with a deathly pale face dives down from above, aiming to attack her while screaming, how dare you trespass here? Unfortunately for him, he crashes into a protective barrier created by Theo. Amid the thick dust, Cliff turns back, his voice firm. All right, I'll trust you this time. We'll handle things here. You have to get that proof. Incredibly, Theo uses the terrain to his advantage, launching himself off a cultist's head like a springboard and soaring high into the air. As he flies through the air, he yells, leave it to me. From the ground, massive hands of cultists reach up, trying to drag him down into the abyss, but his sharp eyes are filled with the resolve to find his target as he cuts through the chaotic crimson haze filled with glowing demonic eyes. And with that, Nabin shoots forward like a beam of light, piercing through the dense, dusty atmosphere. And Evelyn is no exception, as she seems to be assessing the critical situation. They team up, unleashing a continuous assault on the frenzied cultist below, sending torrents of blood flying. Evelyn then shoots him a sharp glare. Me? When have you ever heard me call him master? The streams of energy from their attacks merge, creating an unbelievably powerful force with horrifying destructive potential. The two of them relentlessly swing their swords at the rebellious followers, clearing a path behind them to eliminate any threats so Theo can find the evidence. Theo shouts out a powerful thanks, you too, before unleashing his technique Thunder Dragon's Protection, Dragon's Gate. Theo scans the crowd and thinks, they won't just hand things over. Right now, the area is completely swarmed with people. And then he sees it, the fat, utterly repulsive face of his target. There you are, Godek Sires. At the same time, a system notification sound rings out. Scenario Quest, a clue to the evil from a past life. This is your chance to avenge your past life. Stop their plot. The two of them clash in a fierce battle as crimson blood splatters through the air. He slowly begins to introduce himself, but she narrows her eyes, a bit skeptical. The first sword? You've got to be joking. Nabin calmly replies, your reaction tells me you're the first, so I have nothing to worry about. If you are the first sword, I'd be happy to be the second. His words make Evelyn suspicious. Are you implying you're stronger than me? He closes the distance between them in an instant, getting right in her face to reply. Of course. Just then, the cultists launch a violent assault, swarming them. Before Evelyn can even react, Nabin's blood-soaked sword is already moving as he casually says, what a coincidence that we're on the same side. Or should we just decide it right here? Whoever takes down the most cultists becomes the first sword. Evelyn is completely exasperated by his childish behavior. We're in the middle of a mission, she reminds him. I don't have time for this nonsense. He just taunts her. Are you scared? Worried you'll lose? Han can only watch as Evelyn charges forward, a decisive, unstoppable blur. Nabin's eyes fly open in shock as cultists are launched into the air, a rain of blood spraying down on our hero. The sight of her effortlessly cutting down hordes of believers makes Han grit his teeth in absolute awe. Evelyn zips through the air, her voice clear. Let me show you why I'm the #1 sword. Don't you regret this? Han watches her every move, a slow, impressed smile spreading across his face. Nabin rushes to keep pace with Evelyn, shouting, I'm looking forward to it. The scene cuts to a completely silent, empty cocktail bar. Behind the bar, a secret is revealed, a hidden hatch with a staircase leading down. In the heavy silence, a shady figure strides toward that secret door. He throws the lock to the ground, the sound shattering the quiet. He carefully lights a torch to guide his way down into the darkness. The door opens to a secret study containing a chest. He opens it, sees the neatly stacked documents, and thinks, this is the evidence to collect money from CO Choi Von. I just need to burn this, and we'll escape the trees in charge at least to some degree. But do I really have to burn it? All of this is just too valuable, and it won't be easy to recover. Besides, considering the deal with Thien Long, I have to get it all back no matter the cost. He recalls the haunting, demonic face of Vegas, his eyes cold and empty. Well, it's better than a private audience with the king. Just then, a streak of dark energy shoots into the room. As the man turns to leave, Theo is already there, holding a torch as he enters the study. He watches the boy check the documents, his voice stammering, "Theo, Ranga? How could you?" Sharp, crimson-red eyes flash towards him. Theo's voice is cold. "It seems your fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough, was it?" That single threat makes the man tremble uncontrollably. Sweat pours down his terrified face, but Theo shows no mercy, unleashing a blast of energy straight at the man's head. Theo's piercing red eyes stare directly into his soul as he passes judgment. Traitors must be executed. A few minutes later, the room is silent, the man's body lying in a pool of its own blood. The chest of secrets is now completely empty. And right on cue, the system announces the completion of a scenario quest. Past life's ill-fated karma. The secret ledgers were given to Cliff, and that alone is enough to arrest Seo Choi Van. Thien Long is a loose end that needs to be cut. I have to capture not just Thien Long, but Seo Choi Van too. And with these documents, the entire Seo Choi Van family can be arrested. Every single file is critical evidence. I don't even know what to take first. Suddenly, a book on the shelf starts to glow, catching his eye. Theo instinctively pulls it out and discovers it's an investigation report on Tung Vai Kung. He thinks for a moment when a realization hits him. Be careful of the Black Dragon's surveillance before collecting the relics. Reading the words, he immediately recognizes the handwriting of Seo Choi Van. So far, 2 relics have been collected. He deduces that Seo Choi Van has already figured out the remaining ones are hidden in Tung Vi Kung. Theo clenches his jaw in fury. The relics are in Tung Vi Kung? You mean all that discrimination, the false accusations, and my miserable end? It was all part of a plan? And according to their plan, Cecilia and Theo Jiang now were to be eliminated. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief. Seo Choi Van. His anger is palpable as his massive hand crumples the pages. He decisively rips apart the handwritten notes, destroying the man's vile work. He slams the book shut and takes a deep breath. Publicizing this report now won't change a thing. I just need to be patient with my revenge. To do that, I'll take the relics you all worked so hard to find. On the shelf above, 2 boxes are glowing, and the system chimes in. You have discovered 2 relics. Meanwhile, a long line of cultists stretches down the street, eagerly awaiting destruction. The aftermath of the battle has clearly provoked the 2 sword masters. All around them lie the broken bodies of their enemies, a pathetic sight. Under the clear blue sky, surrounded by pools of blood, Evelyn slowly speaks, "I remember now." Nabin Bacchus. Just then, a new wave of cultists swarms in, attacking them both. As she brutally cuts them down, he shouts, "It's an honor that you still remember someone like me. But do you really have time to think about that now? At this rate, I'll be seeing you become the #1 sword." Suddenly, he notices a strange green energy gathering in the air. It unleashes a massive shockwave that blows the cultists away with absolutely devastating force. His stunned eyes follow the destructive energy as it whips up a powerful gale, kicking up dust and smoke. Evelyn's face is drenched in sweat, exhausted. As she breathes, divine wind path, secret art, thunderbreak. After witnessing that incredible whirlwind of destruction, a goofy grin spreads across his face. Let's call it a draw. Just then, a huge man with a sword charges toward Nabin. Nabin's eyes slowly look up, sweat dripping from his cheek, as if he's seen something truly horrifying. Immediately, the enormous man. The man speaks in a low tone. "You're right about that." A sharp, steely voice rings out continuously. "You lower-class filth dare to interfere?" He smirks, his narrow eyes filled with a sinister provocation. "Interfere with the plan of a great god?" Evelyn's steely voice cuts in. "Finish him. I'm glad we're on the same page." Evelyn instantly lunges forward with incredible speed, her rage running bone deep. Nabin is right there with her, fierce determination radiating from him. Then, the sound of massive wings fills the sky as an ancient dragon descends, shaking the very ground. The ancient dragon lands, its crimson eyes seemingly wanting to swallow all the hatred in the world. The 2 of them can only stare in shock at the thick dust cloud the dragon created. The dragon's massive foot pins the man to the ground, leaving him to struggle in hopeless agony. Michael appears, his eyes shining like bright stars, a radiant smile on his face. "So, how about it? Captain Evelyn, I came too." He reaches for the man, but they yell at him, leaving him completely confused. Suddenly, the sky fills with countless birds, appearing to be a terrible omen. And at that very moment, high in the vast sky, Baalit leads her squadron of winged soldiers down to battle the cultists. She roars the order, "White Dragon Knights, all sergeants of the 5th Platoon, eliminate the Sire's Merchant Guild and the Demon God cult's forces." Hordes of beasts tear into the cultist ranks, ripping and biting them apart. Michael leads, The ancient dragon's tremendous roar echoes across the entire area, a savage sound. And just like that, a cultist's head is ripped clean off its body, blood spraying from the dragon's fiery jaws. The scene shifts to a grand, classical fortress, now scorched, scarred, and covered in horrifying cracks. Outside, a horrifying battle is raging, filled with desperate screams. Vegas just watches, a sinister and terrifying smile spreading across his face. The sky bleeds red, reflecting off the defeated face of Cliff, whose head hangs low, as if crushed by an overwhelming fate. She lifts her head and sighs in relief. All that scheming, it's just not her style. Not after being so incredibly tense. It feels like a massive weight has finally been lifted from her shoulders. The scene shifts to a peaceful hall, where people are lining up to receive supplies. From a corner, they shout, "Can I go yet?" Evelyn, holding a paper, replies, "Yes, yes. Just show me your Merchant Guild membership and you can leave." Next, about the damages. Michael O'Neill, sweating nervously, asks, "Squad leader, do you still need that report?" The voice gets colder, more menacing. "Bring it to me. Now." He screams the order, spit flying from his mouth. "Which one of you bastards ate the airship's cargo?" The guild members can only bow their heads in silent respect. He crumples the paper in his hand and speaks up. "Squad leader, our mission was given special clearance, wasn't it?" A flood of questions overwhelms her. "Squad leader, I'm tired. Leader. Squad leader. Squad leader, what do I do? Squad leader." Evelyn. "Squad leader. Squad 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 leader. Where are Two Hat and Two yet? Where did they run off to after leaving us here?" Meanwhile, inside a tent filled with important weapons, Theo speaks up. "This is the file the guild master tried so desperately to destroy. There's proof of information and asset theft from Jiang Na, and even a detailed plan for treason. It's all recorded right here." He throws the file onto the table with a loud thud. She speaks. "Well done." Cliff's voice praises him again and again. "Well done, intermediate rank swordsman, Theo Jiang Na." Theo seems stunned for a moment, then slowly speaks. "Thank you." Cliff expresses his admiration. "You're incredibly efficient, like you've been with Black Snow for years. What do you think of HLM's offer?" He gets a bit flustered. Well, that." She sighs, amused. "No need to be so tense, I was just kidding." Theo replies, "Frankly, it's hard to tell when you're joking." Cliff's tone turns serious. "There's one more thing. I have good news for you. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon is underway. The last record was enough to prove the crime." Theo's eyes widen in disbelief as he asks a question. "You mean?" She explains calmly, "Yes, Black Snow's elite capture team is on its way." Just then, a masked guard appears outside the camp, shouting, "Bad news." They both whip their heads towards the tent flap, Theo's face filled with pure dread. In that instant, a man in a heavy cloak, his eyes oozing a disgusting red slime, lets out a roar. But without a moment's hesitation, another man draws his sword and slices his head clean off, sending blood everywhere. And just like that, he's surrounded by mutilated corpses lying in pools of fresh blood. A voice mocks, "Only a fool reveals their true strength." "Congratulations, Theo Jiang," the man says, walking slowly through the bloody remains of the guards on the ground. His footprints mark the pure white snow as his voice echoes. "Ashen, the dragon-slaying sword master, serries everything I've built, leaving not a single trace." His scarred face contorts as if he wants to crush everything in sight. His narrow eyes radiate a terrifying killing intent. He speaks. "Fine, go as crazy as you want, because the master's plan is still in motion. We may have lost the dragon-slaying sword, but I got this. And that's enough. The time is near, father. The time we must endure." Outside the palace walls, a crowd eagerly chants for their father. People buzz with excitement. "I love this design, it's so beautiful." The head of the house, Kirsten, listens in. "When can we get one? It was just released. We still have to perform quality checks." "My goodness, this place gets busier every day." Adrian approaches her. "Mother, you're here?" Kirsten sighs. "What's with all these tailor shops?" She replies excitedly, "They're starting a new type of business, a luxury brand specializing in fine fabrics and accessories." Kirsten listens to Adrian's passionate strategy, an unconscious, proud smile on her lips. She happily recalls old memories. "It's been so long since I've seen your smile shine so brightly, brighter than any jewel." Adrian takes Kirsten's hand. "So don't worry about the price. Isn't that why you're here, mother?" She turns her face away. "You catch on quick. But that's not the only reason I'm here. I also came to share some news." Adrian asks, "What news?" Kirsten replies, "About the Zeus Palace." The news startles Adrian. She trembles. "Don't tell me something happened to your son. Did that wicked woman and Min hit him again?" "Oh, mother, how worried she has been all this time. Kirsten pats her head to calm her down. Relax. It's the other way around, she advises her calmly. Don't be too surprised. Agent covers her mouth in shock. And Min, that woman. The luxurious palace is now lit only by the faint moonlight. Drops of blood cling to dark hair, and bloodstains are splattered across everyone's tense faces. They all stare at the closed door. Agent collapses to the ground in pain. Kirsten worries, "Are you okay?" She speaks up. "I'm sorry, Mother." The thought that it's all over made my legs give out. Kirsten steps forward, helping Agent up with both hands. Agent's hands are trembling. "It really happened, didn't it, Mother?" Kirsten says gently, "Have you ever seen a fairy lie?" Agent's tears finally begin to fall after all this time. "I never showed it, but every day. The constant scheming, the baseless accusations, and not to mention the assassination attempts. I never told anyone about this, but I've almost died countless times. Each time I prayed to God, begging him to at least let your son live." Agent cries, it's really over, isn't it?" Hearing this, Kirsten can't hold back her own tears. She pats her head comfortingly. "It's all over now. You've endured so much. You did well, my daughter." Naven stands on the floor above, "So you've become a celebrity." Theo replies, "I've been waiting for you long enough." "Are you finished with everything?" He explains, "I told Black Snow not to reveal it, but you already knew, didn't you?" Naven is calm. "Yes, the Northern family will be dissolved. From the head of the family to those who sign the trade invoices, they will all be stripped of their titles, at the very least. They are simply reaping what they sowed. With this, the Northern family will be completely." He cuts her off. "You think that's enough?" He asks, "What do you mean?" Theo explains, "Then let me tell you this. Become the head of the Northern family yourself." Naven hesitates. "Me?" Theo is certain. "If everyone except you loses their title, you'll be the only one who can lead the family. Furthermore, cooperate with me in the upcoming war against the Master." I listened, falling into a confused silence. Naven just burst out laughing. A war with the Choivan clan, I realized. This guy had been aiming for this from the very start. He spoke casually. "The power gap between us is becoming obvious. A war with the Choivan is inevitable. Their involvement with the Holy Church in the Dragon Rebellion was proven. So the real question is, what are you planning in the north?" Everyone's faces turned pale. This was a clear declaration of war. I thought, he's right. Now that we've been exposed, the Choivan and the Holy Church won't just sit back and do nothing. But Naven just shrugged. "So what? A little war isn't a big deal to me. We don't have much time. I need something in return too, right?" He smiled faintly, then slammed an item onto the table so hard it made me jump. Naven looked bewildered. "This is," I explained. "I told you I could cure your illness. This is the formula for the Sadiez cure, and its main ingredient, a type of EAZ. It's not widely known yet, but Sodiaz is caused by chaotic mana flow. This will stabilize your mana." I saw his shock. I didn't expect this. I thought you'd only give me just enough to use and control me. What if I take what I want and run?" I replied, "I wouldn't care if you did. The current Ma Zangna, obsessed with power, has too many problems. You and I are both victims of that, aren't we?" My eyes hardened. "I don't want to gain an advantage through force." My next words seemed to stun Naven. "Trust. What I want to build isn't based on oppression or pressure, but on trust." He was silent after hearing my wish. Naven sighed. "I tried my best not to underestimate you because you're so young, but such a naive, emotional speech?" I asked him directly. "So you don't want to cooperate?" He picked up his teacup, taking a sip to hide his expression, before slamming it back down with a loud thud. I was surprised to see Naven slowly get to his feet. A moment later, I saw him draw his sword and I couldn't help but smile. He spoke with gravity. "Naven Bakshis, head of the Bakshis family, will serve as a sword for Theo." A satisfied smile spread across my face, my eyes filled with anticipation. He teased, "Is that dramatic enough for you?" I raised my glass in response. "More than enough." A long time later, the teacup sat on the table in an empty, silent office. I stood up, my mind on the war with the Choivan clan. Everything is unfolding faster than in my previous life. But I'm not worried. It's all going smoothly so far. Well then, I touched the object. "Shall we open this treasure box?" The system announced, "Side quest, conquer the ancient ruins." I thought to myself, the ancient dragon relics I've absorbed so far are Let's Go Drac and Griffin. Both have become my key assets. I looked inside the box. It was a ring. I guess this relic will become one too. The system chimed in, "Ancient dragon relic, the withered ring, has been equipped." Suddenly, I was transported to a strange place. Moved to dungeon. I looked around the desert, nothing but rock and sand. Is this the desert I read about in books? More importantly, it's way hotter than I imagined. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" the system reported. "You've entered the Guardian's territory." Strange creatures appeared high in the sky. I grumbled. What? 72 hours? In a place so hot it feels like I'm melting? I have to survive for 3 days? Suddenly, I felt the ground begin to shift. A sandstorm erupted out of nowhere. A monster was slowly rising from beneath the dunes. Dripping with sweat from the heat, I cursed. This is insane. Right in front of me, a sandworm appeared. Its voice was cold as it opened its deep, abyssal mouth. Found you. I scrambled to get away, my hand gripping my sword. I turned back to attack. Dragon Thunder Swiftness. Dragon Gate. A massive bolt of lightning exploded, shattering the space. The ground cracked, creating a huge crater. I stared in disbelief. It took a direct hit from Dragon Gate, and its fine, bright, vicious lights flashed everywhere. The glare hit my face, and I watched, startled. The sandworm was now covered in crackling lightning. I realized it has the thunder attribute. Is that why? It lunged towards me. Intruder. I will eliminate you. A series of explosions followed, sending rock fragments flying. An earthquake caused a massive landslide on the mountain. Huge boulders blocked my path. My escape route gone. The sandworm closed the distance in an instant, launching its first attack. My body flew a considerable distance. I quickly landed, digging my feet into the ground to stop myself. My gaze intensified, sweat pouring down my face. I checked the timer. Only 5 minutes have passed. It keeps burrowing underground, so I can't land a clean hit. Then, strange marks appeared in the sky. The sandworm revealed itself. I realized it has the same lightning attribute as me, making my skills useless. I grit my teeth. Even the terrain is on its side. Then, a thought struck me. Wait a minute. The terrain? Excitement surged through me. Could it be? I reached into my inventory space to grab something. I pulled out a jewel. The other relic I got from the previous mission. I looked at the sandworm, curious. What if I use it now? I clutched the treasure tightly in my hand. This is a gamble. I gently slipped the shimmering item onto my finger. I steeled myself. But it's worth a shot. A flood of system notifications followed. Suddenly, a danger warning flashed. I was hovering in the air, my nerves stretched taut. System warning, cannot proceed with another dungeon quest while one is in progress. I leaned on my knees, trying to understand. I looked at the cracks in reality and sighed. Of course, things are never that easy. Through the cracks in space, the center of the Ice Flower dungeon was appearing. A pair of eyes emerged. I grew anxious, facing 2 difficult boss-level monsters. On one side was the beast from the Ice Flower dungeon, just now appearing. On the other, the sandworm I still hadn't dealt with. The guardian of the dragon progenitor relic spoke. Chosen one. It's been a while. You've done something quite reckless. A dragon with butterfly wings emerged, surrounded by snowflakes. It appeared through shards of broken space. Its eyes were cold. Pay the price for your arrogance. The dragon progenitor fired crystals at me. I readied my sword, bracing for a fight, my mind racing. This is bad. I never expected things to turn out like this. I looked down at my own face, already covered in wounds. I felt a wave of despair. So, this is how it all ends. I looked up at the sandworm, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow me whole. I complained, 72 hours. I should have just gritted my teeth and endured it. Now that it's come to this, the only thing I can do is, with no escape, I switched from defense to offense. The sandworm launched a surprise attack on the dragon progenitor, who roared, "What are you doing?" The sandworm went berserk. "The intruder will be destroyed," it added. Agreed. 2 guardians cannot coexist in one place. I stood there, completely confused by their conversation. The dragon progenitor rushed to attack. "Get lost, sandworm," it retorted. "Intruder, I will deal with you." The 2 ancient dragon relics were now fighting for priority. The furious sandworm opened its massive maw, trying to swallow its opponent whole. It lunged, biting hard into the dragon progenitor's body. I watched from a distance, thinking just being there was terrifying enough. Suddenly, a huge amount of dark aura flowed into me. I felt a surge of excitement. "It seems you want me to use you." White Moon Sword. A faint smile plays on Theo's lips. Looks like he's just barely holding back. He glances at the distant battle and smirks they're about to get wrecked. The sandworm unleashes its lightning magic to attack. It spews a massive wave of electricity from its gigantic mouth. But the dragon isn't backing down, gathering a huge amount of dark energy. Then, it immediately retaliates against the sandworm's assault. The mighty dragon stands tall, roaring to show off its absolute power. Below, the sandworm counters with its own light-based power, and the world trembles from their epic clash. Crystal shards rain down, plunging straight into the sandworm's mouth. The 2 titans tear into each other, fighting for the throne. The sandworm bites into the dragon's body, drawing out a viscous fluid, but hidden in its fangs is the dragon's own energy. The sandworm is suddenly attacked from inside its own body. It glares at its enemy with a look of pure determination. The dragon's eyes are just as fierce, radiating the aura of a true boss monster. They claw and bite, ripping each other apart piece by piece. Powerful talons create sparks of electricity, a head-on clash between two rulers. The dragon sinks its teeth into the sandworm with all its might. Not to be outdone, the sandworm strikes back, making the dragon bleed profusely. Suddenly, in the distance, Theo soars into the sky like a shooting star. His silhouette reflects in the monster's eyes. With his mighty sword, Theo declares, "You're first." He unleashes a single, whirlwind slash to finish off his enemy. The sword strike cuts right through the duel between the two guardians from different floors. He swings his weapon again, bringing it down hard on the beast. Both the sandworm and the dragon roar in fury, shaking the very air. The dragon just stares, baffled by what's happening. It speaks, its voice full of confusion about this strange event. "What is this?" The dragon looks on blankly as a purple liquid floats in the air. Slowly, Theo's figure emerges from the mist. A system window pops up. You have successfully hunted the sandworm. Next up, a bonus quest. Conquering 2 ruins is now halfway complete. Theo looks on and remarks, as expected, hunting a boss is just like conquering a dragon. Startled, the dragon demands, "Wait, let's talk first." Theo walks closer. "What do you want to talk about?" it asks. "This isn't how you conquer the ruins of the ancients. I am the wisest of all the guardians, here to test your intellect. If you solve my riddle," Theo cuts in. "Right. And I've already proven my intelligence." The dragon is stunned. "I haven't seen anything." Theo explains, "I'm the one who made you two fight each other." It quickly retorts, "That's." Theo raises a fist. "If you really are the wisest guardian," his eyes burn with fire, "then you'll listen to my riddle." Before the dragon can finish, it vanishes. A massive explosion of light erupts on the mountain. The system announces, "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the fairy dragon." Later, back in the room, 2 new boxes sit on the table. Theo taps the tabletop in front of them, letting out a long sigh of relief. Theo smiles at the system window. "You have conquered both ruins." A dark shadow crosses his face. "Now, I can finally." A dark aura begins to consume his sword. He swings it wildly as a shadow is summoned and responds, "Theo." It lunges at him. "I want to eat your heart." He grabs its arm, trying to stop its frenzied attack. The darkness slowly creeps up his body, trying to seize control of him. Veins bulge on his skin as he curses internally. "Damn it, I only suppressed it once, so I forgot." The White Moon's sword always thirsts for flesh and blood. Before I returned, it had already absorbed the Guardian's power. A sinister black aura rages uncontrollably. Theo's arm is quickly consumed. The darkness grips him, snarling. It ate both of them, so now it's even stronger than before. "At this rate, I'll be devoured too." The entity announces, "I will tear you apart right here." Theo's body sinks into the darkness as the sword declares, "And chase the moonlight once more." Theo is fading away, consumed by this terrifying, evil power. He suddenly jolts awake, his face etched with pure confusion. He finds himself in a black vortex, surrounded by a blurry void. Where am I? From the darkness, countless eyes and ghoulish smiles appear. A voice echoes in his mind, "In the end, Griffin has even swallowed you. The chosen one." It seems he was waiting for this chance. He'll devour your heart soon enough. Theo clenches his fist and whispers, "I see. So, in the end, I'll be devoured by him?" A voice rises from the vortex. "This is the price for desiring our power when you can't even control Griffin, you foolish chosen one." Theo asks grimly, "What happens after he consumes my heart?" The creature bares its sharp fangs and replies, "Death. Obviously, only for you. We are guardians. Guardians don't die, you die alone." Another one looks down at Theo, growling. He's right. Though waiting for the next chosen one is quite boring. The evil dragon glares, adding, "We will simply become relics even if you die." Theo's eyes narrow, his cold voice rings out. "Have you forgotten the mission the Origin gave you?" In the tense standoff, Yulon and the evil dragon freeze, their shock clear at his words. Theo's eyes glow like fire. He enunciates every word. "The Guardians must assist the Chosen One in fighting the nameless Overlord. If I die here, this world will fall." His mocking tone echoes, "Aren't you two being a little irresponsible?" Immediately, the evil dragon roars in anger. "What did you say?" Theo smirks cryptically and speaks slowly. "I think, in the end, you're just like Griffin. Guardians who only care about themselves. Pathetic, aren't you?" The evil dragon roars, its eyes blazing. "How dare you? How dare you use that name?" Its massive body erupts with power as shards of light and ice shoot out like giant spears. Theo stands motionless as the dragon screams, "You want to die, don't you?" "I do. We can just wait for the next chosen one." Theo's cold reply, "Then kill me," makes it hesitate, surprised. "What?" Theo tilts his head slightly. The blade of ice is at his neck, but he's perfectly calm. "Threaten me? You've done that enough. Now, kill me. He smirks, staring straight ahead. The evil dragon falls silent, a confused look in its eyes as if weighing its options. Yulon also says nothing, replying only with a heavy silence. Giant blocks of ice crumble and fall from above, the impact shaking everything. Yulon speaks softly, "You are brave, chosen one." The evil dragon adds a grudging compliment, "Impressive." Its glowing eyes scan down, its voice echoing with a hint of admiration. "At the very least, I like your confidence." The evil dragon's colossal body explodes in a brilliant golden light, a living flame of power. It roars a single word, "Open." A glowing portal swirls into existence in the void. The evil dragon's voice booms, "But that is all we can do." Yulon adds, "The rest is up to you." Before the radiant gate, Theo stands tall as a deep voice echoes, "Go." Within the swirling, violent mist, he lets out a confident smile. He says just 2 words, full of certainty, "Don't worry." Theo dives straight toward the portal. In the deep, swirling vortex of space, he shoots down like an arrow piercing the dark, growling, "The first thing I'll do is teach him a lesson." At the same time, the Soma appears in a brilliant aura of light, a divine artifact that can help its user unlock their mana. A dark figure bursts from the water's surface, exclaiming, "Finally, I've found it." The fairy dragon, with glowing eyes, stares at the blue orb in its hand, declaring, "All I need to do is swallow this." A grid of light flares up as the blue orb is raised, absolutely roaring with power. Dark energy erupts from Theo, forging a massive sword that plunges straight through his target. The fatal blow sends the Long Tian reeling, its purple blood splattering across the entire space. The water's surface explodes violently, sending huge waves crashing high into the air. The beast roars in absolute fury, water spraying everywhere with its agonizing scream of "Damn it!" The Long Tian's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Inside its mind, a chaotic scream erupts. How did he possibly escape from inside its stomach? It lowers its head, eyes flashing with resentment. As water splashes from its body, the Long Tian's soft voice speaks. "I knew it. You too helped him." That was the pride of a guardian speaking. It glares furiously, roaring, "If it weren't for you too, I would have." But before it can finish, Theo's claws clamp down on its beak. He grips the Long Tian tightly and says coldly, "You talk way too much. I guess you've forgotten the first time we met, haven't you?" The Long Tian starts to panic, desperately pleading, "Let's go outside and talk." But Theo, standing calmly in the circle, states flatly, "I don't require your cooperation, but when we're on the same side, and one side has all the power, it just makes us tired, doesn't it? So please." The fierce eyes of Ulan, a Flong, and the Long Tian create an atmosphere stretched to its breaking point. Theo's voice cuts in like a warning, a sharp reminder, "Be smart and don't cause trouble for each other." The scene calms down. Brack, with a serene look, simply says, "A wise choice." A figure emerges from a red light. Theo, surprised, asks, "Brack, you're here too?" Floating on the water, Brack speaks slowly. He's making them compete to control him. The others are using this strategy too. Theo's eyes narrow as he asks, "The others? You mean the other chosen ones?" Brack's eyes lower, his voice deepens. "You don't need to know yet." He raises his head, his voice echoing, "Because for now, we will help you grow." His colossal shadow looms over everything, his piercing red eyes staring intently. "I will be observing your next moves." And with high expectations, the system instantly lights up with notifications. Baphomet activated, protecting the body from monster energy. Gluttony also activated, boosting attack power. A fierce dark energy radiates out, signaling the rise of a dangerous new force. From a vortex of black mist, Theo steps out, radiating a mysterious and terrifying aura. He taps a screen in the silent space, then lowers his head and chuckles, murmuring, "What a surprise. The guardians I thought had died when I took them were actually alive." In the gloomy landscape, a giant sword appears, dark veins pulsing along its blade as if it were alive. The razor-sharp tip slams into the ground with a piercing screech, making the air around it feel heavy and oppressive. In a vast room, light streams through a window. Theo cracks a small smile, his voice indifferent as he asks, "Have you calmed down now?" He grips the sword, showing a hint of newfound confidence. "I think this might be for the best. It's how I can understand how much the power of the primordial lineage has grown." Through the window, a vast landscape is visible. Theo stands firmly in the middle of the room, his gaze resolute. "I will be counting on you." Outside, a whiteout blizzard covers the land. A small figure stands in the swirling mist, each step showing an unshakable will. Amid the blinding cold snow, Zeno asks, "Do you really intend to consider Theo a legitimate candidate for the succession?" KO, his face tense, speaks with gravity and resolve. "Of course, right now, he clearly has enough potential to stand with the other 5 candidates, but are you worried because he is a regressor?" The blizzard rages on, Zeno replies, yes. Don't you hate regressors, master? The snow howls through a graveyard filled with broken mirrors and tombstones. Zeno's voice rings out, so much so that you killed all the regressors of the Garna family. Ko calmly replies, that's right. His steady hand tightens on his cold sword. Zeno's red eyes suddenly fly open, his body freezing as if hit by a terrifying aura. He whispers, could it be? Ko's cold voice answers back, indeed. In any case, everyone must follow the proper procedure to become an official candidate. The sword reflects his face in its cold light. Zeno realizes with horror what that weapon is. But that sword, it's too dangerous. Ko just laughs, the corner of his mouth twisting up in a crazed smile. But there's nothing better. The red sunset dyes the entire sky. He stands there, imposing in his black cloak, his voice low. Because it is the sword of the regressor, I killed myself. The sword of the raging dragon king, the former family head. Julius slams his hand on the table, his eyes sharp as he yells, Theo Ragnar, prepare to depart. A voice echoes through the space, the family head has summoned you to the sword mound. Zeno's face shows a flicker of shock. One by one, swords are driven into the ground as the snow continues to fall. Strong, steady feet land on the ground. Theo moves, finding it hard to breathe. It's so heavy. The graveyard, this sacred ground of the fallen, feels much heavier than before. It must be because I'm so much younger now. He remembers Ko's words. Don't think it's an easy answer. Will you truly give the same answer after enduring your own son's hatred? Theo reflects. I finally understand what father meant back then. His gaze softens as he speaks. I'm here. Intermediate-level swordsman Theo Ragnar greets the incarnation of the great dragon. The man is stern. Enough with the formalities, Theo Ragnar. Next was your brother, Axion Ragnar, and now the master of the Rose Palace has fallen. And that's not all, is it? The entire Sire's Merchant Guild branch was annihilated. Most of Central Intelligence was also dealt with by you. Your name is attached to all of those incidents. Theo lifts his head, his voice rising in protest. That matter, but a storm of energy erupts, cutting off his next words. Ko speaks coldly, his form hidden. Don't make pathetic excuses, because silently enduring that weight, that is the path of the family head. He vanishes, leaving one last sentence. This is my gift to you. A sword falls. He startles. The tyrant dragon, Day. That man was the former head, and a tyrant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands. A monster who didn't play by the rules, who was personally executed by the head. He asks, your reaction suggests you know something, doesn't it? Theo replies, it belonged to the former family head, right? That's all I know. Inside, Theo thinks, I need to be careful. No one at this point in time knows any information about the tyrant Day Long. Ko silently watches him, then exposes his lie. You still don't have enough information about the tyrant Long Day from your previous life. Theo looks up in shock at the man before him. All he can see are Ko's eyes burning as red as blood. Theo feels his breath catch, unable to make a sound. His own terrified reflection appears in those eyes. I despise regressors. They dare to change the world to their liking, greedy and foolish. They simply think this world is a chessboard they can flip over any time. So I decided that every time I meet a regressor, I will execute them myself. Theo grows worried. This killing intent isn't just a threat to scare me. He's dead serious. Despite that chilling thought, Ko gives an order. If you can overcome its hatred, I will acknowledge you. Hearing this, Theo falls into deep thought, trying to find a solution. The man continues. However, from that moment on, I can only forgive the human Theo Ragnar. The regressor Theo Ragnar will no longer be known. Theo looks at him seriously. What do you mean by that, father? Ko replies, it means that all the relationships you gain as a regressor will be lost from this world. The people you shouldn't have met, shouldn't have been able to save, shouldn't have been able to obtain. All of those relationships, I will erase them. Hearing those bitter words, Theo retorts defiantly. If that's the case, then I refuse. Ko rejects him flatly. No, you cannot refuse. I told you. I will use any regressor that comes my way. You have only two options, refuse my offer and die here, or abandon the filthy past of a regressor and be recognized as the sixth successor. You choose. Theo speaks up, admitting he wants his father's recognition. His figure fades into the snowstorm, but he adds, if this is the only way to get it. Theo roars with rage, then I refuse. The man grabs his arm, asking if he thinks this title comes easy. Tears stream down Theo's face as the man continues, do you think you can have it, without any sacrifice or resolution? The pain is overwhelming. How can there be such a huge difference between us? The man is disappointed. Seeing your foolish, hasty choice makes me think you're no different from the other regressors. Perhaps you think you can just regress one more time, don't you? Theo furiously slams his hand on the ground, shouting back at Kale, don't you dare get it wrong, my regression. I came here so I could take full responsibility for everything that collapsed because of me. If you intend to stand in my way, if you will only acknowledge me after I abandon everyone, then right here, right now." Theo charges with his weapon, declaring, "I will surpass you." He flies forward like a rocket aimed straight at his father. Kale just casually and calmly raises an arm to the sky. Theo, moving at an uncontrollable speed, nimbly dodges every obstacle. He's like the very embodiment of a monster hunting its prey. But then, a sword strikes. Blood spills from the corner of his mouth as their eyes lock. He's been defeated before he even touched his father. The blade is buried deep in Theo's chest as he lies still on the snow. Kale doesn't turn back, only giving Theo one last glance. His silhouette is imprinted on the pure white snow. Zeno speaks respectfully. "I didn't expect him to attack from there." Kale says nonchalantly, "It's been a long time since someone confronted me directly." The man adds, "He's certainly unusual. All the other regressors we fought so far were just pawns using others." Kale smirks, excited by what just happened. He remarks that this is a regressor who fights with his own sword to take responsibility for his actions. "How interesting. I'm starting to take an interest in you." Kale pulls the sword out, calling to regressor Theo Ragnar. "I now recognize you as the sixth successor, and to prove it, I grant you the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor. It belonged to my father, who was a regressor just like you. You are just like him, but you walk a different path. I wonder just how different you will ultimately become." He looks at Theo's glowing body, his expression full of anticipation for the future. "I will be looking forward to it." Theo's body is invaded by strange lights. A huge stream of energy descends from the sky onto a mountain. Inside a bustling city, a thought surfaces. Where am I? On the crowded streets, the flow of people blends with the moonlight. Towering skyscrapers rise majestically into the sky. Theo puts his hand on a glass window, shocked. "This view I'm seeing." He stares at his reflection, the emotions inside him in turmoil as he utters a single word, everything. Despair washes over Theo as he clutches his head, remembering. What was that just now? Osa enters the room. "You're awake, son?" He calls out, "Mom." She gently says, "You slept so late, you must have been exhausted." Theo is bewildered. "Mom, are you okay? You're not hurt?" Osa replies, "I was about to ask you the same thing. Last night, the family head himself brought you here while you were unconscious. I was so shocked. Seeing you worry about me means you're okay, right?" Theo wonders, could it be that he said all that just to test me? At that moment, someone enters. "You're awake, young master." He calls them by name Evelyn, Commander Julius. The man speaks up, "Congratulations, Theo. I heard you passed the family head's test." Theo is confused. "A test?" Julius confirms it. "Yes, you are now the talk of the entire city. Outside, the news is spreading like wildfire. Breaking news, the Dana family has an official sixth successor." A citizen grips the paper. "The sixth successor." One says, "It means we have a new youngest brother now. How fun." A figure on a rooftop wonders about the new successor candidate. Others remain silent, calculating their next move without rushing to judgment. A figure stands in the snow. Ayan rushes in. "Commander, he has become an official successor candidate just like you, sir." Thorkel replies, "I should have invited him to the nights back then. I'm sorry." He continues, "You failed because the Lady of the Plum Blossoms stood in your way, remember? Don't blame yourself, Ayan." A dangerous smile plays on Thorkel's lips. "Theo Ragnar." He hints, "I'll have to meet that one myself." Elsewhere, Raiden is screaming, "That's not it. You need to swing a little more to the right." "How many more times do I have to tell you?" Theo curses under his breath. This crooked sword style is absurd. Raiden yells, "Swing it with a slight crooked and reverse motion." Theo is furious. As if anyone in this world would believe this. Theo remembers a fierce battle that happened in his past, a struggle filled with massive explosions. He can't believe his current reality. He grips his sword tightly with a sense of triumph. "I did it." The scene changes to a chilling wind. A withered skull hangs in the empty space, a truly terrifying sight. A massive gate with dark architecture appears, splattered with blood. Ancient glowing red characters proclaim that negotiations have failed, and from this moment, war is declared. In the grand chamber of the Kowloon Council, a voice echoes in the darkness. It seems the apostates have been preparing for a long time. The lords of the northern continent are making suspicious moves. Mocking laughter rings out. "What does it matter if a mob gathers?" Another voice retorts, "There's an empty seat, yet you can still laugh." While the family head remains silent for now, the matter of succession cannot be postponed. A third replies, "You're mistaken. This is the most opportune time. If a conflict breaks out among the successor candidates right before a war, wouldn't that be the real disaster?" A loud shout erupts. "Shut your mouth." But the man continues his sentence. "Variables must be reduced to a minimum. Am I wrong?" Immediately, an angry voice retorts, "How disrespectful. A gaunt arm is raised and the atmosphere becomes heavy. Enough, both of you. Scylla's calm, low voice echoes. Perhaps a formal meeting is necessary. I will arrange it. The room echoes with nods of agreement. Now that you mention it, there is a suitable event coming up soon. Very well. The voice continues, we will decide after witnessing it for ourselves. At the same time, Theo tightens his grip on his sword, standing amidst a circle of candles. His hair hangs down, covering half his face, but it cannot hide his experienced gaze. Sparks fly as a tense atmosphere envelops the room. Theo lunges forward with his sword. The blade flashes as it comes down, creating a shower of sparks. With a vicious expression, hair flying wildly, he mutters, kill them, take all their lives, steal everything. A giant sword descends. Theo tenses his muscles, gritting out each word, take what you want. He stands with his sword held tightly, surrounded by candles stuck into the ground. Theo clutches his collar, his eyes burning with a fierce light, radiating an endless coldness. A low voice echoes, you are still struggling a lot, aren't you? Rodbrok speaks with a mesmerizing voice, the lingering resentment of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Theo grips his sword tightly and replies firmly, yes. Though it's been some time since Father gave me the sword, that obsession still tries to twist my mind. It's not yet unbearable, but the fact that it once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor bothers me. And yet, through it, I can catch a glimpse of the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm. Rodbrok's hand tightens on a candle as he mutters, the Mad Dragon Emperor. That is a name I can never forget. A brilliant flash of light erupts as a blow strikes the ground. Beside a burning candle, she whispers, it's him. Theo mutters to himself, his mind racing. Yes, you told me that before, and that just makes me wonder more, why would Father give me his sword? Rodbrok chuckles coldly. Don't be reckless, you're weak. If you rush in too far, you'll face something beyond your abilities again, just like last time. By the way, has that severed arm of yours healed completely? Theo answers with a slow, deliberate voice. Ah, yes. It was treated in time. Rodbrok gently touches the arm, and Theo flinches. Are you worried about me? Her voice turns stern. It seems you fully recovered. Why are you staring at me? That's enough for today. You can leave. It seems someone else is looking for you. Rodbrok's voice remains firm. And stop trashing my place every time you visit. Theo freezes, confused, and asks, what do you mean? But she snaps back. You make a mess, and someone else has to clean it up. He replies, defeated, I have no excuse. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky, the Camilla Palace shines brightly in the sunlight. An open letter rests on a table. A voice echoes, so it was you who was looking for me. Sibyl stops short. What did you just say, Sir Theo? His voice replies, nothing. I was just muttering to myself. Damn it. Theo exclaims, surprised. An invitation? His companion replies, that's right. The background turns gray as Theo's voice explains, but as you can see, it's for a party at the Overpowered Palace, celebrating Lady Zhang Na's 18th birthday. Sibyl speaks calmly, a banquet, even with war on the horizon, all for his daughter's birthday, at a time like this. And does it have to be so extravagant? He smirks. No, it's precisely because of the times that it must be extravagant. His companion looks surprised. What? Theo, with a composed look, explains slowly. The Chancellor's betrayal has completely upended the internal balance of Zhang Na. Instead of Axion Ragnar, the one the Chancellor backed, I became the sixth heir. Worse still, one of the 9 dragons lost their seat because of Ad's betrayal. This party isn't just for a birthday. It's to show the outside world that Zhang Na is still strong, and for the heirs and 9 dragons to probe each other's intentions. Sibyl clenches his fist, shocked. So that's the deeper purpose. As expected of you, Sir Theo. You're brilliant. Then, of course, you will also. Theo cuts in. Yes. He gives a mysterious smile. If they want to see me that badly, then I suppose I have to attend. At that very moment, under a shimmering, star-filled sky, the Overpowered Palace is a breathtaking scene. The hall is magnificent, filled with nobles in luxurious attire. The guests look toward the entrance. A voice full of meaning says, he's finally here, the new heir. Theo, dressed in black, walks into the hall with a cold aura amidst the announcement. Sir Theo Zhang Na, he thinks to himself. Just as I expected, all eyes are on me. Of course they are. The birthday is just an excuse. They came to see the new heir. Theo strides under the bright lights. He thinks, if I want to leave a strong impression here. A deep voice cuts through the air. You really can't stay quiet, can you? You've already caused quite a stir. Naven approaches, saying, I've been waiting for you, sir. Theo turns and laughs. I almost didn't recognize you, Naven. You didn't even shave for your own wedding. He replies, it was just too chaotic that day. Murmurs fill the grand hall. Naven, the sole survivor of the Bacchus family purge. So he's the family head now. Even though the family fell into decline, it's still one of the 6 pillars. And now the Bacchus family head is calling the sixth heir Sir. Navin looks annoyed. Thanks to your timely appearance, all the gossip is about us, but Theo just smirks. The atmosphere was already set, wasn't it? Navin's eyes narrow, his voice sharpens. Now for the important part. A mysterious voice interrupts. So you are Theo Ragnar. Both Theo and Navin look surprised to hear that voice. Theo extends his hand and says, "This must be our first time meeting. Allow me to introduce myself." He smiles lightly. "I am the fifth heir." In that moment, Theo immediately sizes him up. Just as I thought. Theo confidently introduces himself. "I am Theo Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry." The two stand face to face, creating a tense, almost frightening atmosphere. The hall buzzes with whispers, a voice echoes through the space. We finally meet. Theo smiles with hidden meaning. The one who once led the succession. Theo calmly replies, "And the new heir who has risen." Theo suddenly breaks into a smile, shattering the tension. There's no need to be so on guard. "Theo Ragnar, I just came to see for myself the person chosen as the sixth heir." Theo maintains a friendly facade. "Ha, and I'm glad it wasn't that childish kid, Action Ragnar." But Theo thinks, "Your first impression is excellent, very by the book." His eyes remain sharp as he thinks, but in Ragnar, only the strong are respected. His expression hardens, but he still forces a smile. Bystanders whisper, "Are they really welcoming a rival with open arms?" Their hands clasp tightly. A flash of light makes the moment feel like it's in slow motion. Theo smiles, relaxing his grip. "An honor to meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Theo." Theo's smile turns wicked. "So you're drawing a line in the sand like that, huh?" Theo is completely stunned by his words. The tension and killing intent spike once more. Theo sounds pleased, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "This little brother of mine is so formal, no need for such ceremony." Theo's eyes betray his true intentions as he says, "Just relax. Call me brother." His face is filled with fierce determination and excitement amidst the whispers. "That's right. That's the true Ragnar style." Theo flinches in surprise but keeps his calm composure. He suddenly shifts his demeanor, a cold, sharp smile on his face as he replies, "If that's what you want me to call you." Theo's voice is frigid, his expression triumphant as he says, "Fine then, brother." Inside the palace, light from countless chandeliers creates a magnificent, glittering spectacle. Jiang loosens his tie, sighing wearily. He can't stop complaining, "This is so uncomfortable. I want to take it off." Hearing this, KL says, "Just endure it. It's because of your poor behavior that there are rumors the Van Key family are barbarians." As he turns, a voice speaks up from behind. "Looks like everyone has arrived." Gon walks over, and someone asks, "Gon, you're here?" He replies, "Of course. How is everyone?" Someone speaks up, "I heard you've become so famous in the West that even the dragons have to step aside." Gon laughs. "Rumors are always exaggerated. By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I wanted to ask him about the White Dragon Squad." He pales, breaking into a cold sweat as a voice asks from behind him, "Theo?" Gon quickly says, "My apologies, my lady. I mentioned someone else right in front of the star of the party." She replies, "It's fine. I know the purpose of this gathering." Suddenly, the wine glass in her hand begins to shake violently. Everyone stands frozen, their eyes following a red light that appears in the middle of the hall. A green light appears and violently collides with the red one. Someone asks in shock, "Don't tell me that's Theo." In the main hall, Theo and Theo are clashing. Another voice says, "Who else would dare cause trouble here besides Theo?" The two face off, unleashing a terrifying amount of power. Theo smiles, putting on a friendly face that's full of cunning schemes. Instantly, wind swirls around two twisting columns of red and green light. Theo holds up his hands in surrender. "I can't beat you. I concede." Theo replies, "What are you talking about? You clearly went easy on me." Theo signals a waiter to bring wine and says arrogantly, "I won't deny it." Theo takes a glass from the tray as Theo speaks, but excessive modesty is an insult to your opponent. Theo proudly asserts, "But what I just said is the absolute truth." Theo raises his glass toward Theo. "If I were your age, I definitely would have lost by now." Theo replies with a contemptuous look. Such noble words. Theo hears Theo's words and a cryptic smile plays on his lips. He turns to the crowd, announcing how pleased he is to see the family's magnificent position. Standing in the middle of the palace hall, Theo raises his glass high, shouting, "Let's toast to the new year, by dang na." With pure joy, everyone at the party lifts their glasses in unison, roaring back, "By dang na." He turns back to Theo, asking, "So, how was it? The new heir's debut wasn't too bad, was it?" Theo just smiles and replies, "Thank you, brother." Theo's brow furrows, his eyes turning sharp. By complimenting him, Theo showed off his own magnanimity, all to cement his own status and win over the crowd. Just like that, The atmosphere he and Naven had carefully controlled now tilts in Thokau's favor. He remembers that friendly smile Thokau had just a moment ago. A chilling thought confirms it. Thokau is cunning. You can't underestimate him just because of his friendly act. Gianna approaches with some friends, striking up a conversation. You haven't forgotten, have you? I said I'd become your sword. Theo simply adds, that magic source was indeed me. Whispers about Theo begin to spread, eventually reaching his ears. To reach that level at his age, a lady says behind her fan. Is he engaged yet? Someone else asks. Perhaps with my daughter? Another chimes in. Oh, my lady. Up on a lavishly decorated, aristocratic balcony of the palace, Gugang grips the railing tightly. His knuckles are white with fury as he mutters, damn it. He glares down at the main hall, lost in thought. His plan was simple, use that half-blood's behavior as an excuse to kick him out, but some fool just had to interfere. He turns away, staring out the window with pure contempt. A common bastard, daring to run wild in our family. Doing whatever he pleases. It's absolutely nauseating. Glancing down through the window at the corridor below, Gugang pauses. Two female figures appear in his sight, and they look far too familiar. It's Aaron and Evelyn. They're chatting and laughing, with bright smiles on both their faces. His expression turns ugly in an instant. He growls, she dares pull a stunt like that, in a place like this? At a romantic palace fountain, Aaron can't stop complimenting Evelyn. You look absolutely stunning. Evelyn, wearing a gown that highlights her graceful figure, shyly asks, really? Aaron claps her hands excitedly. Have I ever lied? You look so pretty and adorable. Evelyn looks down, her cheeks flushing bright red as she murmurs, adorable? Suddenly determined, she turns to go inside, exclaiming, no, I have to change back into my uniform. Aaron quickly grabs Evelyn's arm, pleading, who wears a uniform to a banquet? I won't let you go. Just be good and follow me. Suddenly, a wine glass shatters against her head, glass fragments everywhere. Her body freezes solid, her spirit crushed the moment she hears that familiar voice. Just her name is enough to make me nauseous. Evelyn trembles in terror and flees from the looming shadow of Gugang. Aaron freezes, staring at her captain. His face is savage, radiating pure, killing intent as he roars. Why did you crawl out here? Aaron's face goes pale, and she bites her lip, utterly crushed. Evelyn grabs her arm, trying to stop her from stepping forward. But Aaron shouts, questioning Gugang directly. Even if you are one of the 9 dragons, this unfair treatment is... Aaron gently tries to comfort her. But before she can finish, a trembling Evelyn cuts her off. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. So please, don't do anything. She looks down in utter despair, her lips quivering as she chokes out, I'm begging you, please. Aaron thinks in horror. This is the first time I've ever seen the captain so scared. What happened between her and that absolute monster? Gugang slowly approaches until he's standing right beside them. Radiating pure menace, he speaks. I told you never to appear in front of me again. He then looks down with contempt, curiously asking, and this is? Aaron, absolutely furious, screams, let her go. Gugang grabs Evelyn's arm and lifts it high. Her gaze becomes hollow as she stares at her own damaged limb. He violently slams the arm down onto the ground. The outer shell is almost completely shattered, its internal components destroyed. Evelyn just stares at her severed arm, completely stunned. Gugang sneers. Did you think just by wearing that, things could go back to how they were? If you're trash, then live like trash trampled underfoot. He then warns her, the next time you dare appear before me, I will tear you to pieces. She flees in a complete panic. Behind her, Aaron calls out helplessly, Captain. But Gugang just laughs, satisfied. Disgust is written all over his face. Finally, the stench is starting to disappear. Aaron yells furiously, I will report this to the Fapti. Gugang replies calmly, the Fapti? How interesting. Go right ahead. He turns to leave, throwing a final challenge at Aaron. You're about to learn what survival of the fittest truly means in the Gianna family. Winter snow begins to cover the roads. Evelyn runs in terror, her footprints staining the fresh snow. She sobs, thinking to herself, I was right. I should never have come to a place like this. Evelyn's mind flashes back to her nightmarish past. She remembers trying to endure it, beaten down to the floor, her entire body covered in wounds. He had spat those venomous words, if you dare call me father with that filthy mouth one more time, I will rip you to shreds. She had cried, hearing those hateful words from her own father. Get out, disappear, and never show your face to me again. Understand? She'd use every last bit of her tiny strength to run away from him. She whispers in despair. In the end, nothing's changed at all. From her childhood to now, the past and the present. Lost in her thoughts, Evelyn bumps right into a stranger. A familiar voice speaks up. Evelyn, why the hurry? It's Julius. His tall, imposing figure stands there, exuding an aura of incredible strength and dignity. Tears stream down her cheeks, but they aren't from sadness anymore. They're tears of joy and relief. Back in the main hall, the party is in full swing. Theo is still chatting animatedly with his friends, a smile on his face. Suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the hall. The entire atmosphere freezes. Gugang's arm has been violently twisted behind his back by Julius so hard you can hear the bone crack. He shrieks in pain. Damn it. What are you doing? Captain of the White Dragons. His face twists into a savage snarl, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. He screams out the name, Julius Gianna. His face is a mask of pure fury. His one good eye glows a frightening blood red. Julius Gianna. Gugang uses every ounce of his strength to wrench his arm free. He clutches his mangled arm, his face a mask of agony, watching Julius stomp closer. Julius warns him, I told you what would happen. Gugang roars in fury. So you're really betraying the Gianna family. Seize this dangerous criminal, now. Immediately, a squad of soldiers rushes in to surround Julius. The guests quickly back away, forming a wide circle in the middle of the hall. The sharp points of their swords, the family's own soldiers, are aimed directly at him. The circle closes in, leaving no room to escape. The Fapti. The Fapti have intervened. A man, clearly the Fapti leader, steps forward. Captain of the White Dragons, Julius Gianna. You are being detained for injuring an elder. We require your cooperation. The Fapti squad is silent, cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. But Julius continues speaking. The rules are clear. Even for a Gianna, an oath sworn on a sword must always be upheld. The elders can't hide their terror at his words. 4 years ago, I made an oath on my sword right in front of those old foxes. That child, he continues, if you dare to touch her even one more time. Julius keeps advancing, his dense, terrifying aura completely overwhelming the Fapti leader. I will beat you within an inch of your life. Theo frowns, thinking hard amidst the frantic whispers. Why on earth did the captain just break an elder's arm? What's going on? How can a mere captain get away with this? Should we just run? Pushing another guest aside, Theo thinks, this never happened in my previous life, so why is it happening now? Theo suddenly looks in one direction and it all clicks, so that's it. At the end of his gaze is Evelyn, standing frozen with a complicated expression. Finally, everything is starting to make sense. The scene flashes to a child's small hand desperately gripping a man's coat, only to be cruelly pushed away. This was a young Evelyn Narrowview chasing her father, Gukgang. She was his illegitimate child, a stain on his family's pure bloodline and a deep shame he wanted to hide at any cost. He had planned to exile her, but her potential was recognized by others who recruited her into the White Dragon unit, shattering Gukgang's scheme. Later, as Evelyn rose through the ranks to become a unit captain, Gukgang grew terrified his secret would be exposed. He plotted to murder his own daughter, disguising it as an attack. She managed to survive but lost her left arm. Unable to hold a sword, she was forced to retire and sent to manage Dojo 4, far from high society events like this. And her presence here tonight is all a result of my actions after I turned back time. I step forward with a grim face, knowing I have to be the one to set this right. Back with Gukgang, Julius is still storming towards him. He turns to the guests, feigning shock as he yells, everyone, please witness this. The Blue Dragon's contempt for the elders protecting Gianna. Using the authority given by the family head to abuse his own bloodline, isn't that an act of open rebellion? Julius roars back in fury, you bastard, you dare talk about abusing power. Suddenly, a hand is raised between them. Both of you have gone too far. Theo steps forward. Because of your argument, my friend's birthday party is now completely ruined. Julia bows her head in shame, while Gukgang glares but says nothing. I suggest we end this now, with one of Gianna's oldest traditions. He says the final words with an icy calm. A duel. Gukgang immediately objects. Nonsense. The Blue Dragon clearly injured me. There's no need for a duel. The fault lies entirely with him. A woman's figure emerges. It's Niall of Forden, the region's lord. Her eyes are blazing with fury. What do you think you're doing? My lady, surely you saw what Julius did, Gukgang pleads, but she cuts him off. I have no desire to hear any more of your petty squabbles. Niall gestures with a look of pure contempt. Then let's end this quickly, just as that boy suggested. This is my final act of mercy. My patience has its limits. A duel it is. Gukgang thinks to himself, isn't this perfect? The odds are completely stacked in the elder's favor. He knows only the Blue Dragon could beat him, but he won't be fighting. The rules state the plaintiff and defendant fight last, while representatives fight the first 2 rounds. He glances to his left. The representatives? There's Evelyn, with only one arm. Then he looks over at Theo, a frail-looking royal kid. Gukgang grins, absolutely sure of his victory. This won't even get to my turn. We'll end it in the first 2 rounds. The guests immediately begin to whisper. Amidst the murmuring, Theo raises his wine glass with a mysterious smile. He takes a sip, thinking to himself, "This is even more interesting than I thought." He knew the Blue Dragon's temper was a ticking time bomb. If he hadn't stepped in, the Elder would have used it as an excuse to attack. This duel was a solution both sides had to accept. Out of the dueling grounds, a crowd has gathered. The officiant reads the rules aloud. No magic is allowed, and everything that happens in this duel is protected by the laws of Janna. Then comes the oath. No one is to seek revenge or hold any grudges after this. As soon as he finishes, both sides declare in unison, "I swear." The officiant then gestures to Theo's side. "Very well. First combatants, step forward." Theo steps up for the first match, drawing his sword and taking his stance with immense dignity. CL calls out, full of worry, "Theo, are you sure you're okay? That opponent doesn't look easy." "How strong is he?" "That's Beta, the Elder's right-hand man. His skills are top tier, but hey, it's still better than fighting an Elder directly." A heavy hand falls on Beta's shoulder. "It's Gut Gang. Beta, for this match, use every lethal strike you know." Beta is stunned. "You mean kill him? But he's a successor candidate." "Don't worry," Gut Gang sneers. "You know whatever happens in a duel is legally absolved. At the very least, bring me back one of his arms." Julius watches Theo's back, his mind filled with worry. Right before the match, he had apologized. "Theo, I'm sorry, my reckless actions dragged you into this. Are you sure you will be all right?" he had asked. Theo's reply was calm and certain. "You said a representative can fight multiple matches. Just trust me. With this duel," he declared, "I will end the years of hatred between you two." Now, Theo grips his sword, looking like a true warrior under the cold falling snow. Theo stares down his opponent as the horn blows, signaling the start of the fight. Across from him, Sibin grips his weapon, his face a mask of tension. The moment the horn sounds, he lunges. Gritting his teeth, Sibin charges Theo, and their swords clash, creating a shower of brilliant sparks. The sheer force of the blow creates a shockwave, pushing them both back. Sibin staggers, planting his feet to stay upright as the ground shakes and wind howls. Snow and debris swirl around them as he analyzes the fight. "He's almost my equal in skill. I can't believe it. Is this what makes a successor so different?" But then Sibin spots an opening as dust clouds Theo's vision. As Theo raises a hand to shield his eyes, Sibin lunges forward. "You still lack real combat experience." His blade avoids Theo's vital points. "Out of respect for your status as a successor," he says, "I will ensure your sacrifice is painless." But as he strikes, Sibin realizes something is horribly wrong. That opening, it was a deliberate trap. He freezes, stunned by what's happening. They slice past each other. Sibin is in a cold sweat. "If he hadn't stopped that slash, I'd be dead." He's completely bewildered. But why did he stop? Inside Theo's mind, a dark voice is screaming for blood. "Kill them. The ones who mocked you. The ones who abandoned us. Kill them all." The voice is relentless. "Kill every single one." Theo lets out a pained grunt, struggling with the voices. Sibin watches him, suspicious. He's full of openings. Is he trying to trick me again? There's a limit to underestimating someone. "You think the same trick will work twice? I'll block your counterattack and finish you with my own killing blow." Their swords clash with a deafening screech of steel. Sibin is shocked to hear Theo muttering, that endless, rhythmic sound. "I'll handle this myself, so just shut up." Completely confused by what he's hearing, Sibin presses his attack. His blade moves like a flash of light, each movement sharp and deadly. Theo fights back with ragged exhaustion, his teeth clenched tight. An epic battle unfolds, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. From the sidelines, Sonya gives the signal, and the duel begins. Her graceful figure appears through the lingering smoke. She thinks to herself, he's truly exceptional, even without channeling mana into his blade. And yet, he possesses such terrifying power. Down below in the stands, Sibin has collapsed in total defeat. The match manager makes the call. All eyes turn to the one still standing, Theo. He's lost in thought. What was that feeling? It was different from his usual instincts, a strange sensation, as if something else was guiding him. "When I gave myself over to it, I unleashed power on a whole different level. Surrendering to hatred, it's a dangerous idea, but if I can control it properly, I could become twice as strong as I am now." A moment later, the announcer calls it. The second match is starting. Both fighters step forward. He's startled out of his thoughts. The announcer declares that Gangna's fighter for round 2 is up. Beck thinks to himself, "That damned brat this time, I'll finish him." He slowly walks onto the stage right up to Theo. Beck begins, "I'm counting on you, young heir of Gangna." A spectator wonders, how can he swing that massive sword without using any mana? Someone replies, "That sword is huge. I love it." The crowd is buzzing. A woman wonders why the old man looks so serious. Gorn just says, "I just have a bad feeling." Vey replies, "A bad feeling? You think there's nothing to worry about, so you're worried for Theo? He might not win, but he absolutely cannot lose. The man explains, I think that might not is about to become a will not. Unlike round 1 where they sent a high-ranking judge to save face, this time an elder is coming out himself. That means in this match, they're determined to take Theo down. Down on the stage, things unfold in silence. Just as the referee prepares to blow the whistle, a hand suddenly shoots up. It's Theo, with a strangely calm expression, who says, I forfeit. Veins pop on Beck's forehead as he hears this, and he roars. What? Theo replies, how can an intermediate judge like myself possibly compare to an elder? The outcome is obvious. Without a fight, even a newborn could see it. Theo slowly lowers his weapon, completely relaxed. The referee declares, the winner of round 2, Beck Grayson. The audience whispers the council has suffered a huge loss this time. The council has no reputation left now. It was already tough at full strength, but with an arm like that in round 3, it's over. The old man seethes, that damned, cursed descendant. Don't tell me he actually calculated this far ahead. Watching from a distance, Evelyn thinks, I've never seen him so agitated. She speaks up, I'm sorry, Captain. This is all my fault. Theo cuts in, don't apologize. It's only natural for teammates to help each other. Julius comforts her. He's right, Evelyn. This time, just watch closely. I will crush them for you. Evelyn is silent, but her heart feels incredibly warm. She remembers the past when she joined the White Dragon Knights. A talent like yours can't be left to rot here, Julius had said, telling her not to worry about her lineage. Retiring isn't the answer. Go back and hold the one who recommended you accountable. And Theo's words, didn't you say you would become my sword, Evelyn? I intend to fulfill both of your wishes. Back in the present, Evelyn is deep in thought. They both care about me so much, and here I am, the one holding them back. How can I stay trapped in my past, unable to move forward? That's right, this predetermined role. She looks at her 2 close friends and says clearly, Captain, her resolve is set. I'll sever it with my own hands. Then she states, I have something to say. But right at that moment, an announcement rings out. The third and final round of the duel challenge. Will both fighters please step forward? With powerful, heavy steps, Gugang walks onto the stage. He's furious. Finally, round 3. Thanks to that damn brat, we don't have a shred of honor left to salvage. The referee agrees. The court accepts the request from the defending side. The defenders will be changing their fighter for round 3. In that instant, Evelyn strides into the arena. Gugang laughs out loud. Ridiculous. Even recklessness has its limits. What's next? Are you going to kneel and beg for mercy here? She says, hating the very sight of him as she draws her sword. You're the one who should be begging. Evelyn's face is cold, her eyes razor sharp. His face immediately turns ugly at her rebellious words. Gugang suddenly bursts out laughing. Hilarious. There's a limit to recklessness. So, what's next? Are you going to beg me to spare you? Evelyn calmly raises her sword. The person who's going to be begging here is you, father. She coldly points her sword right at the man. Whoa. Gukgang's face shows a flicker of shock at her provocative statement. The audience above erupts. Evelyn's father is Gukgang of the White Dragon Knights. I've met his legal wife before, so everything she's saying is true. Gukgang finally speaks. You brat, you dare call me father? How absurd. Evelyn calmly replies, if I had known it would make you this happy, I would have called you father much sooner. It seems you enjoy old stories. Should I continue? Father, you once nearly beat me to death just for calling you father when I'm an illegitimate child. You even tried to kill me at the White Dragon Knights to hide the fact that I'm your illegitimate child. Gukgang furiously cuts her off. Shut your mouth. As a member of the great Ragnar Clan, what's wrong with that? But he immediately freezes after spitting out those words. The people in the stands are buzzing. So she was telling the truth? What a total scumbag. And he's the one always ranting about bloodlines? What a complete joke. They whisper to each other with mocking expressions. He just kept running his mouth without any restraint. Now look what's happening. I warned him to be careful. I knew a day like this would come. So why did you let that illegitimate daughter survive? Gukgang's eyes bulge with fury at the whispers and murmurs all around him. Behind Evelyn, her 2 male teammates watch on. Julius speaks up. You don't have to force yourself, Evelyn. Let me. Theo cuts him off. Instead of worrying, just watch. Watch how she handles this. A whistle blows, and the 2 opponents on the field instantly charge at each other. A girl as small as Evelyn easily parries a heavy blow from Gukgang. The fight between them grows more and more intense. Suddenly, blue magic envelops Evelyn's arm. Julius can't help but be amazed when he recognizes it. This is the Divine Dragon Dance. A space of water and sea wind appears before Gukgang's eyes. The other elders are in an uproar. Divine Dragon Dance? Isn't that the Storm Sword? How did Evelyn master a lost skill of the Storm Clan? A whirlpool of water rushes toward Gukgang like a battering ram. The others are shouting, she's not just blocking Gukgang's sword, she's actually overpowering him. This is incredible. How could she have learned the lost technique of the Storm Clan? She's fighting on par with a top-tier swordsman. Compared to her, Gukgang's skills are just. Theo thinks to himself, there's nothing surprising about this. The dual challenge forbids mana, meaning only pure swordsmanship is allowed. Therefore, the difference in their magical power is completely meaningless. And on top of that, Gukgang, lacking the solid foundation of a pure bloodline, would never have been able to reach this level otherwise. Gukgang furiously swings his sword. You dare! You little brat! Evelyn looks a little worried by his rage. Her face tenses with caution as she recognizes a new attack coming. As fast as lightning, Evelyn raises her sword to block the blow. Gukgang speaks, you think you can escape my grasp? I'll beat you until you beg for mercy, until you come to your senses. And just like that, the man's expression shifts. Evelyn stares him down, cold as ice, practically daring him to try something. Gukgang can't believe her audacity. What did she just say? Evelyn replies, when I was little, you were my whole world. That's why I was so afraid of you. But now, she has other people she can trust, her thoughts drifting to her allies watching from the stands, people who have absolute faith in me. I'm not that weak little girl clinging to her father anymore. In a flash, she lunges forward, her sword sending a stunned Gukgang flying backwards. Droplets of blood spray into the air, obscuring Gukgang's face from view. Evelyn screams, her voice trembling with power. I'm not a weak child anymore. The elders can't hide their alarm, but in stark contrast, Julius and Theo look completely satisfied. Gukgang's sword is knocked from his hand, clattering away before stabbing into the ground. A roar erupts from the crowd. He's been defeated. Gukgang scrambles to his feet, seething. Don't you dare laugh. This fight isn't over. But suddenly, an approaching figure makes him freeze in his tracks. Bang Ryong's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. If you are truly a member of the Nine Dragons, then don't disgrace yourself. Accept the results. Another cheer rings out as the official verdict is announced. The winner of the third match, Evelyn Narrowview. The verdict is innocent. Evelyn slowly walks towards her teammates, a radiant smile spreading across her face. She did it. She completed the trial. Julius, looking incredibly pleased, starts praising her. Evelyn's mouth opens slightly, as if she's about to say something, but then she just smiles and says, it was all thanks to you. Elsewhere, a man tries to help Gukgang. Are you all right, great elder? Another returns his sword. You're badly injured. You need treatment. But Gukgang snatches his weapon and storms off, consumed by rage. He growls her name, Evelyn Narrowview. You wretched girl, I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. But his tirade is cut short. A hand clamps down on his wrist, stopping him cold. Gukgang freezes, instantly recognizing who it is. Julius has him in an iron grip. Do you want to lose your other arm too? Gukgang's face pales with fear as the world around them seems to go silent. Every eye in the stadium is watching, breathless. Suddenly, a frantic voice breaks the tension. Invasion. The Troivan family has begun their assault. Everyone, return to your units immediately. Julius grits his teeth, his expression a mix of anger and annoyance. Theo, Evelyn, the war has started. Get back to the White Dragon squad now. Yes, sir. Gukgang can only clench his fists in fury as they leave. Stop. I said stop. That duel wasn't over yet. Stand still. But a cold female voice cuts him off. Sir Gukgang, I will only say this once. Stop disgracing the 9 dragons. Gukgang is stunned. Bang Ryong, are you ignoring me? No. Are you ignoring the entire Elders' Council? Bang Ryong's reply is dismissive. Who knows? I suspect your opinion differs greatly from mine. The Elders' Council chimes in, their tone just as cold. Even if the Council's honor has hit rock bottom, we cannot let a man who denies his own defeat represent us. Julius shoots them a quick glance as Gukgang finally collapses to the ground in despair. He thinks to himself, it's finally over. A truly pathetic end for a greedy old man. The scene shifts to the Troivan family's headquarters and Ed Troivan. A voice reports, Sir, we've successfully occupied the central plateau. Hamen Fortress will fall soon. Ed asks, and what about Radna's forces? Both the family's knights and the 6 dukes' private armies seem to be gathering at the central plateau. Ed lets out a small laugh. The Radna fools. They're moving exactly as planned. He continues, I'll make them realize this battle is just one piece of a much larger scheme. While they're distracted, their real target is right here. He points to a spot on the map with a satisfied smirk. The scene changes to the territory of the Bacchus family, one of the 6 great families. A soldier glances nervously inside a room. The new lord has arrived. Ever since he became the lord, has he done anything besides lock himself in his room and get drunk? At a time like this, does he have any sense of duty? The other man shrugs. Anyone who could leave already has. What's the point of being lord of this debt-ridden land? Even the knights and vassals who served the Bacchus family for generations are gone. What can that new lord possibly do? We should probably just be glad we still have something to drink. True. But didn't Ragnar send reinforcements? Reinforcements? You mean those freeloaders, Sibiu Ring and Eod Naren? Their job is the night watch, but every time you check on them, they're completely wasted. The first man grumbles, "Support my foot." Ragnar just wanted to get them out of their hair. The other soldier just lets out a long, strange sigh. So that's how it is. The scene changes. A man asks, "Is what he said true?" Yeah. Morale has completely collapsed. This part of the mission is almost done. You all hear that? Let's wrap this up quick and head back. A soldier is sound asleep on guard duty. They soon realize it's not just him, all of them are out cold. The man in black looks pleased. Perfect. Guards passed out. This mission just got a lot easier. The rest of you, I'll meet you over there. Back at headquarters, Julius slams his hand on the table. You want to use your authority for independent operations as a mid-rank swordsman? Absolutely not. In a time of war, troop-based combat operations are the priority. You don't get special treatment, Theo calmly replies. This is related to the battle, sir. Please, just take a look at this. Julius freezes. Is what's written in here true? Theo confirms, yes. Troiven's main targets right now are Haman Fortress and the Central Plateau. But that's just a bait. Their real targets are the floating islands and the Bacchus territory. Julius thinks to himself, indeed, that makes perfect sense. Remember the HL incident? Theo continues. Their former leader was with the Islands Transport Union, the place where all the Empire's wealth flows through. The realization hits Julius. That explains how Troiven has such a massive war fund. Exactly, Theo confirms. Theo lays it all out. And given the island's strategic location, it will become a much bigger threat. That's why our top priority should be sending reinforcements to the neglected Bacchus territory. However, he adds, Troiven has committed so many troops to their feint that Ragnar has to respond in kind. We don't have any soldiers left to spare. I realize we can't just abandon a key position. That's why I'm requesting command of independent operations from the reinforcements already at the Bacchus territory to investigate the island's ties to Troiven's war funds. So I can end this myself. Julius is secretly impressed. So you saw all of this from the very beginning, didn't you? All right, I approve. Since this is for the war effort, there shouldn't be a problem. But don't be reckless. Theo nods. I'll keep that in mind. Julius studies the map and the papers on his desk. The intelligence Theo provided is all top tier, but the fact that he brought it to him, and not someone like H. Ryung who specializes in this, means he intends to act alone. In that case, this request was just a formality. Julius can't help but let a small smirk escape. If it's Theo, he's certain. He's already made plenty of preparations. Back at the Bacchus territory, the man in black suddenly realizes something is wrong. He's shocked by the liquid that just splashed on his face. This is orange juice? Sibiu immediately answers his stunned question. Correct? I don't really drink beer all that often. In a flash, a spray of blood arcs through the air, and the man in black collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. Eod speaks up. We've taken care of the enemy's vanguard, Captain. Sibiu replies. Good. Now let's go light the signal fires. But Eod seems uninterested, casually adding, the way our swords cut right through the Troiven army. I never thought it would happen on the day of the flower viewing festival, but we'd never been truly careless. Sibin was mumbling, unable to even hear the leader's words. But then, the black-robed man on the floor moved. He lunged, aiming straight for Sibin's back. The three of them gasped, whipping around in shock. A sword sliced clean through the would-be assassin. The head of the Bacchus family, Navin Bacchus, appeared. Honestly, be more careful. If you got hurt, how would I face our lord? Sibin immediately straightened up. I'll get my act together. Navin just laughed. It was a joke, relax. But Sibin's voice went cold. If you relax, the lord will just have more to worry about. Here, hold my torch. I need a word with my comrades. Navin was still smiling, but his eyes held a hint of mockery. Sibin quickly backpedaled. I was kidding. Just a joke. Here, I'll hold it. Okay. The torches along the wall flared to life, and dozens of archers aimed their bows below. Navan stood arrogantly, one foot propped up on the fortress wall. Our lord, he mused. How on earth does he see everything in advance? Just then, Sibin yelled out, Troiven's monsters are attacking. Defend Bacchus Castle. Annihilate the intruders. Hundreds of arrows rained down below, a stark contrast to the star-filled sky above. I mumbled to myself, the fight's already started? Looks like we arrived just in time. After so long, I pulled hard on the reins. Time to see some familiar faces again. The sky above us was already shifting to the color of dawn. Sibin roared, We've completed the defense of Bacchus by your command, Theo. Reporting. I sighed, You don't have to shout so loud. Damn. You did well while I was away. Sibin suddenly burst into tears. He doesn't recognize me. The two men beside him muttered, "Damn, I'm so jealous. You're one lucky guy." Navin spoke up. "I didn't expect you to come here in person," I replied. "I just dropped by as a precaution. But seeing this, it looks like you didn't need my help after all." "It's all thanks to them," Navin said. "Where in the world did you find people like these?" I answered. "They trained with me back when I was an apprentice. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camilla Palace Guard." "So you accepted them," he stated. Navan chuckled. "To be honest, I didn't expect much at first. They were just mid-level apprentices with no real experience. But after a few days together, though their skills were rough, I realized one thing. I could trust these men with my life." I smiled. "Hearing you say that makes me proud. In that case, I have a mission for you, Navin. With the vassals and knights gone, there are openings in the Bacchus Knight Order. How about you train those friends of yours? Turn them into the new knightly order of House Bacchus." Navin quietly repeated my offer. A knightly order. It's been a while since I've felt that spark. I immediately understood his unspoken agreement. "Then I'm counting on you." Navin looked surprised. "You're leaving already?" I nodded. "I've seen what I came to see. I was just passing through anyway. I have another objective. My real purpose to investigate the floating archipelago." Navin chuckled. "I should be used to it by now, but your audacity still surprises me, my lord. Isn't that place famously hostile to outsiders and incredibly difficult to even enter?" "I have my ways," I said calmly. The scene changes to the port city of Dion. I pushed open a door and stepped into a tavern. Immediately, a man blocked my path. He growled, "Watch where you're going, shorty." I shot back, "My apologies, I must not have seen you all the way down there." He snarled. "What was that?" "Then let me get down to your eye level." But suddenly, the man's face froze. A murmur spread through the tavern. "Who do you think will win? My money's on you. A fight's breaking out. This is intense." "Huh? Damn it, you're all dead meat." "You okay, shorty? Tonight's drinks are delicious. Let's go." Then, a roar cut through the noise. "When's it coming out?" The owner quickly replied, "Right away." The scene shifts. A voice comes from behind a door. "In short, the mission will begin on the 15th, the N Archipelago. All costs will be covered by the Dragon Sword's rental fee." Anthony Wu cut him off angrily. "Mission? Don't make me laugh. That's a threat." He was the next head of the Spinola family. Anthony Wu Spinola. Rental fee? They steal our dragon sword, then have the gall to rent it back to us for money? What a joke. But we have no choice, do we? Without that sword, the floating archipelago will sink. Damn it. If we hadn't lost the dragon sword back then, we wouldn't be at their mercy now. Is there really no hope left for our islands? The murmurs grew louder. The shouting outside got worse. "That's right, a chair. Get a chair. Smash him." Anthony Wu roared and stormed out. "You damn bastards. My head is about to explode, and now you're doing this? What the hell are you idiots fighting about now? Since when did I say you weren't allowed to get drunk? Just drink in silence. For God's sake." I thought to myself with a smile. "So, you finally decided to show your face." Anthony Wu Spinola, head of the Spinola family. The scene changes. Anthony Wu's voice rings out. "So what you're saying is, you want to go to the floating archipelago, and you want me to take you on my ship as a warrior?" I replied, "That's right. I've heard sea monsters have been appearing on that route more frequently lately. As for my skills, that little scene from earlier should be enough proof. You're short on manpower anyway. So it's a win-win, isn't it?" Anthony Wu muttered, "You're not wrong. We are looking for crew members, but you won't be boarding our ship. For a mercenary looking for work, your equipment is far too clean. There's no sign you've ever worn it in battle, and the brawl you started happened to be right in my establishment, and I was the main person involved. You conveniently knew I had a ship guaranteed to reach the archipelago. If you were me, would you let you on board?" I smiled. "I'd be disappointed if you hadn't noticed." "Good, let's get straight to business. The armed resistance fighting to liberate the archipelago is the HL, and its leader is you, Anthony Spinola. How about we make a deal?" Anthony demanded. "How do you know I'm the leader of the HL?" I brushed it off. "Come on, that's not the important part, is it? How I know doesn't matter. What matters is what I know. For example, that you're desperate for the dragon sword." Anthony immediately roared, "You bastard! So you're one of Trovin's dogs after all." I held up a hand to calm him. "Hey, take it easy. We need to be calm to make a deal, right?" Anthony immediately suppressed his anger, sinking into thought. A soldier peeked through the door. "Sir Anthony." Anthony waved him away. He was thinking that it was absurd. No one who wasn't with Trovin would ever mention the dragon sword. I dropped the bomb. "What if I told you I have the dragon sword?" Anthony immediately declared, "Ridiculous. The truth is that Trovin stole it, and now you're claiming to have it? That's absurd." I just smiled, a hint of meaning in my eyes. Why is that absurd? They, just like me, probably only said they had it. I could see the thoughts racing through Anthony's mind. Come to think of it, they never showed him the real thing. To think our judgment became so clouded, even with the fate of the island at stake. I pressed on. You don't have anything left to lose, do you? So why not just hear me out? I watched as Anthony Hugh calmly sat down, then he began to speak the legend and mystery of the floating islands. It all started with the story of a hero, Creamhute. It seemed he already knew I was familiar with the tale. That's right, I confirmed. He drove his sword through the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the oceans, sealing it beneath the waves. That was the legendary hero, Creamhute, and that fairy tale was real. They say the floating islands stay afloat because of mystical sea currents, but that's not true. The dragon Creamhute sealed lies deep below, and the immense mana it releases creates an updraft of air that keeps those islands aloft. The dragon sword is the device that maintains that seal, a means to keep the mana flow stable. But ever since Choi Van stole it, he continued, the mana flows have become unstable. If the sword isn't returned soon, the islands will. I understood immediately and finished his sentence. They'll sink. Antonio frowned, his voice grave. I'm not joking. The lives of everyone on those islands are hanging by a thread. If you return the sword to us, we will grant you anything you desire. I thought to myself, just giving it back isn't a real solution. Choi Van could steal it again at any moment, and besides, I'd have to give it up forever. Most importantly, it meant I would have to abandon this dragon sword for good. Anthony Hugh spoke up. So, let's continue our negotiation. Tell me, what is it you want? If it's money, name your price. We can pay. No, I said. I don't need money. I had already prepared for this. I had a way to keep the dragon's sword and still save the islands. All you have to do is take me to the floating islands. Our giant ship cut swiftly across the vast ocean. Anthony Hugh and I stood on deck, heading towards our destination. I gazed ahead as it finally came into view. The floating islands, a trade federation with its own history and traditions, recognized by the emperor as an autonomous territory. But during the war, it was seized by Choi Van and turned into a military weapons factory. And in the final stages of that war, the entire island sank and vanished from the map. For the sake of both Ragnar and the floating islands, Choi Van had to be driven out. Anthony Hugh looked at me with suspicion. This isn't some kind of bluff, is it? Your promise to save this island. I told him. The floating islands won't sink any further. We're going to move them. I smiled slightly, a knowing look on my face. It's possible. The sea dragon beneath the islands. After all, it's the guardian of a primordial dragon's relic. I remembered what I once asked Imbrata. This sword, what did you make it with? It's an artifact, she'd said, a relic of the primordial dragon. I realized then it truly was an artifact, but why did it react so strongly to the dragon slayer? Well, I don't know the details myself, she had explained, but it seems the guardian of the dragon's nest abandoned its duty and escaped from the relic. Escaped? Even if I ignored that, there were precedents for abandoning a duty. The dragon sword spirit had cleared its throat shyly. You were the one who set that precedent. I muttered to myself, it escaped from the relic? So you mean we could escape too, if we paid the price? The spirit quickly replied, that's absurd. Only something like that could possibly escape and survive after all this. I smirked. So not just anyone could pull that off, huh? Well, it's true, she'd said. It has enough mana to lift this entire archipelago with just what it releases. Wait a minute. If I could restore it, could I then move these islands with its power alone? Theoretically, it's possible, Ambrata had told me. But first, we'll have to seal that thing again. Can you handle it? It may have lost most of its power escaping the relic, but it's still one of the strongest guardians. The dragon sword spirit had chimed in, do you even have a way to get to the water stratum? I replied, of course. I have a plan for everything. From how to reach the water stratum to how to seal that monster. Back in the present, Antonio looked amazed. That massive thing truly has the power to save the islands? A power that even those born and raised on the floating islands don't know about? I asked calmly. Even after I showed you the dragon's nest, you still have doubts? It's not doubt, it's worry, Anthony replied. You have to understand. Our home, the fate of this place, rests on that thing. All right, I told him. Take me there. I'll save it, no matter the cost. A system screen suddenly appeared. A subquest. Dragon's Nest. Return it to its rightful place. Find its location, subdue the guardian, and earn the right to become its master. Our ship docked as night fell, in a cellar filled with barrels of wine. Anthony Hu spoke to his men. Our mission is simple. We lead this man to the statue of Creamhute. After that, he will handle the rest. But as you all know, most of the major lords have been bought off, and the area around the statue is heavily guarded. Use the infiltration route we always use. The men responded in unison. Understood, for the floating islands. Then I'll be counting on you, Anthony Hu finished. Down below, I saw Ray let out a soft, meaningful smirk. Then, we were at a heavily fortified structure. Hundreds of soldiers stood guard. I stood with the men at the bottom of the stairs, then entered a door below. I scanned my surroundings carefully, then gently pushed open the cellar door and stepped out. This is the inner area, Anthony Hu explained. With the sound of the waterfall, our chances of being discovered are low. But please, be careful. A weapon quickly materialized in my hand. You've all done well. One of the younger men looked excited. The dragon's nest. It's real. I thought to myself, the closer we get to the statue, the stronger its reaction becomes. I immediately began climbing the statue with lightning speed. Below me, the young man whispered in awe, "He really has it. He really has the dragon's nest." Finally, there's hope for the floating islands. But suddenly, Ray grabbed the man by the neck. From this moment on, we're taking back the stolen dragon's nest. Bang. I slowly set foot on the statue, observing it closely. I touched the sword in my hand to the side of the hero's statue. Even when I ran it along in the same way, there was no reaction at all. I had to think. The prophecy was clear. Suddenly, Ray leaped up, full of killing intent, swinging his sword high. But he was stunned to find I was no longer there. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes. I had vanished. I lunged, striking him from behind. Ray couldn't hide his shock. When did he get behind me? His body was sent flying backward as I landed back beside the statue. One of his men called out, "Are you all right, Lord Gray?" Gray replied, "I'm fine, but this guy is strong. Don't make a reckless move." Outside, the soldiers suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Did you hear that just now?" It sounded like something breaking. "Look over there, the statue, Creamhill's statue." "What the hell? The statue? It's crumbling." Meanwhile, not long before, the surrounding walls began to crack. Anthony Hu and his subordinates were still waiting below. He whispered, "What's taking so long? What the hell are they doing in there?" Just then, a female soldier ran out of the tunnel, her voice filled with panic. "Sir Anthony Hu, we have a problem. That man in gray and his companions, they just joined us." Just as I was getting busy, guests were suddenly under attack. I can only imagine Anthony Wu's shock. He must have realized Troivan's goons had gotten deep into our world. Back with me, I was facing off against Gray and his whole crew. They were pushing me back, and I had to dig my heels in to stop from sliding. Looking at them, one thought crossed my mind: these bastards. I even faked an opening, but they wouldn't attack. They were just stalling. They'd already captured Port 3, and now they were just digging in, waiting for reinforcements. That's when I tightened my grip on my sword and said, "Like I'd ever let you do that." Gray's face twisted with rage when I said that, but since his people still weren't moving, I swung my sword straight down, shattering the ground beneath us. Suddenly, a square box appeared in front of everyone. Gray's eyes went wide with shock. I seized my chance, grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, and ran. "Stop him!" he screamed, chasing right after me. I kept running with the sword in hand, sweat pouring down my face. A small smile crept onto my lips. That's right, I had been overthinking things. Just then, my system chimed in. A side quest for the dragon sword. It was trying to return to its origin. I had to find the place, beat its guardian, and prove I was a worthy master. Reading the message, it all clicked. Returning to where it belongs, that's where the sword would be at its most powerful. If this box was the origin point, then this had to be it. I leaped up, plunging the dragon-slaying sword right into the container. I knew it had to be here. The blade slid perfectly back into its slot. I couldn't hide the thrill on my face, while Gray could only grit his teeth in fury. A second later, his men were blasted into the air by some invisible force. I was still pushing the sword back into the box with all my strength. The commotion must have alerted the guards, because I heard them shouting as a nearby statue started to crumble. The next thing I knew, I was out cold. I woke up on the ground, sitting up and clutching my aching head. Did I make it through? I stood up and looked around the forest. Looks like I'm alive. This place feels like a relic dungeon. Just then, a voice echoed through the area, grabbing my attention. I immediately looked over. So this was the domain. The dragon-slaying sword was in my hand, and around me were 4 shrunken dragons. I couldn't help but ask them, "What's with your weird forms?" The blue dragon answered right away, "We're manifesting through your mana. Since your mana is so low, our forms are a bit funny, and only you can see us." The blue dragon then glanced at me and said something strange. "It's fascinating. A relic guardian who pities and yearns for a human." I was completely lost. "What? A human? Don't tell me that human is Creamhute," I muttered. The dragon spirit added, "We don't know for sure. We just remember it that way." I looked at them, then said, "Well, it seems likely. There's no guardian here. I'm going to look around." But right at that moment, I saw someone drawing a bow, the arrowhead glinting. It was a skeleton in a tattered robe with glowing red eyes. The arrow shot out instantly, tearing through the trees straight for me. I reacted in a flash, dodging aside and snatching the arrow right out of the air. That wasn't the only one. More skeletons with swords were now charging right at me. I spun around, shocked to see a whole army of them running at me. "What now?" I yelled. They all stared with those unfriendly eyes and chanted, "Trespasser. Trespasser, this belongs to Creamhute." An entire legion of skeletons was surrounding me now. They kept chanting in unison, "For Creamhute, kill the trespasser." The dragon spirit pointed out the obvious. They're saying they do everything to protect the domain of someone named Creamhute. Before it even finished, I threw the arrow back, sending it flying past its head. The little guy yelped in shock. The arrow flew and shattered one of the skeletons to pieces. I glanced at the rest of them. There's a lot of them, but they're nothing special. So I just have to kill them all? Sounds simple enough. The blue dragon immediately flew in front of my face and warned me, "It's not as easy as you think." I just gave it a confused look. The blue dragon looked towards the skeleton I just destroyed. That thing, they aren't normal skeletons. Just as it said that, the shattered pile of bones began to reassemble itself. It slowly stood up, ready to charge again. The dragon continued, "They are immortal, the Dragon Knights." Red energy flared from the skeleton's eyes as it ran towards me, letting out a piercing scream. Seeing this, I suddenly felt a rush of excitement. I raised my sword and grinned. Okay, so this clearly won't be easy. With that, I swung my sword, shattering the tree branch they were on. In the chaos, I made a run for it, but the skeletons were right behind me. The dragon spirit yelled, "We can't keep fighting like this." I shot back. "Got any better ideas?" As it flew beside me, it said, "All right, I have some advice for your stupid head. Creamhute, right? He's a human, just like you. Tell him to give up his ownership rights." Hearing it talk down to me like that made my blood boil. I gritted my teeth, a vein popping on my forehead. Dodging a volley of arrows, I turned and screamed at the dragon spirit. He's a legendary hero. If he's still alive, can you even call him human anymore? My comeback just made the dragon spirit angrier. "Arrogant human. You're too stupid. My advice is useless." But just then, my system window suddenly appeared. I stared, dazed at the message it displayed. "This domain is Leviathan's final gift to Creamhute. Claim ownership of the gift from Creamhute." My eyes went wide reading that. Wait, claim ownership of the gift? Maybe the dragon was right, but while I was lost in thought, the skeletons had already caught up. They lunged, stabbing their spears into the branch all around me from four sides, but I wasn't about to let them trap me. I jumped up, grabbed a vine, and swung into the air. A new system notification popped up, activating larva synchronization. My eyes lit up. If I was right, then this was my chance. The skeletons now had me completely surrounded, their eyes filled with malice. I began to scan the crowd, looking closely. My eyes moved over the skeletons, and I suddenly spotted one that was glowing red. It leaped up, and I immediately locked onto it. "Found you," I thought. While all the other dragon knights charged at me, that one turned and ran. That confirmed my theory. I immediately dashed forward. The red skeleton saw me chasing it and glanced back with caution. I raised the sword in my hand, preparing to strike. This move is called Flash Dragon. Flashes of white light shot from my sword, locking the skeleton in place. Then I swung the dragon-slaying sword again. This time, the skill was Lightning Needle. After the attack, I landed on a nearby branch. My system immediately gave me a notification. Lightning Needle has acquired Creamhute's relic. Collect the remaining bone fragments and confront Creamhute. 1 of 2006. I dismissed the system window. In my palm, I was clenching something that pulsed with a demonic red aura. I slowly opened my hand. There it is, right in my palm. A system notification flashes. A jolt of excitement shoots down my spine just as I thought. This is the answer. I clench my fist, my determination soaring. I just need to collect them all. The scene shifts. I've arrived at the port of Han Dao Noi. Night has fallen, a storm is brewing, and a single boat is getting ready to dock. Once the boat is secure, everyone starts unloading the cargo. A man approaches me. "You're earlier than we planned." "Did something happen?" he asks. "The rain will help a little, Captain." Hearing this, the captain just gives the man a deeply skeptical look, clenching his jaw without a word. Just then, another person screams out in alarm. Everyone on deck is frozen in fear by the sight before them, yelling, "What is happening?" On the ship, passengers who were sleeping on the floor are now soaked by the ever-growing storm. Someone shouts into the night, "What is this?" A figure appears in the rain, his voice cutting through the downpour. "You foolish people of the floating islands. The dragon-slaying sword was right in front of you, and you didn't even see it." The man in the shadows continues speaking. "Well, not that it matters anymore." He slides a mask onto his face, his voice chilling. "The floating islands are already in our hands." His eyes are incredibly sharp. "This is number 9, the master of Choi Han." The scene changes. It's still raining outside, but lights are on in the buildings as countless people watch from their windows. Those caught in the storm are just as stunned. One of them asks, "How is this possible? What do we do?" A massive wave is swelling higher and higher, threatening to completely swallow the floating island. Everyone in the courtyard is running and screaming in sheer panic. The 100-year-old guardian statue of Archipelago has crumbled. We cut back to Theo, who's still locked in combat with the skeletons. After his attack, a system notification pops up. You have recovered all of Kriemhild's relics, 2006 out of 2006. Seeing this, Theo lets out a huge sigh of relief, smiling as he says, "Finally, it's done. Now, where is that stepping stone bone?" The system prompts him again. Would you like to view the memories of Kriemhild contained within the relics? Yes or no? Theo immediately raises his hand to select yes, thinking to himself, there's no reason to refuse. He stares intently at the message, wondering what a hero from the myths would truly be like. He chose yes. The system immediately begins to play Kriemhild's memories. The scene shifts: a clear sky, a cool breeze. A figure is running down a road, shouting a name. Levi. Levi, I'm here. The hurried footsteps echo as a brilliantly shining sword materializes out of thin air. A hand reaches out, touching the sword embedded in the ground, and a voice continues, Levi. Levi, wake up. But the sword remains perfectly still, emitting only a soft, white glow. A dragon is summoned from within it. On the ground, a little girl kneels, offering up loaves of bread. Leviathan lets out a deafening roar and speaks, How many times must I tell you before you understand? Human, I am Leviathan, guardian of the ancient dragon's relic. You are not Ragnar, so how dare you call me by that name? Hearing this, the child holding the basket of food just flashes a bright smile. But your full name is so hard to say. I'll just call you Levi. Hearing the kid's simple logic, Leviathan relents. Fine, call me whatever you want. Human, talking to you is a waste of breath. Is it bread again? Does your master have nothing else? The boy just grins happily in response to the grumbling. I guess so. The child then turns to Leviathan, his eyes wide with excitement. Something really fun happened today, Levi. Leviathan just raises an eyebrow, thinking, here we go again. But the child starts singing about the flour, cellar, and the baker. Leviathan just watches the kid's antics, and soon, they're both laughing together. As time went on, the little girl grew up, and Leviathan was always there by her side. Her golden hair grew longer and longer. This girl was Kriemhild. One evening, under the bright moonlight, the dragon-slaying sword rested inside a cave. But suddenly, the sword sensed something approaching. It was Leviathan. He emerges from the blade and speaks in a familiar tone. Kriemhild, I told you that you don't need to come here. Can't you stay away? What happened today? But then, drops of blood begin to pool on the ground. Getting no answer, Leviathan slowly opens his eyes to see what's wrong. Kriemhild is stumbling desperately towards the cave. She's clutching a wounded arm that's bleeding heavily as she calls out, Levi, save me. Strangers suddenly appeared in town and started attacking everyone. In that instant, a hand grabs her hair from behind, yanking her back viciously. Kriemhild screams in pain. A sword is thrust towards her, terrifying her into silence. It's a soldier. He pulls her hair and sneers. Caught you, missy. Why'd you stop running? Our emperor is merciful to even care about a backwater place like this. The soldier gives her a sinister look and continues. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a little fun. Leviathan witnesses the whole scene, its eyes turning blood red as it growls her name, Kriemhild. And just like that, Leviathan's fury erupts. A massive explosion tears through the ground, sending rock and debris flying in every direction. The scene changes to the city, now engulfed in a sea of fire. Buildings burn, people flee for their lives. Soldiers are rounding up the citizens, shouting, You over there, what's with that attitude? Just as he finishes speaking, the spear in his hand clatters to the ground. Everyone looks up, their faces filled with pure shock. It's a dragon and it's attacking. It dives straight for the soldiers, wiping them out. The troops break rank, screaming in terror as they run. What the hell is that? Where did this monster come from? A fleeing soldier glances back, and his eyes lock onto a massive, terrifying figure. Leviathan lets out an earth-shattering roar. Kriemhild is on Leviathan's back, the dragon-slaying sword in her hand. The soldier sees her and screams, It's the one riding it. She must be its master. Kill her first. But before he can finish his sentence, Leviathan obliterates him with a blast of power. The soldiers are wiped out, but the civilians are completely untouched, safe inside a protective barrier. In the sky, a sudden rain begins to fall. Kriemhild's sobbing voice echoes, I'm sorry. She sits atop Leviathan, crying and blaming herself. I'm so sorry, Levi. You were waiting for the chosen one. But because of me, only because of me, you. Hearing her words, Leviathan's voice is surprisingly gentle. You don't need to feel guilty. Everything is all right now. isn't it? But Kriemhild can't hold back her tears. But, Levi, you. At that moment, the sky begins to glow. Kriemhild senses it and immediately stops crying. Looking up from within the protective sphere Leviathan created, he tells her, "You don't have to apologize." Below, the townspeople begin to chant her name in unison. Leviathan then lowers Kriemhild down to the ground to join the people. One of them steps forward and says, "Kriemhild, so you really brought the dragon." "Everyone, Kriemhild and the dragon saved us all." Leviathan then speaks to her as she turns to look at him. "I may have abandoned my mission, but somehow, I feel at peace. By my own will, not the ancient dragon's, I want to protect your smile." Cut to a dark throne room. A man looks down from his seat, furious. The royal army, defeated by a barbarian girl controlling a dragon? Unacceptable. It seems I've grown complacent, giving orders from here. "Royal Guard, retake that land immediately." As soon as the order is given, the soldiers mobilize. Not long after, Leviathan is bound by magical chains, roaring in agony. The citizens, captured and blindfolded, are forced to kneel. Then, a voice rings out how impressive, an immortal being. But what if you were its master? The man on horseback points his sword at the kneeling Kriemhild, his voice cold. "You must know how to kill it, don't you?" Though chained, Leviathan speaks up. "It's all right, Kriemhild. I am a guardian. I won't die, I'll just fall into a very, very deep sleep. With the magic inside that creature, you can certainly put me to sleep again." Kriemhild kneels on the ground, the dragon slayer's sword clutched tight in her hand. The man with the chilling eyes gives a signal. Instantly, his soldiers raise their weapons, ready to slaughter the innocent people right there. Leviathan sees this, its gaze turning to ice as it speaks again. "It seems we're out of time. Kriemhild, don't listen to a word they say." And through the rain, she rises to her feet, sword in hand. Kriemhild points the tip of the blade downwards, her voice trembling. "Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't." Levi closes its eyes, accepting its fate. "Perhaps this was always our destiny, from the moment I broke the rules. Don't feel guilty for protecting everyone. I'll help you one last time." "I was so happy," Kriemhild. Hearing those words, she can't stop the tears from falling. With no other choice, Kriemhild finally plunges the sword down. The soldier's leader holds his breath, watching with greedy eyes and a twisted smile. But in a flash, that smile vanishes, replaced with nothing but pure, unfiltered shock. The man stares at the sky, so stunned he can't even form words. What is that? A tsunami. A massive tidal wave is crashing down on them as the soldiers turn to flee. But it's far too late. As the wave hits, only panicked screams remain. "Help." Back in the present, Theo's face darkens as it all clicks. So that's how it was. Kriemhild isn't the fairy tale everyone tells. And just then, the orbs of light that had protected the citizens slowly begin to appear. Seeing Kriemhild curled up in the water, Theo can't help but say it. She was just an unlucky girl who wanted to befriend a guardian. And from behind him, a voice calls out, "You." Theo whips around. The moment he sees her, he gasps, "Kriemhild." She's holding the sword, frowning, as she asks, "So, you're the chosen one Levi was waiting for." Kriemhild looks down, her voice filled with guilt. "Because of me, Levi couldn't complete his mission. That must have hurt him terribly." She holds the Dragon Slayer's sword with both hands, stepping toward Theo. "Please, make Levi happy." Theo reaches out, taking the legendary blade from her. "I don't think I'll need to. He was already happy," Theo says, holding the sword and gazing at it. Hearing his words, Kriemhild begins to weep once more. Then, Kriemhild places her hands over her heart, a peaceful smile on her face. Scene change. On the inner island, an army has been summoned. A voice shouts from the crowd, "The risk of collapse is too high. No one get any closer." The people below all look up, their whispers spreading. "Wait, who is that? What? Where?" It's too far to see clearly, but a silhouette appears high above. Bathed in moonlight, Theo's figure looks immense. The people keep murmuring, "Could it be?" Kriemhild. Another scene change, an underground meeting on the floating island. Inside a mansion, countless people are pointing and gossiping as three figures walk through the door. The one in the lead wears a mask and a heavy robe, flanked by two guards. It's number 9 Noi, the former master of Choi Van. "You all gathered quickly," he says upon entering. A man immediately questions him. "Noi, what's with the getup? Is there an issue with our plan? Isn't the Dragon Slayer's sword supposed to be secured at Choi Van?" Noi just replies with a calm, "Is that so?" At that moment, someone else speaks up, bringing up Theo. "Then what was that foreigner holding?" Meanwhile, all the island's citizens have gathered by a giant statue. They're calling this newcomer a legendary hero, Kriemhild. The worried man from before is sweating bullets. If this keeps up, the power of our 3 gangs will fall right into his hands. This is not what we were promised. Hearing him complain, Noi immediately fires back. "That's right. You handed over the Dragon Slayer's sword yourself to keep your position. Noi's eyes narrow, but causing this much chaos over such a tiny problem, it's just unprofessional. Another man can't stand it, placing a hand on Noi's shoulder. What? A tiny problem? Noi, do you have any idea what you're saying about our transport guilds? Before the man even finishes his sentence, Noi unleashes a vicious kick. He looks down at him, his voice laced with pure contempt. What do you mean? They are nothing more than insects I can crush anytime I please. Fear ripples through the room. The silver-haired man shouts, Noi, what is the meaning of this? In the end, you're just a traitor, willing to sell out your own country for your personal gain. In response, Noi simply takes off his robe. He casually wipes the blood from his weapon with the cloth, his voice dangerously calm. If you had simply followed my orders, none of this would have happened. Don't pretend you can rule this floating island before it sinks. A man needs to know the limits of his greed. The others are so terrified they collapse to the floor. But the silver-haired man presses on. Is that so? Without the island's capital, Choi Van would be. Before he can finish, Noi lunges, grabbing his collar. You fool, don't you understand? If you don't want me to deal with you right here, then shut your mouth and obey my commands. His voice is a direct threat. The man starts sweating buckets, not daring to speak another word. Noi turns his back to leave, but not without a final command. If you want to live, get the Dragon Slayer's sword back, you piece of trash. As Noi walks out with his guards, one of the kneeling men speaks up. May I ask the former master one more question? Noi answers without stopping. You have permission. The man quickly asks, are you truly entrusting them with recovering the Dragon Slayer's sword? Noi continues walking as he replies, I understand your concern. I'd rather do it myself, but the current situation doesn't allow for it. One of Ratna's dragon lords, the Overlord Dragon, is here. Containing him has to be our top priority. The scene shifts to a bright morning. Outside the collapsed dragon statue, a massive crowd has gathered, waiting. Theo, holding the Dragon Slayer's sword, descends the stairs. The people below are chanting a name over and over. Kriemhild. Kriemhild. Hearing this, Theo can't help but blush, feeling awkward. He knew she was respected like a god, but this was on another level. The Kriemhild he'd met wasn't a god or a legendary hero. She was just a kind and completely normal girl. Theo grips the Dragon Slayer's sword tighter, his mind racing. On top of that, the Dragon Slayer is a creation left behind by the original dragon, and it can only be used by someone with the blood of Ratna. Suddenly, a man in the crowd raises his hands and yells, Kriemhild, I have a request. Theo is taken by surprise, completely unsure how to respond. The blonde man shouts for all to hear. Because of those bastards at Choi Van, this island is about to sink, and yet so many of us have no way to escape. If you feel pity for us, then. Hearing the blonde man, Theo just cracks a smile. He figures building up the atmosphere a bit couldn't hurt. So, Theo raises his sword high and declares, People of the floating archipelago, I will save this land. I swear I will bring you salvation. As white smoke billows from the statue, Theo descends. A man bows to him immediately. I have been waiting, Lord Cream. A girl with short brown hair greets him with a perfect smile. This is Marty, the priestess of Kriemhild's shrine. She introduces herself. I am the priestess guarding the shrine of Kriemhild. My name is Marty. From this day forward, we are at your service. The scene shifts to the shrine, where a massive crowd has gathered. Marty leads the way for Theo, explaining, We believe in the prophecy that you would one day appear, so we've maintained this shrine for generations. This way. They stop, and the sight before them leaves Theo stunned. He stares wide-eyed and says, What is this? They stand before a necklace, and Marty explains, It's called the necklace worn by Kriemhild. Suddenly, Theo's system displays more information. The Pearl of Kriemhild, a key that connects to a subgate, a magical accessory. As Theo picks up the pearl necklace, Marty continues explaining that it's the only relic and key left by Kriemhild, a vital item to reach the water dragon. Now that we have the key, can we proceed? Theo stays silent for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. He moves the necklace aside and finally speaks. Before that, there's something I need to ask you, priestess. Hearing this, Marty replies calmly, You have nothing to worry about, Ragnar. Theo is a bit taken aback that she knows his real name. He stands frozen on the spot and immediately asks, How did you know? Marty just turns away with a faint smile. The dragon-slaying sword was forged from the primordial dragon's artifact. It's only natural that you awakened it, Ragnar. Hearing her explanation, Theo can't help but ask, Even knowing all that, why do you still call me the reincarnation of Kriemhild? As Marty continues to lead the way, she answers, I can feel it after guarding this place for generations. The sorrow of having no choice but to harm a friend, and Kriemhild's pain to save this island. Because you were acknowledged by Kriemhild, you deserve to be treated with kindness. Marty then leads Theo to a cellar. The door opens to reveal a downward passage. "We're here," she says. "If you throw the necklace at the top of these stairs, a gate to the water dragon will open." Marty steps aside, handing the necklace to Theo with a smile. "And this necklace will help you move underwater." As she says this, Marty suddenly closes her eyes, her brow furrowed. "Please." Outside, a huge crowd is still gathered at the shrine. Everyone has their hands clasped, eyes shut, praying relentlessly. Cream-hued, cream-hued. Suddenly, a loud noise makes the crowd turn. A man shouts, "Stop, everyone! Disperse now." A man leading a group of armed men arrives, yelling. According to the investigation by the 3 transport clans, that man is a terrorist posing as the hero Cream-hued. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers. "What, a terrorist?" The leader of the soldiers bellows, "We are conducting an operation to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword stolen by these terrorists. All civilians, please evacuate immediately." The man squints, assessing the situation. This is Ambrodo Spinola, the leader of the Spinola transport clan. He thinks to himself, "Perfect. My guess was spot on. His honor could be ruined. But if he fails to recover the dragon-slaying sword, his life is on the line. He can't afford to take that risk." No, he doesn't need to care about honor anymore, not even if he has to kill every single person here. With that thought, Ambroto instantly draws his sword from its sheath and shouts, "From this moment on, anyone who opposes us, for any reason." Ambroto points his sword at the civilians, his voice booming, "Will be eliminated. The dragon-slaying sword must be recovered." Hearing the order, his soldiers tense up, ready for battle. Back inside, Theo has already made his way down the stairs, one step at a time. Reaching the bottom, Theo glances around. It's so quiet down here, you can only hear the water. So this is the place, he thinks. He takes out the pearl necklace, and it immediately starts glowing in the darkness. Theo lets go, dropping the pearl necklace. It sinks quickly into the water below. Right where the necklace fell, the water starts to swirl and bubble. The calm surface erupts into violent waves. Without hesitation, Theo steps right into the watery vortex. The portal closes behind him, and the water falls away. He passes through, quickly finding himself deep in the sea, surrounded by swimming creatures. With his sword in hand, Theo sees a shadow flash by in the distance. He thinks to himself, "I'm in, but where should I go now?" Theo immediately senses the movement and whips around, his gaze sharp and wary, but there's nothing behind him. Treading water, he squints, thinking, "That's right." And then, a sight makes his eyes fly open. Red eyes, glaring at him from all directions. Guardians of the deep sea. Sea dragons. Sharp-toothed sea dragons are surrounding him, letting out guttural cries. Theo just smirks at them, thinking, "Yep, if it's these creatures." A bloodthirsty army charges forward at someone's command. Wipe them all out. The opposing side is ready to counterattack, and everyone is murmuring. The Him-Manhwa clan. Are they really rebels? But this reaction is way too extreme. Marty screams in panic, "Stop! Stop now!" Her voice is filled with worry, loud enough for the whole army to hear. "Rebellion? On what grounds do you make that claim? He is the true incarnation of Cream-Healed." She stands between the two armies, arguing her case. "I swear on the honor of the priests who have defended this place for generations. Besides, aren't you the ones who owe us an explanation?" Amberto breaks into a cold sweat, his face contorting as Marty continues. "Why did you bring those Trojan dogs into Cream-Healed's sacred memorial hall?" Chaos erupts. "What? Trojans? The ones who stole the Iron Dragon sword? Weren't the Him-Manhwa clan also attacked by them and had the sword taken?" In a fit of rage, one man grabs another by the collar. "Are you colluding with the Trojans? Isn't having the Iron Dragon sword enough for you? You're going to sell out Lady Cream-Healed too?" Everyone around them echoes the sentiment, shouting in unison. "We will never let you achieve your goal. This time, we will protect Lady Cream-Healed." Ambroto is so furious, his face darkens and he grits his teeth. The woman beside him pleads, "Lord Spinola, you've gone too far this time. We should retreat and wait for another chance." But Ambroto isn't listening, determined to start the battle. "Trojan mercenaries, hear my command." To the shock of everyone else, the mercenaries' faces turn monstrously grim as the old man gives the decisive order. "Slaughter every last person who stands in our way." The Lin mercenary squad raises their weapons, roaring with approval. A worried Romulan desperately tries to reason with them. "Get a grip, Sir Spinola. This use of force will only incite the people and tarnish our honor later on." But Ambroto's words cut through, leaving Romulan frozen in shock. "You're the one who needs to wake up, Romulan. Do you really think that hollow title will save your head from rolling?" The old man is absolutely ruthless. Once they betrayed these floating islands, their only path was to become Troivan's loyal dogs. There's no turning back now. He turns and issues the command. "Anyone who stands in my way, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences." Both sides charge into battle, desperate to reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword. As the fight rages nearby, Marty grows anxious. "Let's get to safety for now, High Priest Marty." but she remains resolute. I'm fine. Right now, I will fight alongside the people. The mercenaries rush forward, their faces filled with bloodlust, turning the battlefield into a chaotic storm. But Marty's people are just as determined. We won't let you monsters run rampant. Absolutely do not retreat. Hold the formation. The mercenaries point their sharp spears, roaring a battle cry. Charge. Suddenly, a soldier's eyes go wide, his pupils shrinking in disbelief at what he's seeing. In a blur of pure terror, a figure streaks past him, the incredibly powerful warrior, Anthony Wu. The mercenaries all freeze, their mouths agape in fear. The forces led by Anthony Wu counterattack with brutal efficiency, pushing back the mercenaries. Ambrodo watches, absolutely furious. You idiots! What in the world are you doing over there? He screams Anthony Wu, but Anthony acts as if nothing's wrong, offering a casual greeting. Long time no see, Ambrodo. Ambrodo snarls, his face contorted with rage. You threw away your position as the clan heir for this meaningless charade? The sound of staves and spears clashing echoes relentlessly. Anthony Wu swings his staff, knocking away spear after spear. Meaningless charade, you say? His next words are like rubbing salt in Ambrodo's bleeding wound. You mean like selling out your country for glory? Or maybe slaughtering innocent civilians? The accusation makes Ambrodo's eyes burn with rage. You little brat. The battle continues to rage on with ferocious intensity. Anthony Wu shouts his orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. His soldiers fight with all their might under his command. Suppress the traitors, protect the people with everything you've got. Anthony's resolve is absolute, and his army's morale has been restored. But he knows, in every other aspect, they're still at a disadvantage. They can't hold out like this for much longer. The scene shifts. Now we follow Theo, descending into a dark place, surrounded by countless sea serpents, a gloomy, unsettling sight. Let's get ready. He dives deep with his longsword in hand. I figured some sea serpents would show up. He glances around, his eyes sharp with concern. But they've just been swimming around me this whole time, not attacking. Why are they just staring? He looks down at his sword, a thought striking him. Could it be the aura of the sea dragon Leviathan within the Dragon Slayer's sword that's suppressing them? If that's the case, Theo reaches out, touching the head of a sea serpent. A brilliant light spreads around him as a system window appears. The sea serpent has placed its trust in you. You have been acknowledged as its master. Activate Yvonne Taming to subdue the sea serpent. Theo gently touches it, his hand outstretched. This feeling, it's just like when I tamed Umbra. Their emotions are flowing into him through the dragon heart. A blinding light erupts from the serpent's head, revealing the emotions of the sea dragon Leviathan as it sank into the depths. An image of a serpent looks up, radiating an aura of curiosity, fear, and reverence. Theo smiles, relieved. I see now. You were all drawn here by the power of the sea dragon Leviathan. That explains why they were just watching him, the one who carries that same overwhelming aura. It's as if he can understand their thoughts. After this, can we really do it? He offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry, just trust me. Theo's eyes sparkle with warm determination as he embraces the sea serpent. I will definitely handle this. He climbs onto its back. Take me to the sea dragon Leviathan. It spreads its fins and dives straight down, the rushing water making Theo flinch. He grips the sea serpent tighter. The deeper they go, the more violent the currents become due to the distorted magic. This must be proof that they're getting closer to the sea dragon Leviathan. A message appears on his screen. Synchronization activated. Theo's eyes widen in surprise. Something just flashed by. Down below, a massive creature lies coiled in the abyss. The sea dragon, Leviathan. Just as he thought, it had sunk to the very bottom of the ocean. It radiates a magical power so immense that Theo can feel it completely. A mana pool as gigantic as its body. However, dark, ominous energies cling to it, swirling around its form. Just as the sea serpent said, this flow of magic is deeply unsettling. This feels nothing like the image from Kriemhilde's memories. He pauses for a moment as the dragon spirit and the azure dragon speak up. Father, this monster. Something's not right. The azure dragon agrees. Indeed, it looks extremely dangerous. Theo glances over. Is the situation really that serious? The azure dragon scoffs. I thought you could feel it. Theo's face flushes with surprise. This aura I'm sensing. His eyes shoot open. Don't tell me. He freezes in place. Spirit demon poison, the azure dragon answers. That's right. It is currently an image of Leviathan, writhing in agony, trapped by the toxic aura. The azure dragon continues, infected with spirit demon poison, and has fallen into a state of complete mindlessness. The sound of waves crashes against jagged cliffs where a desolate building stands. Noe stands there, reporting. Our two nations are currently at war. The tyrant dragon, leaning on his hand, looks down at Noe. But you and I have something to discuss. Danterone flashes a chilling smile. He is the tyrant dragon. He leans back in his seat. Dantarone the Tyrant Dragon. It's been a while, hasn't it? Noi, of Troivan's 9 phoenixes. Noi's expression doesn't change, his eyes deadly serious. Is this the time for pleasantries? Have you forgotten the terms of our deal? Dantarone strokes his chin. While we fought the Ragnar clan, you were to seize the north. In exchange, the Treven clan's takeover of the islands would be kept secret. I don't recall breaking that pact. Is there a problem? Noi slams his foot down in fury, the stone floor cracking. Still playing innocent? It's not some outsider from Ragnar acting up, he declares, spreading his arms. It's the 6th inheritance candidate himself. Are you daring to say you didn't know? His eyes turn cold and menacing. Tell me the truth. A crimson power begins to radiate from him, or else. The scene snaps back to Theo, replaying the moment of realization. His eyes were wide with shock. Could it be? He stood frozen. Spirit demon poison, the Azure Dragon confirmed. That's right. It is currently. The image of Leviathan, tormented and trapped by the poison's aura, flashes again. Infected with spirit demon poison, the Azure Dragon repeats and has fallen into a state of complete mindlessness. Theo raises a hand to his head. How is this possible? Was it the Troivan clan? The Azure Dragon replies, yes. If the Dragon Slayer's sword was removed and the seal broken, the Sea Dragon Leviathan would fiercely protect these islands. Theo stares at the glowing diamond-shaped object tangled in purple vines, confused. But I don't get how they could poison a guardian with spirit demon poison. It seems they possess some kind of bizarre technique. Leviathan is suffering, that thing stuck to its head, its mouth wide open in agony. In any case, it's now completely tainted by demonic energy and has lost all reason. It's about to go on a rampage. The dragon spirit flies down to Theo. Fortunately, we haven't been spotted yet. For now, let's keep our distance, chosen one. But Theo grips his sword and dives, shocking the dragon spirit. No, the boy declares. On the contrary, the fact that it hasn't noticed us yet is our chance. His eyes narrow, his pupils glowing with a white light. Activate larva synchronization. Target the source of the spirit demon poison. Purple veins begin to spread across Leviathan's head. That's it, the weak point. Theo dives in, his sword aims squarely at the source of the demonic corruption, ready to destroy it. With blinding speed, his blade nears the glowing point when no good. He's thrown back by an unseen force. A powerful energy shield is protecting the core, and there's no way to get close. The blast sends him tumbling backward. Damn it! They must have set up some kind of protective barrier. Suddenly, Leviathan's head drifts closer, but he's certain of it, that has to be the weak spot. He looks up, horrified. Crap. Theo scrambles to his feet on a rocky ledge, his face a mess of cuts. But how can he possibly reach it now? A blinding light flares from the core. At its center, a massive creature with a glowing turquoise orb materializes right in front of Theo. He has no idea what this thing is. It swoops down, mouth wide open, and unleashes a beam of turquoise light, forcing Theo to his knees. He instinctively raises his sword, shielding his eyes from the blinding attack. Suddenly, Theo is falling into a dark, endless void, but then a sea serpent shoots past him like an arrow. A smile crosses his face. Underwater, his movements were limited, but with a little help, that's a whole different story. Theo stares down the thrashing Leviathan, and riding the serpent, charges straight for the wound on its forehead. He thinks to himself as the blood continues to flow, the closer I get to that crystal, the thicker the demonic aura becomes. Riding the serpent, he holds his sword ready, his eyes glowing blood red. I learned one thing when I fought the griffin. He surges forward as a system window appears. Griffin's claw activated. Chance to subdue powerful enemies increased. Time for some payback. High Elf enhancement activated, protecting his body from the demonic aura. Dragon Eater activated, using attack power to fight the aura. Abyssal Fear activated, using magic waves to push back the pressure. He's fighting a guardian with guardians. He lets out a roar, pouring every ounce of strength into his attack. 5 Claw Strike. He rockets toward the Leviathan, straight at that blinding light. The tip of his sword slices through layers of demonic energy. With devastating force, his blade gets closer and closer to its target. It finally makes contact with the core as Theo grits his teeth, pushing through the last of the barrier. Finally, it shatters. The crystal explodes into a million pieces. Theo stands breathless as Leviathan thrashes and lets out a roar of pure agony. An image flashes in his crimson eyes, a hazy, shadowed figure. When Theo opens his eyes again, he sees a familiar form with long hair holding a sword. Cree M, the figure speaks. I'm sorry, but no. My name is Theo Ragnar, the Chosen One. I am here to deliver Cree M Hude's final words. The image shifts to the kind face of Cree M, holding her sword with a warm smile. Her hands are pressed to her chest, her eyes closed as if fighting back tears. The sea serpent waits before him. So that was it. Cree M was always here for me. Long Tien interrupts. There's no time to be sad. return to the sacred artifact. Fan Long agrees. Yes, as a guardian, you must become the chosen one's strength. Theo looks up, lost. This is the moment I've waited for, but it's impossible. Why? Leviathan, now floating before him, begins to explain. I am the one who willfully abandoned the sacred artifact, defying the ancient dragon's will. My status as a guardian was revoked the moment I left, and though I have regained my sanity, this body has been corrupted by demonic energy. Its eyes glow. Therefore, before that happens, Theo Ragnar, I will give you all of my remaining power. Leviathan's voice is grave, but you will suffer tremendous pain. Can you withstand it? Theo just smiles slightly. Of course. Leviathan's eyes narrow. At least I like your confidence. It seems the decision has been made. Please, use this power to protect those whom Kree-M tried to save. Will you? Theo raises his sword solemnly. I swear. Leviathan closes its eyes. Thank you, Theo Ragnar. Its body slowly becomes transparent as the water swirls around it. Now, I can finally be reunited with my friend. The world around Theo begins to vanish. Long Tien realizes what's happening. The ocean current supporting the flying archipelago, along with Leviathan itself, is disappearing. At this rate, it's going to fall. Long Tien is in a complete panic. There's no time. Absorb the power, now. Theo just nods calmly. Don't worry, Leviathan. He dives into the swirling vortex. I will accept your power and move the flying archipelago myself. The complete island appears before him. Suddenly, an immense power surges through Theo, forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. The pain is excruciating, like his skin is being peeled from his bones. I was too arrogant. All of his guardian spirits are now shouldering the same burden. The other guardians feel it too. Leviathan had warned him that their power levels were completely different. A massive explosion of energy erupts, expanding with overwhelming force, threatening to vaporize everything. Even Theo couldn't have predicted this. I never knew it was this strong. His eyes turn a milky white. He roars, gripping his sword as he uses all his strength to charge forward. Theo's speed is incredible. The currents twist around him, creating a massive, swirling whirlpool. Long Tien speaks up. For a fledgling, he sure knows how to think. Fan Long is calm. Indeed. The two continue their discussion. He's using the dragon-slaying sword as a medium to lessen the burden on his body. Help is help, I suppose. It seems Leviathan helped him until the very end. Theo reaches his goal, smiling faintly. Leviathan. This enormous power feels like he's holding the great sea dragon in his very hands. It was worth the effort. Fan Long warns him from behind. This is no time to relax, chosen one. If you want to move the archipelago, you must do it now, while you still have Leviathan's full power. Theo strains, his eyes wide as he reaches out, floating in an empty void. I know. Fan Long is impatient. Have you thought of a place? Theo replies calmly, there's a perfect spot. No need to think about it. He looks into the endless blinding light. The bay to the northeast of Ragnar, where the flying archipelago originally used to be. It seems like the most logical place. Meanwhile, on the ground, the chaotic battle is still raging when a massive wave crashes ashore from the sea. Everyone is completely baffled. People begin to panic. What was that? What's happening to Graham Hell? Is it sinking? The soldiers are all frozen in their tracks. The wave looks like it's about to swallow the island whole. Fear grips everyone. What in the world? It's really sinking. One soldier points to the distance, stammering, Everyone, look, the coastline. The coastline is moving. As the giant wave hits, the truth is revealed. The island itself is moving. Someone screams in disbelief. The archipelago is moving. Waves violently crash into the castle where Dantaron is located, as a surge of water erupts from beneath the floor. His eyes widen in shock, the whites of his eyes showing. What is this? Did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this quickly? Dantaron flashes a sinister smile. It seems this isn't the time for us to be here. My apologies, but how about we call it a day? He glances over. Are you trying to run away from this, tyrant dragon? Dantaron simply turns and walks away. I never expected Theo Ragnar to make a move like this. Regardless, the plan has reached its conclusion. He seems to believe Theo has revealed the sword's secret, and isn't that a good thing for me? He scoffs. Just kill him and take the Dragon Slayer's sword. Are you trying to use me to eliminate a potential rival? Get the job done without getting your hands dirty. Dantaroni props his feet up, the picture of arrogance. Compared to wasting time here, doing that benefits you too. Nearby, Antonio glances over, his eyes wide in disbelief. The islands, they're actually moving. That kid really did it. The chaotic battle, a storm of clashing steel and flying sparks, suddenly screeches to a halt. A voice rings out over the battlefield. Everyone, stop. The islands are no longer in danger of sinking. Anthony Wu shouts, his voice filled with relief. We're all safe now. But then his jaw drops, his eyes locked on the scene unfolding before him. A gleaming sword appears amid the debris, and a powerful figure lunges forward, stunning everyone. With a razor-sharp gaze, he raises his sword, striking fear into the enemy. In a single, fluid motion, he slices his foe in two. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. It's him. He's back. Lord Cream Hugh has returned. He successfully sealed the sea dragon. Anthony Wu turns to Ragnar, still trying to process everything. Hey Ragnar, the islands. They're really safe now, right? Ragnar answers calmly. Yes, they won't sink anymore. Anthony Wu, drenched in sweat, finally lets himself relax a little. Thank you, but wait, I have one more request. Theo steps in. Don't worry, just get some rest. Theo's expression turns grim, his voice low. So many have been sacrificed. So many have been injured, all to protect me and these floating islands. He turns his back to them. I understand perfectly what you've all done. The mercenaries are frozen in place, their faces etched with fear as Theo continues walking. Leave this place to me. I'll clean it up. Ambrodo roars at his men. What are you standing there for? The Dragon Slayer's sword is walking right to you. Go and take it. The mercenaries, their battle lust reignited, charge forward. Theo's steady pace halts. I was gone for just a moment, and you've already made this much of a mess. Determination hardens in his eyes. Theo launches himself forward, a blur of motion, whispering, all of you, fall. A blinding red flash erupts, engulfing Ambrodo and his entire mercenary squad. A shockwave of pure power radiates outwards, distorting the very air. The landscape, the people, everything is warped and annihilated by the force. The ocean itself churns, massive waves rising up to crash ashore. The scene is pure chaos, littered with blood-soaked corpses. With a single swing of his sword, Theo ended the battle, leaving the islanders speechless. No way. Bodies lie everywhere, painting the ground crimson. The entire mercenary guild wiped out. Theo grinds his foot onto the head of Ambrodo, whose eyes are still wide open in shock. You insect pirates, he sneers. You couldn't even handle a single kid and let things get this out of hand? Ambrodo dies without ever closing his eyes. Anthony Wu cries out in anguish. Father! Sweat drips down Theo's face. Get a grip. Evacuate the citizens now. This flying island will need you. As he turns away, wiping his mouth, he thinks, even from that far away, I could only block such a mediocre attack. The scene shifts. A new figure appears, shrouded in a crimson aura, with only a single, stark white eye visible. You little brat, Ragnar, the figure seethes. Your story ends here. Who are you, really? So change that even your own father wouldn't recognize you. I'll tear you into 100 pieces so that even he can't put you back together. This crimson menace is Noe. A suffocating dark aura pours from him with every step. Theo grits his teeth, analyzing him. Impossible. There's no way someone this strong is unknown. The power he's emitting, it's most similar to. Noe prepares to draw his sword, his single red eye glowing intensely, surrounded by his army of masked soldiers. The 9 pillars of Troyven. Theo's mind races. Beings created to fight the 9 dragons of Ragnar. They proved they could stand against them in the Great War. An image of their swords striking the earth flashes in his mind. Are all of them this perfect? Theo bolts forward, moving at the speed of light, his eyes narrowed with focus. He stares straight at Noe, who is already mid-attack. So fast. Their blades clash with incredible force. Noe's face is a cold, emotionless mask. Theo's heart sinks. If this guy really is one of the 9 pillars, then I don't stand a chance. Theo pushes back with everything he has, his sheer power catching Noe by surprise. How can a mere Ragnar absorb that kind of power? Noe raises his sword high, channeling the might of the Dragon Slayer into a devastating slash. The battle explodes. The ground shatters, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere. Theo strains to block the blow as Noe's thoughts echo. Just being able to hold that sword should be impossible for him. Theo darts through the thick cloud of dust. Just give up, Noe's voice calls out. Resisting will only bring you more pain. A blade suddenly thrusts out of the smoke, and Noe parries on pure instinct. Noe's free hand snatches 3 small daggers out of the air. How amusing. He scoffs, glancing down. Are you a child, still playing with toys like these? Theo just glares back, his eyes burning with intensity. Boom! The 2 weapons collide with blinding speed and ferocious power, unleashing a massive, destructive shockwave. As the dust settles, Noe stands confidently. After that exchange, I understand Lord Et's meaning. Theo recalls a chilling warning. Among the new generation of Ragnar, pay special attention to Theo Ragnar. If a confrontation is unavoidable, his teeth clench as he remembers the final words, then you must kill him. Suspended in the air, Noe attacks with lightspeed slashes, a massive explosion carving a deep crater where he once stood. Seeing the look on Noe's face, Theo feels a deep unease. If I leave him be, he'll become an uncontrollable variable. Blood drips from a blade, landing on the ground. We have to kill him. The blood spatters onto blades of grass nearby. The dragon heart speaks in his mind. What will you do, Chosen One? We need more time before we can help you. Spirit's blessing has failed. The cooldown timer is still active. Wounded and exhausted, Theo dives toward the ground below. It's not over yet. There's still a sliver of hope. He raises his weapon, his will unyielding. Dragon Slayer's sword. A timer appears. Stabilization requires 2 minutes and 15 seconds. If I can borrow the power of Leviathan. He looks down at the sea, drawing on his memories to fuel his strength. The waves gently lap against the peaceful shore of the island, and then a cataclysmic explosion rocks its very foundation. Theo unleashes an all-out attack, sending blood spraying through the air, his eyes glowing a furious red. In a flash, he appears directly in front of Noi, both sides poised to strike once more. Their speed is unreal. When their swords meet, the resulting shockwave shatters everything in the vicinity. Theo's will to win is poured into every strike. He unleashes a blow faster than the speed of light, his sword glowing with immense power. In an instant, the seawater beneath them vaporizes, and everything nearby turns to ash, stunning even Theo himself. Noi is reduced to a bare skull, yet he remains standing, his sword radiating heat that withers all it touches. He lunges, catching Theo off guard, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that paints the sky crimson. A single slash from Noi destroys everything in its path, forcing Theo back. It's an apocalyptic scene. Noi's blade is a torrent of attacks as the ocean churns violently below. The fight rages on. Theo counters with a flurry of different techniques, slashing at the water's surface and using its force to blast waves toward Noi. His face is a canvas of cuts and bruises, his mouth stained with blood, but nothing can hide the fierce determination in his eyes. Sweat drips from his chin. Just a little more. As Theo tries to regain his footing, thinking just a little longer, Noi begins his final counterattack. I'm starting to get bored. Let's end this. Theo's eyes widen in genuine shock. This is dangerous. He's ready to continue the fight when Theo suddenly shouts, "Isn't this what you wanted?" He hurls his sword towards Noi. "I'll give it to you. Take it." A system window pops up, using dragon control to assimilate with the sea serpent. Noi freezes, completely baffled by his actions. A sly smirk spreads across Theo's face. "If you can take it, it's yours." Noi's eyes narrow with suspicion. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? And right then, Theo summons the mighty sea serpent. And just like that, Hai explodes into the fray, a blur of motion rocketing towards Nai with absolutely terrifying speed. As Theo and Hai get ready to attack, Noi just scoffs. He thinks adding a few more fish to the fight will change anything. He's completely unimpressed. As they charge, Noi mutters, "The one who was just running away now wants a piece of me? Whatever you're planning, it's useless." But now, he's finally getting serious. Spreading his arms wide, a torrent of searing flames erupts, turning the entire area crimson. This is his full power. Theo's eyes narrow. The system display flashes. Dragon-slaying sword, Ban Mung stabilization, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. He's putting everything on the line, and the system confirms that the sword is finally stable. A voice speaks out, "Thank you, Chosen One. I leave the last of my power to you. I hope it can help you protect yourself." No has absolutely no idea what's happening. A notification pops up on Theo's screen. Acquired item, related skill, Nibelung. A magnificent dragon emerges from thin air. It's Leviathan, the dragon-slaying Nibelung. With Theo on its back, it charges forward, and with one devastating blow, Noi is utterly defeated, sent crashing into the sea, creating a massive vortex. Theo lands gracefully. A weak hand reaches up as Noi painfully crawls out of the ocean. "Damn you," he sputters. "That must have been your trump card, right?" The impact shattered his mask, revealing a face twisted with pure rage. "You think that's enough to kill me? Not a chance." Theo saw this coming. "Yeah, I figured as much." The two islands appear before them, home of the ancient phoenix, said to rival the 9 dragons. This won't be easy, but Theo channels the raw power of the currents into his swirling vortex. He points directly at Noi. "This is more than enough to send you to the bottom of the ocean." Noi is stunned, but he realizes it too late. Damn it, the ocean currents are. The entire sea around the island begins to surge, rising at Theo's command. Theo roars, "Just sink to the abyss." Noi is completely powerless, only managing a choke curse. A colossal waterspout, glowing with powerful blue light, erupts and violently drags Noi down. Theo collapses, sprawling on the ground, panting but relieved. "I kept my promise, Sea Dragon Leviathan." He lets his arm fall limp. "If I have to do that again, I think I'll be completely wrecked." Meanwhile, Anthony Wu is watching the island through a spyglass. "First time doing this, I hope my calculations are right." He stands on the city wall with his soldiers and people. The speed seems to be about 2 nautical miles. At this rate, it'll be fine even if it hits the shore. "Good work, everyone." He gazes at their beloved island, his eyes tearing up. When he said he would move the entire archipelago, I couldn't believe it. Even seeing it now, it's still hard to process. The citizens are also confused. But why go through all the trouble of moving the island? Wouldn't it be easier if Grimhild just sealed the sea dragon? Theo raises a hand with a small smile, patiently explaining, yes, that would have been more convenient. But if we did that, history would just repeat itself. Even if we sealed the sea dragon and found peace, greedy fools lusting for the dragon-slaying sword, like Troy Van, would just keep appearing. However, if the threat of the island sinking is gone for good, we won't have to worry about that anymore. Everyone's faces light up with joy. The floating archipelago is set to anchor in Nong Bay, northeast of the Ratna territory. The island is finally stable and at peace. Theo gives a satisfied smile. Maybe it's time to change the floating island's name. Anthony Wu looks at Theo with pure admiration. He closes his eyes and bows his head low. In front of all the stunned citizens, he bows deeply to Theo. I am sorry, he says sincerely, for the hostage incident at the Ceres Merchant Guild caused by Hat Lao. The White Dragon Knight sacrificed so much. He remains bowed, accepting his fault. Even though we were threatened by Troy Van, we can't say we were completely blameless. We must take responsibility for our actions. Theo's voice rings out, making Anthony look up, sweat beading on his brow. Yes, you need to take responsibility, right now. Theo places a hand on Anthony's shoulder. Just say it, whatever you ask. Even if it is my head, I will offer it to you. Theo replies gently. Chairman of the Northern Maritime Alliance, Antonio, I want you to take that position. Antonio looks up, unable to believe what he just heard. What? What do you mean by that? Theo lays out his plan. Right now, because the Ragnar family purged the Ceres Guild, the North lacks a guild strong enough for large-scale trade. He looks straight at Anthony Wu, but the Maritime Alliance of the Floating Islands can fill that void. Anthony Wu sighs, but I am not worthy of that. Theo turns to the crowd. Everyone. Sir Anthony Wu says he is not worthy. What do you all think? An arm shoots into the air. It's Marty. I approve. We've all seen Sir Anthony Wu's dedication. Another hand goes up. I approve as well. And then a wave of hands. Everyone raises theirs in unison. I agree. Me too. He's the reason I'm still alive. Agreed. I also saw him standing up to protect us. Theo smiles. The sea dragon approves. He pats Antonio's shoulder amidst the cheers. On one condition, the new Northern Maritime Alliance's resources will be preferentially invested in the Ratna family. In return, I'll guarantee the autonomy and security of the floating islands. He clenches his fist with determination. I will be responsible for the autonomy and security of the floating islands. Antonio closes his eyes, humbled. In the end, all I seem to do is receive help from you. He places a hand on his chest and swears an oath. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola. They shake hands, sealing the agreement in front of everyone. Theo breathes a sigh of relief. We're finally here. The new land of the floating islands appears before them, but the scene cuts to violent waves crashing against a cliff, where a scarred hand slams down, gripping the rock. Noe emerges from the water, his face a mask of pure hatred. You damn Ragnar bastard, I will tear you to shreds and devour you from the inside out. His remaining eye widens as a voice echoes from across the way. To think someone from the mighty Ragnar clan could be this much of a disappointment. Noe looks up. Dragon Lord. He continues, weren't you the one who said you'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Ragnar leaps down from the cliff. Whatever it is, just help me this one time. His speed is insane. Foolish. Ragnar lands, kicking up a cloud of dust. It seems you still don't understand what I truly want. Let me spell it out for you. A wicked grin spreads across his face. After you took it, I wanted the floating islands. Noe's face twists in horror. Don't tell me. It planned to snatch the islands from us from the very beginning? Dantaroni answers casually, yes. Taking back what was lost. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? I really thought you could handle that little hero wannabe, but I clearly miscalculated. He laughs. I never imagined you were all just insects who couldn't even deal with a single kid. Noe's body begins to mutate as he screams, don't you dare be so arrogant. Dragon Lord, the age of the 9 dragons is over. I will show you the true power of the ancient phoenix. His hand transforms into a razor-sharp blade. Dantarone, completely unfazed, counters with a single spin and casually walks away. You people from the east are all talk. Even if the 9 dragons era has ended, do you really think someone of your level could ever compare to us? He turns his back, leaving Noe's bisected corpse on the ground. Humph. If it were those old masters or that demigod, maybe they would have stood a chance. Dantarone clenches his fist, his gaze locking onto a single, glowing red dot of rage. Theo Ragnar, care for a little test? Amidst a dusty battlefield filled with swords, a menacing army stands ready, led by a figure named 8. Even tied up, one of their captured soldiers started screaming, "You bastards! You think this is enough to beat the Ragnar clan?" But in the end, Ed cut him down with a single strike. As blood dripped from his sword, he muttered, "So annoying. Why do all the Ragnar members say the exact same thing right before they die?" Just then, a soldier rushed in, kneeling at his feet. "Young master, it's urgent. We've received a report that our plan at the floating archipelago has failed." Ed demanded immediately, "And what about Noi?" The soldier's face fell. "We've lost contact, sir." He then lowered his head, adding, "It seems that flawed asset has finally failed." The man continued, "If we lose the floating archipelago, our main supply network, the entire war could turn against us." He then proposed confidently, "For Choiven's glory, please allow me to resolve this matter." But Ed just turned his back. "No, forget about it. We've already secured the massive funds from the islands." Blood from the massacre flowed around his feet. "It's a small shame, but I can't let it cloud my judgment." He walked away coldly, ordering, "Focus all our forces on the central front." This war was only ever a distraction. His eyes turned sharp, almost pure white. "Remember this clearly. We have only one objective." His final words sent a chill down my spine. Everything is for that day. Meanwhile, I was on an island with unique buildings, the air crisp and quiet. I could hear people discussing things outside my room. "We can just use the old series Merchant Guild's railway," one said. "Still nothing from the Southern Guild, though." I saw Anthony Wu, hand to his forehead, completely lost in thought. I stepped through the door, surprising him. I smiled. "You seem to have a lot on your mind." I asked him casually, "Having trouble with Jorna supply transport?" Anthony Wu quickly tried to smooth things over. "Why so formal?" "It's much simpler now that we don't have to worry about the unpredictable seas." But I could see the sweat on his brow. The man was clearly on edge. "I'll be blunt," he said. "I'm terrified of your family, the Ragnars. Thank you for freeing us from Choiven. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, is there?" He gestured to a messy pile of paperwork. "With just a snap of your fingers, we'd only be trading one ruler for another." He looked down, almost ashamed of his own words. "I know I shouldn't say this to you, but I have to wonder, were we actually safer when we were still drifting at sea?" I just gave a slight smile. "I understand. It's a concern any leader would have, but I see things differently." He looked even more confused as I explained. "It's because you're an island that you were in the greatest danger." I leaned back against the wall. "Because you're so isolated, you've never had enemies. That's why you have no experience with battle, and why you couldn't even put up a fight this time." I flicked a coin over to him. "A nation's defense can't be left to others." He caught it, flipping it to reveal a skull emblem as I continued. "Even with the risks, a country has to be prepared to defend itself. Anyway, your concerns are perfectly timed." I asked him, "Have you ever heard of the Ragnar Clan's White Dragon Squad?" He clutched the coin, looking tense. "Of course. They're the Ragnar's famous Wyvern Air Force." I gave him a knowing smirk. "That's right. But this archipelago has creatures similar to wyverns too." He visibly shuddered at the thought. "You mean the sea serpents?" he asked. "Don't even say their name. They swarm and destroy everything. An alarm sounds the moment they appear." And right on cue, alarms began blaring outside. "Alert! Alert! Sea serpents at the port. All sailors evacuate. Warriors, prepare for battle." Anthony slammed his hands on the table. "Damn it, we were just talking about them." I just waved a hand. "Don't worry about it." He turned to me, his face red with rage, as I calmly said, "I'm the one who called them here." His face twisted in disbelief. "What? You intentionally summoned those sea brutes? Are you out of your mind?" I calmly placed a hand on a serpent's head. "How about this? I'll teach you how to tame them." Outside, more were coming ashore. The people were stunned, but I already had a plan. Just like the Ragnar's White Dragon Squad, we'll create a unique mounted unit for the archipelago. Imagine it riding sea serpents into battle. Anthony Wu was ecstatic. "We can really fight on them?" "An army like that only exists in legends." The serpents reared up, but they were calm. I continued, "Legends? Huh. I like that. I heard in one of your old tales, Kriemhild also rode a sea serpent into battle. Then let's call them the Serpent Knights." Just then, one of them leaned in close to Anthony, startling him. It just stood there, and I could tell he didn't know what to do. "Looks like it likes you," I said. Someone approached me. "Sir Theo Ragnar?" I turned to face her. "You have a visitor." The scene cut to inside the main building. The moment I walked inside, I heard Cliff's voice. "This is incredible. You managed all this alone? In just a few days?" I just smiled back. "Things just happened to work out that way." Cliff pressed a hand to his forehead, frowning. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" He sighed. "Then again, only the highest ranks in HLO knew about this, so I guess you couldn't have known." I raised an eyebrow. "Top secret?" He sighed again. HLO was secretly investigating the floating archipelago. We believed it was a major transport and financial hub for Troiven. My eyes went wide. I had no idea. A knot formed in my stomach. You mean HLO was already investigating this place? You must know how disastrous it would be to lose this archipelago. As we were talking, a new voice cut in. It was Danterone. So, you're Theo Ragnar? He had that same arrogant smirk on his face. The 9 dragons praised you so much, I was actually expecting something. He strode forward confidently, but looking at you, with a pampered face like that, can you really accomplish anything at all? His face was arrogant, with that smarmy grin plastered on it. I returned the expression. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you too. My mind raced. War Dragon, Danterone. What is he doing here? Danterone waved a hand, acting like he owned the place. No need for permission, but Cliff cut in. Lord War Dragon, I apologize. Danterone just smirked back. Sorry, did I arrive too late? Cliff's brow furrowed as he shot me an angry look. The situation on the islands has progressed this far. Why didn't you report any of this to HLO? I turned away, thinking, but isn't HLO investigating this directly? And then it hit me. So that's why this mission was top secret, even within the organization itself. Danterone just laughed. Because of that, HLO's position is a very difficult one. I apologize. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as he continued. But if I told you the truth, do you have the confidence to handle the fallout? Both Cliff and I looked up, stunned by the menace in his voice. His powerful aura flooded the entire room. I gritted my teeth. Damn it, I knew he was strong, but not like this. This is completely beyond imagination. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at him. And right then, I finally understood why, in my past life, the Ragnar Clan couldn't stop the floating archipelago from being colonized. His power was an unpredictable variable, but as Danterone stepped forward, his oppressive aura vanished and he just laughed. Oh, come on now. You're exaggerating. It's nothing that serious. I just missed the deadline for the report, that's all. Cliff and I were still on high alert, but he just kept joking. Of course, I was watching their every move. But you already knew that, didn't you? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once you become one of the 9 dragons, you rarely need to get your own hands dirty. So, my plan was to let the situation fester a bit, then wipe it all out at once. I was just observing. He laughed, and I could feel my jaw tighten. Then suddenly, he said, looking right at me, this guy shows up and cleans house all by himself. Theo analyzes Danterone's every move. Outwardly, the man is calm, but inside, Theo can tell he's a raging inferno. Let's talk about Danterone, one of the most powerful of the 9 dragons. Despite his rank, the only thing this man cares about is absolute power. The whole reason he even approached Ragnar was to use their influence to chase after even greater heights of strength. Theo watches him, beads of sweat dripping down his tense face. Before his regression, the source of Danterone's massive fortune was a complete mystery. Now, from this conversation, Theo gets the general picture. But Danterone is incredibly difficult to deal with, even among the 9 dragons. For now, it's best to go with the flow and not provoke him. Theo steps forward, placing a hand on his chest and bowing respectfully. I apologize for acting on my own without understanding your intentions. Danterone just lets out a huge, smug laugh. I never even told you my plan, so how could you possibly know? Don't worry about it. He grins, revealing a full set of teeth. The 6th successor, Theo Ragnar, we finally meet. As expected, you are no ordinary man. Danterone, with his ridiculously muscular physique, extends a huge hand towards Theo. Just as I hoped, you truly have what it takes to become a new successor. I look forward to working with you. Theo's face becomes grim. This guy is even more unpredictable than he thought. He shakes his hand, saying, "You're too kind." Danterone's fake smile is unnerving, and so humble too. I wish the others, Cliff suddenly cuts in, holding a scroll. Apologies for interrupting, but we have supplementary orders. She unrolls the scroll and reads aloud. As the mission concerning the floating islands has concluded, and troop deployment is no longer necessary, all personnel are ordered to immediately join the central front. Theo is still processing this, but Danterone speaks up. Right. The job's done, so it's only natural to return to the rear. He turns to leave, but then pauses. However, there's one thing we need to clear up first. He grits his teeth. The one who ordered you to interrogate me about the mission. Cliff steps in his way to block him. My lord, no, please wait. Danterone is furious. Was it that bastard? Cliff, sweating and terrified, frowns. Yes, Danterone storms off, radiating pure rage. Go tell that damn fool, if he wants to question me, he can come and do it himself. We cut to a massive battlefield. Fireballs rain down on the soldiers below as dragons swarm the sky. This is the Rangja versus Trovan main front, the Central Highlands, and the battle is absolutely brutal. A dragon dives from the sky at lightning speed as Theo, already on horseback, charges straight into the heart of the fight. Erin and her soldiers, deep in combat, have to pause and look back at the commotion. In the sky, Evelyn, flying alongside the dragons, hears the command. Anti-air artillery has been neutralized. White armor wyvern unit. She yells, all forces, land. Elsewhere, Thokao and another rider are galloping towards the battle. He shields his eyes from the glare, looking into the distance. Man, they really do look cool flying up there, don't they? His companion scowls and snaps at him. There you go again, our own people might hear you and get their feelings hurt. Thokao quickly apologizes. Sorry, it's just that they look like they're having so much fun. He puts on his helmet with a slight smirk. But you don't need to worry, they are far beyond a flock of common sparrows. He leads the Black Iron Cavalry, charging ahead of everyone else. They know that better than anyone. Behind him, a massive army follows, looking powerful and battle-ready. Everyone, listen up. Crush everything you see before you. Trample the enemies today and ride straight into tomorrow. He spurs his horse, leading the charge and roaring, Black Iron Cavalry unit, advance. The enemy sees the thundering hooves, leaving trails in the ground. Wherever Thokao's army goes, the enemy is completely wiped out. Dust and smoke fill the air. The enemy camp is set ablaze and their soldiers are scattered. Inside a camp tent, a loud cheer erupts. A great victory. Thokao grabs Theo's hand in praise. Excellent work, my boy Theo. Theo looks embarrassed. You praise me too much, Captain Thokao. This was a victory for the entire Ivan Raf Changma unit. Thokao replies, still, as humble as ever I see. Thokao turns away with a bright smile. No matter how many times I tell you to just call me brother. Anyway, you worked hard today. Let's grab a drink later. Theo snaps into a formal salute. I'll look forward to it, sir. The two soldiers behind them burst out laughing at Theo's serious expression. Calling the Black Iron Commander his brother? You've really made it big. Theo, exhausted, replies, it's not that big of a deal. Selfot still tries to get close, throwing an arm over his shoulder, earning a furious glare from Aaron. So what exactly did you do on the floating islands? From what I heard, Aaron slams her fist on Selfot's head, making him yelp in pain. That's enough, she yells, then continues to scold him. He just joined the battle. Are you really going to interrogate him now? Let him breathe for a second. Theo, seeing all this, shrinks back in fear. It's all right, I'm okay. Senior Aaron. Selfot nurses a huge lump on his head, whining, we haven't seen each other in ages. Can't I just ask a few questions? So mean. Theo worriedly changes the subject. More importantly, what's the war situation? I joined in such a hurry, I haven't seen the full report. Aaron explains, the overall state of the war isn't bad. You could even say we have the upper hand, but she puts her hands on her hips, her expression turning serious. Even though our army has reached their headquarters, there's been absolutely no movement from them. It's like they're waiting for something. Theo's eyes darken. I see. He knew it. At that time, everyone thought the same as Aaron. They believed the enemy was centered on the plateau, sticking to a defensive strategy of only counterattacking, that they had laid a trap and were waiting. That was the general consensus. In his mind, he could picture it all. But for him, someone who knows the future from a past life, things look completely different. He thinks of a tall, dark fortress shrouded in an ominous aura. Trivan's real objective is the place where a primordial dragon's artifact slumbers, a white tower ruins. A long trail of blood leads from the barracks to a flag. A soldier runs, screaming in terror, but in a flash, his head is separated from his body. The speed was just monstrous. Help! Nera, the door of evil, looks up at the night sky. The 9 vassals, right? Why haven't they shown themselves yet? For days now, we've only been dealing with this small fry. Acio and Giscard Ragnar have just wiped out almost every soldier in the camp where they now stand. Giscard Ragnar sits down, poking at the dirt. This is so boring. Among the successors of Ranga, they are rank 3 and rank 4. Acio Ranga and Giscard Ragnar Ranga. Acio says sternly, you speak too freely, especially when you're enjoying yourself so much. Giscard Ragnar bluntly replies, that's right. In the distance, Dantaron approaches. Your mouth is still the same as ever. Giscard Ragnar. Didn't I tell you to only draw your sword after careful calculation? His face is like stone, his voice like steel. Have you still not gotten over that rash habit of yours? Seeing him, one of them bows a full 90 degrees. It's been a long time. Master, I heard you schemed with the floating islands, then threw it to the dogs. Dantaron gives his usual cryptic answer. Consider it the price for witnessing some interesting entertainment, and it's not time for you two to get cocky. Soon enough, someone from below will rise up and come for you. Giscard Ragnar is surprised. Someone below us? You mean Thokao? If it's him, at least, Acio cuts her off. No, I'm talking about the 6th one. Dantaron covers his wicked grin. The one who just recently became a successor? Come on, Master, whose disciples do you think we are? We're not some rookies to be shaken by a... His voice turns serious again. But what if, Dantaron says, his next words, making both of them stare wide-eyed, that kid is the chosen one. Han's gaze is pure ice as he stares them down. You better prepare yourselves. He turns to leave, his words a chilling promise. Take a good look while you still can. A lone carriage makes its way down a desolate road, flanked by withered trees, just a few hours from the battlefield. Inside, Theo is lost in thought. So, the tower is also a relic of the Dragon of Origin? The Azure Dragon confirms. Theo's mind flashes back to his past life. The White Tower region was the very first place Troyven conquered. The Azure Dragon explains that the Guardians can vaguely sense each other's location, and the White Tower's Guardian received the greatest share of the dragon's power. Theo's eyes fly open in pure shock. What did you say? The Dragon God chimes in. That's right. Just as he said, not all relics are created equal. Even though they are all relics, it explains each was granted a different power and serves a unique purpose. Among them, some relics hold far greater power and responsibility. The White Tower's Guardian is one. A map appears, showing its location deep inside Troyvan territory. Just as Theo suspected, the Dragon God confirms, indeed. The Azure Dragon presses on. You saw this with Leviathan, didn't you? We can fight a Guardian and seize the power of the Dragon of Origin. His expression is grim, so, no matter what it takes. Seeing Theo deep in thought, the Azure Dragon warns him, we have to claim it before they do. And just like that, the scene shifts. We're back in the present, inside the Demon Dragon's camp. Julius considers the plan. So, we must go to this rocky mountain? Theo bows respectfully. Yes, sir. Strangely, Troyvan's army is heavily concentrated there. Theo stands tall. They wouldn't mobilize their forces there without a reason. There must be something. Julius just waves a hand. I've heard enough. His face is an icy mask. You intend to lead the front lines for an independent mission. Becoming the heir has made you arrogant. Theo immediately starts sweating, flustered. That's not what I meant. Because I'm not joining the main campaign, Julius cracks a smile. His voice is half joking, yet still carries immense authority. I'm kidding. I trust you in your choice, Theo. Go on, don't worry. Theo's eyes shine with emotion at his words, and it's not like the White Armor Dragon Knights will be weaker just because you left. Theo is stunned into silence. Julius gives him an encouraging smile, but with a warning. But when you return, you better come back with your hands full of spoils. If you return empty-handed, you won't even get a bowl of soup. Theo clenches his fist, his voice filled with determination. I will not disappoint you, sir. The scene cuts to a tower on a treacherous mountain peak, as Theo and Umbra prepare to land. This is serious. Any closer and they will be spotted. Despite its incredible speed, Umbra lands without a sound. Theo pats its head, impressed. Amazing. You can freely change your body color to blend into the night. A trait of the Dragonlings mixed with the Serpent King. He hugs his companion. Thanks, Umbra. We made it here, because of you. But from here on, you can't come with me. Head back to base, all right? The creature seems to understand, nuzzling against Theo's face affectionately. All right, I'll be back soon, so don't you worry. Theo pulls a black hood over his head, then begins climbing the cliffs, taking cover behind a massive boulder. Theo looks toward the tower. Just as he expected, security is incredibly tight, but one guard is sharp. He senses something unusual, making Theo's heart pound. Someone's there. Another guard approaches with a torch. What is it? The first soldier remains on high alert. I sense something over here. Let me check it out. He scans the area, hears a noise, and whips around, his gaze falling on the rock where Theo is hiding but sees nothing. The guard turns to his comrade. Sorry, I must have imagined it. The second he turns away, Theo moves like the wind, taking him completely by surprise. The guard's eyes widen. Intruder. And with that, the scene cuts to a place lit by bonfires. Before them is a horrifying sight, a giant, pulsating red orb with vein-like roots digging into the earth. Ed stares silently, while behind him a priest remarks, "What an interesting spectacle." The old man steps forward with a cunning smile. For Troyvan to confront Ragnar to this extent, they even join hands with our holy coven to hunt him down. The revival of the Dragon Emperor. I truly never expected this. Inside that crimson sphere, a living being is being nurtured. You can feel its powerful life force, a constant beating heart. Ed stands there for a long moment, absorbing the words. He shoots a sharp, cold glance at the priest. He's the true master of Ragnar. An imposter may be playing the part of Lord for now, but it won't be long. He will reclaim his throne. The priest replies, we who serve the true master are the real Ragnar. Remember that. I will remember. The old man's eyes glint with ambition. More importantly, preparations for the revival ceremony he requested are nearly complete. To bring him back from death requires ingredients worthy of him, the body of Ragnar, and the power of the Dragon of Origin. Ed turns to leave. Ragnar's body can be retrieved at any time. The real key lies in conquering the White Tower. He calls down to a kneeling subordinate. What is the status of the White Tower's conquest? The subordinate replies respectfully. The power dwelling within the tower is immense, and it's fiercely resisting the demon's poison. The soldier continues his report for Ed, saying it seems impossible to conquer it within the given time frame as he keeps his head bowed low. Ed's anger flares, unleashing a massive wave of power. For his revival, the power of the Dragon of Origin is the key. There is no such thing as impossible. He issues a simple command. We will make it possible, by any means necessary. The soldier is terrified, stammering, I apologize, my lord. My thinking was too narrow. Please forgive me. The sheer force of Ed's presence makes the soldier's nose bleed, his eyes glazing over. Suddenly, another soldier runs in. Urgent news, my lord. And we're back with Theo at the White Tower. A soldier now lies dead on the ground, his uniform stripped from him. A squad with torches moves in. Intruder, scour the entire area. Now. Right. From another mountain range, far away, Ragnar observes the chaos unfolding as the soldiers scramble and shout. The fallen soldier's body lies forgotten as the others split up to hunt for the intruder. Ragnar focuses his sight on Theo, who is now in disguise and holding a torch, climbing over the rocks. He sits perched on a ledge, musing. He only kills when necessary and has no problem disguising himself as the enemy, just like Haste was. Or rather, just like he was in his previous life. He's more interesting than I expected. I want to test him out. Asio's voice warns him, don't get any foolish ideas. Just follow him, and don't get caught like you did with the dwarf. Ragnar smirks, licking his lips with absolute confidence. Yeah, I'll follow my orders. Meanwhile, a frantic soldier bursts in, reporting. We have a problem, young master. Ed's eyes fly open in disbelief as the soldier explains, an intruder has appeared at the White Tower. He is certain of his strategy. That's impossible. Extremely few people know its location. I even disguised our troop placements to ensure we would not be discovered. Then a spark of realization flashes in his eyes. He snarls in pure fury. Don't tell me. Is it you again? He seems to come up with a new idea. The soldier, terrified, speaks up. If we strengthen the guard and expand the search, we should be able to catch him soon. He approaches with a sly grin, saying, no need. This is enough. Change of plans leave a minimal force at the White Tower. The rest of you, pull back now. The soldier's face drains of all color, sweat beading on his skin. He has no idea what S is plotting, but doing this might mean losing the ancient dragon's power. But S just strides forward confidently. That's the entire point of the plan. He's already figured it out. The intruder is probably with Ragnar. It has to be Han. His grand scheme banks on Han conquering the White Tower and returning with the ancient dragon's power. S waves a hand dismissively and turns back inside. He's got his own strategy. If conquering the White Tower is impossible for them, they'll just steal the power from whoever does. Simple as that. Waiting below are his three most trusted subordinates. One, with his face concealed by a hood, steps forward. And yup, that's N. There's also a fierce swordsman, Uwe, and a sassy girl with wild, untamed hands, Chi. S gives them their orders. The moment you confirm he has the ancient dragon's power, kill him and bring it to me. All three bow their heads in unison. Your orders will be done. We cut to the White Tower, where the guards are still in a total panic, scrambling to find their target. You have to find him. Where did he go? Could he have gone towards the tower? A commander barks out orders. You lot, search the area around the tower. The rest, follow me south. As everyone scatters, Theo, holding a torch, is already standing there, watching the soldiers run in the completely wrong direction. He muses, fooled that easily. Huh, this makes things way easier, but still. He moves forward, each step careful and deliberate. Not a single sound betrays his presence. There are no extra patrols, no special defenses. Seeing the tower completely unguarded, Theo's suspicions flare. No, from the very beginning, security has been way too sloppy. He sprints toward the tower, not believing this for a second. It's almost like they're trying to lure him in. A system screen pops up. Ancient Dragon's artifact detected in the White Tower. Theo moves ever closer to the tower. But even if it is a trap, it doesn't matter. He presses his hand against the layered bricks of the wall, his expression tense. A light bursts from the wall, revealing a hidden passage. I just have to get that power before they do. With that one goal in mind, he runs through the blinding doorway. The system confirms his entry, entering the ancient dragon's artifact, White Tower. Meanwhile, at another entrance, a powerful figure makes his approach. It's Ragnar, and it seems his master has already found him out. He's in disbelief. The ancient dragon's artifact is in a place like this? Asio is much calmer. It seems this is why he snuck into Troyven. Giskard Ragnar covers his face and lets out a wild laugh. He really lives up to his title as the Chosen One. Asio, however, is full of doubt. That Chosen One title is impressive, sure, but even with that name, there's no way he can actually succeed, can he? Giskard Ragnar continues, but we recovered his uniform as proof. Don't you think leaving it behind so carelessly is a little too obvious? What if he's trying to trap us instead? Asio couldn't care less. His scheme is irrelevant. All we need is a justification to act. He turns to leave. Let's go, Giskard Ragnar. We need to set up our own board before he returns. But Giskard Ragnar stubbornly refuses. I'm not leaving. He crosses his arms casually. I'm going to wait right here for him to emerge from that artifact. Asio is stunned. What? Giskard Ragnar hefts his massive scythe. Aren't you curious? He touches the blade to his lips with that same arrogant smirk. I want to see the look on his face. At that moment, a blinding light shines down from above and Theo squints, looking up. Before him stands a tower with countless floors and identical doors. What is this place? He grips his sword tight, senses on high alert. I can't let my guard down. This is where the ancient dragon's power is the strongest. He stops in front of a massive door, bracing himself for an epic fight. Behind here, there has to be some enormous, ferocious monster. The door opens, and a creature with red eyes steps out, and it's unbelievably cute. You're finally here, O Chosen One. It cries, tears streaming down its face. Just a little while ago, some weirdos tried to inject me with spirit demon poison. It was so annoying trying to stop them. Theo is completely and utterly speechless at the sight before him. What? He looks down at the creature, his mind reeling with questions. This thing is the guardian with the most power. He turns to Long Tian and Qing Long. Are you sure this is the guy you were talking about? Looking at its appearance, the two dragons quickly reply, Do not judge a book by its cover, O Chosen One. Qing Long adds his own roast. You're one to talk, with your own pretty face, always going on about being the heir this and the heir that. Theo looks like he's about to explode when Qing Long says the other guardians were also terrified. Corrado gets flustered. Oh, shoot, I completely forgot. I haven't even introduced myself yet. It jumps up with a bright, friendly smile. I am Carido Suthos, the most loyal servant of the great ancient dragon, inheritor of his greatest power, and guardian of the Pantheon Gate. Just call me Carido. Theo, still confused, just repeats the word, Pantheon. Carido confirms, that's right, the Pantheon, where the gods reside. It flies up to explain, you know the ancient dragon's artifacts are fragments of his power, right? Well, in the past, the dragon had many jobs. Guarding the gate between the Pantheon and Earth was one of them, and the one inheriting that role is me, the most loyal and upright servant who perfectly preserved his power. Remember the name, Carido Suthos. Theo strokes his chin, lost in thought. Gods? I've only read about them in ancient books. Are you saying they're real, Carito? Theo looks up at Carito with total confusion. It corrects him, Carido Suthos, and as Theo repeats the name, Carido Suthos, the creature gets excited and says, Just call me Carito. Theo puts a hand to his forehead, completely exasperated. This guy is definitely not right in the head. Fine, Carito. Do gods really exist? Carito beams. Of course. In fact, you should be pretty familiar with them. Theo's eyes nearly pop out of his head in shock as Carito asks, Those system announcements that only you can see, are you starting to connect the dots? It pauses dramatically. That is, Theo freezes as countless images flash through his mind. Carito drops the bomb, a message sent to you by a god. We cut to a well-fortified camp with guards and torches the central plateau, Langna's military headquarters. Inside, a tense strategy meeting is underway. Robot stands before a map. We all understand why we've gathered on this front line, correct? Everyone below listens intently. Robot gestures to the map. With the appearance of Troiven's own royal guard, the war is dragging on. Because of that, even the 9 dragons are preparing to engage in battle directly. His eyes narrow with severe intensity. This is a critical report on the current state of the war. I will accept any questions or proposals after I am finished. But from the head seat, Danilon leans forward and points. Dragon Overlord, that won't do. My matter is just as important as this war. He gestures towards the tent entrance, summoning her in. Asio enters, placing a hand on her chest respectfully. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but this matter is extremely urgent. She presents a jacket. My lord, would you please examine this? Her gaze turns cold. I personally witnessed the betrayal of Theo of Ragnar, and this is the proof. Asio places the coat on the table. This right here is evidence of his treason. A massive warrior leaps to his feet, enraged. Ditching his Ragnar uniform in the middle of a war? What more obvious proof of betrayal do you need? The room explodes into heated discussion. Julius's face is like ice. That brat, Theo. An officer starts to sweat. What in the world is he secretly plotting? and the scene cuts back to Theo, staring up at Kirito after its mind-blowing explanation. To Theo's utter shock, the voice says the blue notification only he sees is a message from a god. It waves its tiny claws, confirming it, but it can't give details since Theo can't see the source. Theo asks if all the Chosen see it. No, Kirito says, you're the only one. Theo is still baffled. Why me? Kirito gives a mysterious smile, and as it starts to speak, a sharp pain suddenly shoots through Theo's body. It's because you are. Kirito trails off, scratching its head, realizing its words are being filtered. Filtered? Theo asks, confused. What else do you know? Kirito's eyes light up. I've been waiting so long for you to ask that. The creature zips into the air, landing on the window frame. Do you want to find the truth? If so, Kirito offers him the trial of the sanctuary. Theo's eyes narrow as the screen appears. Guardian Kirito Sukis is granting you the trial of the sanctuary. Yes, Kirito says, this trial will help you explore your own soul and discover your true self. You will follow the path of your past lives in your subconscious. The world around them darkens into a swirl of colors, but do not take that subconscious world lightly. It is another world that lies within you, a world you have never known. If you fail this trial, or if you become too lost in your own subconscious, your consciousness will be sealed away. You'll be trapped in your own mind forever. Theo's eyes widen in shock, but Kirito continues, if you overcome it, you will earn the right to face the truth and a chance to meet the gods. It holds a faintly glowing object in its hands. Do you wish to accept this challenge? A new screen pops up. Do you want to enter the first floor of the sanctuary trial? Gripping his sword tight, his eyes filled with resolve, Theo presses the screen. Theo strides forward, pushing against a massive door with a hint of doubt. What you said, it was the truth, right? With all his might, he shoves the doors open, revealing an incredibly surreal light inside. My mind is racing with countless questions. What is this nameless monarch? And is another great war really going to happen? And, he screams out in frustration, why was I the one chosen? Gritting his teeth, he steps into a void filled with floating rocks. Now entering the first floor of the sanctuary trial, displaying content of the first floor. He can't believe it himself. Are we inside the tower? The screen displays the objective. To fully enter the subconscious realm, you must suppress your consciousness and open the gate. A black, slimy substance moves along the ground. It suddenly flies up, forming a human shape that startles Theo. That must be the consciousness it mentioned, he thinks. It doesn't seem as dangerous as Kirito warned. A sharp sword lunges straight for Theo. His reflexes are insane as he barely dodges. He doesn't even have time to process what's happening. Why was a blade suddenly thrown at him? Theo's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he sees what's in front of him. The screen updates. The guardian of the gate to the subconscious. A sharp sword points to the ground. An image of Theo's subconscious, armored and powerful, with a pale white body. They face each other, and as his subconscious smirks, Theo thinks, I have to fight myself? This might actually be a good thing. His mind is filled with thoughts. This is far better than facing a completely unknown enemy with no information at all. But as he's thinking, Theo's subconscious clone lunges forward. Fighting a known opponent is one thing, but this is wild. The clone attacks with incredible speed, and Theo barely manages to react in time. The attacks are fast and powerful. Theo has to give it everything he's got just to dodge. He barely steadies himself on the gate before his subconscious is already dashing forward at light speed. He raises his sword, and it's so fast you can only see a flash of light go past. The attack is so monstrously fast it's hard to see with the naked eye. The blow leaves a long, deep gash in the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. Theo leaps back, still in disbelief seeing his own image attack him. He raises his sword, preparing to block the next assault. Theo watches his subconscious across from him, his mind racing. The clone swings its sword, unleashing a new attack with immense power. He unleashes Dragon's Fire straight at his opponent, but Theo is not about to be outdone. He counters with Dragon's Frost. The two streams of energy collide, causing a deafening explosion that shakes the entire space. Suddenly, he can't see the clone anywhere. All that's left are deep trenches in the ground. Theo thinks to himself, he's too strong. Just then, his clone dives down from above. Theo looks up, a little surprised. From above, the clone unleashes its own skill, Ragnar's, and then combines it with Rampant Strike, creating countless blades of sword chi that weave into a dense net, crashing straight down on Theo's head. A blinding light erupts as the ground is torn apart. Theo, ever cautious, blocks the blow and immediately gets back into his fighting stance. The clone swings its sword in a powerful slash. Their close-quarters combat is intense. Their weapons clash with a piercing shriek, sending sparks flying. Because the two opponents are perfectly matched and know each other's moves, the fight only gets more brutal. With a loud clang, their swords lock, and both strain to overpower the other. So this is what it's like to fight myself, Theo thinks. Even the smallest details of our swordplay are exactly the same. The clone suddenly lets out a powerful roar, sending his opponent flying backward. The two separate for a moment, keeping a safe distance. Theo quickly realizes the difference between them. Although they're so much alike, unlike him, his clone doesn't feel fatigue. How am I supposed to win against this guy? Suddenly, an idea flashes in his mind. Wait a minute, if he's exactly like me, then I'm sure. Theo suddenly unleashes a powerful attack, catching the clone off guard. He smirks and asks, "No time to rest, huh?" That's exactly what I was thinking about myself. The chaotic battle rages on with terrifying power, and in an instant, smoke and dust cover the entire area. Theo suddenly throws his sword right at his opponent. The clone immediately stops, its eyes showing a hint of confusion. It uses a burst of air to stop the blade, then sends it flying back. At that exact moment, Theo appears right behind him. He says coldly, "Good. I was betting that would surprise me." Theo had calculated everything down to the last detail, because he knew his own stubbornness, not to mention the White Moon sword style. He seizes the opportunity and stabs his opponent from behind. The clone is defeated. Theo grins smugly. Turns out everyone has something new to learn. Watching the illusion of his double slowly fade away, he remarks, "That was a pretty good fight, my past self." Just then, the system announces, "You have defeated yourself. You have completed the first gate." Another gate quickly appears before Theo, and the system asks, "Do you wish to enter the second gate of the sanctuary?" He doesn't need to think twice, a confident smile on his face. Theo walks forward and pushes the door open. "If I start something, you can be damn sure I'm going to see it through." The scene changes to a council meeting in progress. Wolfgang hears the report and leaps to his feet, shouting, "His own donned a military uniform from the war? What clearer proof of treason could there be?" The large room is filled with murmurs. Julius asks again for confirmation. "You're saying Theo Ragnar abandoned his position and went to Choiven, is that correct?" Theo Ragnar confidently replies, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He went to enemy territory." Theo looks towards the war council and declares, "The uniform I just showed you is the clearest evidence." Osa hears this and cries out that there's no way she can keep up. She quickly sends a telepathic message, "Julius, didn't Theo say anything to you?" Julius simply replies, "Dragon sword." "I bet he didn't say anything to you either, did he?" He smirks, looking smug. "Looks like Theo trusts me more than you." But inside, Julius is thinking, "Of course, I never thought things would get this chaotic." Before their journey began, he had warned Theo, "Make sure you don't come back empty-handed, or there will be nothing for you." Theo clenched his fist, promising, "I will not disappoint you." Suddenly, Theo sends a telepathic message to Julius, "But there's something I must tell you first," which shocks the old man. Telepathy? Theo reveals that test subjects number 3 and 4, Giza Ragnar and Theo Ragnar, are currently watching him. Julius can't hide his shock. The twin sisters? Theo confirms it. "That's right. They've been tailing me since I returned from the archipelago. They're probably trying to make me unfit for my position. I plan to ruin their little scheme." Hearing this, Julius is left stunned. Theo adds, "I'll use this chance to find their weaknesses. So for now, just play along with whatever they say." Everything happened just as Theo predicted. Julius sends a message to Osa. Well, I don't think we need to worry so much. That kid Theo seems confident he can win this game." He slams his hand on the table, leaps to his feet, and announces to everyone, "I, the Demon Dragon, agree with Theo Ragnar." She bows her head and says, "To be supported by the Demon Dragon, I am truly grateful." Danderone stands beside them, silent for a moment. Julius calmly makes a suggestion. "We should definitely form a team to find and capture him." Robot watches this all unfold, thinking to himself that he's certain Theo has already abandoned his position. But there's no way the Demon Dragon doesn't know that, which means this could all be their plan. "I'll side with the Demon Dragon for now and see how things play out." He then states his decision. The Black Lion has confirmed Theo abandoned his mission. There's clear evidence for her accusations, so we'll accept it, and the Black Lion will quickly form a capture squad. Robot's sharp eyes glance to the side. Things are getting messy, but if this is all part of Theo's plan, then maybe I don't need to worry about this too much. Back at the second-level gate of the Divine Temple, where Theo decided to explore, he's instantly shocked by the sight. This place is. Before him is a massive castle in a sea of fire, and he recognizes it. It's the Crimson Rose Castle from his past life. The system reveals the content of the second-level trial, the path to your subconscious. Suddenly, Theo hears a voice from ahead. "Well, look who it is." He looks up to see two soldiers. The middle-aged one sneers. "Isn't it the failure of the Jaina family?" The system explains, "You are blocked by your trauma." These two are versions of people he knew in the past. The system's request, "Overcome the trauma that has tortured you." Theo cracks a confident smile. "Well, it seems this challenge is a bit too easy for me." A failure, you say? He remembers his past self and admits, how ridiculous. But it's true. There was a time when trash like you were my biggest trauma. The younger soldier scoffs at Theo's attitude. Are you losing your mind because you're about to die, you failure of the Jaina house? The second he finishes his sentence, the middle-aged soldier's head flies off his neck. The young man is utterly stunned, unable to process what just happened. He only hears Theo say, thanks. The sword in his hand moves like a flash of lightning, showing his opponent what a real failure can do. Blood splatters everywhere as the man's eyes go vacant. With a single basic slash, Theo sent him straight to the afterlife. Silence falls once more as Theo raises a hand to his forehead, looking incredibly arrogant. Theo brushes his hair back and says with a grin, because I'm dying to test out my new body. The system sends a notification. Level 2 trial cleared. Achieved victory in the battle against psychological trauma. Proceeding to the next floor, Karato sees these images of Theo's journey. It smiles with delight. How interesting. This one might actually reach the Pantheon for real. Karato taps its two sharp claws together and exclaims, it seems you have great faith in him, doesn't it, O goddess of causality? The system quickly displays a new notification. Floor 3, victory in the battle with the emotional mask. Floor 4, victory in the battle with the dark ego. Floor 5, victory in the battle with the collective unconscious. Floor 10, victory in the battle with the primordial ego. After reading the messages, Theo exclaims that he has already broken through to the 10th floor. The time it takes to clear each trial is getting shorter and shorter. Why does it feel like everything is getting easier after the first level? Just then, the door to the 11th floor appears. He places his hand on the door, pushing it open while muttering, surely it won't end this simply, right? The Karato system announces, beginning entry to the 11th floor of the Pantheon trial. Karato grins wickedly and reassures him. No need to worry, chosen one. Because from this point on, the real challenge begins. The hidden realm that opens up is a deep stone cave. The system explains, this is the Cave of Origin, a simulation of the process of life's creation. Go against the flow of time in this Cave of Origin. As Theo steps inside, he wonders if this is just a test where he walks along a path. The atmosphere feels a little different from the previous floors. The stone door slams shut behind him. Theo walks cautiously, observing his surroundings, which are filled with sharp stone formations. The system hints, to reach the source, you must return to the void before you were born. As you go against the stream of life, the senses formed at birth will vanish one by one. Reading this, he's startled. What? He's lost his sense of smell, his ability to perceive the world's sense. Theo is confused. Can't smell the world? That means the pungent, mossy smell that filled the cave just moments ago has completely disappeared without a trace. The system continues. Lost sense of hearing, no longer able to perceive the sounds of the world. Lost sense of touch, no longer able to perceive the feelings of the world. At this point, Theo realizes he's lost 4 of his 5 senses. Could it be? Lost sense of sight, no longer able to perceive the forms of the world. All 5 senses are sealed. Magical power is restricted. He can't believe even his magic is being blocked. To continue deeper into this cave in this state would be absolute madness. But then Theo realizes this situation isn't entirely new. It's similar to when he was hit by his father's mind sword technique. So, could he use the same old method to overcome this? Theo begins trying different incantations. Griffin, Fafnir, Jormungandr, Wyvern, Drake. He strains with all his might to find a solution, but nothing seems to work. At this point, even his body has started to decay. Theo realizes that as soon as his 5 senses vanished, his mind began to scatter. Even his guardian beasts aren't responding at all. Lying flat on the ground with dark smoke rising from his 7 orifices, Theo's divine beasts fly out, panicking. Hey, chosen one, why did you suddenly become like this? Another one urges, did you trip yourself? Get up, now. Seeing this, Karato stops them. It's useless. Not only his senses, but even his magic has been completely locked. No matter how much you scream, you can't reach the chosen one. All living things perceive space and time through their senses. But ironically, only when those senses are gone does one thing become clearer than ever. It gives a bizarre, twisted smile and continues. And that is the primal fear of realizing you've been rejected by the very world you exist in. For mortals, the primordial cave is a place where the self and the world blur into one. According to legend, the chosen one's consciousness would simply fade away, and then they would fall into a state no different from death. Karato sighs in defeat. He had such high hopes for the chosen one, but the disappointment is crushing. But wait, through gritted teeth, Theo forces out the words, I'll kill. I will slaughter every last one of you. His hand clenches as a crimson aura explodes from his body. A shockwave of power ripples through the space, and Karato stares in absolute disbelief, having no idea what's happening. As Theo slowly gets to his feet, the divine beasts murmur, wondering how things could change so suddenly. Another one declares, "This is madness." And that's it. The remnant of the mad dragon that Gianna planted inside him is running rampant. With the Chosen One's consciousness all but gone, this was the inevitable result. At that moment, Karato turns back, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's astounding he's using pure insanity to hold his fracturing consciousness together. A crack suddenly appears on Theo's chest, and a strange voice echoes from within. "Theo of Gianna, I will accept your contract. I shall grant you the power to shatter this adversity. Seize it, awaken, and destroy." A face appears in the red fissure as a hand reaches out, commanding, "Offer this entire world to me." Theo answers with a powerful punch, his voice sharp. "No, the contract is off." He smirks, completely fearless. The figure continues to threaten him. "Don't be a fool. I've already given you my power." The glowing red eye stares him down, trying to exert control. "Fulfill the contract, immediately." But then, the entity pauses for a moment, whispering in shock, "So that's how it is." Theo grins, crushing a fragment in his hand and confirming it. "That's right. I've returned it all, down to the very last drop." The entity roars in fury. "You dare use such a sly trick on me?" Theo calmly replies, "Just think of it as you helping out your nephew this one time." Powerless, the being spits one last curse. "Fool, you arrogant brat. I will remember this." Theo of Gianna, system notifications pop up. Ego is expanding, all senses have been restored. Mana is now usable. 11th floor trial, completed. Theo lets out a long sigh, a little worried. He wonders if awakening the mad dragon was really a good idea. But for now, the problem is solved, so it should be fine. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind him. "Chosen One." Theo turns around just in time to see the divine beasts flying towards him. They tackle him to the ground in a big pile as Theo asks, surprised, "What is this? Why is everyone reacting like this?" One of them cries out, "We were so worried." "Truly, we were. It's a relief you're still in one piece," mumbles the one lying on his stomach. "If you were planning to die so senselessly, you should have just let me handle the body." Another one adds, "Don't make us worry like that again, Chosen One." Just then, a beam of light shines from the end of the tunnel, and Theo sits up. He stares at it for a long moment, stunned. Pushing himself up, he slowly says, "I've finally reached the last floor." At that moment, the system announces the start of the next trial. The space around Theo begins to transform. He finds himself on a bed and steps down, his bare feet touching the old floorboards. Looking around, he wonders, "A bedroom? Here? But wait a second. This is definitely a place he's never seen before, yet it doesn't feel strange at all." He places a hand on the mirror, staring intently at his reflection and asking, honestly, with that bizarre dream from before, "Who are you, that you keep appearing before me like this?" A sudden headache hits him, and Theo grits his teeth against the pain. System notification. Trial 12 complete. The relic of the ancient dragon Bakthab has been successfully subdued. Reward received. Authority to enter the Pantheon. He immediately steps inside. The space is bizarre, with a sky filled with countless glittering stars. Ahead of Theo is a stone gate, intricately carved with unique runes. Sword drawn, he enters cautiously. The system guide confirms, "You have arrived at the Pantheon." Theo scrolls down the message board. The gate to the Pantheon is right in front of him. Thanks to subduing the ancient dragon's relic, the power of his Thunder Gate has been upgraded. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind him. "So, I've finally managed to get here." Roadbroke lands softly from above, calling out gently, "My friend." Theo exclaims in surprise, "Roadbroke, how did you get here? Didn't you say you couldn't leave the cave?" She explains, "To be precise, what's standing before you isn't my real body, but just a projection. The moment your Thunder Gate was upgraded, I became able to temporarily manifest in the outside world in this spiritual form." System notification. The bond with the Guardian Dragon has become much stronger due to the enhancement of the Thunder Gate. You can now hear the Guardian Dragon's thoughts without the barriers of time or space. Roadbroke explains in more detail. The successful upgrade of your Thunder Gate means your power has taken a huge leap forward. Even so, I'm quite surprised you made it this deep into the Pantheon. Theo replies humbly, "It's nothing that great. I'm just fulfilling my duty to a friend." Roadbroke's voice becomes playful, saying such sweet things with such a straight face. Huh? Still as confident and bold as ever. She places her hand on the stone gate, and with a click, she speculates, "The Pantheon. Sigurd must be here." Suddenly, her eyes widen in panic. A strange creature slithers out from the crack of the door. Roadbroke instantly creates a barrier and shouts, "Careful, don't move a single step away from me." Theo asks in shock, "What is that thing?" A grotesque creature with countless giant eyes is slowly crawling out. He guesses, "A nameless outer king?" Countless voices scream out, "It hurts so much. I hate this. I will flatten everything." Stop torturing me. Just leave me in peace. Theo observes the monster for a moment and realizes something is wrong. Although they both emit a dangerous aura, they are clearly different entities. He asks Roadbrook, "What in the world are those creatures?" She replies, "They are the beings known as." She cuts herself off. Explanations later. The priority now is to get out of this area immediately. Roadbrook strains to maintain the protective barrier while searching for an escape route. All of a sudden, a light appears behind them. In an instant, it transforms into a blinding brilliance. She can feel that this power is on a completely different level. A man steps out, speaking softly. "It's been a while, Roadbrook." Upon hearing his voice, Roadbrook whips around in shock, exclaiming, "Sigurd!" Theo can't hide his astonishment. Sigurd, as in, the great ancestor of the Ragnar clan. At that moment, the anguished cries continue. "So painful. It's so painful." Seeing Sigurd, they immediately change their target and attack. "Kill him. It's you again." Theo thinks in awe. They took such a heavy blow and are still completely unharmed. Sigurd shows no fear. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashes an attack. Instantly, the wave of mana slices the noisy outer gods in half. The space suddenly becomes silent, with only their remains floating in the air. Sigurd speaks to Theo. "You've finally made it here. From that look on your face, I guess you have thousands of questions. Go ahead and ask. I will answer what I am permitted to reveal." He immediately voices his suspicion, the man who appeared in the final test. "I've also seen him in my dreams before. Do you know his true identity?" Sigurd replies, "Considering what Gianna has been through to the regression, do you truly believe that you simply turned back time?" Hearing these words, Theo's mind goes completely blank. "What does that even mean?" Theo asks, completely baffled. Sigurd replies grimly that this is all he can reveal for now, but then he pauses. With a flick of his wrist, a dense screen of spectral swords appears, unleashing a terrifying aura. Countless blades rain down below, instantly wiping out the horde of outer gods. With that handled, Sigurd turns his gaze back to Theo. "I know you still have many questions, but I can't give you the answers right now. When the time comes, when you are worthy enough to stand here again, everything will reveal itself." Realizing Sigurd intends to leave, Rothbroke's voice cracks with fury. "Sigurd, where are you going? You're just going to leave again without a single word?" Instantly, a god shoves her backward. Rothbroke feels the immense power it's utterly impossible to resist. She looks at the one who pushed her and gasps. It's Sigurd. He speaks calmly. "I'm sorry, Rothbroke. This is not yet the time for you to be here." As his back vanishes behind the gate, Rothbroke screams his name in rage, "Sigurd." But her only reply is a cold, dismissive stare from within. Just then, the system chimes in. "The god of causality has recognized your existence. Our hero can only watch, completely helpless, still unable to comprehend what just happened." The stone door grinds shut as a new system message arrives. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed scenario quest number 7. After a moment of silence, Theo finally breaks it. "Rothbroke, what in the world is going on?" She explains, "Those monsters are just like the nameless monarch entities that exist beyond the laws of this world. They are also the enemies you will be forced to face in the near future. They obey no rules of reality and desire only one thing, the complete and utter destruction of this world." Rothbroke places a hand on his chest, her voice steady. "Go, continue your journey and grow stronger, strong enough to protect this world that you cherish." The system alerts, "You have received the ability to freely use Nirvana. Ownership of the ancient artifact, the White Dragon Tower, is confirmed. Dragonoid state has been activated. May your journey be prosperous, O protected one of causality." After completing his journey, Theo returns to the main hall. Karatu sees him and calls out, "Welcome back, Chosen One." The Guardian observes Theo's new form and asks, "It seems you're quite satisfied with this new power of yours, aren't you?" Hearing this, Theo is a little confused. "What are you implying?" He raises his hands, staring at them for a long moment before it clicks. And at that exact moment, the system confirms, dragonification is currently active. So, Theo realizes this transformation is because of the dragonification. Karatu confirms it. "That's right. Because you diligently collected all the sacred relics of the primordial ancient dragon, your dragon bloodline has been strengthened beyond measure." Theo thinks to himself that his physical strength and stamina have clearly increased after the transformation. It almost feels like being reborn. He clenches his fist, feeling the power. Even his magic feels different. Controlling mana is now as natural as breathing. Next up, Nirvana. The thing he received along with it. A system window pops up asking, "Do you wish to use Nirvana?" Theo immediately selects yes. The system confirms, "Using Nirvana. Spiritual domain is expanding." He's instantly thrilled. "Expanding my spiritual domain? This is no ordinary skill. It feels like this entire area is resting in the palm of my hand." Theo tells himself, "Still, I'll need more practice to use it proficiently, but I should at least start thinking about how to apply it." His mind starts to race. The legend about the founder, Sigurd, reaching the realm of the gods and ascending. Everyone knew the story, but he never thought for a second it was actually true. Sigurd's words echo in his mind. I know you still have many questions, but I can't answer them now. One day, when you set foot here again, you will find out for yourself. He wonders aloud to solve these mysteries. Does that mean I also have to ascend and become a god of the pantheon? But why was the god of causality there with my ancestor? Ragnarok isn't just the ruler of the north. It's like a great power protecting this entire world. Lost in these deep thoughts, Theo is suddenly pulled back to reality by Karatu's slow voice. Have you realized it yet? Fighting to protect this world is Ragnarok's duty and noble sacrifice. And just then, it all clicks into place for Theo. So that's why a chosen one was born in Ragnarok, to ascend and stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of causality, fighting against the outer gods. Theo asks another question. Then, is the world where that hidden man exists also related to this? I mean the trial on the 12th floor. His words make Karatu freeze for a moment, then it lets out a hollow laugh. That is indeed. All I know is that world is connected to your trial. Theo nods, accepting the answer. That makes sense, but inside, he's stunned. Even the Guardian knows nothing about that place. What in the hell kind of world is it? A blue aura starts to glow around Karatu. All right, I have given you everything I can. It is time for you to leave, chosen one. I must go as well. But before vanishing, Karatu reveals one last thing. There's an uninvited guest waiting outside the tower. Theo's expression shifts slightly. So they did follow me here. He cracks a smile. Is that so? It's rude to keep a guest waiting. Shall we go and greet them? The scene shifts. Outside the silent tower, Theo walks slowly, sword in hand, ready to meet this uninvited guest. A shadow darts forward, stopping right in front of him. Finally decided to come out? He asks. The man flashes a wicked grin and complains, to be honest, does it really make sense for the older brother to be kept waiting by the younger one? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you think, Theo? Giskard Ragnar's silver eyes narrow. Little brother, Theo replies smoothly, a slip of the tongue. I spoke without thinking. My apologies. Giskard Ragnar. Ah, no. I mean, older brother. The man lets out a surprised sound. Oh, you know who I am? There aren't many people left alive who can recognize this face anymore. Of course I know you, Theo thinks to himself. In my past life, I saw you at the final succession ceremony among the top heirs. Back then, a young man watching from the stands had remarked that Giskard Ragnar's opponent wasn't even worthy. The person next to him agreed. Exactly. Even among the top heirs, there must be a pecking order, right? Down in the arena, Giskard Ragnar had just finished demolishing Axion Ragnar. He mocked him, saying, I had high hopes for a new top heir after all these years, but you're not even worth me drawing my sword. What a disappointment, Axion Ragnar, little brother. Theo remembers the Axion Ragnar from his past life all too well, the one who relentlessly hunted him. He looks at Giskard Ragnar and speaks calmly. Of course, you are an heir as well. How could I not know? But more importantly, I want to thank you first. The man's eyes widen in surprise. What? Theo puts on an innocent face. You came all this way to save me, right? Giskard Ragnar freezes for a split second, then bursts out laughing. He stands there laughing for a long time before he can finally stop. Giskard Ragnar stamps his foot, still amused. This new heir is actually pretty cute, not like that old bastard. But me, before he can finish, his form vanishes from sight. In a blur of motion faster than a blink, he reappears right behind Theo. Giskard Ragnar growls the rest of his sentence. I came here to kill you. Theo calmly raises his sword, blocking the scythe without even looking. I know you came to kill me, he says flatly. Let's drop this pointless little play. Theo suddenly asks, did the traces I left behind help you follow me? The question makes Giskard Ragnar freeze. Theo continues calmly, if I had to guess, Troivin's army is about to descend on this place to capture me for conquering the White Tower. If that happens, there's no way I can escape on my own. So, I decided to make use of my two twin brothers, Tau Model. He's been tailing me this whole time, Giskard Ragnar thinks. He'd left his uniform behind, knowing it was the perfect bait. He remembered telling NCU once that a trail this obvious could only be a trap. A small smile forms on his face. I was right, wasn't I? NCU, you fool. Parrying Giskard Ragnar's scythe, Theo appears. I'm surprised you came here alone. Giskard Ragnar unleashes an incredibly powerful slash, forcing Theo to leap backward to avoid the blow. To be safe, Theo retreats a few more steps, keeping his distance. Just as I thought, he muses. But Giskard Ragnar doesn't give him a second to rest. He immediately closes the distance, making his intentions perfectly clear. This all ends the moment your head hits the ground. Theo clutches his sword tightly. I never expected reason would work on you anyway. For someone like Giscard Ragnar, the successor of Jean where the strong are worshipped, this was the only language he understood. We each have our own unshakable beliefs, Theo says with a grim smile, launching his own attack. And in that, I'm no different. Just then, a figure in black slams a massive talisman down on Giscard Ragnar, shocking him. A deafening explosion rocks the area, and the ground itself trembles violently. Thick dust rolls out, covering the entire battlefield. Giscard Ragnar leaps to the side and curses. Damn it, what in the world is happening? A Trivan soldier gloats. Well, what a shame. Looks like our saint has caught two at once. Seeing them, Theo realizes, looks like bigger players have shown up than I expected. Giscard Ragnar is silent for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. One of them calls out, "You're Theo Ragnar, aren't you?" Pretty sharp, he adds. "You even saw through our little plan to help you." Even so, my pride is a little wounded. He flashes his long, sharp claws with a sneer. Do you really think the two of you can stand against the 9 great sins of Troyvan? This is Chi, number 3 of the 9 great sins. The giant standing beside her is Goy, number 2 of the 9 great sins of Troyvan. Chi struts forward with pure arrogance. You two are certainly lucky, walking right into my grasp. Feeling their immense power, Theo worries. 2 of the 9 sins, beings created specifically to counter the 9 dragons. Chi suddenly speaks. You'll make perfect sacrifices. He will be very pleased, won't he? Hearing this, Theo's brow furrows. Sacrifices? Goy growls. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Chi, she just scoffs back. What's the problem? We're gonna kill them anyway, right? Besides, she adds, if you're that upset, you should have just killed him with that last strike. Goy just flashes a wicked grin. The power radiating from these 2 members of the 9 great sins is absolutely terrifying. They stare down at Theo and Giscard Ragnar with an unnerving calm. Theo analyzes his opponents, thinking, just their mana pressure alone is this frightening. Fortunately, it seems they don't get along, if I can just exploit that weakness. But before he can finish his thought, Chi lunges straight for him, declaring, well then, first come, first served. A flurry of slashes rains down, forcing Theo to desperately block. He jumps backward, trying to create a safe distance. Looking at the deep gashes on his arm, Theo is in awe. So fast, he thinks. In that single instant, she launched over 30 slashes, and that last one aimed for my neck was even stronger. She holds up her hand, claws dripping with fresh blood, and chuckles. Not bad, sweetie. I was originally planning to take your head, you know. She then asks, by the way, you're the one who defeated Noi, the one sent to the archipelago, aren't you? Theo searches his memory. Noi. You mean the guy I met on the flying islands? Chi scoffs. Why would the Lord send a failure like him? If it were me, things would have been handled cleanly. Hearing this, Theo can't help but let out a small, amused smile. A failure, you say? It had been a long time since he'd felt such an overwhelming wall between him and an opponent. Chi spreads her arms wide, taunting him. Even your confused expression is just adorable. Don't worry, she coos. Since you're rather handsome, I'll at least leave your head intact. She unleashes a vortex of energy straight at Theo, but as she closes in, Giscard Ragnar instantly intercepts with his yin-yang sword. He follows up with a powerful flying yin slash. The two clash with furious intensity, neither giving a single inch. Giscard Ragnar grips his scythe tightly, a deep trench now carved in the earth before him. Chi flips backward several times, muttering, unexpected. I thought you were dying to kill my little darling yourself. She perches on a rock, amused. You two are closer than I thought. Giscard Ragnar immediately snarls. Shut up. Don't look. Chi just shrugs. This isn't so bad, but love triangles aren't really my thing. I'd rather have my darling all to myself. She raises a clawed hand. Could you please step aside? The moment she finishes speaking, a black shadow hurtles straight towards Giscard Ragnar. Giscard Ragnar detects it instantly, gritting his teeth to block the blow. A massive explosion erupts. It was Goy. Giscard Ragnar lands safely back on the ground, completely unharmed. Goy looks furious that his attack failed to land. Suddenly, a clawed hand grabs his head. Chi is on his shoulder, whispering into his ear, You brainless oaf, I attack first. Or maybe, I should just kill you first instead? He argues back. Didn't you say first come, first served? If you don't want to die, you should have stayed out of the way like before. You bastard, Chi seethes. Watching this, Theo can only laugh bitterly to himself. Fighting amongst themselves in a situation like this, they're completely unpredictable. He glances at his reluctant ally with a worried expression. Though, I suppose we're not that different. Giscard Ragnar grinds his teeth, already preparing a new attack. He unleashes the yin-yang sword, followed by the heavenly demon flying sword. Giscard Ragnar's eyes are blazing with pure rage as he declares, I'll handle the big one. Hearing this, Chi can't hide her surprise. Oh my, looks like he's really angry now. She pats Goy on the head. "You're dead for sure," she says with a sigh. Chi then leaps into the air, leaving Goi behind as Giscard Ragnar's personal punching bag. She lets out a long, maniacal laugh as she rushes toward Theo, and then there were two. "Shall we continue where we left off, darling?" Theo quickly adopts a fighting stance, thinking she's incredibly confident in her speed. Her claws slice down at his head, but he blocks with his sword. The two are locked in a contest of strength, pushing against each other. Theo realizes this is far more complicated than a simple battle of pure power. She unleashes a continuous barrage of strikes. Theo is forced to desperately weave between the sharp claws. Her speed is insane, he thinks. It's almost impossible to deal with. She's even faster than Nabin, and every attack is aimed precisely at a vital point. But then, a new idea sparks in his mind. What if I intentionally reveal a fatal weakness? Just as he predicted, Chi's gaze shifts, her hand reacting first. Seizing the moment of distraction, Theo unleashes a dragon claw. Chi freezes for a split second, stunned. Theo immediately follows up with dragon thunder. Countless beams of dense, crackling light filled with terrifying power shoot towards his opponent. Chi is thrown on the defensive, struggling to block the onslaught. It's only then she realizes his sword aura carries the lightning attribute, making dodging useless. A large boulder suddenly blocks her path, shocking her. "You even destroyed the terrain to limit my speed? A desperate move. Not bad. But what a shame." As fast as lightning, Chi is already leaping over the massive rocks. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, a figure stands watching everything unfold. He's taking meticulous notes, still perfecting his technique, but he's already reached about 30% of Hatlong's level. Not only did he block the attack, but he even countered it. Fascinating. This man is none other than Choi Wan, number 1 of the 9 Great Dukes. Hey, suddenly his eyes light up, and he mutters, "What is that? Looks like this is going to be one hell of a show." Down below, the battlefield erupts in a blazing red light. Hidden inside a rock, Chi thinks to herself, "I deliberately left an opening, so why won't you attack? Are you afraid to step into that smoke?" Soaring above, she shouts, "How long are you going to hide in there? Sweetheart, the thing I hate most is a man who keeps a woman waiting." But as she swoops down toward the ground, a gigantic mouth suddenly erupts from beneath her. A massive earth dragon opens its jaws, trying to swallow Chi whole. She's in shock. This is the exact form the Lord had warned her about. In that moment, Theo transforms into his dragon man form and lets out a huge laugh. "Too bad. I thought you couldn't dodge while you were in the air." Chi quickly recovers, smirking. "You've gotten a lot wilder, sweetheart." The battle grows more intense with every passing second. Chi murmurs, "Is the Ragnar clan really descended from dragons? Are they conducting those shadowy experiments too?" But it's obvious he's gotten much stronger than before. "Now, this is more my style." Theo smiles, satisfied. "I'm glad you like it, because things are about to get even more dramatic." He rockets towards his opponent, arms swinging. In less than a blink, Theo lands back on the ground, a calm smile on his face. Chi's expression, however, is one of pure horror, and, watching from the side, is absolutely astonished. That's it, dragon humanization. Before, he couldn't keep up with her speed at all, but after transforming, he's completely overwhelming her. This means the instant he activated dragon humanization, his power surpassed even the current 9 Phoenix Duke. It may look dangerous, but there's no denying it. Dragon humanization is magnificent. Theo unleashes another attack. Chi thinks, "This is incredibly risky. I can't let my guard down for a second. Now I have his movements locked down. I'll end this in a single blow." An explosion suddenly rips through the area, and mutters, "Theo Ragnar. He has far exceeded my expectations." So what's happening on Due's side? As expected of an heir to the clan, his power is nothing to scoff at. Giscard Ragnar leaps into the air, excitedly raising his weapon. But as Giscard Ragnar's weapon closes in on its target, Gui's eyes suddenly widen. "You've picked the wrong opponent." His eyes instantly begin to glow with a menacing red light. Gui's body vanishes the moment Giscard Ragnar attacks. Giscard Ragnar is stunned. Impossible. With a body that massive, how could he dodge my attack? A rapid series of explosive clashes follows. In comments from the side, "So even an heir candidate can only reach this level. Huh. After all, he was created to fight demon dragons, and he's only at 20% of his power, so this makes sense." Observing this has given me so many points for improvement. This is getting exciting. Giscard Ragnar stands on a high rock, carefully watching from below. Damn it, his power is beyond my imagination. The ultimate power of Choi Van, the 9 Phoenix Duke, wasn't it just a cheap imitation made to counter the dragon? So how is this happening? Am I really about to lose to a mere knockoff? Giscard Ragnar's hand tightens around his weapon in utter frustration. "Fine, damn it, then come at me. If this much power isn't enough, he'll use any means necessary to destroy him." Black energy tendrils swirl. Shadow assassination sword, black orchid. Gui immediately spins his weapon, creating a shield to block the attack. A moment later, he stops, the magic having completely dissipated. Gui roars, pathetic. Is that all the power you have? Giscard Ragnar immediately shoots back. Of course not. I'm only just getting started. Hundreds of chains appear out of nowhere, binding Gui, whose face shows a hint of annoyance. Giscard Ragnar calls out his next skill, Shadow Assassination Sword. Heavenly Net, Gui's eyes flare as he shatters the chains with his bare hands. Honestly, did you think these pathetic little tricks could actually hold me? Giscard Ragnar replies, of course they would have no effect on you. But from the beginning, you were never my target. Hundreds of stone shards broken by the chains now rain down. What? You dare use tricks against me? The debris slams into the ground, creating powerful impacts. Theo watches the scene unfold calmly. I did promise I would return with the spoils of war. Cheese face flushes. Oh, my. You're not only strong, but also thoughtful. Is it okay for me to fall for you? Theo glances at the other fight. Is Giscard Ragnar still not done? A hand suddenly bursts from the rubble. Gui calmly steps out of the wreckage. Giscard Ragnar immediately launches himself into the air, flying straight at him. In a flash, Gui's eyes light up, and he continues to effortlessly dodge his opponent's attacks. Giscard Ragnar carefully observes his body. Damn it, I need one powerful move that can pierce through that armor. Suddenly, Theo dives into their fight, launching a powerful attack. Giscard Ragnar falls silent, witnessing the incredible effect of Theo's blow on their opponent. Theo gives him a slight smile. I'm here to help. Giscard Ragnar is visibly annoyed, thinking, you bastard, who gave you permission to interfere? Dragon humanization. So you're the chosen one? Damn it all. After I deal with this guy, you're next. Theo replies, I look forward to it. But for now, let's take down these rebels first. Giscard Ragnar cuts him off. Don't you dare give me orders. If you get that cocky, you'll end up dead. The guy you just faced is on a completely different level. A long line of mounted soldiers appears. Takeo announces, as of this moment, under the strict military law of the Ragnar family, we are executing an arrest warrant for Theo Ragnar on charges of treason. Theo, I don't believe for a second that you've truly betrayed our bloodline. However, the clan's law is a direct order from your father. Your current actions are a direct defiance of the entire family. If you refuse to surrender, then under Ragnar military law, I have the full authority to execute you on the spot. I will not accept this. Black Dragon Knights, follow me. The thunder of hooves echoes in the night. The swordsmen whisper among themselves, young Master Theo, a traitor, the man who always swore to be his lordship's sword. Did his resolve waver so easily? Captain, is it true that the young master committed treason? Yes, Captain. Please say something, Theo replies. I'm sorry. We don't know the full details of the situation ourselves. Captain, Evelyn mutters, once they're equipped, this talk of the young master being a traitor is absurd. You know that better than anyone. So why didn't you defend him? Why just silently accept this mission? Julius, Dap, Evelyn. Since when did the White Dragon Squad start worrying about things like this? Our job is simply to trust our comrades, just as we've always done. Evelyn's eyes widen in understanding. Yes, the captain is right. We will put our trust in young Master Theo. All troops, advance with the captain. Yes, sir. The scene shifts. In the sky above, black wings approach. Aceo walks up to a man gazing at the sky. Is something wrong? Master Dantroni replies, it's irritating. In fact, it's infuriating. Just to protect some subordinate, Magli went so far as to break the original dragon's arm. And now he's wearing a military uniform, admitting to treason, and leading the pursuit himself? What a pathetic clown, Aceo muttered. If that's the case, Dantaron cut in. Exactly. The men wondered, is there no other way? I guess I'll have to step in myself. Scene change. Theo spoke up. First, let's clean up these traitors. Giscard Ragnar radiated annoyance. Don't you dare give me orders. If you rush in like that, you'll die. The enemy you're about to face is on a whole different level than anyone you've beaten before. Theo replied, no problem. Just act according to my plan. Giscard Ragnar snapped back. I made myself perfectly clear. Do not give me orders. After I'm done with this bastard, you're next. So just back off and wait quietly. Theo thought to himself. As expected of a potential successor, I was worrying too much. Understood. I will stay quiet and observe. Giscard Ragnar crouched low as a blue aura flared to life. A black shadow suddenly materialized in midair. She swung her weapon forward. Yin Assassination Sword. Hundreds of black projectiles shot out like rain towards her foe. When they hit the ground, a massive explosion erupted. Gui spun rapidly, creating a vortex that blew away the dark projectiles. Moments later, he stopped as the gray smoke cleared. All right, now it's my turn. Gui instantly charged towards Giscard Ragnar, brandishing a gigantic hammer. Gisgard Ragnar was internally shocked. For someone with such a massive body, his speed was absurdly fast. She knew a direct hit from his attack would be far too risky. However, just blindly dodging would never lead to victory. A weakness would surely reveal itself. Goy laughed softly. It seems you won't get a chance to use that Phoenix Judgment tool. Gisgard Ragnar angrily retorted, "You're already feeling smug after breaking just one of my weapons?" Theo thought, "This looks like it will take more time than expected. In the meantime, I'll interrogate the Duke we captured alive." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Observing it up close, it's truly miraculous. A structure that continuously channels thunder from the Guardian's body into the blades to bind its prey. In addition, the voice continued, "The blades resonate to amplify the chains. Truly a sophisticated creation." Theo immediately went on guard. When did this guy get here? Given the situation, he must also be one of the Feng Kong. Theo could feel that this man was beyond simple concepts of strong or weak. The newcomer spoke, "A pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragnar. I am N, of Troy Van's Feng Kong." The power radiating from N was terrifying, abnormal, and overwhelmingly oppressive. N spoke. "So this is the Dragonoid transformation. 3 parts of the Black Dragon's power is not nearly enough to defeat me." Theo was surprised. 3 parts of the Black Dragon's power? What are you talking about? And replied, "Exactly what you just heard. It's the human modification project that I'm pouring all my efforts into. The Feng Kong project was created to counter the Q Long. That number represents the completion level of the test subjects in this study. In other words, test subject number 8 possesses power equivalent to 3 parts of H. Long. The fact that you defeated her proves you have already surpassed that 3-part threshold." Theo scoffed. "Only 3 parts? You dare to arrogantly confront the Ragnar clan with such a pathetic amount of energy?" And immediately took out a syringe containing a strange liquid. He aimed it directly at Chi's neck as Theo watched. Chi frantically tried to stop him. "Wait. Please, stop. I beg you. And just remove this and I can continue to fight." However, her body began to change instantly. She screamed inside a new monstrous form. "Why is this happening?" Theo thought. "An explosion from mana backflow? Is this an upgraded version of the reverse blood flow technique?" And explained, "That was a specimen carrying 4 parts of H Long's power, a force that approaches the original Ku Long, which has already reached perfection. But as you've witnessed, creating a body strong enough to withstand that power is an extreme challenge. Therefore, join our side, Theo Ragnar. If we combine your physique with my technology, then surpassing Theo Ragnar for the position of family head will no longer be a distant dream." A loud thud echoed as something was thrown at N's feet. Goy's body lay motionless on the ground. Gisgard Ragnar laughed. "You Feng Kong people don't seem as special as I thought," and muttered, "Looking at my state right now, I have nothing to say to that. Well then, the experiment ends here. Stop playing dead. Get up and clean up this battlefield, Goy." Instantly, Goy's previously closed eyes snapped wide open. Gisgard Ragnar couldn't hide her astonishment. "What? He can recover?" Goy immediately sprang up, lunging toward her. Still in shock, Gisgard Ragnar suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. N spoke up unexpectedly. "Theo Ragnar, my original goal was to eliminate you and seize the power of the ancient dragon. However, for now, I am satisfied with this result and will withdraw." Theo thought, unbelievable. Even if she was exhausted, how could he knock out Gisgard Ragnar so easily? And continued, "It seems some uninvited guests have also arrived. As for my offer of cooperation, I hope you'll consider it thoroughly." A man on horseback charged toward them. As he closed in on their group, N's body dissolved like mist. Theo yelled furiously, "Stop right there. Gisgard Ragnar, he's getting away." Turning to the captain, he said, "Thao Keo, you've arrived just in time. Please quickly order the pursuit team." The captain immediately cut him off. "Theo Ragnar, I am officially placing you under arrest for treason." Hundreds of warriors on horseback formed a massive line as Selford landed from the sky onto the white snow. "Captain Julius, will that be all right?" Scene change. Ancio and Danterone were observing from a distance. Ancio looked around. "I don't see Gisgard Ragnar anywhere. Could it be?" Danterone spoke up with a question. "Ancio, what is going on here?" She replied, "It seems everything has been thrown into chaos due to the interference of the Feng Kong. I don't think Gisgard Ragnar was defeated, but in the worst-case scenario." Suddenly, Danterone flashed a strange smile on his face. Ancio immediately noticed his unusual expression. Danterone said, "On the contrary, this is better. It's a chance to completely crush that arrogant brat." Thao Keo declared to Theo, "I am placing you under arrest for the crime of treason." Danterone spoke up. "Arrest in a time of war? He should be executed on the spot. Gisgard Ragnar and Ancio witnessed your betrayal with their own eyes. If you have any excuses, then speak." Theo calmly replied, "I will explain everything. It's just that there is something more important right now, Danterone coldly retorted. More important? In this situation? What could possibly be more important than your act of treason? A hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Julius spoke. Do not press him with uncertain accusations while the corpse of the Feng Kong that Theo defeated is still here. They glanced at the charred black body on the snow. Danterone sneered. You think that alone can be used as evidence? Don't be so ridiculous. Julius threatened. If you continue to be this unreasonable, I will make you die a miserable death like that dragon. Danterone growled. We'll see who's being unreasonable now. But if you think you can do it, then try me. Theo immediately shouted. Both of you, please stop. Now is not the time for this. Giscard Ragnar Clan has been defeated and captured by Troy Van's Feng Kong. We must pursue them immediately. Ainshia was stunned. What did you say? Then we have to go after them right now, don't we? Besides, he killed a Feng Kong, so he can't be a traitor, right? The people around them began to murmur. That's right. How can he be a traitor just for taking off his uniform? Exactly. It's just an excuse. Theo shouted, I will clear my name at trial. The one who was captured is none other than a candidate to inherit the family. For now, we must prioritize rescuing Giscard Ragnar Clan. And Evelyn's thinking, yep, this whole treason charge is just a political game. The Overlord would definitely prioritize his disciples' safety over some power struggle. Even for him, saving Giscard has to be the #1 priority right now. But Danterone just explodes with rage, roaring that it's all nonsense. Anchio watches his expression, completely stunned. Theo's face goes pale, absolutely shocked by Danterone's declaration. Danterone clicks his tongue impatiently. Enough talk, he snarls. Stop wasting my time and prove you're not a traitor. If you can't, you'll be executed on the spot. Theo remains silent, not answering a single accusation. Danterone presses his advantage, shouting, Why the silence? Have you given up and chosen death? A white weapon slowly materializes. Danterone flinches, raising his hands, ready for a fight. Theo coldly declares, Think whatever you want. Right now, something is more important than proving my innocence. Because I am a warrior of the Ragnar clan. While we're here arguing about nothing, the time we have to save Giscard is running out. Let me ask you, what is it you want to protect? Is it our Ragnar clan? Or is it the power you're trying to seize, even if it means abandoning your own disciple? Danterone grinds his teeth. What did you say, you miserable little brat? But just as he insults Theo, a flash of white light appears behind him. Julius grins, looking absolutely thrilled. Green magic suddenly surrounds them all. As a guard stammers in disbelief, this is, what? Julius just bursts out laughing. Now that's what I call a surprise. Evelyn whispers, no way. The head of a blue dragon slowly materializes before their eyes. A young man shouts in excitement, the one who will lead the Ragnar clan, the heir of the legendary bloodline. The guard stammers in absolute shock. No, it can't be. How can a half-blood like him control the legendary guardians? The blue dragon thinks to itself, so you intended to use us. Creating an illusionary space with your domain, well done. But with your current power, you can only show our presence. You must know that incorporeal beings like us don't have enough strength to fight. Theo replies telepathically. I never intended to fight the Overlord head-on anyway. The most important thing right now is to shut him up and sway public opinion to my side. And for that, there's nothing better than concrete proof. A soldier speaks up. The descendant of the Azure bloodline who can summon the legendary guardians. Is this for real? Sir Theo Ragnar is the legendary protector who will lead the Ragnar clan. The crowd immediately erupts. Sir Theo is the heir of the Azure bloodline. An heir would never betray the Ragnar clan. I knew at the moment he said we should prioritize saving Sir Giscard. Seeing his image as a loyal clan member cemented, Theo smiles. Perfect. The momentum is on his side now. At this rate, it will be easy to shift the focus to rescuing Giscard. But Danterone suddenly swings his fist in a furious rage. Utter nonsense. An attack flies toward the dragons, but as the energy dissipates, the dragons vanish with it. Theo narrows his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line. The soldiers below scream out, How dare you disrespect the guardians? Danterone's voice is ice cold. How arrogant. You think summoning a few phantom dragons erases the crime of treason. And all of you pathetic insects, you believe in some childish fairy tale and let a cheap illusion cloud your judgment. The heir of the bloodline controls the guardians. You people still believe that ridiculous nonsense? However, the soldiers now stand protectively in front of Theo. Thokio immediately frowns at Danterone's contemptuous words. The guard also glares, annoyed. Phantom dragons? How could you say such things? Julius's voice is chilling. You've crossed the line, Overlord. Meanwhile, Theo lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Thanks a lot, Overlord. You just made things a whole lot easier for me. The scene becomes strangely quiet. Theo observes the situation, thinking, the warlord just dug his own grave. He smirks to himself. Disrespecting the dragon legend right in front of the Ragnar clan members? Of course, that's probably what he really thinks. The Overlord seethes. Damn the Ragnar clan, all because of that stupid legend. But if I back down now, things will only get worse. He glares at them with pure hatred. I have to push forward, harder and more decisively. The Overlord takes a provocative step forward. Fine, let's test it then. Let's see just how great this so-called legend really is. He reaches back for his weapon and Theo is stunned by the sudden surge of power. The scene erupts into chaos as everyone reels in shock. What is this energy? A blinding light crashes down, shaking the very space around them. A commanding voice rings out, stunning everyone. I told you to cut down the enemy, yet you turn on each other? With that, a colossal sword slams straight into the ground. The impact is so powerful the ground threatens to shatter. From behind the sword, a figure slowly appears. How can I entrust the battlefield to you? The crowd immediately bows their heads in respect. Greetings, Patriarch. They quickly confess their fault. We are ashamed of our behavior, Patriarch. This isn't just internal conflict. I only wish to punish the traitor. The Overlord points at Theo. Look at Theo Ragnar. He's wearing the enemy's uniform, disgracing the honor of Ragnar. I request permission to execute him immediately. Kyle Ragnar's voice is like thunder. A dog barks without knowing its place. His eyes are filled with killing intent. Do you dare to decide to attack without your master's command? The Overlord is instantly crushed by the immense pressure. Unable to say another word, Kyle Ragnar then commands, someone explain why there's a commotion here. Tokyo steps forward to explain, I am Theo Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Knights. Forgive my rudeness, but the fourth successor candidate, Giscard Ragnar, was captured in the battle with Choi Von. Instead of arguing over trivial matters, please allow us to immediately form a pursuit team. Hearing this, Theo smiles with satisfaction. The Overlord is an old fool, and Tokyo is letting his emotions rule him as usual. Kyle Ragnar's aura intensifies. Commander of the Black Iron Knights. Do you think the death of a loser isn't a natural consequence of the law of the jungle? Tokyo refuses to back down, shouting, Giscard is my brother first and foremost. How can we talk about the clan's honor while abandoning our own family? But Kyle Ragnar cuts him off. You are mistaken. His overwhelming presence and intense stare fall upon Tokyo, making him flinch. That's when Theo interjects, no, we must save him, not because he's family. He makes a sharp argument. If we don't save Giscard right now, we won't just lose a successor candidate. We will lose the honor of the Gianna name and the fear it inspires. Everyone is taken aback by his words. For those who dare touch a Gianna warrior without permission, Theo explains with cold logic, we must instill in them a fear more terrible than death itself. Every word is a warning, so they will never dare do it again. Kyle Ragnar seems to agree, so they will never dare reach for our position. A moment later, the Overlord cuts in, annoyed. We're getting off topic. Right now, Theo's crime of treason is more important. Once again, he's silenced by that overwhelming pressure. Silence. The Patriarch's hand grips the hilt of his sword. What did you say? The honor of Ragnar? Kyle Ragnar seems absolutely furious. He raises his sword high. You speak as if you were the Patriarch, Theo. Then, he sheathes his blade. Kyle Ragnar praises him. An interesting answer. Theo watches warily, wondering what he'll do next. With a single command from Kale, everyone present becomes a rescue team. Their mission: retrieve Giscard Ragnar from the enemy immediately. And just like that, they vanish. Kale turns to Theo. Follow me. He makes his demand clear. You and I need to talk, son. Theo spins around, completely stunned by those words. The two then walk away as Tokyo watches them go. Commander. Elsewhere, the silence is heavy. Suddenly, a voice rings out. My apologies, young master. Ethan grabs Checkmop, furious. Didn't I make it perfectly clear? You were to bring back the Holy Relic and Theo for the Dragon Emperor's revival ritual. He roars in absolute rage. And yet you have the gall to return empty-handed like this? A subordinate quickly bows, begging for mercy. Please forgive us, young master. It was my mistake. The Rangr main force ambushed us and we couldn't. Hanju chimes in. Theo is too valuable an experiment to kill now. I have nothing to say for myself, but I did bring back a substitute. At that, Ad's gaze falls upon Giscard Ragnar, lying helpless on the ground. A cruel grin spreads across his face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The next second, Ad is behind Checkmop. Have you forgotten the revival ritual needs? The primordial dragon's holy relic. The body of a mere Janji clan member is not enough. A subordinate offers some advice. It may not be the best option, but could we not use another holy relic? Ad realizes what he's suggesting. You're talking about the Dragon Salvation Sword, aren't you? The man explains, it's the highest quality weapon type relic we possess. The Dragon Emperor will need that sword to fight Kale Orana. We can't use it for the revival ritual. You should have brought the proper sacrifice. This revelation shocks Ad. What? Just then, a soldier rushes in with an urgent report. Young master, the Ragnar main force is attacking us. The news freezes them in place. What? The soldier continues. They're breaking through the front lines to rescue the heir candidate. Ethan processes this. What? Ragnar is pushing their forces through just to save one prisoner? No, that can't be right. Kale should have abandoned him and followed the law. So what in the world is going on? Hearing this, Ragnar just laughs mockingly. Damn you, heavenly dragon. How dare you? You don't know who I am? A satisfied smile spreads across his face. Damn it, I knew you would come, Master Ancio. Ragnar's eyes burn with pure hatred. Once my master arrives, you trash will. Etham connects the dots. Could it be? This boy is the successor he chose long ago? He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Well, it seems they'll find us soon enough. This situation doesn't look good at all. The barrier of the holy demonic sect can only hide them for so long, but retreating now would cost them precious time to prepare the ritual again. And to make matters worse, the revival can only be performed in the north. Ad roars back, I know that. Shut up. His mind is racing. They're already on the northern border. If they pull back now, there's no telling when they'll get another chance. He can't delay the Dragon Emperor's revival any longer, and then suddenly, an idea sparks in his eyes. He turns and barks an order. Bring Ragnar and follow me. We will sacrifice him along with the dragon's salvation sword. As you command, Ragnar screams in terror. Wait, a sacrifice? The old mage just smiles. Hurry up. We will complete the ritual before Ragnar breaks through. A truly perfect decision. A moment later, chains clatter against a dark altar. Ragnar is bound tight, his body writhing in agonizing pain. He's strapped to a grotesque object that looks like a giant brain. Etham's eyes turn cold as he makes his declaration. Today, right here, the ritual begins. The Dragon Emperor will be reborn with the blood and holy relic of Ragnar.